Ah, the beautiful sounds of the dryer in the background. How are we doing today, guys? What is the point of this map? Is it just like a farming map for losers? Like if you die too much on other maps, you can just come and farm this one, or? Did you see this Vouch meme? Incel bait that's gym related. Hold on.
Is only going to cause...
Wait, is this...
Yeah. It's okay.
This man did nothing wrong. There is absolutely nothing wrong with somebody asking you politely how many sets you have left. This man was trying to get your attention. You were setting up your camera. You hadn't started your set yet. He went as far as to even say, "I'm sorry for bothering you." He didn't deserve your smirk. He didn't deserve your attitude. And he definitely didn't deserve to be posted on your social media as an example of what bad gym etiquette is. The only bad gym etiquette here is you. People ask me all the time how many sets I have left. I go as far as saying, would you like to work in with me? You don't have to do that, but you need to respect people. It's a shared space. You don't own the gym. Your name is not on it. Until it is, I suggest you mind your own business. Be better than that.
Yeah, sure. Wait, am I supposed to disagree with the guy or what?
Don't speak up. I appreciate your resilience, but this is friendly fire that'll do more damage than it's worth. That right there is a peer pressure argument. Don't speak up. Don't defend yourself when attacked. Defending yourself is
I saw this.
going to cause trouble. Like, it's an abuser argument. I'm the one being attacked here. I'm not going after other people's positions. I went after Kat privately in DMs. I asked her if she wanted to talk to me. What you're saying is that me defending myself is harm, and I just don't believe that. I think that I have a fundamental right to stand by my principles and be as aggressive as I like in defending the things that I feel like I'm being attacked unfairly over. These are, I feel like...
I went to dinner with my girlfriend. I told her it was a 20-minute wait. After only a few minutes, a couple walked in and was seated right away. I complained and left right away. I don't tolerate bullshit and don't tolerate people who think I should care when they do. Wait, what? What does he think that... Did the other people have reservations? What? Voosh, big words. Hold on.
In a sense, aligned with Foucault from the model which we have...
Mike is massive hoe.
In a sense, aligned with Foucault's analysis of the medicalization of mental illness, I think one could reasonably say, without deviating from the model which we have, sort of adopted in the modern world, that disagreeing with you specifically, Mr. Beard, from your perspective, you could reasonably argue that to be a mental illness if you were to draw upon your arguments in the correct way. And, well, if you're targeting people for disagreement, if they disagree with you, you're pre-selecting for a kind of... Does anyone in chat understand what I'm saying? In a sense, aligned with...
God, he's like the... Do you remember the, Remember that episode of House where the guy's like, I'm just so intelligent, I can't be with my girlfriend anymore, so I take Robitussin all day in order to... May contain content inappropriate for children. It's Harry Potter. Oh my goodness.
What do you think you're doing here, humans?
Welcome to Hogwarts Legacy. You're a new student at the famed School of Witchcraft and Wizardry with a unique ability to manipulate powerful ancient magic hidden in the wizarding world. You'll need to uncover what's behind the return of this forgotten magic and who is seeking to harness it to destroy wizard kind, as you may be...
Bendy Tiny. Pepe wins.
Side assignments that are part of a special curriculum. Ones designed to help you catch up with the other fifth years at your own speed. Opportunities for adventure abound in the area surrounding Hogwarts.
Okay, I don't care.
Destiny, the other day I asked you in chat to pause while I went for a walk. I came back to find that you had continued to stream. This betrayal hurts me deeply and I deserve an apology from both you and chat.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Yeah, true. Huh. Fuentes last night on you.
Obama.
Every single racist fire. Every single one.
The old Destiny, you know, he's coming around. He's coming around. Everybody knows it. Everybody feels it. This guy's going to become a groiper. He is a far-right extremist. He's got all the characteristics. You know, manlet, white, partially Hispanic, incel, gamer, sort of high aptitude. He's from the middle of nowhere. You know, he's from the middle of the country. You know, he's got probably autism, probably clinical Asperger's or something.
True.
You know, am I the only one that is saying this? Am I the only one that sees this? It's apparent. It's apparent that this man is destined to become a far-right extremist. It's only a matter of time, and the transformation is nearly complete. You know, the guy hates trans people, the guy hates liberals, and he's getting a little bit even more right-wing than me on some of these issues. You know, even sometimes I'm watching a stream and I'm finding myself saying, you know, this guy's just pushing it a little bit too far. So, you know, he may become a monster. He may become even worse than me, according to the leftists. You know, left-wing people say, oh, this Nick Fuentes, he's this dangerous guy. He's, you know, white ethno-nationalist and so on. And I don't think the world is prepared for what Stephen Bonnell is, what he's capable of. Well, you know, he's been real patient, but everybody's patience has its limits. So we'll see what happens with Destiny. I'm going to try and bring him over, you know, and we'll see what happens. Boring guy, what can I say? I'm a boring loner. So anyway, but you know, it might be fun. Maybe me and Destiny, you know, we could do the, I don't know where that would even occur, but yeah, why not? It'd be kind of fun to do an IRL stream, and it's like one of those TV shows when like the worst enemies get like handcuffed together, and then they're like, oh brother, I hate you more. Oh jeez, you know, and then they start to like understand each other's lives from each other's perspective. They're like, you know, one of them's calling up the parents and they have like a bad relationship with their, oh my parents going through divorce or something. The other one's like, hey man, still hate you. That really.
Wait, real talk. So, is this level just for noobs to farm? Is that all this is? There's like, nope, I'm just sitting here for 30 minutes doing nothing, or?
You know, and then the other one's like, oh, my girlfriend's such a bitch, and the other one's like, hey, she'll hate you, but you know, you deserve better, king. So it'll be like, one of those, like one of those TV shows, you know. That would be pretty good.
Oh, it ends in 15 minutes. Okay.
Sort of the classic TV trope. And then you know, but then we go our separate ways, and then we're like, oh, you know, we hate you guys, I hate you too. So anyway.
I have a bunch of stuff. Yeah, this guy.
Hey guys.
Okay, I don't know. There's a lot of like weird stuff the more I kind of like dig. So this guy sent me an email 2 nights ago, and he said, hey, I just want you to know that I reviewed our podcast, so it doesn't feel like I'm like backstabbing or anything.
Obama.
True. And I was like, okay. So I checked out the link to his channel, and his and so he titles it, he was doing like a review of our episode, and he was like, my worst podcast ever. And I was like, oh, okay. So I don't know if you remember. Okay, so I don't want to like slam anybody. I don't want to sound mean. Well, he said I'm the worst podcast ever. Maybe I should slam him. He basically just like, you were playing League during that. Yeah, but it had nothing to do with me playing a game or not. Basically, what he did was, I think if I remember correctly, this was the episode where he went down my website and he was like, oh, do you believe this? Okay, do you believe this? Okay, do you believe this? Okay, do you believe? And then like, that was it. They're like, there wasn't a follow-up question on any answer that I gave. There wasn't like a back and forth discussion on literally anything. Yeah, and then he says that like he blames me for not putting in work researching his podcast, but we can listen to his analysis here. I'm not entirely sure, and I don't want to make weird accusations. I don't know if this guy's channel is like view botted. But like he has 100,000 subs, but all his videos get like a few hundred views. So I don't know if he got like follow bots up to 100,000 because like, oh, 100,000 is like a real YouTube channel or what. But like well, actually, fuck, I should have done this before making that statement. Let's see what his most popular video is. Oh, geez. Okay, maybe a few years ago. Wait, what happened to this channel? Oh, he just posted other people's debates?
Wrong to want Auschwitz. I mean, it's sequential. This picture just looks.
Oh, I think that's what happened. Never mind. Okay, so he posted these debate series, which got really big viewership. So maybe he got a lot of subs because people subbed for these things or whatever. Is any of this his?
Missed you yesterday, Papa Death. So it's just looking forward to your debates tonight.
This looks like an original thing, though. Pang Burn documentaries.
No criticism. People can come at you what is inciting questions. No. Okay, no worries.
This is the one guy that I talked to a few days ago that thought I wasn't.
Maybe I'm being parasocial and super cringe, but have you considered messaging Vosh to see if he's doing okay or express sympathy? It would contrast nicely to the way he treated you in a similar situation.
I think he's blocked me on everything. Oh no, he hasn't. It feels weird to like. I would say, now I'm on the inside, so it's hard to say, but I would say from the outside, it's like it's so obvious that everything that's happened to him.
It's obvious that my hands are cold.
Okay, that's obvious too. Sure, okay, but I would also say that from an outside perspective. From an outside perspective, it's incredibly obvious that everything that's happening to him, like, happened to me, like, 50 times more, and he participated in it. So it's a little bit hard to message me and be like, oh, dude, like, I'm so, like, I feel so bad. Like, this guy was literally digging up, like, fucking Anna shit and siding with her, saying, like, oh, now I know why Anna calls Destiny a stalker or whatever because he is, or something. Like, he like, went insanely unhinged. And all of his engagement with me on his stream is like, oh, here's Destiny making another fascist argument about how he wants to murder and rape and kill all Jewish trans people. It's like, dude, what the, not exactly that, but like, Jesus Christ. So like, it's kind of hard for me to be like, hey, dude, I hope you're okay. Like, from the bottom of my heart. Like, I mean, like, bro, you kind of like made your bed. Like, I feel bad for him. I don't like hate him, but I'm not going to be the one to like reach out and be like, oh man, like, I feel so bad for what's happening to you right now. Even though you did the exact same thing to me when you were riding high on those waves, you know, like a year and a half ago. Okay. Boom. Okay. Let's listen to his analysis of our debate. I don't think you have anything to gain from doing that anyway. There's no upside. That's actually not true. There is a ton of upside from large political streamers being friends with each other, but none of them have the ego for it. That's like the funny thing, is that like technically, even if they all hated each other outwardly, if you think of like I think the 4 largest political streamers, as much as I hate to say number 4, I think it's Hassan, and then me and Vosh, and then I think Mike from PA. None of these people interact with each other. They all fucking are like hate each other. But anytime they would interact, it would be huge viewership stuff, you know? Like Hassan debating Vosh or Hassan debating me, even if he hates it, is gonna be a big viewership event for him. I think me and XTC talked about this. Or Vosh debating me would be like big viewership events. But all the big politics people, like boom, like fucking hate each other and scattered to the corners of the earth and can't interact with each other. I was like, okay, whatever. Like technically, they're all missing out on viewership, but listen, man, it just gives me more time to grind the rift. You probably have the most empathy to him than anyone in that space. I think very few to none will experience repeat to what he's going through. Yeah, sure. I mean, maybe he'll get some perspective. Technically, I hate to say this because Vosh gives me absolutely no charitability, so fuck him. But to be fair to Vosh, he has only been a content creator for like 2 years? 3 years? How long has he actually been like YouTube on his own? Not really that long. So this might be like the first time that he's had like a huge like mind fuck from the left. But I mean, it does kind of hurt that I've been saying for how long, like, bro, like, left-leaning people are insane, like, the online left is crazy. And his I would say that his subreddit is like 50% come around now as well, to where, like, a ton of them... How can I tell if I beat a level yet? A ton of people on his subreddit now are like, oh man, I think one guy even got permabanned. I think he posted on my subreddit today for saying it. Like, I think Destiny was right about the online left people. Why did we ever like this cat? Because all of the people that Vosh is fighting with now are all people, I think are all people that have called me racist and attacked me in the past, right? I think I fought with that cat lady before, haven't I? That John Saint guy is there. Like, every single left-leaning person that I've ever fought with, Vosh's subreddit is now like starting to hate, and it's like, okay. The Luna girl is doing the exact same thing to Vosh that she did to me. Well, that's like old. That's old drama now, even though I think that's only a couple months old. Oh, here you go. Let's listen to this. Why was I so horrible? Professor Flowers fan.
Hey guys, Trav here. I wanted to talk about my recent podcast with Twitch and YouTube streamer Destiny, Stephen Bonnell, or Bonnell, who talks about politics and philosophy while he's gaming.
Wait, what are your thoughts on what Contra is saying? Contra is right. She's just really, I don't know if I want to say like autistic or tone deaf right now. In that, like, I'm pretty sure that everything she's saying, Vosh would probably be like, yeah, you're probably right. But for her to kind of jump on right now in the heat of everything else is like, well, how do you think he's going to take it? Like, come on, dude. Are you serious? Like, it would kind of be like, imagine a parent loses their child because they get into a car accident, and the child, like, say the child had their waist seatbelt on, but they didn't have the upper shoulder part on because the parent got a little lazy. Like, imagine you're like at the hospital and you look over to the parent and you're like, yeah, you definitely should have had the seatbelt all the way on, you know, you fucked up. And it's like, yeah, that's true, but like, why the fuck would you say that right then? Like, how stupid are you? And I think Contra is kind of in a similar spot where it's also hard to tell, like, is Contra doing this in the best interest of Vosh, or is she like defending another friend? Because apparently her and Kat have like a history or whatever too. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think Vosh. I don't think Contra said anything wrong. I think that the timing is a little bit bad if she meant that to be well received. But
hey, Destiny, really enjoy your content.
So
wanted to see if you have tried out the game on Steam called Rift Wizard. Recently found and enjoyed it.
Nope.
Look at debate
Didn't
bro
say Simon
culture.
Says.
What is this? I thought Urban Dictionary had something really funny, so I wanted to read it. Someone who has figured out how to make a living by appealing to teenage bros who couldn't tell what a sound argument looked like if it hit them flat in the face, as exemplified by the most popular entry on this page, which we'll get to. Such youth believe that the more insults and taunts are crammed into a sentence, the more effective a refutation, especially when paired with WWE heel-style self-praise and a loud, masculine voice. The movie Idiocracy inevitably comes to mind. So, Debate Bro fan says, brah, did you watch Tough Commie Hooligan last night? He destroyed that liberal professor. Then the educated youth says, no, how did the professor lose? Well, you know, TCH said he had a mosquito-level IQ. He also laughed very loud every time the professor tried to respond. It was carnage. Okay. I thought that was funny. So some thoughts on debate bro culture. Many of these so-called debate tactics that are being used, seem to be grounded in bad
Didn't
faith,
say Simon Says.
discourse, unhelpfulness.
Walsh is becoming
and,
the only socialist.
Like blatant fallacy. Yelling or here are some things: yelling or talking over your interlocutor, ad hominem attacks, lack of moral consideration and appreciation, self-aggrandizing, attention seeking, lack of attention, straw manning, defensiveness. So what happens when
he's just like reading off like what a debate bro is? I don't know why. I don't know if he's upset that I didn't do these things to him or what I don't know what is happening right now.
Called Debate Bro, like Destiny, comes on my podcast. My podcast that really focuses on substance. I want to get to know and understand the mind of my interlocutor in a good faith, helpful way. So I didn't experience much of what I listed under the debate bro.
Then why did you
tactics
list
that
it?
I just, went over. I didn't experience much of anything. It was kind of like it was just like this deep void. It was robotic, binary, inattentive, absent, vagueness, obliviousness. Like there was a lot of, it was very disconnected. So a few of my followers really.
If I want to be like really mean here, which again I guess I will be since he's going on me. I think that. Stop putting your schedule in military time. Just fucking learn to read it, you dipshit. It's not that hard. Jesus Christ. When I have conversations about, if you're going to ask me about things related to like determinism or, like free will, I have had these conversations a lot and I've thought about these things a lot. And if you want to talk about them, you have to bring something interesting to the table. If we're going to engage in a good conversation related to these topics. But if you're going to ask me a basic question about it, I'm going to give you a pretty concise answer. But I feel like a lot of people, when they talk about these things, I think they're used to rambling a lot and not saying much at all. But because so many words come out, they feel like it's a more profound answer. I'm trying to think. I think like one of the questions that he asked me was like, how do you reconcile like having free will and also believing in determinism? Well, the answer to that is you don't think about it. In the context of an everyday human experience, it's meaningless to talk as though everything is fully determined. So we just don't have those conversations. That exists in a different context. That's the answer. That's a concise answer, and that is exactly the answer. Now, if you want to explore further anywhere, you can ask another question when we go. But I feel like an answer that people might give to that is like, well, how do you reconcile free will and determinism? Oh, well, reconciling these things is incredibly difficult. On one hand, free will says that we ought to be able to do anything that we want, and a fully determined world flies in the face of that. So it's really hard when you consider that we, at some cases, we try to pretend that we have free will, but we're also like living in a determined universe, and it's very hard for the human mind to wrap around like the concept that we can both be, like fully determined, but we're also making choices at the same time, and that's something that we have to. And they'll just like ramble, and it's like, bro. You can do this in like 10 seconds. I don't give a fuck about a whole bunch of random, pointless, meaningless shit you're about to say that isn't going to get anywhere. Like, you're not saying anything profound. It's just a ramble, right? Like, answer the question. If you want to go deeper, right? If you want to like hit on something, we can go deeper. But I'm not going to sit there and like ramble for 20 minutes because you're used to asking like the deep questions that people don't think about or aren't used to giving concise answers to. Like, fuck that,
encouraged me to invite Destiny on the podcast, thought it might be interesting because some of them watch Destiny. I watched some of his interviews and thought, him and I might have an interesting discussion, but
Destiny,
it turned out that we didn't
what are
have
your thoughts on natural rights / law?
Really.
Your mom.
It was
but honestly, I don't, is that a Lockean thing? I don't know enough about like political theory to like get into a big like natural, where do our rights come from? I don't know enough about it. I don't have strong opinions on it.
Like typing in a question into Wolfram Alpha and getting the quickest, most basic response, most vague response. I felt like a parent, telling my child to finish his broccoli. Steven takes one little bite of his broccoli and looks at me and says, is that enough? Am I done? And
to be fair, I didn't feel like you were very attentive during this podcast. So I guess I'll big dick and sound like an asshole here. Like, if a super small creator asks a much larger creator to do content, I think that the onus is a little bit on the smaller creator to make that content as engaging as possible. Like, I'm not gonna go out of my way to hype the fuck up out of an interview to make it more engaging. Like, that's not my job. I don't care that much. It's not like I'll sit there and play games. But like, there are times when I'm on even times when I've been playing League, or you can say when I'm playing Rust. Like there are times when I'm talking to people, like the Brittany girl is a very engaging person for me mentally because she goes into areas that I either haven't talked about a lot before, sometimes that I haven't even thought about a lot before, and like there will be times where I just have to stop completely like what I'm doing and like focus on 100% of the conversation because it's going into areas that I like wasn't expecting or just wasn't ready for, or that are just more engaging.
Thank you for
than
providing
what,
me guidance.
normally
DAD
there.
study. Oh, you less
But
than
even if I'm not playing it, like I don't think I could do it actually. Honest to God, if I'm being honest, I don't think I could have sat through this interview without doing something else because it was literally just going through my website. It was reading a paragraph and saying like, so do you believe in that? Okay. Do you believe in that? Okay. Do you believe? And that was it. There wasn't like I don't think there was a follow up on anything ever. Like, so I don't know what I don't think it's my job there to try to be more engaged. But I don't care. I'm doing a couple interviews with people coming up, so I'll show you guys how to do good interviews, okay? I don't even like doing interviews, but I think they're similar to conversations. We'll figure it out.
And then I say, no, yeah, you're going to have to eat all that broccoli, you know, before you get any cake. That was how that, you know, that's what it felt like being in that conversation. I would suggest to Destiny that if he is going to be a guest on someone's show, he should probably look into the show,
what? Maybe if I'm going on like a huge show, maybe I'll like try to figure out more because now would be advantageous for me to figure that out. But like, I'm not gonna do homework to go on like your podcast. What do you mean? Like, no? Why would I do that? If somebody really wants you, this is for all the future content creators who might be listening. If you really want somebody to know something about your show, send them information when you invite them on. So like that Delphine Circle show, I think they sent me like a little packet where they're like, hey, like this is kind of like the stuff we talk about. This is what you can expect. I was like, oh, okay, cool. There are people that will do that for me. Even if it's a smaller show, I'll read. Like if you send me a show like that, yeah, I'll read it and see what you want me to know or whatever. Yeah. Did he ask you on or did you reach out to him? He asked me on, of course.
Look into the style and feel of it. You know, look into the host, how they usually conduct interviews or discussions on their program, and do some preparation. All in all, I think Steven seems to be a pretty good guy.
Why?
With a lot of unclarified concepts in his mind, which you'll see if you go and you know, watch the discussion we had together.
Why not ask for clarification then?
I do like that he is attracting more people to philosophy, to politics, to want to people wanting to hear, you know, different perspectives and what's going on. I just hope they aren't, you know, adopting what seems to be some really bad habits here. But you know, I thought it was worth putting out this critique. But yeah, it's nothing personal against Destiny. I just think he. You know, he should, you know, try to improve in some of these areas if he's going to be going on and being a guest on people's programs.
Okay, gotcha, dude. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you for the life tips.
It's fake?
I'm telling you that.
Whoa! Sounds familiar. What is this? Oh, you guys gave me the link. I
appreciate your resilience, but this is friendly fire that'll do more damage. Not
the
going to leave that.
Mr. Girl talks to a pedophile. New Dr. Mike nutrition video. Oh my goodness. We have a
Hey folks, Dr. Mike.
High fructose corn syrup is uniquely bad for you. Oh my god. You know what? Fuck it. Let's go.
Hey folks, Dr. Mike Israel here for Renaissance Periodization.
Talk about it.
Today's fitness myth, number 10 in our series so far.
Oh, it's a myth.
High fructose corn syrup is uniquely bad for you. That's a myth. What? On a related note, I was walking around last night and I saw a family, nuclear family, daughter, son, wife, husband, and the husband is clutching all three of the other family members while high fructose corn syrup monster was encroaching on their very
how many kids does this guy have? He comes off as like the most like dad-like person I think I've ever heard on YouTube in my entire life. He must have children. Do you know if that is that?
Sense of family and liberty and everything that was good. And I did nothing about it. I'm a really laissez-faire kind of person, so I was like, oh, I wonder how this will play out. The high fructose corn syrup monster ate every single one of them brutally, like a velociraptor or whatever from Jurassic Park. It ate them while they were still alive. The worst thing I've ever seen in my life. So how am I going to show up and defend high fructose corn syrup? Watch this. So what's the claim, really? The claim is that high fructose corn syrup is uniquely bad for you, even compared to other sugars like honey, cane sugar, table sugar, etc. And another claim that people like to layer on this is that high fructose corn syrup and its introduction and proliferation and expansion in the food supply has somehow either caused or massively contributed to the obesity epidemic that folks are experiencing nowadays. Interesting hypotheses, but probably wrong, and here's why.
Why?
First, high fructose corn syrup seems to be bad, and if you Google fructose negative effects, you get all sorts of things. You're like, aha, that's it. It's the high fructose that's killing us. Why couldn't we know that regular sugar was better? Why did we have to jam in more fructose artificially, I might add? Well, the thing is, high fructose corn syrup is only high fructose when compared to corn syrup, which has almost no fructose at all. So it turns out that compared to like table sugar and honey, the high fructose corn syrup has like the same amount of fructose, or really close. Oh.
Thanks, Mike.
That changes things.
Okay.
And it turns out that high fructose corn syrup is postulated that it has an appetite mediating effect, that it makes you less full. It doesn't make you any less full than table sugar or honey, it seems like, from the studies that seem to be available. So it's another curiosity.
Okay.
And a lot of studies have been done on this, and most of them show that in nearly all health effects, high fructose corn syrup isn't amazing for your health, but it's no different than other sweet-tasting sugar sources like cane sugar and sucrose and honey and so on and so forth, which makes those like natural sugar soft drinks, like now with natural sugar, really stupid. Because it's really like the naturalistic fallacy, or the argument from nature fallacy writ large. There it is. It's just natural. And if you look into the data and the research, you're like, oh, it's actually damn near the same thing. So why is it better? Well, it's not. And that's really the reality here.
Okay.
Now, there's some grains of truth here that we don't want to just write off.
Okay.
First,
yeah,
any caloric sweetener that can let you add calories fast is a candidate for helping obesity get to where it is. And that's absolutely true. Generally speaking, liquid beverages that taste sweet and have lots of carbs are not as filling as protein, starches, and healthy fats. Definitely veggies. So if you have a bunch of liquid calories through the day as sugar, it's actually quite easy to get in tons of extra calories and end up being significantly more overweight than you planned on. And that's really true. It's true for cookies and snacks and sweets and cakes, but it's really true for liquids because they're so easy to get down. You eat a regular meal, super healthy meal, you have like a nice large tall glass of orange juice with that meal, and all of a sudden that's like 50 grams of extra carbohydrate per meal that is going to increase your calories a ton and not make you much fuller. So you'll be just as hungry for dinner or lunch or comparably so. And then over the course of the day, if you keep that up, you know, orange juice with breakfast, you know, Coca-Cola with lunch, and then a few glasses of wine with dinner, that's a lot of extra calories, right? So that's where it's not good, is that it can let you bump your calories without experiencing much of an anti-hunger effect. And statistically, folks that take in lots of juices and sodas have pretty similar outcomes. So, you know, high fructose corn syrup that's available in soda, which is usually not available in fruit juice, is not any better for you, okay? So it definitely does bad things by providing excess calories, particularly, without making you less hungry. But the cool point here is that, you know, people say, oh, we stay natural, just drink regular juice. Well,
regular juice kind of sucks too.
Most juices are free of high fructose corn syrup, but pretty much do the same stuff outcome-wise. Yep. They lead to the same body fat gain, et cetera, et cetera. So that doesn't let the high fructose corn syrup off the hook, but it just hangs it next to its other co-conspirators who are just as bad, right? It's like, you know, you got two people like taking the rims off a car or something, and you're like, that guy's doing a bad thing. And someone's like, what about that other guy? He's doing the same thing. Like, no, that guy's natural. It's cool. Oh, did I just make an accidental natty or not?
Natty! Oh, shit, guys.
If you juice to the gills, you can probably rip off more rims. I don't know. I've only stolen a few things in my life, and they're always diamonds. You guys ever want to be like a super heist thief? go after like crazy paintings and diamonds and shit. I don't know. I never really did, but it seems like a lavish lifestyle. Best practices, back to work. Best practices, what do we take from here? Well, excess sweetened caloric beverage consumption is one of the easiest ways to increase your calories from any baseline.
Okay.
Want to add a bunch of calories? I'm not saying the good ones. Just drink more of your carbs. Drink more sugary beverages. This happens with any sweeteners, not just high fructose corn syrup. It happens with beverages, even the natural food store ones. It's like flavored naturally with honey. You're like, oh my God, bees like honey and they hurt when they sting you? I don't know. Bees are good, right? They're nature. So what you probably want to do, especially if you're trying to control your weight against all odds, is stay mostly away from juices and sodas and junk sweet treats most of the time, because those tons of extra carbohydrates, just like the tons of extra fats of easily fried foods, they just contribute to a whole bunch more calories and not as much anti-hunger properties. So it's really easy to get carried away, chronically take in more calories than you actually burn away, and then you end up gaining weight over the long term. So diet drinks are totally cool. Diet drinks are super safe. Water, of course, is always great. And you can sparkling water, regular water, and diet sodas. That's all good stuff. I would stick to that.
Okay, Mike.
And you can absolutely eat delicious sweet treats within moderation, but just make sure it's within your calorie constraint. It's not something that's a part of your life and you're not tracking anymore. You come to your doctor 6 months later, and he's like, you've gained 20 pounds of fat. You're like, what's your diet like? I don't know. Well, I guess I've been eating a whole lot of cake and drizzling the cake with orange juice. What? That's strange. Last thing I'll say here is the idea that high fructose corn syrup is this sort of cornerstone and the fractal generator of the entire obesity epidemic actually links into a bit of a logical fallacy that people have when looking at large systems.
Yeah.
And that is the
Logical
attempt
fallacies.
to find one flip switch, single variable fallacy, the single variable responsible for it all. It would be neat. And a lot of people will do this for health all the time, and especially the obesity epidemic. It's like a national pastime. What's the cause of the obesity? What one thing? What one chemical? Because here's the thing, it'd be really neat, right? If we found that it was high fructose corn syrup that was really causing the obesity epidemic, it was the easiest legislation in the world to write, to be like, just no more of this in our food. As a matter of fact, a competitive free market like the United States, you probably wouldn't have to write it. As soon as like 10 studies came out and all the medical associations were like, high fructose corn syrup is legit just causing obesity, nothing else is, how many companies would still sell it? Everyone would be like, fuck that. We're just going to switch to another sugar. It's going to cost us pennies on the dollar, and we're not going to be like implicated in those crazy stuff anymore. We're still going to be able to sell product. It would be a thing. It would be awesome. It would be easy, but that's not. The reality of why the obesity epidemic occurs, with all the available evidence we have, is straightforward for the most part. There could be some missing pieces here, but generally it's this. People are wealthier relative to the amount of food they can purchase more than ever. They have spent decades telling companies by supply and demand, focus groups, they want tastier things. They love the way high-calorie foods taste. They want them as convenient as possible and readily available everywhere. So now junk foods and hyper-unfilling drinks...
Why am I not getting the other bird?
...and all the stuff... That's really what's causing the obesity epidemic, because you like to eat super cheap, super convenient, ultra tasty food that makes you want more of itself. Like, I never had one Twinkie in my life. Twinkie I have. Potato chip. I need like 80 of them shits, man. As soon as I taste one, I need more. And shit, Twinkies too, why not? And dark version of a Twinkie, the chocolate one with the white cream, what are those shit called? The ho-hos or something? Videographer Scott, what are they called? Ho-hos. Yeah. Amazing. So two-part answer. Be healthy, control your diet, eat in moderation. And when you do eat in moderation, get some ho-hos in your life. She will not disappoint you. And if it does, comment below and we'll give you a free star. See you next time.
Thanks, Mike. Thank you, Hillshire. Everybody thank Hillshire for that wonderful video on high fructose corn syrup. Am I not going to get the bird? Why am I not getting the bird? You have to upgrade? What do you mean I have to upgrade? I just need the level 1 bird. Ban that guy just seems wrong. No, you're just getting unlucky. Okay. I'm not gonna get it. I'm actually not gonna get the bird. I'm not gonna get it. No, I have to take a shit thing now. God damn it. What is the whip pair with? The heart thing? Whatever. Category 4 hurricane in my apartment? Don't worry. It's Melina's hurricane. Your mic is fucked? My mic is not fucked. You hear the... it's just the dryer. Don't worry, it can't be lasting too much longer, right, guys? No Mr. Girl interview? No! I'm not gonna watch his interviews with pedophiles. I don't know why he got banned last time. I'm not gonna risk watching a thing that might have gotten him banned, or, like, related to what got him banned. You need to take the other white bird and upgrade that? What do you mean, take the other white bird? You can't get the white bird anymore, you ran out of... Well, now I can't. No shit, because I've got the whip now. Do you do laundry every time a sock is dirty? No, women wear like 4 outfits a day. So you have to do the laundry like 4 times a day.
Do you think nuclear energy is politically viable? It seems so base, but it's so scary to most people.
Oh, well, that's life. I don't know why you guys are typing so much random retarded shit in chat. Holy shit. The problem is that I got the ebony bird, but I never rolled for the white bird. I never got the white bird. I don't know why you guys are talking about upgrades and all this stupid random shit that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I don't know why you're just like, I don't know if you guys open the wiki and you're just like copy pasting random shit from there to seem helpful, or I don't understand. Pentagram plus crown is the best combo in the game. Is it? I tried the pentagram and it just deletes everything from the screen, but you don't even get experience. It seems super bad. Dude, I got so fucked this game on this shit. God damn it. It's too... The crown now doesn't even matter. Like, all my shit is already leveled up, basically. Luck doesn't matter. I can't pair this. Did you catch any of Fuentes' stream this morning? No, I have it on my thing. I just looked, Rage Pub. It was like a 3.5 hour stream. Does he say anything interesting, or... I might cut my stream up to the Brittany stuff and watch it to see if there's anything new there. But everything I've heard him say so far just kind of sounds like the pretty standard Russian talking points. I should upgrade my Bible, and then I'll pick that box up, I think. Why are the gripers licking Putin's boots? I think the far right people probably like it because I think that the far right people align more with Russia's values than Western values at the moment, right? So in some ways, Putin is like based. But then in other ways, no, that would be it. I think that's the main thing. Oh, and then you've got like the Ukraine tied to like Hunter Biden Burisma stuff. I don't know how much the far right people care about that versus just like standard right conspiracy theorists. Do you have more to your argument than Putin is psychotic? I'm just basically gonna say Putin is the bad guy, I think. I'm gonna roll with that argument. We'll see how much mileage we get out of that. It's not tied to misinformation, they just actually like Putin. I mean, Putin represents, like, these kinds of, like, stronger Christian values or whatever, and he's kind of, stands in opposition to, like, the Western wokeness in some ways, or Western globalism? Fuentes is probably watching a stream right now, so I don't... Hi, what's up, Nicholas? not yet. I need to level up my Bible. Like, I'm gonna die. I think I needed 1 or 2 more levels of my Bible. The lightning ring damage kind of sucks, considering it's not even focused. Anyone know the oh, never mind. Sorry.
Why are you subscribing? Where did you hear about Destiny? Optional. Send a broadcast message with your subscription optional. So there I was in the middle of a pitch black winter night. The moon was shining onto me and I could see.
Obama.
Wait, how did you do that? Why did the dono sound play after? Why does it do that?
Obama.
What would be your points if Fuentes would grandstand the USA isolationism? You know, I think a younger Nick would have done that, but I watched him a while ago, and he seems to be a little bit more smart than that now. I don't remember what podcast he was on always talking, but he was saying something like, it's a little bit naive to just say that the United States can just go like full isolationist and not do anything, or not be involved with anything. He seems to be aware of that, so I don't think he'll make an argument that's stupid. The bone man. What is this? Are we with Brittany about politics? Probably not. I also don't know how Nick. He has a stream he did today. Maybe I'll watch it. I don't know how Nick feels about like the remove the fascist arguments. I don't even know if he considers himself a fascist anymore. Or what I don't know where the gripers are at on that one. Do you think Nick's talking points would be similar to leftists like Haas or Hankel? No, I consider, as much as I disagree with them politically, I think Fuentes is a lot smarter than both of those people combined. I think it'll be an interesting conversation. I think the subject matter is like pretty serious, and I'm starting to have stronger and stronger feelings about it. So the goal will be to have an actual conversation, not like a screaming like booger neck cuck destiny debate or whatever. Wisecracked at a video on neoliberalism.
This video is brought to you by Bright Sellers.
Maybe later. Are you gonna stream it? Yeah, of course. Bonger meme. Hold on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the Deputy Prime Minister will agree with me that when it comes to judging a person, it's often done by the company that they keep.
We'll do this later. Wait, give me the misspeak one real quick, guys. Wow, hello.
Hello. How are you?
I'm doing fabulous. How are you doing?
Good. I'm glad we both wear black.
Yeah, true. We color coordinated for today.
We did. Let's go with that story. Okay, give me like 2 whole seconds to kind of.
Why the fuck would you call me if you still needed 2 more seconds? Now you're
because I needed you
my
here.
time.
I needed you here. You think I don't have a plan? How many times do we have to collab before you realize I always have a plan?
Okay, gotcha.
Always. Okay, so there you are. Okay. No? Hold on. I mean, do what you're gonna do, but like, I need to figure out why doesn't tech ever work for me? Hold on. No. Come on, tech. Breathe, Brittany, breathe. Oh, I'm gonna fucking kill OBS. OBS? I don't know why my OBS doesn't like me.
What's happening? What's wrong?
Well, it like sometimes wants to work for me, but I'm also a boomer, as my Discord likes to point out to me.
So it's not OBS's
Sex
fault.
talk
It's your
humans.
fault, and you're shitting on the software and all the hard work that went into it.
I mean, I'm shitting on OBS for not making it more user-friendly, meaning girl-friendly, because us girls, we're simple creatures. We know how to look good, but
cool.
the tech confuses
You're gonna
me.
follow it up with some casual sexism. Okay, what else you got?
Yeah,
You want to throw any
I'm like
racism
Vosh.
in there
Like,
too? You know, you just
no.
want to, yeah.
I learned from Vosh because
Mm-hmm.
he's the misogynist in the group, and like I really learned from him. What did somebody say about you and Vosh? Hold on, it was so funny. It was
It probably isn't funny, but go ahead.
no. It's something like Steven is like, oh, what was it? It was like Vosh is like the.
It's not the
like you
Emperor
guys were
Palpatine
brother-
thing, is it?
I don't know. It was something like Destiny and Steven, or no, Destiny, Steven. Steven and Vosh are like the same person. But like the qualifier that makes you different was just like, it was something hilarious. I don't remember, but I think you might have been the top or the bottom. I can't recall. Again.
Gotcha. It's not complete without
Okay.
the BDSM component, right?
I know. I just really want to make sure everybody knows I only know how to have conversations via BDSM. That's like really
good.
important to me.
That's good. And I'll make a rape analogy or something, and everything will be right in the world. Okay.
Perfect. You know what? Okay, so here's the thing. OBS said I could press on a little square box, and if I press on it and press Alt at the same, oh Jesus Christ, it worked.
Oh, you're trying to
Safely
crap an
Daddy.
image?
Yes, so you can be bigger and gayer, but like people, oh my God, fuck yeah, bros. Bros, check this out. Is Steven beautifully huge and handsome in this or nah? Like, is it beautiful? I'll keep my sec. Why is my quality so shit? Probably because my internet. Okay, I think I did it.
Good job.
He's muted. Oh wow, thank God my audience did not hear anything you said this whole time because I had you muted allegedly, apparently. And they didn't hear me. It's okay, guys. Steven conceded. I am indeed the top. So that's what you guys missed.
Wow, based.
We're back at it. Based. Okay, so here's what I want to do. First, I want to explain to our audiences, mostly to mine too, like what we're doing and why we're doing it.
Yeah, and
So
me too,
I'm
okay?
gonna do
Because
that.
I'm not entirely sure, okay? So we're all just here,
Okay.
figuring out what's going on today, yeah.
Yeah, so here's the thing. I had this idea. My sister and I were contemplating it. Hold
Your
on, guys,
sister
is
and you?
Destiny too loud? Yeah, my sister and I talk about everything. Is
Okay.
Steven too loud, y'all? Like, let me know. I can lower him down a little bit. Steven, say a sentence right now.
Hello, my name is Stephen Bonnell. I am a content creator on YouTube and Twitch. I'm going to be talking way louder when we talk, but yeah. Are we good?
Okay, yeah, of course.
Okay, cool.
Okay, yeah, make sure that's okay, guys. Okay, so basically my sister and I were discussing fun ideas of like crossing, like cultures and bubbles and ideas, and she was like, ask one of your like straight YouTube friends to review your OnlyFans. And I was like, oh, okay. So like hit up one of my homies who's straight, and I said, hey bro, you want to do this? And he was like, no, this reason and this reason. And I was like, okay. So then I hit up you.
Wait, what were the
because
reasons? Wait, I'm curious. Should I know these?
Well, I
or-
mean, the reasons, okay, I just don't, okay. So basically the reason was he felt like his audience, from my understanding, would basically like call me a slut and put me in like slut girl box, which jokes on them, I'm already in that box. So I was like, well, that's not a big deal for me. Like that should be fine. And he was like, well, it just like, it creates like a stigma. And I was like, okay, So then I had this idea of like,
anti-sex work. Wow, this is the company.
I
you
know.
keep.
Well, that's
Okay,
the problem.
Brittany.
Is his audience wouldn't be as open to sex workers in general. But then I figured with you are bisexual, queer, non-binary, base dem. You know what I mean? Like you might.
Okay, I think
be
I'm
more
queer,
open.
like in name only, right? I'm pretty sure to most people, like probably come off as the most, like short of conversation, right? Like I'm pretty straight presenting. Like, does that make sense?
Well, yeah, you are. But you know how Melina and we discussed this on our talk together, where she said it was really nice to find a guy who wasn't like threatened by her job.
Oh, sure.
Like because she's like a sexy girl.
Is that
right?
a queer thing?
I think the fact that you openly discuss the fact that you're comfortable with men puts you in a much better bracket.
Oh, well, sure.
whether-
That's a different. Yeah, sure. Okay.
But like, okay, you suck dick, bro. That's gay as fuck. Like, I don't know what you want from me.
That was
Right?
incredibly transphobic. Maybe the only dick
No.
I suck is with trans women. Do you think that if I have sex with a trans woman, that makes me gay, Brittany? Can I get you on record committing to a statement there? Think hard about this one. You're one answer away from losing your YouTube career.
Hold on. Let me.
Yikes, not a good look for you. You're giving off a lot of bottom energy right now, but okay. Anyway, so
No.
explain to everybody what we're doing today.
So basically, what we're doing is we are being sex positive. I'm gonna have you review, because you're a dude, my OnlyFans. I want to go through some photos with you. I posted some work before. So, I mean, like, so with the intention of like, I normally was editing a photo and I was like, oh, I wouldn't really post this. I feel like it's not a good photo. It's not worth people's time.
Okay.
But then somebody told me that like, no, Brittany, all photos are worth people's time. And I was like, I don't know what that means. So I wanted to have you look at them and tell me if like, oh yeah, like I wouldn't have posted that. I should have posted, stuff like that. Like, I just want to be open and honest about how wonderful it is to just like have agency of your body and relax and enjoy this time. Now, of course, if you want to talk about anything else, we can. Is there anything on your mind today?
A lot of my mind is occupied by the Russia-Ukraine stuff because I have a really big debate tonight on it. But other than that, nope. My mind is an open field for you to pollinate.
Okay, well, if you want to if you want to change the subject to something more, I don't know, not sex focused, we can. But otherwise, that's what I want you here for. So
yeah, sure. What
Okay, now.
Okay, yeah. What do you want to start?
Okay, so basically, you have to do one of two things.
I have one request that I think I have to make. Just don't.
Yeah.
From the rest of this conversation, we'll just talk about pictures and try not to use the O word because I don't know if I'm allowed to say it on Twitch. Actually, I think I am, but just in case.
Organism.
No, OnlyFans. I don't, because you're not allowed to link to your OnlyFans on Twitch.
OF?
Yeah.
Oh, shut up.
I don't
God,
know.
You guys
but
are really.
It's really weird. It's real weird over here because we've got like people in hot tubs, like deep throating microphones and stuff. But I don't think you're allowed to link your OnlyFans. So just don't do that. But otherwise, yeah, just don't advertise it, whatever that means.
Okay, I don't have to.
Yeah.
I won't.
Okay. But
okay,
otherwise, it should be fine. Yeah. But
well, then here's my question for you because you're on Twitch, which is sounds very difficult to be on. I want you to either log in and go look at it yourself and we can scroll together, or I want to send you photos. Okay, that's how we're going to do it then.
Okay.
Log on to OnlyFans, sir. I mean, God damn it, it's so hard not to say it.
And also, I can't show it on my stream, obviously. But.
No, don't show it. I'm not going to show it on my stream either.
Yeah,
and like, obviously, we don't click on any of the videos.
Gotcha.
I mean, I'll let you know which ones don't have sound, and most of them we'll probably see today don't, and then we could, there's so many ways to do this. Okay. I'm not nervous at all, everybody. And just kidding. I'm really nervous that we're all going to get canceled by our providers. YouTube doesn't care. YouTube's a hoe. Okay, when you're on my page, let me know.
Hello, I am on Brittany Simon. Verified check
You just said don't share my...
Well, I just mean like, don't be like, hey, everybody go to www.only, whatever. Everybody knows your name.
Okay.
Jesus, okay?
Okay, well, well, I mean, I make it simple. Okay, hold on. We're here. Okay, so, oh my God, it is so hard not to say it. I'm just gonna say,
It's so hard not to say. Yeah, it's a problem that all white people on the internet have apparently. So.
Okay, here we go. So first set of pictures. You're gonna have to use both. I'm gonna need your attention on. Where's your attention right now?
Okay, I'm watching. I'm
Thank
staring.
You. Okay.
At it. Okay, here I am.
Okay, so basically, first of all, how do you feel about sex workers?
You know what? That's a really interesting question, Brittany. What do you mean by that?
Do you approve of their work as a sustainable income? What? Are you just tell me your thoughts? You obviously have thoughts.
We got in a big fight recently about...
Ooh.
Actually, just me with myself. I guess that's who I fight with most of the time. I don't know sometimes how I feel about calling OnlyFans sex work.
Okay.
It is like sexy work, but it feels weird to put it in the same category as like actual prostitutes or escorts or people like that. Because it's like, I think that the conditions of their life are a lot different. You have like these Eastern European women that get shipped around the world when they're 12 years old to get like fucked by guys in creepy clubs. And it's like, oh yeah. And then some people like post their feet on like fans and it's like, yeah, I'm a sex worker too. And it's like, feels a little bit different, but that's like semantics thing. I imagine you probably mostly agree with this, but we'll just move past that. That's not relevant to this. How do I feel about like people that do sex stuff online or whatever? I feel indifferent. It's cool. Oh, well, not indifferent. I guess I probably feel good because I like looking at porn and stuff. So if they didn't do that, I wouldn't have that to look at.
Okay, so you're not anti like OnlyFans, sex work, or anything like that?
No, I am anti Fansly and Fanhouse though. But
why? Don't like the websites?
Because they're for loser girls. There's a lot of women. Okay. Wait, hold on, chill. Fuck. I'm trying really hard to tone down the incel-ness on my stream because it's gotten out of control lately, okay? There's a lot of women, okay, that want all the benefits of doing like sex work or whatever you call it, but they don't want any of the downside. And they go to absurd lengths sometimes to do this. And I think that Fan House and Fansly is the exact same type of fucking shit. It's like, they're like, oh yeah, guys, like, oh no, I'm not like a dirty fucking slut that posts on fucking OnlyFans. I post on Fansly's, just stuff that I wouldn't be able to post on Instagram. Like, bitch, you're fucking posting lewds, okay? You're doing the same fucking shit. There's a lot of girls on OnlyFans that only post lewds.
Okay,
like, you're not, yeah.
sure.
So those sites, because they're even trying, like with the fan word, they're trying to draw from the reputation of OnlyFans. It's like OnlyFans, but it's not OnlyFans, so you're not a slut. I just hate the concept of those websites. Actually drives me fucking crazy, okay? But
I have friends on Fansly, and like they definitely post like nudes.
yeah, I know. That's why it's stupid. But that's how it's always sold. At least, well, hold on. Let me be a little bit more clear. Maybe it's more unique to the Twitch world where people do that, but there were a lot of content creators in Twitch. Every wholesome girl realized that if they like get them boobas shaken, they make a lot more money. But they don't want to be they don't want to be sluts, so they don't go to OnlyFans. So they go to Fans House or Fansly, which isn't OnlyFans or whatever. And it's like that concept of that just like drives me fucking crazy.
But that's just branding, right? Like people don't want to be categorized. Like, look,
you're
right.
It's not branding. It's shitty social issues. It would be like if I went around and I sucked people's dicks and I was like, whoa, I'm not gay, or like that. I'm not like like an F word. I don't know what I can say, right? I'm not that or whatever. Like I'm just this other thing. And it's like, wait, well, why are you so afraid of being a little thing? Well, because that's gross and gay and stupid. I don't want to be that. And that's what it feels like for some of the girls that post lewds, where they simultaneously want to be able to shit on people that do like OnlyFans, or they don't want to be those kinds of girls, but they do want to be those kinds of girls because they want all the benefits from it. So they're trying to get like all the benefits while still maintaining the social stigma of the people that do the stuff on OnlyFans. That concept drives me crazy.
Are you white knighting for sex workers right now? Is that what I'm hearing?
No, I don't give a fuck about sex workers. I'll jerk off pictures of your mom. The only thing that I don't like is when people are fucking hypocritical or stupid. That shit drives me crazy.
Sure.
Okay? Yeah.
Oh, are you queer?
I don't think I act very queer, but technically I am, right?
I mean, if you suck dick, it's pretty gay.
Yeah, but like I'm pretty sure like outwardly, I think I can go to like the most conservative conference in the fucking world. I've got short hair. My facial hair is well kept. Like I'm very straight presenting. I'd come off as like somewhat masculine, I hope, or whatever. Like So when somebody says queer, it evokes like a certain image or attitude, and I don't think I match up with either of those at all. You know?
Do I look queer?
Absolute. Well, look and act. I would say your attitude is maybe a little bit more, right? Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem.
Yay!
Not that that's a bad thing, by the way. I don't think there's anything bad about it.
No, it's not a bad thing. Like, queer is my focus. That's my audience. That's my people. I love queer people. I love queer bubbles.
Yeah.
So obviously that's great for me. Okay, so that's cool. I want you to look at my work because I'm going to be real. I feel like I'm a queer OnlyFans artist. I don't know what to call it. Like, I make content with, like, I don't know, just like what I would like, and I'm queer, so that's what I go for. So, okay. Look, first of all, you can see in this first photo shoot, are you on the first one with the black, the one I'm wearing today, but next to the pole?
Yep.
Is that what you see? Okay, so first of all, this is the full outfit for this one. Beautiful, right? Do we like it?
Yeah, sure. Yes.
Okay, no, I'm gonna need your opinion on clothing.
Okay,
here and
you need to tell me what you want from me, okay? Listen, Brittany, I'm gonna be totally honest with you, okay? I'm gonna be, okay. All right, okay? I'm gonna blow your bubble up right now, okay? Your bubble is about to get popped. Okay?
Okay, I hope so. Okay, so go ahead. So first outfit, what do you think?
I'm a bad person for this experiment. I hate outfits and lingerie. I like naked people. So when girls I have these $500 stockings and these $700 lingerie, I'm like, that's really cool, bitch. Take it off, okay? I don't care about any shit like that. I've never seen lingerie and I've been like, God, I'm just so fucking excited to see you in that underwear. I want to see your naked body, okay? I'm using you generally. Yeah, go ahead.
What about the tees? Like, what about, because I love like the, ooh, she's almost got it off. Like, it's almost.
You know what the hottest stuff for that is for me? And I don't know this because I've lived with women my whole whatever since I was 18 or what. The hottest stuff for me in that sense is going to be really weird. Or maybe it's not weird. Is like girls wearing their boyfriend's clothes. So like a girl in a long t-shirt with nothing else on, or like girls in like boxer briefs or stuff like that. But it's never like, here's like my lingerie or whatever, right?
Hold on.
Yeah, hold on. Oh God, Jesus. Don't lean too far forward there. Oh my God, you have a fan and everything.
Hold on, I gotta get my ears in. Hold on.
Gotcha.
Wait, so we're saying we love this, right?
Sure, that's I think is the most. Yeah, jeez. Okay.
Me too. Do you see my fan?
I can absolutely see your fan. Yeah.
Oh my god, I love that look. Yes, okay, this look is really good, but I'm a short 5'1" woman and I don't look good in big t-shirts. I don't look cute like other girls. Tall girls with their nice legs look so cute. I just look like a Oompa Loompa. So,
Okay.
but
Wait,
don't
how
worry.
tall are you for
Okay.
reference?
5'1".
Oh my god.
Teeny tiny.
Why do I always...
Because I have tall girl energy. Because I'm a
Yeah,
tall.
I guess. I thought you were like 5'11" minimum.
Thank
That's
you.
just what I assumed. Like,
Y'all, I'm 5'11".
Jesus. Okay.
That's so cute. No, I'm 5'1", 130 pounds. Not that it matters, but okay. So let's scroll. So scroll. First of all, look at my earrings for today.
Well, in the first picture, I can't see any earrings because your hair covers
Scroll down. Listen to me.
that. Okay, I'm scrolling. The hair covering them here. Hair covering them here. Oh,
There's
here.
no.
Okay, I see one.
Okay, you see him?
Yes.
Pretty good, right? Giving
Um.
you any ideas? Is it the black ones with the girl and the guy?
It's the one with you have flower boobs.
No. Wait, why does yours look different than mine? Like, why are you on a different part than I am?
Oh wait, hold on. I'm blind. I see the earrings now. You're talking about the whole black thing.
Yes.
Okay, so I thought it was your hair. Well, this is good. You need a man's perspective on this. Okay, gotcha. I see the earrings now. Okay, it's okay.
Good, right?
From an artistic point of view, I don't know how I feel about the black earrings overlaid on the dark brown hair. I feel like we need some different lighting here because I can't see the earring that much. You know?
Oh, that's true. I always worry about that, but here's the thing: if I wear
Mhm.
like gold, then it sets off the black of the whole look I have today. Because if I wore gold earrings, that would work. It would just look different. But you're right. Like even in the video right now, you can't quite see my earrings.
Yeah, because I looked now because I was gonna make a joke about earrings, but all I saw were the blue things. I didn't know you had any on. But now I see that you have some on. They're just really hard for me to see.
That's true. That's true. Okay, now this third video or picture, do you see the one with my butt in the black, the same lingerie that I'm wearing today?
Yep.
Okay, I didn't know if this was a good photo because I couldn't tell if I looked like the Cyclops from Hercules with all the rolls, or if I looked like a girl with a nice fatty, as the boys call it, as the black community would say, a fatty.
Okay.
You know what I mean? A good photo, like should I have posted it or no? Bad photo, should have taken it down.
So this is like I think this gets okay. Something you have to be really careful about, you know this, is anytime somebody tells you an opinion, it's their opinion, but it's not necessarily representative of like all of their sex or gender or whatever, right? Different people like different pictures for different reasons, and I can't speak to why everybody likes one particular thing. The thing that I like in booty shots for whatever reason that I think is sexy is when like the booty is doing it's like hanging in a way that you can see like a crease on the bottom. I think that looks really nice. Does that make sense?
I think
What I'm talking about? So like in the pictures that you've posted, like you have that, and I think that's good. So I would say like, oh, good job. That's a decent idea. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yes. No, totally. I'm flipping through the photos too because I did different poses for my butt, so it came out in different ways. It almost looks like I have a different butt in every photo. Like it's not even my butt. It's oh my god, sir.
What?
You are so. What if that had come through my screen?
Why are you showing our conversation? You shouldn't be showing that on your stream.
I'm not. I finally learned how to edit, but now I'm afraid to scroll down because I can see enough of it. If I open up the tab a little, I'm a boomer. I'm gonna show it.
Okay, then I'll delete that. But that's what I'm talking about, I guess. Yeah, but okay.
Okay, yeah, I see it. I get it. I see enough of it to get it. Yeah. Okay, I'm with you. Okay, I think that really fast, I want to say this too. There is a hierarchy in sex work, and there are sex workers that definitely want to pretend they're not sex workers when they are, and sex workers who want to pretend they're better than other sex workers. Like, oh, I'm not a stripper, I'm a pole dancer. Oh,
sure.
I'm not a escort, I'm an OnlyFans girl. It's like, yeah. You know, but I have friends who do every one of those things, from women who run brothels to women who are, you know, whatever. Just I know men and women and everybody who's in all these things. And I'll tell you, I find that the people who do it the best are the people who are just there because they want to be. You know, obviously, we don't want anyone who doesn't want to be somewhere, but at the same time, we all work jobs we hate. So I don't know what that means.
Okay.
I don't even know what that means. But I just want to say that out loud for our audiences because I want to educate as we objectify. These next set of photos are no big deal to me. I don't even mind if you skip them down to the roses. So, okay, roses on bed photo shoot. You see that one?
Uh-huh.
Okay, 3 of my favorite photos I've ever taken of myself. Honestly, this top I've had for years because I refuse to get rid of it. I can't. It's like one of my favorites. What is your thoughts on this lingerie set, even if you don't like lingerie?
I just want to pollinate that top, man. I guess that's the best. I don't know. It looks nice, I guess. I don't know. It all looks nice to me. It looks nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
The second photo, does it look like my titties are fake?
I will never try to guess if a woman's boobs are real or not when they're in a bra, because bras can do some black magic shit, and every woman has like different types of boobs. So
okay, let's see. The next photo.
I would say that like looking at these. Hold on. If I look at your pictures, like the first and the second one, they look like they could be fake because of like the roundness on the sides. But it could also just be your boobs like sit a little bit higher naturally in your chest, and maybe the bra's just pushing it up a little. Like there are girls with big titties that I've seen where they have big boobs and they like kind of hang there pretty obviously, and then there are some girls that have big boobs that are like they're like pretty stuck there, and I'm like, whoa, they're like, wow, okay. Like so everybody's like so different that it's. Can you show me yours right now? I'll have to mute the video first. But.
No, no, I was not gonna ask that, but
okay.
No. Well, you're seeing my boobs right now on OnlyFans, so it's not, you know what I mean? Doesn't make sense.
Sure.
But no, when I went to go get my mammogram done 2 years ago or 3 years ago, whatever it was, they literally brought in a couple nurses to look at my boobs because they were like, "Oh my God, you're in your 30s." I was like, "Yeah," and they're like, "You have so much calcium in your breasts, and it creates a hardness in your breasts, which make them like stay firmer longer." And I was like, "Great." And he was like, "Honestly, this is amazing." And I was like, "Cool. It's just genetics, but I appreciate it." And it was so interesting because I had wondered, like, my boobs are sagging, definitely. My body is sagging. I can see it. But it's interesting that it's doing it at a different rate. But then I look at my mom and my aunties, and they're looking pretty fine in their 50s, 60s. So I ain't gonna lie. Like, it's genetics is a crazy thing.
Sure.
Okay. Scroll down to the shoot where I'm standing next to the pole and my underwear is underneath my boobs. I mean, not my boobs, my
Your butt. Got it.
Okay, thoughts?
It looks nice. Dude, I'm so bad at this. Bro, I don't jerk off to pictures, and I don't jerk off to non-boy girl content. I will never look at a still picture of a girl and jerk off to it. That's not what I do. So I'm very far outside of my comfort zone right now, okay? In terms of what I'm looking at. But it looks nice.
We'll go to videos.
Okay.
We'll go to videos next. We'll go to videos next.
Wait, can I suggest something that might be a true thing, or maybe most people don't?
Yes.
Okay, this might be extra gay. But you had one picture where with the flower things on. Oh, it might feel stupid or look dumb, but you have a picture with the flower boobs where you're smiling a lot. I think that when you're smiling, I think it makes the whole picture look a little bit better. I don't know if most guys care about that or think about that, but when you're just kind of like looking a little bit like I'm taking a picture and I'm kind of scared of it, like it is a different thing. I don't know if that's what you're going for or not, but I think that like smiling in pictures always makes it, because if anything, like the guy has the fantasy like, oh, she's enjoying this a lot and blah, blah, blah. So, yeah.
Yeah, okay, I'm so glad you said that, because recently I have, okay, first of all, why can I fucking hear myself? Am I that loud through your microphone? Sorry, I'll be more white.
You're
so
good.
Anyways, okay, so I'm so glad you said that, because I just have a really hard time knowing what to do with my face.
Okay.
And so when I'm posing, like, I know what to do with my body. That's the thing I work out every day. Like, that's the thing I'm working on, right?
Are you hearing yourself through my mic a lot, or?
Yeah, as I'm talking, I wonder if my audience is picking it up, or is it just my earphones? It could, as long as my audience and your audience isn't picking it up, I don't think it's a big deal.
Okay.
Okay. So I'll just ignore it. You know how you hear yourself, so you start to think about it? I'm just gonna ignore it.
Okay.
Basically, I have been smiling more. I am also more comfortable, I think, smiling more, because I thought it just looked cheesy, like a 90s, like, you know, photo, like you're just posing at Disneyland or something. But then I found myself actually also thinking I looked like, oh, I look like pretty and happy, and I do feel that way when I'm doing my shoots. I do feel happy. So I want to convey that as well.
Yeah.
So I do have some videos. I did not like prepare them in a list or anything, where like I noticed I'm prettier, I feel like, when I smile in my videos.
Do you
and when I don't.
I'm asking this question. You've either already told me, or I'm just gonna completely guess it. Were you a theater kid?
Yeah, I was, and I did tell you. Well, thanks for listening.
Okay, you did. Okay, you didn't need to tell me. I can tell. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you remember when you guys did when you did theater, when you're first getting into acting and you're on stage? The director will always give the advice that you overact, because you can't sell an incredibly subtle emotion on stage. The audience won't see it, right? So that's why sometimes you hear a recording, you're like, oh my God, like these people sound like crazy. Like, I love you. And it's like, okay, you're insane. Like, but you overact because it helps convey to the audience more. I think that when it comes to taking pictures and everything, like it might feel really goofy having like these huge exaggerated facial expressions, but I think it probably sells a picture harder than like trying to subtly do it because it's only one picture, you know, even if it feels.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
No, and it lights up my face, and like I'm even like now I'm like, I feel like I put a lot of, I feel like I'm prettier in motion first. Like I think my whole selling point as a person, like to be objective about my character trope and like what I look like on the internet, I think I am much more interesting when I'm moving, and I'm also much more obnoxious though when I'm moving. So people either get obnoxious or they get like enthusiastic, which I mean either works really. Different audiences, but yeah, I really see that's exactly the feedback I want right now. Okay, Steven,
Sure.
so you're doing
Okay.
perfect. Okay, scroll down, amazing shot of just like my body and where it's at. I like to document it, so when I'm 90, I can look back at this. Let me think if there's any. Oh, okay, actually there is a photo in here. Okay, so scroll to number 5. It's like a fuzzy butt photo with my tattoo.
Wait, I don't know what the
and-
fuck 4 or 5. I don't know
Right.
what we're talking about right now.
Right, you just saw the picture set of the booty, right? It's 2 photos.
Hold on. Okay, yes.
Scroll down once, and the next set is 8 photos, correct?
Scroll down once, and that's 8 photos, yes.
Okay, now go to 5.
Okay, of this, gotcha.
So another photo I wasn't planning on posting because it came out really blurry,
Blurry,
like
yeah.
the lens didn't catch it. But I actually kind of like it too because I kind of like blurry photos. But like this is just a,
Is this
I
Kathy
didn't even
Griffin's
edit
daughter?
this one. Like I just went,
Same
okay.
energy along the line.
There you go.
Okay.
What do we think? Like should have kept it or thrown away, or people are just want to see everything and everything? You know what I mean?
I don't think blurry should ever be kept, probably. Because, like, why?
Really? Okay.
Yeah, because you're, like,
No.
kind of curating, like, a professional, like... Imagine, you know, you're a guy, you're stroking it, you're getting closer and closer, and you hope the next picture sets you off. You scroll the next one, you're already halfway into your orgasm, and it's a fucking blurry picture. Like, fuck, I just wasted my coom on this.
Well, I feel like a lot of my audience who might follow me on OnlyFans, because they're a mixture of men and women, some of them just want aesthetically pretty things to look at too. Versus like jerking off. Because like, no. I
Go
follow
ahead.
girls on OnlyFans. I pay for Chatterbait. I support sex workers. And when I'm doing it, I'm usually doing it from a girl's perspective of like, that is so fucking hot, but you're also a girl. And so I feel weird objectifying that. I can't like masturbate to my friends, but I'll like give them tips and give them money. And I'm like, I love all the photos. As a girl, I'm like, oh my God, all of these are amazing. But as a boy, so I get what you're saying, but I don't imagine a majority of my audience is like jerking it off to my photos for some reason, just because that's not what I'm selling necessarily.
Okay, maybe.
Is that wrong? to think
You know,
that?
who
Is it
knows? It's a crazy
No?
world out there, you know? Anything is possible.
What do you think is possible?
So, I guess, like, why not just take another photo that's not blurry, I guess? Or what's the point of the...
I don't know. Some people told me, like, one guy, like, he likes to buy all of my unposted photos, so, like, non-edited, just, like, there's, like, 200 photos. You know, you take 200 photos in a shoot and you, like, post 15 of
No.
them?
Melina makes me take photos of her, though. But I take one picture and post it. But I know what you're talking about, yeah.
So that's like, by the way, my audience and I agree. You look really good in black. If you wear black every day, it's like a look for you. We recommend.
I like wearing black when I have my black sweatshirt on, because then when it hangs on my side, I look like I weigh like 700 pounds. So there's a lot of pictures of me where people think that I have like this huge fucking stomach. So yeah, I like black too.
It's really just like a small, huge one.
What do you mean by that?
I don't know. What do you mean by that?
What were you saying about blurry pictures?
So, okay, so the next set, same thing. It's just nice booty photos. So, like, we don't need to pay attention to those so much. Just showing off, like, honestly, I use OnlyFans to keep track of my workouts and, like, how well they're working.
Okay.
It's actually kind of nice. Okay, scroll down to all the GIFs. What do we think about the GIFs?
Wait.
What?
Okay, sorry. Scrolling down to the... Jesus! There's a lot of movement on this!
You know, that one kind of gives me, like, a headache, but I kind of like it. It makes me feel high because it never stops.
Yeah, it feels a little LSD-ish, I guess, yeah. But
Yeah.
if that's what you're going for, you nailed it. The next one seems nice. You need to smile more, okay? You gotta smile when you're doing your thing.
Okay, thanks, Coach. I'll
Yes.
do that. Probably should, though.
Oh, smiling and where your eyes go, I think, is important too. Like if I scroll up, there was one you had, I think it was in the set of 8. Wait,
Okay.
let me go back. Hold on. No, it wasn't. Fuck. Oh, It was in the set of 4 beneath the set of 8. You're smiling, but then your eyes are like looking up at like the door. Like your dad just walked in, you got caught, and you're like, oh shit.
Hold up. Wait, on the first photo?
Yeah, like
Oh,
one of
yeah,
4.
yeah.
So you're smiling, but you're not looking at the camera. You're looking like up somewhere else. Yeah. These are
Okay, I
like
feel
small
you, I
things.
feel
Yeah.
you.
I don't know if these matter.
No, that's actually, I'm so glad you said that because
Mhm.
in that photo, I was like, I like the way my body looks, but like my face is doing whatever. And so like, I'm glad that your instinct is to think that as well.
Gotcha. Okay.
Actually.
Okay. Now I'm down at the triple Brittany photo.
Okay, love that. Yes, what a vibe. Totally.
It's a vibe, yeah.
Okay.
God, I feel like
no
if
biggie.
you want to look with your face like this, I feel like you need to darken up the room or something. Because the room is like very like, this is my standard happy bedroom, and then your face is like, I'm in a very dark and gloomy and moody and angsty kind of space in my head right now. Is what it looks like.
So you're saying my like, I can't even do it now, but my like my model face or like my generic, I call it my neutral face, is too neutral.
Well, because it's like, there's like a thing where you're like, I can't. Okay. You're like neutral. And you're like off to the side. And it just like looks like very like you want to be like a mystery girl, like lost in space, and you found pictures of me or whatever. Like that's like the attitude that it kind of feels, as opposed to just like
Okay.
yeah.
Obama.
But like when you
Could
but then when you have like your standard like your curtains and your peach walls and your carpet and then the anime pillow, it just is kind of like it's a weird contrast, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, you know what the truth of it too is that's just what my room looks like. So
Yeah,
I
sure.
think
Yeah, no,
people-
I'm not saying it's intentional. I'm just saying yeah.
No, wait, no, I like this. This
Okay.
makes sense to me.
Okay.
Are you, because what I'm hearing, and maybe I'm wrong, is like, basically it feels like the aesthetics are clashing.
Yeah.
Okay, fair. I think that's reasonable, and I appreciate that. Okay, this next one, what do you think?
Naked one.
Uh-huh.
I
I like silhouettes, so hence the silhouette-y kind of feel.
Yeah, it looks nice. Big clash with the background, but yeah, it looks nice.
Okay, and then the second photo, there's your naked photo. Thoughts?
Also looks nice. Reminds me of the first one, except not as covered up.
That is covered up. There's nothing. There's no clothes.
Yeah, but I can't see your vagina. You've got it hidden with your leg.
Oh,
So
wow.
slightly covered
okay.
up.
That's particular. Okay, what did you,
I'm saying it's less covered up than the last one. I'm giving you credit for it, okay? Jesus.
I'm just trying to point out the details here, which I guess you are too. Okay, so scroll down to the video. Now this is I am known.
Wait. Hold on. Scroll down to the video. Am I passing? So there's a naked one that's not shadowed. Then we have triple naked Brittany.
Yeah.
Then we
These
have
are just kind of fun photos.
shadow. Okay,
Then you have
video.
the video.
Finally did my
So-
laundry.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I do naked laundry videos. That's like kind of what I try to do, like, you know, one every month or whatever is like, or whatever. Like I have a whole basket of clean clothes I have to fold again. So I'm like, oh, I'll do that again. Where like, I just like to show people like positive nudity, natural nudity, but also like, yeah, if you want to think it's hot or sexy, that's great too. But I also am not like masturbating in this. I'm dancing. I'm having fun. I'm trying on clothes. I'm being goofy. I'm actually, do you want to know a secret? I'll tell you because it will be amusing to you. I am listening to you and Hassan debate when I'm filming this video.
Okay, gotcha.
Yep, like I was listening to you guys, I think on Kamala Harris. I think that was the day I did that video. So I was listening to you guys, and then I just overlaid it with some Berserk music because, you know, I like my animes, you know. And then, don't tell anyone I did that, I did it. But anyways.
Oh my god,
so,
did
like,
you just like throw the cat off the bed? Oh.
No, I didn't throw her off the
Yeah,
fucking
she was
bed.
like
Don't
laying
even
there
act-
and you just like, okay, sorry, go ahead.
I
Keep going.
did not throw her off the bed. Indiana Jones, I gave her warnings. Did you not see how nice I patted her? And then she was like,
Couldn't
nah,
hear
I'm
it
not
because
gonna
there's no
move.
volume, so.
Yes, there. Oh.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, don't turn on the volume. Anyways, okay, so what do you think about those videos? Like, I don't know if you want to scroll through or watch a few seconds of it, like cleaning the bed, doing the laundry naked. Like, is that nice to see? Is that weird? Like, did you expect something sexy? Do you think like natural nudity?
I mean,
weird?
I think that you're getting into areas where you're starting to carve off some people that like really like something and then might be completely disinterested in something. So I mean, in terms of like showing like some natural thing of doing that, it's probably fine. I think it accomplishes that pretty well. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Now I thought about doing.
Can I? Okay.
Yeah.
Can I make one other comment?
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm thinking. It's hard because you're okay. When you have, I'm sure you've taken a lot of naked pictures yourself, right? The lighting influences a lot. It looks like in these pictures, do you have lights behind the camera?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. I can tell. But those lights are fighting a lot with the window in the background, and it makes everything look really washed out. So if you did these videos either at night, or this is probably impossible or difficult, that corner where you have that plant, if you set the camera up there, but now you're catching the dancing pole. I don't know if that's like nailed to your ceiling or what, if you can move that or whatever. But when you're trying to throw a ton of light, and look, I'm looking as like, so your boobs are in the camera, they're like shining like so bright, like in your all. And it ends up giving you like you'll look like very like sweaty or shiny or sheeny. And it's hard to get like good pictures that make you look good, that give like a good neutral lighting, because those lights in the front are fighting so much with the lights behind you. I think it's just like a random lighting thing, I think.
Yeah, no, that is so helpful, mostly because that is definitely where I'm lacking. Like, I'm not a photographer, I'm not a videographer, you know, I'm doing my best to try it on my own, and so that's really helpful. I mean, I've been taking shitty photos since MySpace, you know what I mean? Just,
oh, hold on. Also, one more thing as this is going through, you have gloves on and you do some weird thing with your hand and you start laughing and like touching your butt or whatever. In the oh, I think this looks really, really, really cute when you're like laughing and everything. I think it's like way better than do that instead of.
Okay, good. I do try to like, you know, it's okay. I'm not an exhibitionist, so I know that sounds weird, but like I don't get any specific like joy from people watching me. So I have to like make myself laugh basically to bring out that emotion of like, because I'm a voyeur. I could watch all day. Oh my god, I could watch people have sex.
Wait,
all
did you
day,
say you are?
day.
So you said you're not an exhibitionist.
I'm not an exhibitionist.
Because I
no.
Okay, gotcha.
No, I'm not. No, honestly, I'm. I mean, I'm that typical YouTube stereotype of like extroverted on the internet, and then in real life, I'm like, fuck off, leave me alone. Let me sit on a wall and just watch people. Though I can be social, so like in these videos, those moments of laughter are like they're real moments of me like, I don't know, just thinking something's funny enough to laugh. So I appreciate that.
Okay.
You like it. Okay, so what I want to do now is like all of these. Oh, wait, go down to February 18th. So scroll until you see me in the shower. My shower videos are also something I'm known for. And by known for, I mean these are the things I like to do. These are the video forms I like to post the most, is like laundry videos and shower videos, because again, it's just me and like doing real things.
Okay.
Versus like
wait,
me
one
being
question.
permanent.
Do you have to do like a I don't know if you'd call it a perm, or do you have to curl your hair at all, or is it like naturally? Will you come out of
my natural hair?
Jeez. Okay. Nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Scrolling down.
Did you think I permed my hair?
Well, it seems like, so again, just experience with women. If women have slightly curly hair, they will like straighten the fuck out of it because they want to get rid of it completely. Or if they have very straight hair, they will curl the fuck out of it because they don't want it to be straight. I don't know why. But it always feels like women that have curly hair are usually not happy with how curly it is, so they either want to straighten it completely to get that nice look, or they want to like really curl it to get that really cute curled look. But I yours looks natural, but I don't trust myself to know because people
so my hair is natural. Like this is just what I mean. I have some leave-in conditioner in my hair, obviously, but like these are my curls. Like I don't curl my hair or something.
Sure.
Like this is just what it looks like. But yeah, I did go through that as a kid. I was in the 2000s. You know, I just wanted my hair straight. Anyways, let's click on the shower video.
Singing in the shower for those who want to hear me never hit A key. I'm not playing the.
Yeah, do not play the sound. It's horrendous.
Okay, why is it you do full nude videos otherwise, but now in the shower you're in a swimsuit? Why? Oh, to take it off.
Oh, because I had done a shoot in the lingerie, and so I was washing it, and then I took it off.
Gotcha.
And then I thought it looked pretty because I love wet bodies with clothes on. So I love wet lingerie bodies. And then I wanted to show different shots. And like, obviously I know I'm cuter from different angles, but I kind of want to show all of them. Even though in my head, I'm like, oh, this isn't as cute of an angle. I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. Maybe somebody likes it or something. And it's also just like what I'm doing.
Okay.
Here we go with the washcloth technique. Hello. So, okay. So that's like a shower video. Now, I think what I want to do, all these are great photos. Honestly, if you keep scrolling, like, all of these are great. Like, I'm not even going to try to pretend like I don't think I look cute as hell. And, like, there's some, you know, like, TikTok-y, like, videos where I transition into lingerie, and that's fun. There's some, like, serious-y looking videos. I'm sorry, I'm scrolling. But what I think I want you to actually look at next is I think I want you to go, let me see how to do it on mine. So if you go up, if you scroll all the way up to the beginning of my page, and it has 570 posts and 2,177 media posts.
Okay.
Do you see that tab?
Yep.
Click on the media post, over 2,000 media posts. And then you click on video.
Okay.
Okay. And then you click on sort, and then you do, let's do ascending so we can see like the oldest, and you can see like where I've come from.
Okay.
Okay. So there's like right now the 6th video is like me playing VR. Yeah, the filters are crazy in the beginning. Like I was experimenting with everything. There's like all variations of media. Like there's so many different ways I was doing things. Oh, see these ones I think they look really pretty in with the white lingerie and the filters and like the smiles.
Okay.
These are me trying, these are my very first OF posts. Like me just kind of figuring out what I like. The first one's kind of cute. I'm in elf ears. If you like that kind of shit, you're a D&D player, right?
Not that much into it, but hey,
okay.
Listen, elf ears are fine, okay?
So for being a nerd.
I've never wanted to fuck any of the characters I've interacted with, okay?
Oh my god.
Now, if you
really?
dressed up as Eris from Final Fantasy VII, okay, maybe we'd have a different story.
Okay, like, oh, gosh, she's queen though. So wait a second. So anime or video game girls, I guess, is okay, but like, you're not into like elves, orgs, monsters, tentacles?
Not that much.
Why?
I'm sorry, I just took a bite of my oatmeal.
I know.
I watched a video once when I was younger of some girl getting fucked by a tentacle monster. I thought it was really hot. It was cool. It was watching it, and then the monster ripped her spine out. It was really bloody, and I got a little bit like traumatized from that. So, and I just think I associate tentacles with that scene. Every time I see tentacles under a woman, I'm waiting for it to rip her spine out. Basically, yeah.
I mean, goals, right? Okay, so. I don't know if you want to click on any of these or if any of these are interesting. Like, obviously, I haven't done filtered posts in a really long time, only because I feel like they don't match my age.
Sure.
Is kind of how I think about it. But like, these ones are really cute. Do you see the ones that are, ooh, how do I tell you where these are? They're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rows from the top, 8 rows from the top. Those are really cute ones. And then like 9, 10 rows from the top in the black lingerie. So the white lingerie is really cute. I feel, let me click on this. Oh, don't, it's too cringy. Never mind. Click on.
Wait, which one? Now I gotta know.
No, click on the one in the black lingerie. Those ones are cute. It's like, there's 3 of them and I'm jumping on the bed in one of them. So you see there's like a filter.
Yes, I see black lingerie, yes.
Oh, my hair is so short there.
Yep.
Okay, so showing off, this is a different room in my house. Fun, weird, quirky, weird, not cute, shouldn't have posted. What are your thoughts?
Of you jumping on the bed?
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that like that shit. Probably fine.
Okay. Let me see.
How old are these? I should have asked that. You're not like 14 in these or some crazy shit, right? You didn't just like trap me with...
Bitch. No. How do you tell when they were posted? Well, this must have been 2020 probably.
Okay, just making sure.
Just a few years ago. No, because I was one of those people when everyone was like, Brittany, get on OnlyFans. I was like, no, like I'm not going to be able to post the videos people want to see. Like people are going to get mad at me because I'm not going to post the things people want to see. And then I kind of did, kind of didn't. Like there's plenty of masturbation videos and like, oh, wait, can I say these things? There's plenty of dildo videos and like plenty of sex videos.
Sure.
And there's plenty of solo work. Let me say it like that. I don't do collabs, so I don't do like boy girl stuff. I don't think I ever will. Like to be honest, I don't watch that stuff really. So like, I don't like, that's the problem. And plus I don't like anyone that much to actually film with them. Like I don't like anybody.
Do you have, do you have people's photos that you really like some photos or collection of photos you really like?
Yes. What do you mean? Like other models?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something that seems really weird to normal people, but when you actually like get really into art, the best way to learn any art of every discipline of all kind is to just absolutely 100% verbatim copy stuff that you like. So if there are photos that look good to you, something that might be interesting as an experiment is to just like, I'm going to try to take a similar pose in a similar background with like a similar look. And you don't have to post it, but like by process of doing that, 1, your photos aren't going to be exactly the same. So there's going to be stuff that's different. And 2, you're going to find that like, oh, hey, like, I never knew why the artist did like this. Like her knee is always over there. Like, it's really weird. I don't understand it. But then as you go to take the pictures, like, oh, when I do that, I notice this thing happens. When you start to copy other people's art, what you'll notice is that like, you'll start to pick up habits and things that they do. And then you can take that same stuff and like transfer it over to your own work. So if there are like artists that take nudes or stuff that you really like, you should try to like take some like that and copy it and then just have that as a reference. And then you can take stuff you learn from those and then apply it to other pictures.
Yeah. I like that actually. Cause yeah, I love people. I love like Jessica Nagiri and all these other cosplay girls that I just think are so talented in the work they do. For sure. Oh, do you see the one of me as a cow?
Yes.
That's my Doja era.
What does Doja mean again
Oh my
for people in
God.
chat that don't know?
Doja Cat, like the singer, the rapper Doja Cat. Like she has a moo, like, bitch, I'm a cow, bitch. Oh my
Okay.
God, does your audience not know who Doja Cat is?
I'm sure they all know. Okay.
Yeah, Steven, like she's pretty famous right now. Like she's kind of like mainstream.
Okay.
Okay, so there's all these cow ones I'm in love with. Like I just think they're so fun.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly because like I don't know. I think I'm a really simple person. Like I just like boobs. I like butts. I like fun things, and that's basically what I end up posting. Oh. So I noticed I'm much more like Elfie in these ones. I just realized I used a lot of like elf ears at this era of my life. Like blue-haired Brittany's cute.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. These ones are weird to me because they're so like filtered. It's so different.
Oh, geez, you
than what
got
I'm
one with
doing
like this
now.
whole like purple hair wig on and everything.
Oh yeah, I've got all these wigs. I mean, my drawer. I'm a girl. I have tons of that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow, this is interesting. Hold on, I'm learning like new things about myself while I'm watching this.
Okay.
I'm just like, oh, okay. So like, if you keep scrolling, it starts getting into solo play. So just be like really careful about pressing play and sounds and stuff. Trying to think if this is a good one. Oh yeah, this video is kind of cool actually. Do you feel comfortable?
Okay, wait.
What?
I gotta. Okay, hold on. I have to mention something. Okay. Okay, all of this is super subjective. All right. So
Yeah.
everything I say, take this with a grain of salt. All right, but I feel like you edit all these yourself. Yeah.
Obviously,
Okay.
yeah.
I feel like at one point when you were in the editing software, it feels like you learned that you can do like move zooms, and
Yes, I love them. I'm obsessed. No, Steven, listen.
All
to
right,
me.
then, yeah, keep it up.
I am obsessed. Like, there's something about when a zoom happens in a video. I get all like, I just love it so much. I know I use a lot. No, please make fun. Please be critical. Please make fun. Please poke at me.
Okay,
So
I'm looking at the one because there's one with you in this. It's either a Hitachi or a Hitachi knockoff in a bathroom with like red underwear,
Yeah.
and you're just like you're in the middle of doing your thing, but then all of a sudden the camera like, and it's like focused on your nipples, almost like it's like a person's face like coming into frame. That like it feels like it. Like hold on, you have to find this video. I'm sorry, because this feels like an adult. It looks like an adult swimsuit. Okay, tell me that like with the volume off at like 7 seconds, this looks like a really dramatic facial zoom on like a guy that just found out that like his children were killed or something. Like that because your nipples are like the eyes. That's what it looks like when you. But maybe that's just my.
No. I see it. Honestly, without the sound on, this is the funniest thing I've ever seen. Now I'm just being critical of like what everything looks like. And I'm like, oh, this is so yellow. I'm like, I hate, that ending shot though of me bent over backward. I kind of like that one though. You see it the way I see it? God, I wish I could.
Oh, the zoom out. It's a nice shot, but the zooms are an interesting choice.
funny.
Okay. What next? Yeah.
So wait, stay in that area, and then the bottom left of that corner, there's like me in a pink lingerie with black lines and floral, and I'm on top of my literal counter in my bathroom.
Yep.
Okay, so like I had just taken a shower, and I was like, oh, wear some lingerie, and I'll show like me putting together this thing, and then me using this toy for the first time. Oh, by the way, none of this is weird for Melina or anything, right? Like, or for you?
Oh yeah, if she walks in, I've got to shut this off immediately. We're getting huge.
Well, I
trouble.
kind of wish she would have been here to like also get a couple's opinion. That would have been interesting.
Oh sure.
But like, first of all, like, okay, so I really like this video. I'm just trying this toy for the first time. I'm just trying things. I'm being kind of natural.
How are you trying? This is a. Do you know what this is called?
No, it's the clit toys. You know,
Yeah,
the ones
it's
that just like
it's a.
only
This is a womanizer, right? How you're not supposed to use this over your panties. This is supposed to be like sucking on your clit, and you have it like over your.
It literally is. Do you not see that I've pulled it out to the side?
No, no.
30
Oh, okay.
seconds
Hold on.
in,
Well, okay. Maybe I'm not
just
close
to the
enough. My
side.
bad. Hold on. Maybe it happens.
Okay,
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah. Okay. You
30
do. Okay. All right. Got it.
So like it starts off because look, it's the clits are sensitive, so sometimes you want to start over with like panty material, then you want to go maybe full on. But like one of the best toys I've ever used, hands down. Period.
Everybody says so. They're super
It is
recommended. Yeah.
so fucking good. It's almost unfair to any future partner. It's basically unfair. But I really like this video. I think it's pretty. I hate the coloring in my house because I'm renting, but like I'll accept their fucking tan peach walls, whatever it is. It's like I hate this color. But other than the coloring, I actually think the aesthetic is nice. I have a thing about being in spaces in bathrooms. I like bathrooms. I don't know why. But I think
What are
it's
you?
kinda nice.
What are you normally filming on?
A Canon 80D.
Okay. Just curious.
Even my own DSLRs, I don't even know things for it. Like, honestly, I'm not trying to pretend. I'm genuinely I feel like if I was in the 70s, I'd be like that crazy aunt that had a trailer and took all her nudes on Polaroids,
Mhm.
even though, like, I don't know. I feel like I'm behind with everything, but I'm also doing things I like, so I can't decide if I should change or be a better person.
Okay.
Do you want to see me sloppily try to pole dance?
Sure, why not? Is it the one in the white dress? A minute and 6 seconds?
No, it's the 35-second. Oh, no, that one's nothing. The 35-second one is much better attempts.
35 seconds. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, with the white.
God, you love the lighting like right behind you. It just fucks your
It's where
shut up
the
so
window
much.
is.
Yeah, I know,
It
I
is
know.
where the window is. Should I get darker curtains? Is that what you're saying? I should get darker curtains?
Well, you don't have to get darker curtains because natural light actually looks really good. But like whenever you set up a future room, you should do it with like for content in mind. Like make sure that the light source is always opposed from the subject area. So like right now, like in my room, my window is right there because I don't ever want it behind me because I don't want my lights in front to have to fight for. But I could also set a window up to like my left or my right, understanding that lighting conditions will change as the sun goes down. But just having the window behind you is just it makes it so hard to light it well without like everything being kind of weird. But yeah.
Okay.
But nice pole dancing.
No. That's a good point. I'm trying to think. God, I have this like beautiful, huge ass bed. By the way, the other day when you said that a girl looks organized, you said something like things you learned about girls you never knew when you lived with them. We do have period panties. We absolutely have messy rooms. Like I've been thinking about that because like
Wait,
my
did this come from a video of mine or?
Yeah, you said this in a video a
Oh.
while back. I don't remember where, but I was laughing so hard.
Gotcha.
Because
Okay.
I was like, this is so funny. And then I was looking at my own room. I was like, it's true.
Mhm.
Like, there's something about, especially when you're doing photo shoots and like you work out of your room like I do. It's like just like a whole thing. You know what I mean? Your space is always a mess. But I thought that was funny. Okay, hold on. I lost my place. I'm trying to think. I don't know. This is fun for me in general to see like you be comfortable to talk about this, but like what brought you to being so comfortable looking at naked women and being on OnlyFans and like don't you feel threatened but your masculinity feel threatened or something?
All of that is like very internally driven to me. I don't give a fuck about where I don't know where the threat would come from.
I don't know. It's just things I hear boys tell me. Like boys are always like, Brittany, OnlyFans, boys don't respect women in OnlyFans. Like OnlyFans is weird. Why don't you like that though? Would you date a girl who did OnlyFans? What if Melina wanted to do OnlyFans?
Yeah, Melina was kind of getting into that beginning. Yeah, I don't care. We're in an open relationship. Why would I care if she did OnlyFans? No, I guess there could be a difference. Yeah, no, I don't know. I just don't really care. Yeah, it's just not something I think about. I think that a lot of people are very externally driven. I think that's probably like the normal human condition. It's probably good because we're like social creatures, and if everybody didn't care about external validation, we would probably just stop existing because people would stop working together or whatever. But I'm a very internally driven person. I don't really care much about like what the status quo or what the opinions are of other people. Like if I like something, I'll like something. Like I'm not gonna not enjoy something or not do something because I'm worried that it will degrade some status of something that shouldn't even be reliant on external validation. Like, is my masculinity threatened because my partner does something or whatever? Like, I don't think so. It doesn't feel that way to me.
Have you ever been naked, like in public or online?
Not willingly, no.
Not willingly. Did that happen on accident?
I got into a fight. I did some really dumb shit when I was younger, 21, 22. And the girl decided to get back at me. She hacked into my Twitter and she posted really bad pictures of my dick online. So, yeah.
Mean!
Yeah.
That's so rude! I remember back in the day I used to be friends with The Amazing Atheist.
Mm-hmm.
And his girl, like one of the ex-girlfriends, like posted him doing the whole banana thing. I don't know if you remember that scandal.
Nope, but
he just turned himself into a banana split, as you do. And everyone came to me and they're like, Brittany, do you know he's doing this? And I was like,
hold on, wait,
yeah,
I have no idea what I just either had what is turn yourself into a banana split? Am I supposed to know what that means?
He did this whole thing where he like poured chocolate syrup on himself and fucked himself with a banana and like did a whole thing for his girlfriend. And then when they broke up, she got mad at him and posted it online as revenge.
Jesus
It was really
Christ.
sad. This was like 1 billion years ago. Like I was.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like 1 billion years ago when Ariel Scarcella and I were still friends. That's how I like to like keep my time track. I'm like, I was friends with who at the time? That's what I know what era was. But like basically, yeah. And him and I became friends because I made a video about him. He liked it, even though his audience hated it. It's really interesting when I work with male creators. Their audiences like don't like me, but they do, and I think that's interesting because I feel like my audience is the opposite. When I like someone, they're like, I'll give them a chance because I trust you. They trust me. And so I think that's really interesting. Okay, there was a video in here of me doing naked handstands that I think is pretty good. It's only 5 seconds long, really, or 20 seconds, but I think you passed it. I think you would have to scroll up to see it, but there's like a
I
weird...
think I remember seeing it because you were completely naked in it, right?
Yeah, and like I have a thing in hotel rooms where like that's what I do when I'm in hotel rooms. I make like, oh god, oh that was really, that was a great video. I'm like but it's not much. It's like literally falling over. It's not even an attempt at a handstand. But I was trying to get you, let me see, aesthetically speaking, what are some pretty nude videos? I've done so many good ones. It's hard to choose. I like water videos. I have an obsession with being in the bath, like an obsession. Old videos. Hold on. Some of these are like, so you get, oh my God. Wait, do I have my Trump video in here? I did this sexy video of me looking really fine in a Trump mask one year. I've never voted for him. It's only because I thought it was funny. Oh, it's this one right here. How do I get you to know where I'm at? Have you scrolled enough to see me looking like Santa Claus or like Colonel Mustard, whatever his name is, or like the white beard?
Okay, hold on. I'm scrolling. I'm seeing you in a bathrobe. Oh, wait, I'm at the bottom. Oh, yeah, this is the bottom. Tell me, like, about how far down are you?
Almost at the bottom, actually, kind of. It's just a little bit up, like 30% maybe. And there's like, I look different because this is a different era of Brittany. Like these are very old videos. And there's one of green lingerie and long nails, and I'm like holding my body.
I see that.
Can you click on that one? It's 2 minutes long. I love green. The music's like Christmas music, so it's even funnier. Okay, hold out, wait for it. You see it coming, huh?
I mean, beautiful. I see your mouth looks insane because it's a Donald Trump mask, yeah.
Yeah. He's cute though, right?
Very cute, yeah.
Okay, you don't have to watch the whole thing.
Okay.
I have way too much fun laughing at my own videos. Let's see. Oh yeah, wow. Are we already at the end? Should make more videos, I think. Oh, and a lot of them were purchase videos, like videos I sent out. So in the beginning, I sent out a lot of DMs of like full production videos of like full photo shoots and like full happy ending videos, solo videos. Trying to censor myself here for your Twitch. And those were good times. I'm not gonna lie, those were good times. Okay, let me just double check. I want to make sure that we covered everything I want to cover. Oh, those videos are so good. Rip. So many good times.
Have you ever done like beach stuff, I guess? Have you like
gone outside?
Yeah, like if you like video, if you like doing videos, if you're like in water and shit.
No, but I would like to. There's also photos of me doing a wax scene for BDSM. Do you want to see what that looks like?
Sure, why not?
Okay, great. Go to the photos tab, just like you did with the videos tab, and then go to ascending, just like you did with the videos.
Photos, click, ascending, yep.
Just scroll until you see wax photos.
That's all the colored stuff on your body?
Yeah, that's candle wax. It was really nice. Was that something you'd be into?
I mean, like I could endure it, but I don't think I would necessarily enjoy it.
You not like pain at all? Like being like choked?
Not really, no.
Air pulled?
Nope.
Nothing?
No. It actually really triggers me. A lot of girls really like when I have longer hair, but like if I'm going down on somebody, they like pull my hair too much. I'm like, hey, put your fucking hands away, okay? This fucking hurts, okay? To be fair, some people are really good at it and some people are bad at it, right? Like if you're pulling somebody's hair and you're like reaching the end and you're just like yanking it as opposed to kind of like fully. Yeah, there's like different ways to do it so you're not hurting people as much, but
I think I'm pretty good at it. We'll try it out when I see you because I think it'd be really nice.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna volunteer you for that.
Okay.
I think it'd be really nice. All these photos are great. I really like this era of Brittany. I think she did a lot of really cool things and fun things. Yeah, this is all probably like 2020 and a mixture of some older photos. Like some of these are like 7 years old, or 6 years old. They're mixed in there. I don't think there's any.
Do you have any? Okay, wait. Scroll down to where you're in like this. You look like you're a woman in a hair metal band. I don't know the. And it's right underneath the wax photos.
Okay, yeah, in the blue. Oh yeah, okay, I get it. Like
is your
the
window
vlogger...
in front of you to the right?
No, it's to the left. Well, yeah. Okay, so it could be. It's on the side where you see the light coming through.
Yeah,
I can see it.
Do you look at these and do you feel like the lighting is any different? Like look at all the shadowing on like the side of your body. You can see a lot of contrast between like where the light is and where the light's not. I would say that like the lighting in these pictures, even if the background is kind of messy, the lighting is a lot more striking, a bit more dramatic. Like there's like a lot more going on. Like right now, if I this isn't a comment on how you look or on your body, but right now your face is kind of boring because it's like blasted with light. Like when I'm looking at you right now, it's like because there's a light behind you. But like in these pictures,
right now, like this,
it's like it feels like it's blasted at light or overexposed, and because of the light behind you, because of the light in front of you. Whereas like if I'm looking at like just look at the difference between like what I am. Hold on,
is that better?
You're not gonna be able to fix it because of the window behind you.
There's no window behind me. This is a fake wall.
Oh, then it's just the light being reflected from the white curtain, I guess. Because here, I'm gonna hold on. Wait. Look at your Discord right now.
My Discord.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm sending you a picture. Look at the difference, right? So on the left, it's like, right? But then look at it on the right. Look at all of the interest on your face. You can see the shadows from your hair. You've got like it's way darker on one side versus the other. The bottom of your arm, you can see some shadowing versus light on top. It's like like the RTX turned on versus RTX turned off, like graphics card dynamic lighting shit or whatever. So just something to keep in mind. I think the lighting in these pictures looks really good compared to, and then the ones on your bed as well too. Like I think the lighting here where you're on your bed looks really good compared to the other ones where it was like in front of your window.
Okay, so notice too, the linen I have here is all colorful. Do you think that plays a role? Because right now I have a white bedding. I switched it over because I thought white would look better, more clean. Because these photos look chaotic to me, but good, but chaotic.
Sure.
If you go to my most recent photos, like, okay, if we go back to descending instead. Let's see. So scroll. Oh, these look overexposed now in contrast.
Yeah, because you see how bright it is behind you. And now when you look at your skin, it's all like, boom, like one color. Not that that's bad, but it's like boom, you know.
Yeah. Like me in the pink lingerie with the hearts and the flowers in my hands. I like it, but I don't like it. You're right. Like God, I wish I was better at all this stuff. But
this is like so easy. You can change all of this in like one thing. And like once you know what to look for, and I'm really bad at all this too. But like once you know what to look for, like you'll be able to tell like holy shit, like this is like so much different. Yeah, but just random small things.
Now, obviously, I'm a really light makeup wearer. I don't know, like, if that matters to people. I keep putting on my lips because God didn't give me any. But in terms of, like, that kind of stuff, like, I'm not a makeup wearer. Like, I don't own foundation or anything. I just wear, like, a little bit of powder, you know, and some blush or whatever, and then, like, mascara. Like, does that ever matter when you're viewing girls or no? Or erotic stuff like this?
I tend to like people with more natural looks. A lot of guys will say that, but they don't actually mean that. I think that the most aesthetically preferred is usually the girls with like their daily makeup on, kind of. I think that's probably the ones that most people prefer. I really like the way that people look naturally, though. Like a girl like right out of the shower as she's waking up or whatever. But that's for makeup. You have to be very careful what other people say because a lot of guys don't know what women look like without makeup on.
Oh yeah, every time I see a guy be like, "I love natural girls," I'm like, "Bro, she wearing makeup though." Like,
yeah, exactly.
You know that, right?
Or people be like, "I just like it when girls don't have like exaggerated looks, like Pokemon on stream, like wears like a very subtle look." And it's like, no, what? You're actually insane, you know? Like people have no idea what it looks like when somebody has like a fuck ton of makeup on versus just like the normal amount somebody might put on for the day versus no makeup at all, you know?
Like, and I do post on I post a lot of like makeupless photos. I try very hard to just like post everything. So there's like a few energies I don't like from certain sex workers that I see. Like I don't want to steal people's money. My goal is not to get the bag in, I want to stay within my values is what I'm trying to say. So I want to make content that I think is good. I want to make content that I think is worth people's money. And then of course I want to experiment and feel like, hey, out of all the places on the internet, I'm allowed to fucking experiment. It should be on a site that allows me to post whatever I want, right? So I'm trying.
Go ahead, sorry.
Ooh, tell me.
Hold
you
on.
love strong reactions.
This is my favorite picture I've seen so far, easily. I think this is better than almost everything else I've seen so far. Wait, this is...
Tell me which one, please.
Super nice. The contrast for the colors, how dark it is. You're smiling, you're holding, like, on one end it's like a cute hat, and then you look like you have groceries with you almost. It's probably not, but, like, I think this is a really, 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 really good picture. Did you get a friend?
My friend's a photographer, and I went to go visit them where they live, and yeah, they do photo shoots with me every time we go visit. So I think that's funny that that's the one you pulled out, and I think it's kind of sweet that you pulled out one where I'm fully clothed.
Well, it's just because the dress is nice. But this is also still like a sexy one too, right? You see your nipples poking through and everything. So this can be like a sexy one too. You see your leg beneath because of the light coming through in the back. These are really good pictures.
Yeah.
The next one with the hair covering your eyes is really good too, yeah.
I'll let them know. They're going to be so happy. I love shooting with them. Like,
Mm-hmm.
we do really good shoots together. It's always a lot of fun.
Gotcha.
How far did you scroll to get those photos, though?
I'm just scrolling and looking. Jeez. This is what you want me to do.
Good
you know?
for you. Yeah, some of these photos are really good, though. Do you have a preference on genitalia, like what it should look like?
No, I think all kinds are cute. There's like a huge variety of vaginas, right? I think the most aesthetically pleasing one in porn is generally the labia minora don't exist. They're like fully fucking tucked inside, and you just have like the Homer Simpson like slit or whatever. But no, I mean like there's all sorts of different vaginas. I think it's fun.
Did you grow up in a family that was cool with like nudity?
Absolutely not. Holy shit. My mom would let me watch like the goriest, most fucked up shit ever growing up. But oh my God, if a single, like anything even remotely resembling a sex scene came on, she would shut it off. She'd get really mad too. It was a really weird conservative, I think that's a standard American experience. Like I could be watching like some Freddy Krueger movie where like somebody's getting like their ears. There was a scene where he takes a Q-tip and he pushes it all the way through a guy's brain and shit. And like, you can watch this and it'll be fine. But as soon as like a girl is like in a swimsuit or whatever, mom is like, you need to turn this trash off. You need to get this out of my house. Yeah.
Literally my childhood right there.
Mm-hmm.
That is so funny. That is maybe a conservative thing. So like I was watching Braveheart and Tombstone and Maverick and like all of these like, you know, violent films because it was about freedom and love and the patriot and justice. But then anytime like someone kissed, my dad was like, they're not actually married. They shouldn't be kissing. Or like, even though my parents had 10 kids and they know they have sex even currently, come on. But like, it's kind of funny. And even now my parents are not happy about the work I do online, obviously. They're proud that I'm making money. So every time, that's how I have to impress my parents is like how much I make a year because otherwise they don't like my work. And so it is one of those things where I grew up in this like really sex censored home, which is so funny to me because I was allowed to know everything from how women's bodies work to how men's bodies work to how pregnancy worked to how like I was allowed to know how everything worked. I just was not allowed to be exposed to it. And that's of course why I found it anyways, regardless. Like, I mean, I've been watching hentai since I was like basically had a computer. So was I like 12 years old? So, like, it's just like anytime I had access to it, it's the first thing I did. And all I watched was anime as a kid. Primarily in terms of romantic stuff, at least. That's what I was like swooning over. Anime girls and boys. But yeah, I think that's really common in some conservative homes to have to be censored in that way. So I guess I'm curious then. So what led you to being this person today? Like that's quite a
I have
really left your bubble.
Yeah, my family is very much different. Like I said, if you ever meet my family and me, you're not gonna believe we're the same.
I would love to. I think it'd be so fun. Have they like? Do they get to see? Like, are you? So since you're not really active with them, I assume Melina's not very active with them.
Fuck, I moved down here and I haven't even fucking seen them yet. I'm a horrible child. But no, like we've gone out to eat with them before and like hung out. I just haven't had time, I guess, over the past couple months because I've been so busy with everything. But no, like we hang out. Like we still like can hang out and do stuff. It's not, I don't like hate them or anything. The lighting on now I'm kind of wondering more. I think those white bed sheets are just soul destroying because even though you're fighting for light a little bit in the back here and there's not as much interest in like the shadowing, the colors are a lot more interesting here, contrasting with your skin.
Sorry to YouTube, but just show them my butt. Sorry.
It's fine,
it's just my butt.
Is your hair color completely natural? Have you ever messed with your hair at all?
I add a red orange tint to my hair.
Have you? Okay. All of this is hyper subjective, obviously, right? So take everything I say with a grain of salt. Do you think that if you lightened it a little bit, it would look a little bit different compared to now? Or do you hate that concept? And by lightening, I mean it could be like a lighter red color too, not like blonde bleach it the fuck or out or whatever.
So my hair has never been bleached, this hair. I've shaved off my hair multiple times and I'm really trying not to bleach my hair. So I'll ask my hairdresser, I'm flying her out in May for my birthday to like give me a haircut after 3 years. I'm so excited. It's going to look so different. I'm so stoked. And I'll ask her if there's a way to naturally lighten my hair without fucking it up. But I have wanted to have like a lighter reddish color, orange color, but I don't know how to do it without bleaching, and I refuse to bleach this beautiful hair. Yeah, like that hair color.
Yeah, I don't know if you can get there without bleaching or not, though. Yeah, I'm not sure.
We'll see.
I do know that like color dyes for hair have come a really long way in the past like 20 or 30 years, like an unbelievable amount. So
Yeah, I use Arctic Fox. It's a vegan brand. It's really, really good.
Uh-huh.
And you can just like put it in. Why are you laughing? Because it's vegan? Because it's really good
Just-
for you. And
yeah.
it's by a YouTuber.
Okay.
It's like, it's really good. You can get it at Sally's. Hyper recommend. But I just put like the orange tint in my hair every 2 weeks with conditioner. And then I let it sit in there and, you know, I smoke or whatever. And then all of a sudden it's done.
Gotcha.
But I get what you're saying. And I think sometimes my hair is so weird. Like I can't, so to my camera, so I use a webcam to talk to you. That's different than the webcam I use to stream.
Probably. That
webcam,
also might be part of the reason why I say your image looks so much more washed out. It might look better on the camera for.
Yeah, this camera that I'm using for you, I think, is more definitely washed out than what my viewers are seeing. You guys can tell me different in the chat. But yeah, this camera. Let me see. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But I understand. So sometimes my hair, I think my hair looks really dark in your video.
Sure.
It looks much lighter on my webcam online, I feel.
It does look quite a bit better, yeah.
Yeah, but in general, I mean, that's lighting at the end of the day, right? Like I have all these lightings. I don't use anything fancy to edit my photos. Like I don't even know how to use Photoshop because when I tried to learn, it was so intense for my brain. I was like, nope. My brain learns 5 things at the same time tops. So like I'm learning guitar, I'm learning to draw, I'm learning to do all these things right now that I'm like, oh, one of those is not editing photos. And it should be for my job, but I've always told people I'm very bad at my job.
Okay.
I like to just have fun. Like I will forgo money for fun constantly, and I really should stop doing that.
Gotcha.
It's really hard. Even my OnlyFans, I'm like, I mean, I have a top ranking, but it's not a top ranking. Like it sounds good, but it's not that impressive. If you know how OnlyFans works, and it's like, I really should up my game there so I could like make top 1%. You know what I mean? But then you know, I just don't want to sell my soul along the way. I think about you a little bit in that regard, like. It feels like, you know how there's YouTubers and sex workers, you could either like sell out to get the bag, do what it takes, or try to build like a
play League of Legends and go for Diamond 4. Hell yeah. Oh, I know what you mean.
really hate that you don't play an easier game. I'm really competitive and I really want to play against you, but I can't handle StarCraft, so I'm not going to be able to handle League. That's what I keep telling myself. Like StarCraft was so annoying to me, and I've dated so many gamer boys. I like had male friends that are like, Brittany, this is your game. I was like, no. I just like games where I shoot. I like Rust. I thought about joining your Rust server just to like hunt you down for a little while and be amused.
You would get destroyed, but yeah.
I mean, it would be fun. I could figure it out. I always end up being okay. Somehow I lose everything, but I win everything in the end. What do you think that means?
I don't know. That sounds like a fortune cookie, but.
Maybe it is a little bit. Okay, so what do you think makes you... this is very interesting for me, right? Like, not a lot of people have, like, their male collab friends, I don't know what to call you, like, come on their YouTube and collab with them on their OnlyFans. It's, like, really taboo in a lot of circles. I don't even know how your audience is reacting to it. I hope they're having fun. But what do you think makes you and able to do this? Are you so disconnected? Are you such an AI that it doesn't matter to you, Steven? Or is there another reason why you've become comfortable with these things?
I think we've kind of talked about this in the past. There's things that I like, and I want to have inside a way to figure out, like, if I have to evaluate something, I want there to be some internal rubric by which I compare it to figure out if I enjoy doing it or don't enjoy doing it. I never want to think, like, somebody asks me, do you enjoy this thing or do you not enjoy it? And I think, like, okay, well, these are the groups that I belong to. These are the answers I'm expected to give. And so, therefore, this is how I'm supposed to feel about it. That's, like, like what I would hope to avoid that last thing. So, I mean, like, if there's something that sounds fun, then I'll do it. If it doesn't sound fun, I won't do it. But I try not to think of, like, what do other people think about this particular thing? I guess unless it involves somebody else whose reputation I should be worried about. Yeah.
But you answer for other people often. When I ask you questions, you often don't answer your own opinion. You answer like, well, this is what these people would say, and this is what some people would say. And I'm like, yes. We know what other people
Sure.
would
Well,
say.
I mean, it depends on what you, because, like, when you ask me for OnlyFans stuff, right? Like, I'm answering in two ways. I can tell you what I personally think and then what other, because, like, you're not making, this isn't like, if you were just sending me pictures, I would be telling you, like, I like this and this and this and do this and this and that, right? But you're like, this is my OnlyFans, is for public consumption. So obviously the advice that I'm giving or anything that I say is going to be somewhat tailored to, like, what I think most people are thinking about, right? It just depends on the context of the question. Yeah.
Yes, okay, but the question about you and your journey into feeling comfortable with sex, listen to me when I say this. If you asked me this question,
okay,
I would have a whole fucking story for you.
Oh boy.
I could tell you the first moment I realized I could be naked in public, the first moment I felt comfortable wearing shorts. When I ask you the question,
oh, so specifically in regards to sex. Like
and being naked and feeling comfortable looking at women on the internet, like my whole body's out there and you're just looking at it and you're just reacting like a fucking robot. not that you should be acting like turned on, but I mean, I want to feel something when you talk. Tell me a story about what made you comfortable and not threatened to see a woman's OnlyFans or to be this comfortable to be online and doing this? You just explained you came from a conservative background too, so that's interesting.
React harder. I'm not sure. It's just the way that I am. Fuck. I'm sorry. It's a very unsatisfactory answer, but like it's just it's just it is. It's just the way. I don't know. For as long as I can remember, it's just the way that I am. I just don't. Yeah. Fuck. I don't know. What else? What? Okay. I'll give my bottom energy off. Walk me through the conversation, Brittany. Which door do I need to open to? What room are we looking for here?
Okay, hold on. Think about it. Just hold on.
Yeah, you do that. Yeah, go do that. Take your ears out, okay? Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Shut up. Just sit there and wait. Sit there and wait. Oh my gosh.
Oh shit.
Okay. Ow. Ow.
Okay,
Hi. Okay. When was the first time you had sex?
I guess like 16 or 17. 16 or 17, I guess.
Boy or girl?
Girl.
How did it go?
The very first time, like sex, it was just really awkward. I don't think either of us even finished.
That's okay. So like the first time, well, what do you define as sex? So like,
well, like actual like
growing
penis in vagina penetration. Yeah, I don't think either of us. It was just really weird because we had both been kind of like we were both each other's like first, so we both been getting into it, and I had fingered her quite a few times at that point. And I think both of us just didn't understand if I would be able to go inside of her because like fingers are very, very, very small compared to dicks. So I guess we were like, oh, I wonder if this will work, and then it did, and then we stopped, and it was like, yeah, we didn't like know any of the movements or anything. So yeah. Probably somewhat standard or typical of like a first-time teenager, yeah.
Do you have sex again with her?
Yeah, that was my wife. That would have been my wife. We dated for like 3 or 4 years, I think.
I'm sorry, what would have been your wife?
Yeah, she became my wife. Like we started dating when I was 16, and then we dated through.
Skirt. You got married before?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, Steven, I don't know any of your lore.
It's fine. Don't worry. I just have a weird random.
Tell me. So you've been a hot mess your whole life. Tell me everything.
It's just, I think my life's been pretty. It's just been some weird bumps along the way, okay? But it's been fine. It's been fun.
So wait, you married her? She became your wife?
That's what happens when you get married, yeah.
But she's not your baby mama.
No. That was the girl that was after.
So you have a wife, a baby mama, and another wife.
Well, we got divorced in like 2013 or something, so technically.
Yeah. Okay,
I only have one wife right now.
Why did you marry her, the first one?
Financial aid for school.
Did you love her?
Yeah, we did. I think we loved each other, yeah.
Did you plan to be with her for a while?
Yeah, we loved each other when we got married, yeah.
You say that, but don't say that. You can't come on my fucking channel, you and Melina both, with your crazy leftist relationship and be like, we're just dating because we're married because we're dating and we're relaxing. But yeah, I loved her. I want to be with her forever, but I don't care if she leaves me. This is what I'm saying. Where were you coming from? Were you like, this was the girl. I was at a high school. We were going to get married. Or
okay,
like,
I was 19, okay? I was 19, which is how old you had to be to get married. So I was a fucking moron, all right? What do you want me to say? I didn't know anything about anything in the world. I don't even know how I knew how to change my own fucking clothes at 19, okay? You literally have like 2 brain cells. You're not developed. You have no, okay, everything was fucked. What happened was, okay, my mom moved with my little sister, I think when I was like 14 or 15, to go to Florida. And then I moved in with my dad to my grandma's place, which was like an old folks home for her fucking senior citizen apartment complex, okay? When I was 15 or 16, I think, my dad moved to my mom in Florida. So I stayed in the senior citizen apartment complex with my grandma, and I lived there. Yeah. When I was 17, 18, I worked at school. And then when I was 18, I got a job at McDonald's. And eventually I got a car, and eventually we moved out. And then me and my wife lived in an apartment complex, and I went to school for my first year. I qualified for a bunch of financial aid from Hispanic shit. What?
You see these hands? Do you know what these hands means? They mean
okay, pause. Go. Okay, I didn't know. Okay.
Okay, hold on. So you got married
Well, we
proposed?
haven't gotten married yet. Okay.
You just said you and your wife moved into the thing.
Well, my girlfriend, my high school girlfriend.
Okay, at the time. Got it.
At the time, me and my high school girlfriend moved out, went to year 1 of school, qualified for a lot of there was a lot of first year financial aid for Hispanic people, I guess, and I qualified for that. Hooray. Second year, costs were going to be expensive. And so when I went to fill out something called, did you ever have to fill out a FAFSA? Okay, so what I found out was on the FAFSA, you are considered a financial dependent of your parents until you're 25. It doesn't matter if they pay for anything or whatever. So I was like, okay, well, I'm fucked because my parents don't help me with anything. And so what do you do? And one way is to get declared an independent or not dependent on your parents is to get married. So we were like, hey, we should get married. We both get more financial aid. Sounds good. So then we got married. We had a conversation about it, a frank conversation. We got married. I don't know if either of us were like the marrying type. Maybe, maybe not. But we loved each other. We thought we were going to be together for a while longer. I mean, we'd been dating for like 2 or 3 years and everything was going well. We had an apartment together. We were both going to college together. And then we got married. And then, yeah.
What changed?
I did school full-time as a music major, which sucks because there's so much class time. And then I was working like about 60 hours a week at a graveyard shift at a restaurant. So basically I would go to class from I would start work at 10 o'clock. That's usually when my shift started. If my cunt manager didn't fucking call me in early, in the middle of me sleeping. My shift would start at 10 o'clock, and then I would be done at 6. So I would drive home, and then from 7 to 9:30, I'd sleep. At 10 o'clock, I'd have a class. Then I might do a nap from 11 to 1. Then I might have 2 classes in the afternoon. And then I would come home, and then I'd sleep from 4 to 9, and then I'd wake up and I'd go to work. And I did this for months and months. The problem is that every waking moment of my life was either spent working, sleeping, or in class. So I had no time for my wife. She started to have problems. I don't really even to this day know what they are because we just didn't talk that much because I was so busy. And she things got weird for her. She didn't know she wanted to do school. She started smoking cigarettes, and doing other stuff. And and then things kind of basically just disintegrated because I think I was working and doing school too much.
So that ended.
Yeah.
Was it an issue in the divorce?
No, it's not like we didn't have any money. So we broke up. I think I got legally divorced a couple years later because she had to fill out the paperwork for something, but yeah.
It's a pain. So that ended.
Mm-hmm.
Your time in school ended because you dropped out, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have a baby mama.
Later
Is that
on,
a one-night stand?
No. That was another relationship that was we were together for 3 years, and then we yo-yoed at the end. And then she got pregnant, yeah.
Okay, and you guys decided to keep the baby. Was that for any particular reason?
Yeah, I was super morally opposed to abortion.
Okay. Would you have done something different if now you had gotten someone pregnant? You know, common women who don't make as much money as you. But...
True. That's kind of a weird question to ask. I love my son. I like my child as soon as he was born. That was super fun. So it's if you could have gone back and never had them exist. I mean, from a life perspective, obviously my life would have probably been a lot easier in a lot of different ways, but I mean, it is what it is, and I'm happy now, so.
Okay. So, so first relationship, school, baby mama, Melina, could stay with her, could not stay with her. Do you ever finish anything?
I mean, I'll die one day. What do you mean? I've been streaming for 12 years, okay? I'm one of the longest streamers on the internet. Arguably the longest streamer doing it full-time as a job. I think I was the very first one to quit his job and do streaming full-time for work. So, yeah, I'm doing that right now.
It's amazing.
Yeah,
that's
it is.
Pretty cool.
It was amazing, yeah. And I've beaten a lot of video games, too, okay? So I finished those as well.
You doing okay?
I'm doing great.
Am I being rude?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. So, I guess what I'm curious about is... I can't decide if life happens to you or if you happen to life, but it feels like your life pulls you forward. What would you say to that?
You in the general sense, or you me personally?
You, Steven.
I mean, I think that there are things that happen, and then I think you choose how you respond to those things, and then, yeah, I mean, life is always moving in a certain direction, but I mean, you're there participating in it the whole time. It's not like things happen to me on accident, right?
Maybe. You and Melina both said something very interesting to me. She said it clearly, you're saying it a roundabout way, in my opinion, which is
She probably got it from me, but okay, go ahead.
basically that like you're independent, you know what you're doing, but you like people showing you things, like pulling you in a direction.
Yeah.
Like if I came out and hung out with you in Florida, what do you imagine we'd do?
We would have to talk about it a lot first. Otherwise, I would just stay home and play video games all day. So I don't know. It would depend on what you're interested in.
Do you want to meet me in person?
Yeah, I think it'd be fun.
And you want to have a conversation with me?
I mean, I would hope at the very least we're talking, right? Unless we're meeting in some secret BDSM dungeon where we all have our fucking mouths taped shut, right? Maybe that's how you meet people the first time. I don't know.
Sure, but your sentence before that was like, well, if we don't plan anything, I'll probably just play video games. But how does that work?
I think that if I'm doing something with another person, it's good to have an itinerary, because if I'm left to autopilot, I will almost always autopilot to work. I'll start reading articles about Ukraine and Russia. I'll be checking Twitter or like subreddits, or I'll be streaming. Like that's like what my mind will always gravitate towards. But if you're here and we have like stuff to do and it's like, oh, like I really want to go to the beach, or don't say a fucking museum, or just like any other like actual like schedule. Oh, like we should eat at this particular restaurant or just do this particular thing. It's like, yeah, then that sounds like it would be fun, sure. But I gravitate really heavily towards work if I'm not thinking about doing something else. I feel like in your mind right now, I think your interpretation, I understand too, because you're a woman, it happens. It's like, oh my God, that must mean that he's super not interested in doing anything, because otherwise he would gravitate towards those things, right? Which is a problem Melina has a lot as well. But I don't know, that's just how my brain works. I just have to make sure that I have things.
I think what I'm hearing from you is not that I think, oh, he's not going to do those things. I just think like, he'll do those things if I want to do those things.
Yeah. But that's fun for me. Like,
okay, so
if I was left, let's say that
I
I got $1 billion donation from today, okay? Putin watches my stream, decides I'm correct, donates $1 billion to me, pulls out of Ukraine, he's like, go have fun. And then everybody in my life were to leave me. I would probably sit in my room and I would stream and play video games and love it for the rest of my life. And that's what I would do, and I would be happy. But if somebody was like, hey, there are active hot springs and volcanoes in Iceland, we should go and check those out, and I really like the person, I was like, actually, yeah, that sounds cool. So we'll go, we'll do it, and I'll have a fun time, and I'll like the memories, and I'll come back and I'll keep streaming or whatever. But like, as long as I enjoy the company of the person and what they want to do isn't like totally boring to me, then yeah, I'll do it. But it's just hard. I think this is very atypical for most people, because it seems very hard to convince people of this, because I think in the other person's mind, they're always thinking like, oh, wow, like he doesn't even want to be here. He's just doing it because I'm making him do it, blah, blah, blah. But genuinely, like some of the most fun I've had in my life is usually being kind of like dragged along by other people. I'm not like being dragged along, but like to doing things or to like go on adventures. Like me and Melina went to Aruba and we did a ton of like really fun things that I would never, ever do on my own. I'm not going to go rent a fucking ATV and drive around in the fucking desert, or like go snorkeling or crawling on like crazy rock formations. Like I'm never going to do that stuff on my own. But if she wants to do it, yeah, I'll go with her and do it. And I'll have a lot of fun doing it. That's just the kind of person I am, I guess. Yeah.
Great.
Okay.
I think that's wonderful. I don't think anything you said was wrong.
Oh boy.
I don't think it disagrees with my original statement that you guys let life happen to you rather than like you happening to life. So I mean, I guess it just depends on what the context of what that means. Like, life can happen to you in that some people can drag you off to do things, but there are going to be times in life where you have to make like important decisions about like how to move forward with something, whether it's like a friendship, a relationship, a business decision, like, and you can't let that happen to you. You have to make those decisions. So I guess in some ways, like, yeah, life happens to me, but then in other ways, you kind of have to like make choices and pick your own destiny. But yeah. Yeah, totally. I look, nothing you're saying is wrong. I'm not trying to disagree with you. I know that's like where you get your fuel from, but I don't want to debate you on your choices.
Okay.
I just want to ask you if you genuinely, I just feel like I'm hearing two different messages from you. In one way, you and Melina are getting on stream and saying things like, no one's as interesting, everyone's boring, where's the good conversation? It starts with you. So where's the good conversation, right? Like you let others pull you around. You kind of would just spend your life doing stream all day. Stream is a bubble. Your bubble is your stream bubble, your audience. Like I've been watching you stream lately, which is something I don't normally watch as streamers. And I've been watching you stream. And one of the things I've noticed is like, it's really nice as background noise. Holy shit. When I was editing, it was so nice to have you in the background. And it was nice to hear you come in and out. It's nice to have you living. But like, if you're spending 10 hours of your day there, you're not spending 10 hours of your days in other bubbles or exploring different things. So of course the conversations are going to get stale and boring. You're talking to the same group of people every day.
True.
Right? So like you're not going to develop or change or grow if you're not engaging. And if you only engage when other people move you to engage, then maybe your deepest desire is not to be more introspective or to know more about the world. Maybe you are just happy. Maybe you found it. Maybe you won the game of life.
Maybe. I think that the situation that I'm in allows me to intersect with a lot of interesting people. I think maybe the idea is I want to let life happen to me, but I want to put myself in areas where the best kinds of life will happen to me. So like here, this might be an example, right? So I'm not going to seek out interesting people to talk to, or I don't usually do that. But by virtue of what I do, it's almost inconceivable to think that I won't intersect with their paths at some point. So because they talk about politics or current events, like I get emails from a lot of really interesting people that will tell me things, and then sometimes I'll talk to these people, and then like from there, like stuff kind of will organically grow. But I think it's just a matter of being situated in the right spot at the right time, or I guess the right time is all the time because that's all I'm doing. But like being in that spot and then just being receptive to that when it comes around, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Mm-hmm. There's another streamer guy that I used to know. I don't know if you know anything about him. His name was Wreckful. He was very much obsessed with trying to find that interest. I think that might have been an interesting conversation to have, because there is a huge contrast between how I found it versus how he was searching for it, because he was like desperately searching for other people, other places, other things that were interesting. Like he would talk about like, I want to go to Amsterdam and I just want to sit outside in like some of the bars and talk to strangers, and he was constantly looking for that type of engagement, but it seemed like he didn't have much success finding it. But it would have been an interesting conversation, I guess, to hear how he was constantly digging for that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I don't know much about him, just very little what I saw with Mr. Girl's video, but I will say, so I don't know him, and I know he has a long history, and I know a lot of people like him, and I know that he died. So I know that it's very sensitive for people, but I find that people like him, when I meet people like him, I put him automatically in a category of like needy in all the wrong ways. So going to that thing of like, I felt like he was seeking something outside of himself, but he needed to find it in himself. Like you have it so strongly in yourself, Steven. Like you are so strongly you, and you are so good in that regard. But one of the things that I see from you, and I think other people see from you, but maybe it's just how your brain is that you, like, I just genuinely, like there's like, it is like a very, even when you're angry, I don't even believe you're angry.
Only when I'm losing in League of Legends.
Even then, I think you like it. Like, I think it keeps you going. I think it's like edging for you almost.
No,
like,
it is fun. I do like thrive off of like the negativity for whatever reason. Like if I'm really mad at it, it's enough to like drive me forward a lot. Yeah, I don't know why, but.
So what Wreckful has in his aggressive neediness, you have like almost nothing of.
Yeah,
like,
there was a big contrast there, because his issue was loneliness, whereas I don't ever really feel lonely because I've always got something else I can work on. Whereas for him, the loneliness was like suicide-inducing. Like he couldn't handle that.
Totally. So what do you do when you're, because I'm in the same state now where like now I'm not lonely anymore. I'm like chilling and doing my everyday best life. It's very different than lonely Brittany. So I got past that. You're past that. I think you're finding yourself. But I have a feeling if like, I just want to ask you point blank. Are you so content with your life that honestly you're good where you are? There's like no reason to really change it.
There's like different levels that question can exist at. So the two big things that I would like to do for like immediate like hedonistic self-improvement, like at the most basic level, I guess, is one is the gym stuff that I've been really big on for the past, I guess, like 7 months now. So that's
when are you gonna show us your abs? When are you gonna like stand up and like pull up your shirt?
Okay, first of all, building abs is a different thing than what I'm doing right now.
Let me see your arms. Flex. Let's go.
Stop. Hold on. Let's go to the gym and lift, okay? Listen.
Let's go.
We're talking about lean, okay? We don't care about that, okay? I am doing a gym stream in a week and a half, though, okay? We'll do that.
Okay.
Okay, number one. Number two, it would be nice to get good at that fucking guitar that I bought, but I don't have time for it right now. I haven't thought if I want to trim an hour off stream or something, but those are like the two areas of my life that I want to push forward a little bit more. I've always wanted to learn how to play guitar. I bought it. I just haven't like been practicing it.
Yeah.
And then doing the gym stuff has been a big part of my off-stream life now. In terms of like on-stream stuff, I kind of like... I go back and forth. I'm not sure. That's a whole other thing, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah, never mind. That's like a whole different thing.
Are you tired right now?
No, not at all. You
Are you good energy-wise? Like you're good, you have spoons?
I'm always good energy-wise, okay? If I, like, you can't wear me out, okay? You're delusional. You think so.
I don't know, you're sighing a lot, so I can't tell. Like, maybe I'm autistic. I just can't tell with all your sighing, like, what that means.
Okay, there's
like,
been a huge issue with politically related stuff that disparages the fuck out of me from moving forward into it, and then I don't want to play games more or how I want to engage with political content. The problem is that, like, nobody online engages with political content in a very intelligent way, and it's the most retarded shit in the entire world.
Except for you.
Everybody, almost, yeah, unironically, yeah.
You were gonna own it. You're just gonna say,
yeah,
I'm
I'll say it. I will say it. But there's a reason why all the other big people are afraid to talk to me. Okay, there's a reason. These people consistently say the most stupid fucking shit constantly. Like the largest creators will make bad take after bad take. I'll bet money with them on it, and I'll win. I'll make predictions on it. I'll be correct. Like these people are beyond fucking stupid. But it's like the norm. But it's not necessarily their fault. It's because audiences engage with politics in like in an entertainment type way. Like when there's this Always Sunny in Philadelphia clip where. Oh God, what's the name of the most sociopath, Dennis, where he's talking to this like millennial Zoomer girl and he's like, I figured out like how to get them to like me. And all he does is he repeats the same thing back to her over and over again. And then she fucks him. Yeah. And that's like what online politics has become, where people just want to hear you like kind of reaffirm your own viewpoint in the most hilarious Chad-like way possible. And then you kind of move on. And that type of engagement is just absolutely cancerous to me. And when I see people do it, and then I see people get rewarded for it, and then I see audiences like thrive in it, it absolutely blows my mind, and it's a little bit like upsetting, and then it makes me wonder, like, I don't even know like how much of this I want to engage in. Like it's just difficult to be, yeah.
So do you believe that the people, like, do you think Vosh is in any way genuine with his ideas and views?
Not much.
What does it mean that not much? Like, what do you think he's doing?
I think that he's more genuine than most, but I think a lot of it is still performative for the sake of having an audience and for the sake of situating himself in the correct place socially. I think that there's still a good degree of that performativity, but not even close to as bad as like Hassan.
Okay, so do you think Hassan and Vosh are individuals who have been losers their whole life, unattractive standardly speaking, who found a niche online to be the hot guys again, or to be at least attractive to their audience, to thrive in an environment where they're being seen, allegedly?
Not even. I think Hassan's story is the exact opposite of that. Hassan has always been the Chad at like every arena of his life. He's always had it made like at every point, and then he's just...
I'm sorry, my man used to be a fatty, yo.
That is bullshit, okay? He says that, but I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true.
In my circles, I've seen Hassan's fat photos. That's fat in my circles.
They might be kind of chubby as like a fucking kid, okay? But this guy went to like private schools. There's pictures of him like on suits, like riding horses and shit. Like I think this guy's always been doing like pretty, like, yeah, he was probably like a decently chubby kid when he was like fucking 14 or whatever. But for the most part, like, because you can even tell, even when listening to him tell his own life story, it goes from, yeah, I was like a huge nerd in high school drawing pictures of Dota champs, and then in college I became a club promoter. Like, wait, what? What changed in like 1 or 2 years? I think that
things changed.
That's a pretty dramatic change. I'm not sure about that one.
Okay, so here's my thing though, because
Mhm.
when I see Vosh as an example, I see him as like, Cat Black said it perfect, and I love Cat. Cat and I are cool, so like I ain't gonna talk shit right now. Like Cat said, like, oh yeah, that one time I flirted with Vosh was like when he realized I had a weakness for white men and beards. I was like, yeah, I got that weakness too, Steven. I got that weakness too. Like I gotta think for it.
I don't
you know
consider
what I'm
myself
saying?
white. I consider myself Hispanic, but go ahead.
Yeah, same thing. Hispanic and beards,
Yeah,
men and
okay,
beards,
yeah.
anything in beards, women and beards.
Beards
I
are
like
just makeup for guys, so yeah, okay.
I love beards so much. So like, never shave it off. I will just make Marlena divorce you on that alone. But listen, I feel like Vosh is like finding his, like, you notice how he embraced sort of like the LGBT trans part of the queer leftist movement. Like he purposely, but he's like not, and then he's like being like feminine and like holding a flag around him and like trying to dress the way he thinks cis men want to be seen by leftist girls or non-binary people.
Maybe a little.
So exhausting. Okay, what I'm saying is like you're all in bubbles. Like you must know you are in another bubble related to their bubbles. Like you yes, say it out loud. I need you to acknowledge it.
I don't even know what you mean when you say that, but sure, I'm in a bubble related to the bubbles. Yeah.
Like, okay.
We're all in the bubbles.
I am not convinced you know what you want, and like you said it before, so I don't. You don't have to.
I'm not fully convinced I know what I want. I don't pretend to say as much.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't know what you want. I'm stating it right now. You have a hot wife at home every day that like wants to have sex with you more, and you're not having sex.
Hey.
I'm gonna come over here and have sex with her for you. Like I'm like
Okay.
literally looking at your life. Like Steven, talk to me. So listen, you have a hot wife at home.
Uh-huh.
You guys like you have this like dilemma you're jumping through. You know, in terms of like not being on video and being on video games. Like you wanted to be Hassan, but he won't talk to you. Like you want to be, but you also want to be yourself. Like you're being pulled. And like I want to know that you're being pulled in a lot of directions, and I want to know what Steven wants.
Well,
I'm not typing to you.
I mean, I don't know. That's a big question. I need more time to think about that. There's a lot of different ways you can go with that question. Right now, I just want to be Diamond 4 in League of Legends, okay?
So you're a top 1%er in League of Legends?
Not right now. I think I'm a top 2 or 3%er.
Okay, I looked up the stats of like what it means to be diamond or whatever,
Yeah.
platinum or whatever these things are called. I don't even know. And like that is interesting to me. So like I get it. I get that everything
Top
you want
4%er.
right now.
Jesus.
Top
Horrible.
4% sad. Super sad for you.
Okay, go ahead.
Like this is for you. You do League for you. There's no like girl to fuck or impress. There's no boys you want to fucking impress. Like you just like League because you like League.
Mm-hmm.
You want to do League. You want to do it, so you put time and effort into it.
Yeah.
You love it.
Yeah.
So,
Don't tell
and you
Melina,
spend
but
most
yeah.
of your
I also like
I
doing
don't
politics
know.
too. There is a world where politics is a lot of fun. Maybe my debate tonight will be fun. I hate saying this, and I actually hate myself for saying this. And maybe, you know what? Maybe the pictures are true. I think I have more respect for Nick Fuentes than I do than anybody else on the left online right now. I think that he's probably more intelligent than most of them. I think he puts in more work than most of them. And I think that he lives like what he wants to do more than most of them. He's got his entire fucking Groyper movement. He just did a whole fucking conference speaking about like his shit or whatever. And then meanwhile, like Hassan with like half the internet, you know, on their knees in front of him, you know, like donates $10 per death in fucking Elden Ring. Like people like Nick Fuentes, I think, are way more respectable. Or even fucking, or it's all conservatives. Even fucking Lauren Southern, who will, you know, spend like months filming these arguably xenophobic or racist documentaries, okay, where she's in fucking South Africa or whatever, but at least it's like, okay, cool, you did like an hour and a half film on some shit that like you super believe in, you do that. You know what, I respect that. That's a lot. But like these people that I wonder if they only exist on the conservative side, they're super far and few between. And then like everybody else on the internet that does politics is just like fucking trash. They don't know anything about what they talk about. They don't care that much about the issues. They hop from popular issue to popular issue. They're all there to like woke scold and grandstand. Like it's just a really boring area to be in. It's so fucking boring. So yeah, I don't know. Like there is like a future where politics is really interesting, where it's filled with a bunch of people that are really passionate about the topics, that are like trying to do things in the real world because it's super fun for them. But the vast majority of the engagement online is not like that. It's super cancerous. Yeah.
I find that to be true in some ways. In other ways, I can't help but view them all within the scope of their own understanding of themselves, right?
Uh-huh.
So I remember being there. Like, don't you remember being there when you were like canvassing or whatever, or like going around getting people's signatures to vote? It's like you do everything, you believe in it, you're sitting there, you believe it, it's being reinforced by your viewers and your money, and like you feel important. So they keep it up, whether it's a grift or not a grift.
I mean, I wouldn't care if people felt important doing things that were important. Like, if people felt important canvassing and stuff, that would be fine. But instead, it's just
you must
whatever.
know that Vosh and Hassan feel important.
Yeah, they probably do, yeah. I don't, just for
They're
the record
getting-
also, I don't like when you group Vosh and Hassan together. I think they function in pretty different ways. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure
Yes.
they both feel important, yeah.
Yeah,
Of course,
yes.
yeah.
And by the way, like everyone on the left is so interesting. Like Contra getting involved between Kat and Vosh is so funny, and I'm sitting here like, it's the problem too, because I've talked to a few of these people, or like these people know my content, or I watch them, so it's like it's awkward too because we all kind of know each other, but we don't.
Mhm.
The YouTube is weird. That's something that YouTubers might not talk about, but I'll just talk to you about it. Maybe you'll talk to me about it.
Mhm.
How many YouTubers, like I know so many people that we know each other, we know our content, but like they won't talk to you. Like if you reach out, you're like, hey, I saw you liked my video, or you commented, why don't we talk? And they're like, and they just like don't answer you, or sometimes they won't do it. It's like they want a chance to say their shit, but never be like in a conversation situation. That's why I like you. Like you're weird. Like I don't know why you keep talking to me. I mean, other than I'm fabulous, but like, I mean, that aside, it's kind of interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we probably have a different perspective on that. Obviously, like I'm more understanding when people won't talk to me because I have such like an inflammatory past. I don't think that I'm more willing to accept the lack of association Like I've talked to ContraPoints in the past, but I understand that if we talk more, like if she gets that association, it's kind of toxic for her brand. So, yeah, but I do wish that people would be more willing to have conversations about the topics that they make videos on and have like a little bit more pushback or challenge on what they're talking about. Something that I mentioned with a lot of the video essayists is like when I have if I'm having a conversation about a topic that I feel confident in, if I were to make a 10-minute video on that topic, I would be able to make like a 10-hour video on it. Like I'm only going to show you the parts that are the most relevant and most important, but like if you want to push me on anything, we can go back and talk about a lot of the more foundational stuff or why I believe these things or what leads up to this. Whereas it feels like when somebody makes a 10-minute video about something, they are literally putting out every single fucking fact they know about this particular thing. And then if you were to ask them any question about anything, they fall apart. And you've seen like the rise and arguably the fall of like the video essayists on like YouTube. This is basically what happens. They make these huge loaded videos about particular topics, but then anytime they jump in a conversation about it, they don't know anything about what they're talking about. It's like, damn, dude, like really? Like you made a whole video on this and you don't know this basic thing or you don't know that basic fact?
Hold on. Yeah, what's up? Hold on. What? No, you are not. No, you are not. Listen to me right now. No, you are not. Because you can't just bring a living thing into my house. Absolutely not, sir. How am I gonna know? I'm gonna know. No, we already have 2 animals in this house. We're not taking a third, and I already have you in my house. No, this is not a shelter. What? No, I don't care if you said it's okay. I didn't say it's okay, and you have to get both of our permissions. No. Fuck you too. Love you.
What happened? Who was that? Oh my god.
My youngest brother decided he's like I'm gonna get a cat on Monday. I'm like, I'm sorry, bitch. What?
What the fuck?
My family is like, we've been together all of our lives, and so we just forget that you can't just bring animals into places. We grew up on a 5 acres, and like my parents, we just always had animals and shit, and we had llamas and pigs and horses. It was a mess. We weren't even farmers. We were just city people who liked animals. And like now we have a husky and a cat in this house. It's a 1,700 square foot house. It's big, but I don't need a third cat with a third litter box and all of our allergies.
Damn. Do you does the husky, does he bark a lot or howl a lot when he hears things?
We call him Roo-Roos because he Roo-Roos all day. He's so sweet. His name is Nimbus Kakarot. Nimbus Kakarot. He's so beautiful. I love him so much. He's a sweet bean. He's my brother's dog, and then Indiana Jones is my cat.
Jesus.
And
is that like a Dragon Ball Z name or what?
Nimbus Kakarot, yeah.
Okay.
Nimbus is his cloud, and Kakarot's Goku.
Okay.
Yeah. He's obsessed. My brother knows basically everything that Toriyama ever did, everything about Dragon Ball Z you could ever need to know. It's like, I have 8 brothers, I think.
Wait, your younger brother knows?
No, the youngest brother knows about, like, Berserk is his favorite anime, or, like, we just switched to, we're watching Jujutsu Kaisen today. 6:45, baby, 6:45, let's go. I'm so excited. Oh, my God. You're not much of an anime guy, though, are you?
Kind of. I just don't have much time. But I do
because you're doing what?
Oh, well, right now I got Vampire Slayer going. I got a debate with Nick Fuentes tonight. You know, I got stuff going on. Yeah. I try to make more time. I'm watching Attack on Titan, okay? I'm keeping up with that, all right? What a mistake.
Nice. Okay, good. I'm 2 episodes behind, but I'm keeping up. I'm so excited to finish it.
Oh, my God. You haven't even gotten to the part where Mikasa and everybody... I don't know. I'm making it all up. Sorry.
Casa Tsukasa?
Yeah, good one.
Anyways, okay. So what I'm hearing, just to summarize where we were at so far, and by the way, let me know if you have to... I don't know what you have to do with your life, but I'm keeping myself on a timer, so let me know if you're on a timer.
Okay.
So basically what I'm hearing is that you... have no right to complain about your life because you refuse to do anything about it unless someone comes into your life and fixes it for you. You don't have time to watch anime or have sex with your wife because you're busy playing League, which I'm here for. You love the life you've built. It's almost like you're single Steven living a single life, but you're married Steven living a somewhat married life. You date like roommates. It's weird. I don't like it, but I don't hate it. I don't think it's wrong. I don't think it's ethically wrong.
Everything sounds base so far, yeah?
No. It's not moral. It's off base.
It sounds based. It sounds sick as fuck.
Oh, based. I thought so. Okay. So, like, I was like, excuse me? So, what I'm trying to figure out is, like, I feel like you're living 2-3 lives at once. And I don't know if you know that.
I'm figuring it out slowly, piece by piece.
Good. That's the only way to do it.
I'm in a transitionary period right now, okay?
Speaking of which, somebody did ask me to ask you. They were very moved by your non-binary identity last stream.
Oh, cute.
Yeah. What's that like?
I don't think about it much. Honest to God, like gender, sex identity, I have never been that important to me. I think this sounds mean, but I think it's kind of cringe when people have like a lot baked into their gender, sex identity. I don't care. But hey, it is what it is. That's how us NBs feel. What? Problem?
No.
Good.
No.
What? Tell us why you make the cringe face. Okay, your bubble is leaking.
I'm thinking a lot of thoughts.
Well, why don't you share some of them with us? So I'm not talking the entire time. Go ahead, Brittany. What are some of the thoughts in your mind about my answer right there? How do you feel?
No.
The
I
fact
talk
that-
so much. Everybody hates it. I always talk way too much. You entertain us. Give us a wise thought. Give us something you're thinking about. Maybe I'll share.
Well, you have to at least share what you just thought there, okay? What, do you think that gender identity should be a more important part of my personality or people's personality in general? Or do you think it is a really big part of my personality and I just don't acknowledge it because I don't see it? Or what? Go.
Do you want me to say it? I need to know. Do you want me to say like Auntie Brittany or Mama Simon?
Hold on. Let me see if I can, hold on. I'm just seeing if I can dig like about 75 seconds into the future and guess what you're going to say. Can I try it?
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm just going to take a shot in the dark based on what you just said there. Steven, your masculinity is actually a really important part of you and a really important part of your identity. I just don't think you recognize it or realize it because you don't think about it much or because you don't have enough other people that you talk to about it or compare yourself to. But it's really silly of you to say that it's not an important part of your identity and I think you should embrace it more or something. I don't know. That's a guess. Am I close? What?
Well, that's maybe. And then Auntie Brittany might say it in a different way. That's a nice way of saying it. What's like a harsher way of saying it?
What's a harsher way of saying it?
I'll just do it. Are you ready?
Oh, damn. Yeah. Fuck
Okay,
my bubble up, okay? Yeah.
No. It's not even fucking your bubble up. I just want you
Oh,
to
wait. Can I think of
recognize-
a... Oh, no, never mind. Go ahead. Go.
Go ahead.
No, I'm not. Well, no, because now I'm just trying to think of, like, what are the meanest things I could say? But so go ahead.
Oh, can you? Do you know?
Look
at your life.
The
If you
meanest
were
things
talking
might
to
be
you-
that, like, if I'm trying to think of... I'm putting my Haas cap on now. Steven, the reason why you might feel non-binary sometimes is because you don't have as much masculinity as you think or wish you would. You're actually quite feminine, but you're too scared to accept that you're such a feminine bitch that instead you call yourself non-binary as you like grasp into the last vestiges of your manliness and pretend that you're non-binary when in reality you should actually just identify as like femme. That's like the meanest thing you say. Okay,
That's a boy who doesn't believe. Like, no.
Yeah, okay, go for it. Hit me.
All these
Okay.
things are important. So basically, here's what I'm actually hearing. If I'm being honest.
Okay, yeah, go for it. Be honest,
seeing
please.
a man. I'm seeing a man in front of me who wants better, more stimulating conversation, but can't even explore his own inner workings of gender or whatever that means. Who the fuck cares? I think it's a spiritual thing. I think it's metaphysical.
Absolutely.
I think like non-binariness and everything else is like it's just about the individual experiencing their own like gender energy, whatever that means. But like we men and women, boo boo, like okay, like look, this is what's happening between us. Like we're dude, you know what I mean?
Oh, so
but
if you were a guy, this couldn't be happening, or if I was a girl, this could... I thought you said you dated women. No.
No. Women and men are different, and then every category of men and women is different. I wouldn't talk to Vosh the way I'm talking to you. I wouldn't talk to Mr. Girl the way I'm talking to you. I talk to Steven exactly how I want to talk to specifically you.
Okay, wait,
People
but isn't
notice
this reinforcing what I said earlier that the gender part is not as relevant as the other personality traits?
Yes, so it's not. So look at the layer of it, though.
Okay.
The gender has nothing to do with how people are perceiving you or how you're necessarily interworking, like you're having your interaction with the world, but it does. Listen, if you sit there as a Steven and you go, fuck the world, fuck everyone around me, who am I? What is my core self? Separate from the world telling me I'm a man, separate from the world telling me I'm a gamer, separate from like the world giving me a term for what I am doing with my life, like who I am, like who are you? And that takes introspection. It takes time to figure that out. You can't just like wake up and go, I guess I'm this person, unless you live in a bubble and you're content with the script you've been given and you're good. Which is fine. There's no like issue with that. You keep telling me that you want more. So if you want more, you have to produce more.
Gotcha.
No, you don't. See, you're saying that, and that's what
I
I'm
totally
saying.
get. I totally understand what you're saying.
don't.
I do. I get it
You don't.
100%. I totally got you. I totally understand.
You don't.
I
Then
do.
tell me what I just fucking said. Tell me what I fucking said.
Okay, sure. So what you're telling me is that I have the wherewithal or the introspection to understand that there are some things in life that I would like that I'm not getting. I've seen them at points in my time as they've come by me passively, but I haven't actively pursued them. But there are some things that I would like to get, but I haven't gone out and gotten them. But while simultaneously expressing this point of view, I'm paradoxically immobile in my own life. I'm not moving towards any of those things. I'm not doing anything to build towards that. But instead, I've kind of like played it pretty safe. I'm doing the things that I like. I'm being relatively passive. I'm letting everything happen to me. If interesting people happen to drift into my life, I'll interact with them a little bit, but not pursue it too much. And then and I'm kind of living life that way. So I shouldn't complain about my lack of access to interesting things, people, places, or events if I'm not willing to build on something in my life to actually go out and actively pursue it. Right?
And the finishing point?
I have huge bottom energy while pretending to be a top masculine femme present. I don't know. What?
No. Listen, you choke someone right, you're automatically the top in the game, right? That's like, that was last week's stream.
Gotcha.
It's time now. So now, do you recognize... Okay.
Go ahead, Brittany. Yeah.
Okay, this is going to be... Don't be mad at me and don't stop being my friend, okay?
Oh my God. You're going to bring out the real mean things. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm not trying to.
No, do it. Just be as mean as you want, okay? Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know how worthless I am. Tell me how fucking stupid I am. Go.
You're so lovely and you're so handsome and you're so...
I don't need the sandwich. No, just dig into it. Go. My favorite movie is Whiplash, okay? That's what I need. I love it. Go.
Oh my God. Okay, okay, so basically...
But don't call me the F word. Not on Twitch. Okay, go ahead.
No, I'm going to be very good. You yourself... Oh God, I don't mean it in the way, but I'm going to say it. You are the boring Twitch streamer who talks about nothing.
True. Absolutely.
So like, no, but you do that because you're comfortable.
I mean, it depends on what stream you're watching, but...
Steven, I have seen so much of your fucking face and heard so much of your fucking voice over the last month. And this is, you're so... Look, you're good with women because you're good in your genre of women. Like, I don't know if I could bring my ballerina, like my ballet friend here, and you'd be able to woo her because, frankly, she's not a nerd at all. So, like, I don't know what power you'd have. But with me, with girls who are in the nerdy category, with Melina's, like, there's obviously something about you that's so attractive. Your confidence, your ability to discuss, your ability to debate. But, like, you're complaining about yourself.
Okay, firstly, hold on. I don't complain that much, all right? I am content. I am, like, pretty cognizant of it. The things that I complain about have to do with the environment of the politics that I'm in. But there's not much that I can do to influence that particular thing.
Okay, first of all,
Yeah.
there's no way that you think you don't complain every day on
Well,
your
hold on.
stream.
Complain about what? Are you talking about, like, my League of Legends games or in the context of what?
No one's... Oh, God, I'm getting
Yeah,
so
go ahead
sick.
and...
I
Yeah.
can't.
Hold on, I'm sorry. You're running out of spoon energy or whatever the fuck you call it?
It's showing up. Listen.
Okay, yeah.
I feel like you're at this point in your life where you're trying so hard to like be challenged, but you refuse to let yourself be challenged. I'm trying so hard, Boo Boo. For 4 streams, I have tried to drag it out of your cute ass, and you were just fighting me tooth and nail.
What am I fighting? I'm walking along this entire... I'm like a little child in a garden. We're walking along. What do you mean? What do you think I'm fighting you? What do you feel like I'm fighting you on?
Do you think I think you're fighting me on?
I don't know. You're acting like you're trying to go like one level deeper in the Inception dream, and you're fighting the vault with the locked...
I think you're a very honest person.
Stop doing the... I don't need the compliment sandwich, okay? You don't have to just lay into me.
No.
Hard, okay?
I just don't want it. I don't want it to be misunderstood. Like, I really like you as a person.
But...
I want you to understand what you're asking and what you're doing.
What do you think I'm asking?
I think you keep asking for more. Something different, something more introspective, better people to talk to. I'd like to think I'm one of those people. You seem to think I might be because you keep talking to me. Or I can't tell if, like, your penis is getting in the way and you're just like, oh, it's a girl and a girl is paying attention to me, and so that's more interesting. But like, if I'm an interesting person, and a girl, but mostly an interesting person, is this an interesting enough conversation for you? Or when you talk to me, are you thinking, I wish that could have gone better?
I mean, I don't try to have it's not like I have goals with these conversations or anything. I don't have like huge expectations with them. I think our conversations are going pretty well. I don't ever walk away thinking like, but there's not much of like a challenge in any of these talks, and that like one of us is trying to win or like debate or argue a certain point. So I don't feel like I don't know how I would walk away thinking like this didn't go as well as I thought it would or something, right?
Sort of. So my concern for you is that you only might see the value of existence if it's under the guise of a challenge.
Sometimes. I mean, I like conflict, yeah.
Right, but like that doesn't quite work when does Steven ever get to be like at at peace? Like, when do you ever get to be, like, enjoy it for the thrill of the sport, but not for the... I just wonder if
When I
it's
do
when you
drugs,
feel most alive.
that's when I have a lot of fun and I just chill and do nothing. Is that okay?
Yes, everything is okay, but that's what I'm saying. If you're doing everything for the hedonistic pleasure of it, you're not doing it for the introspective pleasure of it.
Well, I mean, it depends on what I'm pursuing, of course, right? Like,
When do you pursue a non-hedonistic perspective and you're looking for an introspective one? What does that look like?
I don't know what it means to pursue introspection by way of a hobby. So I say that I have like 5 big interests in life, right? I have politics, philosophy, these two usually get tied in, video games, sex, and music. These are like the 5 big things that I enjoy exploring. But I can engage with these topics on varying levels, right? Like the political debate that I have with one fucking rando dipshit that's screaming like Haas, that debate is going to be way less interesting than a debate with somebody that can legitimately challenge me on topics, either on the political positions or the philosophical positions. If I can find people that can challenge me on the hard positions, oftentimes those people are fun to talk to and I will talk to them, but it's hard to keep a hold of them for a variety of reasons in the politosphere. And they don't tend to get as popular in the politosphere, but I do talk to those people. But a lot of the conversations are more just kind of like service level entertaining, like this works for stream and these are the popular people and whatnot. But yeah, same thing with music too. Like I enjoy playing my keyboard at the end of the day. It's like a fun and relaxing thing for me. I like that. And then there's like higher effort content that I do as well. Collaborating with other people musically is a lot of fun. Doing like my little composition challenges are a lot of fun. Yeah, I mean, it just depends. Like I have interest, but my level of engagement with them will vary based on what's going on at the time. And then things kind of like will ebb and flow naturally on my stream as well. So like the past few months, for a variety of reasons, we've been in the ebb part. I think I've just been grinding League like really hard. Not much has been going on. But then there will be times where like over the course of like 2 months, I'll have like a lot of like insane debates, insane content, like a lot of like I'll be traveling and doing stuff. We'll have real life interactions, like crazy things will happen. And but it just kind of like ebbs and flows just depending on what's going on. But in terms of like pursuing a thing for introspection, like for me, introspection is usually something that I do when I feel like I've been challenged in a way where I either had an inadequate answer or if like a couple of experiences have come up and I feel like I didn't fully understand them and then I need to have an understanding of those experiences. So say I have a couple interactions with a girl or something. Not with, hold on, I'm sorry. I just saw something in my chat room. Let's say that I have a couple interactions with the...
What do they say? What do they say? Share it with me. What do they say?
It was a dono sound, and it just played at the dumbest time, and I got confused. A second, I'm sorry. But let's say that I have a few interactions with a girl, it leaves me feeling like kind of mentally confused. That might be something that I think about for a long time. Or let's say that there's like a guy that I really wanted to be friends with or a girl that I really wanted to fuck and I wasn't able to like achieve that outcome. Then I might spend some time thinking like, okay, well, I wonder why this didn't go how I thought it would. Did they think different than me? Did I present a different version? Am I not doing something right? Like introspection for me usually comes when I feel like this is going to sound so incredibly fucking geeky, but like when I feel like I need to level up. If there was some challenge that like I wasn't able to, and a challenge can be as much as like, did I have a good conversation or did I win a debate, right? If I feel like I wasn't able to get through something, then I'll like spend some time to like think like, okay, well, what happened? What do I need to change? Did I do something wrong, etc. Like that's usually where my introspection comes from. Yeah.
I feel like it's really good. That's really great.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mama Brittany. I needed that approval. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
I'm gonna take that as a win because that sounded really great to my ears. So I like that. But
I'll donate in order.
But now I want you to think about it. So that's one layer. I completely agree. I think all of us should do this. This is really, really good. But it's in contrast to other people coming in. I lost a debate. I want to be introspective to get better. Where does the introspection in your life play a role outside of other people?
I would say that probably the biggest part in that, and it doesn't have as much anymore, but the biggest part of that was probably when I was like 16, 17, when I was losing my religion. I think there was probably a lot of like personal exploration because it's like without God, there's like, well, where do my morals come from, all of that. And I think I did a lot of thinking for probably a couple years through that. But other than that, I mean, if I have like a debate with somebody and they pose like an interesting, like especially like social questions or philosophical questions, then I might on my own kind of revisit those. That's kind of because another person instigated it though. But outside of like, I guess like the religious conflict, I don't know I don't know when I would ever randomly be like, oh, like I just need to introspect. Like, what do you think is a good example of that when a person should be like, oh, I'm going to introspect or something that's like irrespective of interactions or engagements with other people?
Yeah, I mean, so I do it in layers. So I made a whole level system for this. I know you haven't watched my content yet.
Oh boy, okay.
That's literally what my work is. So like a 2 is a person who like most people, grew up in a bubble, lives in a bubble, learns the mechanisms of the bubble,
Okay.
learns how to operate in that bubble. You can call it culture, ideology, religion.
Mm-hmm.
Like you did with religion, when they start to question, they start to ask themselves, like, well, what is this thing I'm even believing in and existing in? Why am I doing what I'm doing? And that could lead them to, a 3-stage, or keep them in a 2-stage that questions the bubble of the 2. So imagine the bubbles are everywhere.
Okay.
You're popping one after another. Like, oh, I'm Brittany the conservative, who's now Brittany the liberal, who's now Brittany the atheist, who's now Brittany the leftist, who's now Brittany the feminist. It's like, holy shit. Like, I was popping bubbles that whole time and becoming more introspective, because my journey, my desire to know the truth, why, what are we doing here, all that stuff, is allowing, sorry, Abomna is like all in my chat right now, and that's very funny.
Okay.
I love that clip. It's so cute. So anyways,
That was the dono sound that played, because I think I was saying something like, I really needed to think more about, and then Obama came on and it fucked my head.
Abomna, that's
Yeah.
so
Okay.
funny. Oh my god. Okay, cute.
Go ahead.
So like the 2 goes through this like experience where they're popping bubbles, which I think you have done as well. Like, you've popped all these bubbles, and then you sat and you found a place in the 2 world that you really, really liked. You're like, oh, I found it. It's in Miami. It's with Melina. It's in my life. I like this. I like games. And I'm like, perfect. And then Steven's happy. Now Steven's happy. And Steven seems questioning, and Steven seems like someone who wants something a little bit extra. And the extra is the personal introspection that leads you to, it's like you're really good with existence, which is one part. Steven's good with existence. Then there's like another part of the self that I think you can sort of like realize about life. Like, look, Steven, music, right? You said music is one of your top 5. What introspection can music bring? Music is the greatest thing humans ever invented. It is everything. Like, I'm always listening to soundtracks and music. I've been obsessed with Fiddler on the Roof recently, because it's one of my favorite movies. And like, I was just re-listening to the soundtrack over and over again, like over and listening to every part, every like breath that's taken, just everything about it is so good. And that made me think about the lyrics, like, of Rich Man, like, if I was a rich man, na, 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 na. Like, listening to that song is like so interesting to me, because it's about this man who knows and accepts his life, but he also knows there's a life in which he could have been the rich man, maybe a little bit more blessed, maybe a little less persecuted, maybe a little bit more this, but then he goes, of course I accept my life. It's like, when you look at your life and you try to contemplate like what else is there, it has to be more than fucking League. It has to be more than even like the planet itself, or these politics things that we're doing. Like, yeah, those are nice. What are we all doing here? What are you doing, right? You're like online. It's like Vosh thinking he's important because he got J.K. Rowling's attention. Who in the real fucking world gives a fuck about J.K. Rowling? Nobody in political circles I like ever know about care. They think it matters because it's happening in their bubble. And I'm saying there's so much more in life than this, right? But like, you have to want it and know it, but it honestly just leads you back to this anyways, but from a different perspective. One where I think you realize a lot of people have introspecting conversations. They're just on different spectrums. Where like, the world isn't really boring. The world is really interesting, but you have to get through the boring nihilistic 2-stage for you to understand that it's actually quite interesting and boring, but in a good way, when you're like introspective more. And I call it a 5. I call it a 5.
Gotcha. Oh my God.
So, but no. Listen to me. Like, it's like what Melina said when she's like, you ever look at a candle flame for like 20 minutes? I was like, girl, for like hours. And we were talking about that. And she goes, Steven won't do it. I can't get Steven to look at the candle flame. And I'm like, he doesn't appreciate the candle flame.
Wow. That's just a lot. Us twos are just like not candle appreciators, you know?
Some of them are, though. There's hippie twos and zodiac twos and tarot twos. Like, all these people believe in magic and shit. And I'm like, okay. And like, they're sitting there too. And they're looking at me like, Brittany must mean something. I don't mean anything magical. There's no superpowers in life that I know about. No gods, no mystical things. There is something greater to existence than this like mundane yelling at each other over Twitter thing that we've been doing, right?
Is there?
Oh, is there?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure about that.
I need to know, like, are you authentically asking me that question, or are you saying it because you want to see if I have the answer?
I mean, I thought it was the same thing. I'm curious, what is your answer? I wouldn't agree, actually. Whatever you answer, I don't think I agree, but I'm just curious what your answer would be.
Okay. It doesn't matter if Twitter's all you do. Right? For Brittany, it would matter. But for anyone else, it's a perfectly fine way to spend your life. You know those people who are like middle-aged and became really famous on Twitter during the election times for talking shit on one president? Okay, so those people live in a bubble where like this is their whole life. Like if you ask them anything, it's Twitter associated. That's great. That's fine. There's no like ethical issue. So yes, maybe the meaning of life is to be on Twitter, but it's not for everybody. And I'm just wondering if you're the kind of person who your life is meaningful and fine in the way that it is now, or are you looking for something different?
I think it can be both. I think that I think that there are different things that can push somebody to look for something more, but I don't know if I would consider it a good thing if somebody is constantly searching for more because they always feel unfulfilled in life. I don't think those people ever find fulfillment. So when you have people... What?
Rackful was always looking for more. I
Sure,
noted,
but I mean, like,
he was popular and he had looks and he had family, and yet he was unsatisfied.
Yeah, sure. So like
rich
people that feel like they're in a bubble, or people feel like they're in a particular area and they're like, oh, this is unfulfilling for me. Like I think that fulfillment is largely like a self-powered thing. And I think that people that have found fulfillment can probably find it in a variety of ways. I don't know if there are many people where it's like my life was miserable and horrible and everything was bad, but then I got this new hobby and now my life is great. I finally found what I was searching for. I don't think it works that way.
Right.
So in terms of like, what do people find fulfilling in life? Like, I don't know. I think a lot of people find fulfillment in life. Like at the end of the day, what probably matters, like what truly matters is probably how happy you are in and out of every day. Like for some people, I don't like the comparison to Twitter because I think that there are some like really basic bitch things that you can do in life that I think are probably healthy. Twitter is not one of them. I don't think those people are healthy because usually they're miserable about their engagements on Twitter. But like the comparison I always go to coming from Nebraska is like a very like boring, basic farmer type person that like they live in a farm, take care of animals. Maybe they give rides to like kids on the horses or whatever as like their weekend thing or whatever. But like their life is like pretty basic. They're not like, they don't have like this great sense of like godlike fulfillment where they're going out and accomplishing in the world and exploring and travel. They might have never traveled 50 miles from where they were born. But I think that it's a bit presumptuous to look at a person like that and be like, oh, well, you know, like I don't think your life is very fulfilled. And for that person, like for all intents and purposes, they might be super happy day in, day out until the end, until the day they die. So I don't know. I think that like looking towards these like objective meanings for like fulfillment or saying that there's like some greater meaning to search for out there, I guess it can be a drive to new experiences. Like if you feel that way and you end up,
your real purpose
and as a result
in
of
life
that, like you end up going out and doing new experiences that make you happy or give, like do fun. I think that's cool, right? Like let's say you're the kind of person like, oh, I want new experiences in my life. And as a result of that, you travel somewhere or you, or you go and you explore something, you do something new. Like I think that's cool. But I think that like an obsession with trying to do that, I think makes you just as hollow or empty as anybody that's just miserable and not searching for anything is what I would say.
No, I agree. So just to make sure I understand what you're saying like obviously everyone comes from everywhere and everyone has meaning in their own life and what's meaningful to them, what meaningful to other people, and going crazy trying to search for the meaning of life to the point where you're insane isn't really as like, it seems less almost fulfilling than the guy who's just the country guy giving rights to kids. Yeah. Okay. No, I agree with all of that. That's why okay. Yes, I agree with all of that. I think that's what I mean to say is like, if you can recognize as a Steven that there is a farmer guy who gives rights to kids and he lives in his life, where do you think you are in relation to that guy who gives kids rights?
I think I'm pretty similar to that. I just try to push the bubble every now and then, or envelope. I'm not going to say bubble.
Okay.
But like, because I enjoy everything that I do on my day to day. I'm super grateful. I make a fuck ton of money. I get to like explore all of my hobbies on stream. There are times where I wish that I was like surrounded by some more challenging people or had more interesting conversations. But like, I'm not spending every waking moment of my life pursuing that because I have a life, I've got a job, and I'm like super happy with where I am. But like, there are times when I will push the envelope on that, where I will reach out to people, have conversations, travel to weird places, talk to weird people. I do it. That's just not every single day of my life. And I think it would be a little bit unrealistic to expect somebody to spend every single day of their life doing it. But I mean, like if I ended up doing this for the rest of my life and I like didn't have those new experiences, I wasn't challenged, I think I would still be content. I think I'd still feel fine. Like maybe, look, I wish I could have had a couple more exciting experiences, but I think I would still be largely happy with where I wound up for everything. Yeah.
I think that's nice. I like that. That's a great answer.
Okay.
Is there anything you'd like to talk to me about? Anything at all? Even political stuff if you want to get really juicy. I'm not really keeping track though with politics like I used to.
Probably not the political stuff then. How are you feeling? Are you feeling accomplished this conversation? Are you feeling disappointed? Are you feeling excited? Are you what's your first tell us where your energy levels are at.
They're okay. They're dwindling a little bit as per
Okay.
usual. We're coming up on the 3-hour mark here.
Gotcha.
I really need to pee really bad, but I can't because it's too much work to take all this off to pee.
Gotcha.
So I'm just gonna like really be good and patient. I mean, if we want to edge a little and get me to go a little longer, we could try. But I'm mostly just,
I feel like you got what you wanted out of this conversation.
yes.
Okay. Well, anything else? I think that's all I've got for now. If I think of anything else, I'll
All right.
shoot you a message, okay?
Yeah, this was really nice. I don't want I mean, we could sit here and sit silent for 5 minutes to see if anything else shows up, but truly, like, I loved this conversation. I really like you. Every time we talk, I like you more.
Mm-hmm.
And I like Melina, and I really do hope we get to hang out. It'd be so much fun. I really miss the beach. I need the beach so bad in my life. I do hope you come out and you hang out on the beach.
Yeah, I go to the beach all the time. We can even take a boat out and go snorkeling in the fucking ocean and everything. Wow. So much fun.
That's my shit. I love
Okay.
the open ocean. Send me a shark. I'm not afraid. No, I love the open ocean. I would be down. Absolutely. Okay. I'm trying to think. Hold on. Give me a second.
Mm-hmm. All the seconds in the world.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know. I can't think. I'm so sorry. All I'm thinking about is food.
Well, that's fine, because you know what? We could talk in the future. We're both happy, healthy, young adults, and we'll be...
For now.
Yeah, able to talk in a few days or something, okay?
All right. Good. Well, in that case, thank you for your time, and I hope you have a really good day today, and good luck on your debate.
Yep, thanks a lot. Have fun. Be careful.
Bye.
Bye. Wow. How exciting. Back to what really matters in life. Vampire survivors. Read the Reddit thread now? Oh yeah, shit, hold on. Let me make it to 10 minutes. Play Elden Ring. Listen, I'm waiting for a good time in my life to start Elden Ring, where it all just... Does anything synergize with the bone, or I just have the bone? We just have the bones. Okay. The Rift is calling. Oh, true. Bing apparently bet somebody $50. We get the Diamond 4. Oh, no. Not good. Not looking good for Bing. Is this Bing, or not Bing, fuck. Is this bone gonna turn into a legendary item at 10 or whatever?
Obama.
Yeah, true. Did you go over the Hunter Biden laptop update? I don't think there's a Hunter Biden laptop update. There's apparently in one New York Times article, they referenced that they like verified some emails out of it, but people are like turning this into meaning that every Hunter Biden, Burisma, like corruption Joe Biden story is all 100% true. It's literally just a bone. It's terrible. The bone does not have an evolution at the moment. Oh. Wait, I'm trying to reach out and I'm dying. Fuck, hold on. Something about the character's level? Oh, fuck, I shouldn't have tried. Reddit post. Controversy reignites around trans athlete discussion as Leah Thomas becomes the first trans athlete to win an NCAA Division I national championship in swimming. Uh-oh. Find the video, she gets booed at the podium. I mean, like...
Senior at the Ivy League school. And as the swimmers are making the first turn, you see her mark there near the top of your screen. She's in the early lead. There were some swimmers going back to the 1980s at UPenn that disagreed with the decision to allow her to swim for the University of Pennsylvania. This is a hot button issue. She competed and was a runner-up in the 2019 Ivy League Championships, but this is different. This is the NCAA Championships, 4 minutes, 33.24 seconds. She is a winner, and she makes history.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That's a rough one.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Oof. But I would say from the outside, it's like, it's so obvious that everything that's happened to him...
It's obvious that my hands are cold.
Okay, that's obvious too. Sure, okay. But I would...
Hands are cold.
God damn it. So obvious that everything that's happened to him...
It's obvious that my hands are cold.
Okay, that's obvious too. Sure. Okay.
When it comes to tennis, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the Deputy Prime Minister will agree with me that when it comes to judging a person, it's often done by the company that they keep. When it comes to tennis, the Prime Minister enjoys the company of and backhanders of Lyubov Chernikov. When it came to celebrating the election victory, the Prime Minister prioritized the party hosted by the former KGB agent Alexander Lebedev. He has a great many others, such as Viktor Fedotov and Alex Temerko as friends. Can he therefore tell us what first attracted the Prime Minister to the billionaire Russian oligarchs?
The Prime Minister.
I wasn't quite sure where he was going at the beginning of his question, but what I can tell him, of course, the Prime Minister is not just a very social individual. He wants this country to be open, outward-looking to the world. But we were the government, and he was the Prime Minister, and I was the Foreign Secretary, that introduced the Sergei Magnitsky sanctions that put human rights sanctions, asset freeze and visa bans, not just on Russians where we have evidence of wrongdoing, but also the murderers of Khashoggi, also the the persecutors of the Myanmar minority, and many others. It was this government, not the Labour Party.
Okay, this was boring. Find me the misspeak one, please. I need to watch it. See the intro to this Vouch video.
Mr. Speaker, the first point of recapitalisation was to save banks that would otherwise have collapsed. And we not only saved the world, saved the banks and saved the banks and led the way. We not only saved the bank.
God damn it.
Okay. Literally the same. Literally the same.
Oh no.
Всем привет. На старті тянули так, да. Поїду до... Ну, возможно, всередині. Все для нас пили.
Jesus. More than 100 students at Yale Law School attempted to shut down or shout down a bipartisan panel on civil liberties, intimidating attendees and causing so much chaos that police were eventually called to escort panelists out of the building. Not good. You see Bookmarks try to explain himself.
How can you justify saying she didn't look black enough? That is a question that if I answer you in any way, shape, or form, I will get in trouble. So to that, I'm going to have to respond.
She's 13? I don't care.
Not that one.
Prefer really not to speak. If I speak, I am in big trouble. In big trouble, and I don't want to be in big trouble.
Okay, the 13, but...
Wait, why can't he just give an answer? Wait, what? Why is this such a hard thing to talk about? Rick Roll with a different link. Nice. He didn't crack on any drama yesterday. Damn. The real reason why Contra blocked Vouch.
All right, we got a DM, Contra. Oh, I'm not sharing the DM's contents with you guys. In fact, I'm going to get the mic out of my face.
Okay. XQC thoughts during League Tourney Destiny.
Dude, Battle Bunny is one of those skins, right? That I'm not kidding. You load into a game, you see Battle Bunny, you actually get hard, and you like, dude, I have to jerk off, right? And I purposely alt tab so my game loads slower, right? And I have more time to juice it before the game starts. I'm kidding. That's what it is.
This team has actually got some.
Dude, Battle Bunny is one of those skins, right?
Okay. Okay. Bup, 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 bup. All right, be back 1 second, and then who knows what we're doing. Good one, guys. Oh my god.
So I'm a white guy. I have never, this is to my knowledge, okay, I've never owned a slave, and don't think so. I have no reason to believe so, even. But okay, I've never owned a slave, and even. But
okay.
How is China a social democracy? Where is democracy? Democracy is a lie, okay? Stop with this bullshit.
Who cares about dumb, brainless shit? Driving to the banana store. Okay.
Obligatory, do you love black people?
Good one. Oh, I'm bored. Oh, his audience is super mad that they got a surrogate mother. Holy shit.
Hit though is one of the worst things I've ever heard, bro. You took off your pants and embarrassed yourself. Why are you bragging?
But
still hit.
I still hit though.
Got him.
There's been a good little litmus test this past week. Okay, if you want to see if your favorite conservative icon is one of us, is really America First, is really a Christian, just see what they said about that pedophile couple that are trafficking kids. What's her name again?
Are you talking about Dave Rubin?
Oh, Dave Rubin. That's it. Yeah,
Rubin.
Dave Rubin. Yeah. Coming soon, baby one. Where did they steal this kid from? That's two men.
Well,
two men are gay.
Yeah,
they can't have kids.
It's got to pop out first, and then that's when they snatch them.
Oh, that's when they steal it.
Yeah, that's when they steal it. But that's like plotting a crime right there. So
Jesus.
No, Mr. Speaker. Total spending will continue to rise, and it will be at 0% rise in 2013-14. In 2011-12.
Can you imagine Dan having to speak in here?
12-13. It will continue to rise.
Order. The Prime Minister's answer must be heard. Prime Minister.
I think that answer gets 0%. The Prime Minister...
Guys, what are we doing? I'm so bored. I'm thinking about watching this. I'm not doing Elden Ring. I have my debate tonight. My brain is just full of Ukraine and Russian shit. That's all I'm thinking about right now.
Did it for the life. NATO promised Russia it would not.
Destiny, debate, Lawrence Southern. Oh god, I hope these aren't his talking points. Dude, I have such high hopes for this conversation because I haven't had any good combos about this, and I felt like all of my prep for Hinkle and not Zerka, and Oz was wasted. God, I hope it's not this shit.
Not expand, which is guarantee backed up by our military. No, fuck you. No, you don't get a say, actually. Shut up, Borderland. Shut up, Borderland, bitch. Vassal state, silence. It is up to the American foreign policy establishment to decide this. And it's true. NATO expands from Washington. It is not invited from these Eastern European countries. It is the policy of Washington. Yes, the Eastern European countries have to agree to it, but it is the policy of Washington. The expansion comes from Washington. And once a NATO country becomes part of NATO, it loses its sovereignty. Every country that joins NATO, Germany, and the United Kingdom and France obey Washington.
Oh, I wonder how much, bro. What? Dude, these countries begged to get into NATO. Are you serious? Oh no, I didn't actually consider how much because I was talking to a few other people last night. They're helping to figure out is it possible that I'm going to have a conversation with Nick and it's going to be that didn't happen. That's all fake news. That's Western lies. Washington lying. That's all bullshit. That's like if it's literally going to be all of that. Because if that ends up being the case, it's going to be like, oh, it's going to be so annoying. It's going to be such a boring conversation. I don't want to say anything because I don't want to give away. But like,
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Even the idea that like joining NATO is a compromise of your sovereignty compared to when you look at, so one of the big reasons why the euro made in protest, one of many reasons, by the way, this wasn't the only one, but one of the big ones was because Yanukovych turned down the free trade agreement with Western Europe, with the EU. The free trade agreement. They could have had that free trade agreement and any other, right? Yanukovych turned that down, even though the entire parliament and all the Ukrainian people wanted. And instead, he went towards the Russian agreement, which was exclusive. That was like part of a customs union. It's like the Euro-Asian, whatever, I need to look at the exact name. But like which one was less sovereignty? Was the free trade agreement with the West less sovereignty than being forced to be part of the fucking Russian customs union? Like, what is the... Does Ukraine have more sovereignty now than they would than if they were in NATO? Like, where is the... Why don't these states just leave? Okay. Oh, fuck. No, I hope this... Oh, God, the discussion is going to be shit. I've heard him talk a few times and he sounds smart. I'm like, okay, maybe we'll go back and forth with some stuff. But, like, they would be such a fucking stupid... Like, go talk to anybody in fucking Poland, in fucking Romania, in any of the fucking Baltics. Like, hey, if you guys could leave NATO right now, would you want to? Like, what do you think these guys are gonna say? Like, yeah, man, I wish that we could be out of here. Like, we don't, like, are you fucking serious? Like, talk to any Eastern European in the fucking world. But can I say that? It's, like, so self-evident. Like, okay, it's not, I mean, it's not self-evident. It's like, oh, God. Okay, never mind. Oh, God. They can't, I don't think Fuentes can't bring up any Jewish argument. I'm pretty sure most of the fucking oligarchs, I'm pretty sure most of the Russian oligarchs are fucking Jewish. I don't know if that's the direction that Nick would want to go in that argument. It would be a really awkward. Why do you keep saying Nick is smart? I don't know. Hold on one second. I don't think this will come out during the debate, but I ended up writing. Well, I'm probably going to spend an hour beforehand, like, learning how to pronounce a lot of these names. There are so many, like, prominent oligarchs under Putin that they're either, like, this dude is Jewish with Israeli citizenship, this guy's Jewish, married with a Jewish wife, Jewish with Israeli citizenship, Jewish with Israeli citizenship, like... It would be a weird route for him to take. I don't know. Think he's gonna bring up the Russian-speaking populations? No, that's like level 0 arguments. It's so boring. There's no way. Maybe those are the good ones. Mispronounce every name you can. It's the God-given right of Americans. The DSA is dumb as fuck, okay? This is... It's just funny seeing, like, polls. Like, who views it as more of a protection? Oh, Kosovo and Albania. Who views it as a threat? Oh, the Serbs that were genociding Albanians in Kosovo. It's just funny seeing the up and bottom of this. Sorry. Makes sense. Hey, man. Gotta do a little bit of... Gotta get your hands dirty to get things done, right? In a video game. Okay.
Ukraine will not be sovereign in the NATO alliance. They are effectively part of the American empire. So, I mean, this just belies reality. Additionally, when they say, well, that's what the Ukrainian people want. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. The pro-Western regime in 2004 was installed by an unconstitutional third round of voting. And then the president, Yushchenko, was so unpopular, he was defeated in 2010 by Yanukovych. And then again, in 2014, Yanukovych backs down from the, he agrees to the $15 billion deal from Russia as opposed to the European Union NATO membership. And how is Yanukovych deposed? It's not by a vote. It's by, again, a Western-backed revolution, a Western-backed coup. So they keep saying, like, oh, that's...
It's all just like, it's all fucking, fuck. It's all gonna be meme shit arguments. Oh no. Oh god. It's all gonna be meme shit arguments. Yanukovych cheated in the 2004 election. He did, and they held it again. And then he lost, I think it was like, what was it, like 52 to 46%? He ended up losing when they actually verified the vote. But then he came back and he won again anyway in 2010. The president... The reason why Yanukovych left is because he had police officers shooting at fucking citizens. Yeah, no fucking shit he ran away from that fucking country. There were like over 100 people killed. If you tell your cops, what the Berkut or whatever, I don't know how to pronounce. I need to look up the pronunciation of all these fucking names. Like the interior police and everything. Like, if you have your people killing fucking citizens, obviously you're running from that country afterwards. You're gonna get the fuck out of there. No shit. Why does he think that this needed to be a Western coup? There was so, like, and I think in 2011, like, Ukraine was voted as, like, one of the most corrupt countries in the world. Why would you think you need Western coups to get these people, like, pissed off? How many can you name? More than 2. Countries bordering Ukraine with an empty map. Oh, shit. I probably know most of these. Russia is going to be one. Romania, I think Hungary has, Belarus does. Hungary has a small border. How do you spell Moldova? 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 Oh god, it's one of those small ones over there. I don't know the itty one. It's not Croatia. Or I don't know. Fuck, I don't know any of the like all that shit or whatever. Slovakia? Oh, I cheated on that one in chat. I don't fucking know. Dude, fuck all those small little whatever bullshit countries. Who cares? Crimea is a part of Russia on that map. I mean, it's a part of Russia right now, right? Why don't you enjoy learning history more outside of its use in debates? I don't know. It's been more interesting lately. I don't know why. Actually, probably because I've been using it in debates. It's been more interesting, like learning stuff in history. Is there a moderator for this? It's going to be Ethan Rao. I've seen arguments pro and against the European Union / Ukraine Association in 2014. There was some economic risk to the agreement. I don't know. So it was debated in Ukraine which one is more profitable. I don't know if that is the case. I do know that in... Fuck, it might have been for Belarus. Russia will hold things over your head if they feel like you're not going to agree to their trade deals. Like, they'll start cutting off gas and shit. I think they did this to Ukraine as well, to like force you or bully you into other agreements. But the I'm pretty sure the majority of the Ukrainian people wanted access to the European market, not just to the Russia customs union, right? Like you could have been part of that free trade agreement with Europe and still made trade agreements with other people as well. But you want to talk about giving up sovereignty? Ukraine joining that Russian deal would have basically made them join part of a customs union with Russia, and then they would have been captive to whatever Russia was deciding for, because you have like shared external tariffs and everything as well, right? And the majority of the parliament was in favor. They'd already voted in favor of it as well. Jean-Claude Juncker, the former EU commissioner president, said the main reason they didn't want a Ukraine membership after 2014 was because it was insanely corrupt and you don't want another Hungary. Oh, no. Yeah, we're not. Hold on. Whoa. None of this was about an EU membership. This just had to do with joining it was the European Union Free Trade Association, the FTA. It was like a free trade thing. It wasn't about joining the EU. That's not what was on the table for Ukraine. Now, some people might try to argue that like maybe Ukraine would have joined at some point if they would have been part of this or whatever. But like I think they're called the Copenhagen Accords. There was like a whole thing that sets forth like what you need for your country to join. If Ukraine is joining the EU, it's not going to be for like 20 years. Okay, that country has so much corruption, so many fucking problems. It's pronounced Juncker. Gotcha. Yeah, there's no way that Ukraine was about to fucking join the European Union out of nothing. Like. Yunk like unk. Oh, Yunker. Gotcha. What's worse for you, pepperoni or cheese? Good question. Jesus. Oh, I saw this guy, the Progressive Report. This dude is insane. If he like if he actually has like a change of spirit and is a cool dude, that's cool, but like damn, it would take me a long time to come around to that dude. That guy is actually unhinged. Didn't he make the Uncensored Steny subreddit? Destiny for the gym flare. Uh-oh. We've got another competitor. Oh my god. Are you familiar with Wagner Group, Gang C-14, Azov Battalion, Roman Protasevich? So the Wagner Group is not Russia's paramilitary arm. The Wagner Group is like the group basically that Russia uses to do like paramilitary shit around the world, but they always deny that they're associated with them in any way. The funniest engagement that I've seen about them was apparently in 2018. Holy shit, what a story to read. In 2018, the United States had some, I think it was like 40 like Delta Force, like special forces people in Syria. And they were being approached by like 400 or 500 incoming adversaries. And the United States will check with Russia before we do operations. And they called in. They were like, hey, do you have any people in that area? Because we're about to fuck shit up. And Russia was like, oh, no, of course not. We don't have anybody there. And I think it was like 40-some American soldiers held off like 500 some soldiers. And I think they lost 200 or 300 on the other side with airstrikes and everything. And the American soldiers didn't lose a single person. They got fucked on that one. Yikes. So I'm familiar with that. Also, that Wagner group also has a lot of very weird. I'm pretty sure their founder or their leader is like just like an avowed neo-Nazi. Like there's pictures of him with like the SS. I don't know how to pronounce the weird. Nick will know the Nazi memorabilia more than I do. The word mat hats or work, whatever the fuck it's all called. Like that dude is like insane. Holy shit. Yeah, that Dmitry Utkin guy or whatever the fuck is crazy. Yeah. Hold on, let's watch the rest of this guy's lips. 190 kilograms. Nice. $100-kilogram bench press. Nice. Damn, he even benches with the belt on. Unfortunately, all 3 lifts have to be in the same day, and I can tell you're wearing different clothes, so. I'm just kidding. Somebody get this man a gym flare. If you're bored, I could help you prep for the debate. I'm a long-time Fuentes viewer. Well, I feel like there's no point in doing it on stream because I feel like he's probably watching now, right? Or I'm sure all of his fans are watching and like reporting back. Someone weighs 500 pounds. Do they get the gym flare if they stand up twice? I haven't decided on. Technically, nobody really does weight limits for that, like the 1,000-pound club. It's not like an official thing, but. Nick hadn't slept while he streams, so he's probably waking up right now for the debate. Oh. Damn, are you guys all... How many Fuentes fans do I have in here? What the fuck, guys? Is that what happens when I play too much League? Further right than Nick Fuentes. True. Absolutely true. hold on. I need my cheat sheet up. Okay, who's in Discord? Oh, catch up on donuts.
Based.
Lightning synergizes with that one ring. Oh, that's a good synergy, right?
Can we get some more Kremlin Gremlin memeing for the love of God?
Haas has actually lost it. I think there's like a non-zero chance that he might try to like murder me at an event. I think he could try. It's a little weird.
Wow.
Obama.
Didn't say Simon Says.
Dude, daily reminder to post to
Obama.
True.
I
do you
understand
rate
your point
Haas
Hunter
on the
Biden,
Anna
but the
scale?
article also pointed out that he is under federal investigation. That's not to say that every Bearsma allegation is true, but it's new insofar as the investigation is concerned.
Maybe, I don't know. I guess we'll
Hold
find
on
out what
now.
happens. We made some pretty obsessed enemies online lately. Yeah, maybe. Haas was ranting for an hour yesterday about Hunter's laptop. Yeah.
Or a Razgavar about Esanoy of Ukraine. Debate me on Ukraine if you're so bored.
I don't know if I want to do all my debate stuff out now. Like, I think I have another one in a couple days on modern day debate. So after my conversation with Nick, maybe I'll...
That's true. Ukraine is one of the most corrupt countries. You even said that the deposition of Yanukovych was an intelligence coup. We'd love to help you get a hang of pronunciation and also opposition arguments. What is evidence or not, etc.
Cool. I just hope that all of Nick's arguments aren't going to be that this was Western propaganda.
Nazi frogs fuck off why you never lose.
Because then this debate is going to be really boring.
Yo, Daffils.
Yo, Daffils. Any other Daffils in here?
Any good articles / videos on the sanctions that you recommend? Want to know why my shit goes up? And when to invest well?
On the sanctions? Good article or video on the can't you just Google like US sanctions or whatever? Like... Or imagine the, I think the sanctions on Russian gas will probably affect gas prices a bit. And then, but I don't know how much it'll affect gas prices compared to everything else that's been going on or not. So it's hard to say, who knows. Gas is going slightly down now. It should, because the fucking barrels of oil have like plummeted. Like I think it's less. It's like $90 a barrel or something now, or maybe even less, right? Like so. Hopefully gas prices follow, but without knowing at all, it wouldn't surprise me if it takes gas a little bit longer to catch up, because like crude oil is like, I think crude oil is pretty easy to get. You buy like a barrel of crude oil, but like gasoline requires like a whole bunch of refinement, and there's like extra production steps to take that crude oil and turn it into something that can actually be pumped into your car, right? The Mark Collett guy is talking about.
This is kind of the opposite of the Cuban Missile Crisis, isn't it? This is nuclear ballistic missiles on Putin's border. Surely, what would Americans do if they were placed on our border? Well, there's historical context that tells you the answer to that. He will then go into, the politics of Cuba in the 1960s or something and take it well off track. And, all that Nick has to do is basically say, let's not take this on track, stay on target, answer the question. No, you don't need a definition of a word that we all know the meaning of. And as long as he stays on target, I predict a pretty easy win for Nick.
All right, now let's hit these right here.
and Mark just debated Destiny recently, so it's good to get his take. Let's see.
What did I even debate Mark on? I felt like it was a really boring conversation, wasn't it?
Oh wait, we played that. We played that.
Not that it, not like, and so I just feel like we didn't get through
We
much.
should have
Or
started here instead.
And everyone, follow my Odyssey. If you haven't got my
To be
Odyssey,
cool, you could give me
if
the
you're not
opportunity to
following
contribute to
my
your cheat
Odyssey,
sheet. I
make
have a number
sure
of
you
resources
get
I
it
use for
followed.
arguing with you on Twitter, which are very
That would be of a major help. I've got a new video out today. Give it a like, drop a like. Some people are asking about my
The
Odyssey.
world's gone mad since.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Keep talking about your Odyssey. Tell them where to find it.
Well, just search Mark Collett on Odyssey. Please sub me. It'd mean a lot.
All right, now let me hit these.
Keep
We'll hit
hating
the
your
chain
life
one
then,
more time.
working class Andy.
I don't mind.
Giga Ninja sent $3. I've never wrestled before, but I challenge Max to a match.
Oh shit, you're getting broke.
Paul Miller sent $3. Anyone know whatever happened to TJ Cod Comedy after he got in all his trouble?
I don't actually. TJ Cod Comedy.
Giga
Do you know
Ninja
that
sent
person?
$3. I've never wrestled before, but I challenge
Do you know
Max to a
TJ
match.
Cod? I don't think.
Okay, tell me when they're done with this, I guess. I don't know.
In there, it was the little green button here that was pushed. I was like, what the fuck? It like mutes every.
Dead weight and he's refusing to do physical and mental health. I do lots of things behind the scenes, and some days I can spend literally hours on the phone to people who are depressed, who have, some of them have got suicidal tendencies, some of them have got addiction problems, and I do my best to help everyone who reaches out to me. Everyone's got my email. It's mark@theforthewesternman.com. People can contact me whenever they need me. I give people my phone number. I'm quite open with that, so everyone can just obtain my number and give me a call if they're low or they need, a friend or somebody to speak to. It's something I pride myself on, that I go out of my way to help people. But this guy's right. One of the fatal flaws with a lot of people today who want help is they don't actually want to help themselves. They want somebody to come and rescue them and do it all for them. And one thing that I've learned the hard way in helping a lot of young people is you really are best reserving your help and your energy for somebody who's putting in some effort, somebody who actually is going to put in a little bit of legwork themselves. It's like helping a wounded soldier who's down on the battlefield. If that guy puts in a little bit of effort, uses his one working leg to help that little bit when you're carrying him away, or he's got his arm over your shoulder, it makes it so much easier. But if somebody's a dead weight and is refusing to do anything to help themselves or help you as you're trying to help them, it makes your life so difficult. And it's so sad today to see so many young people who, rather than wanting to put that little bit of effort in and, assist in their own sort of salvation, they basically want you to do it all for them. And that's not where help comes from. And that's what I was really talking about with the Christianity thing. If you want to help yourself, help doesn't come through prayer. It doesn't come through meditation. It doesn't come through faith alone. It comes from getting off your backside and making the right decisions, doing the difficult thing and helping yourself.
Cool.
Yeah, well, and sometimes some people you bend down to help out, they're pulling you under a little bit too. Like there has to be a little bit of they're reaching too, rather than pulling you with them, right? It's like, okay, they're reaching to get a lift, not to fucking pull your ass down back where they are. And so, yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of truth to what you said there. Now let's see. I think I'm caught up on those. I think we have some more callers here too, though. Adam Green, pretty soon. I'm gonna have to text him. Let's see.
I will say, for all of Ethan's faults, he still puts out content, even when his life is like fucking disintegrating around him. So, jeez.
Oh, nobody's gonna watch him anymore. Well, you know what? Maybe it would be over if all these other motherfuckers didn't suck so bad. Let's be real. Let's just be honest. Nobody else is doing what I'm doing. Nobody else is setting up these shows. Nobody else is booking mega events like this. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, people care about being entertained at the end of the day, and that's pretty much all they care about. So
that is true.
I figured that out a long time ago. Now, caller, and I'll play these super chats here in just a minute. Go ahead, caller.
Ethan Ralph, what's going on?
Nothing much. Just doing my thing. I'm in my element.
You absolutely are, and you're absolutely right about that. The reason why you're not gonna die ever is because you're...
Okay, I don't care anymore. This combines with the accumulator. Axe combines with the candle. Duplicator combines with my lightning. Wait, was there a bat? Oh, that didn't let me level my wand up? Are you serious? Fuck. How mad will you hear? Be honest. Buy and watch the qualified people do it. That's fine. If I was in, who is he talking to? Probably the 7,000 people. Oh, when that meme first started. Oh, this guy's got my evolution right there. Wait, these are the flowers that disappear, right? They do disappear. Fuck, maybe not. Who cares? Oh, Empyrean, what's up? Did he go over the newest allegations? LSF. Wait, I have allegations? No, LOL. Oh. It got removed? Wait, who got allegations? What happened? Hello?
Well.
Oh my god, it's Dan!
Yeah, that's right. It's me. I heard that you were done with League. Is it true?
Nope. But I am done for today. How you doing?
Right now. You gotta stop. I can't... You know how cancer it is to talk to you when you're playing League? Because there's only two...
Well, I'm not playing League now, so why are you talking about League? Why are you making this? Why are you making this about League?
I'm telling you how I feel. Hold on a second.
Dan comes in, wants to talk about League of Legends.
No.
Okay, Dan, go ahead. Tell us more about League.
So either you're in a really shitty mood, and it sucks to talk to you because you're really short and curt with me, or I got like 4 minutes in between games, and then you have the fucking concentration of like a fucking goldfish before it's like back into the game. Gotcha. I don't like it, and I think it needs to end.
Okay. How's life going? How have you been?
You're keeping my employee from working as well, which I wasn't going to say anything, but you know, it is a little interesting. It's fine. What's news with you? It's been 2 weeks, a long 2 weeks, huh? It feels like longer.
Yeah, I've been out traveling, doing more traveling, and I'm doing lots of debates, bringing the content back after my League bender.
Okay, how did it go? What was the final? Never. Actually, I don't want to ask.
It's still in progress. Don't worry. Bing and I are still working on it. Okay.
Oh my god. Just let it go, please. Play Rust. You have your Rust server that you can be a booming server, but you're neglecting it like a redheaded stepchild, as they say.
Is that what they say? Whoa,
that
who's
is
that?
what they say.
Don't listen. Crazy. He's off his rocker.
Is that the one and only Bing?
Hey, if you want his job, get out of here and go to work now. I'm not joking. I will remove your roles. You have 3 seconds. I'm not kidding. 3.
Wait, you can't. You can't use other employment in my Discord server as a means to threaten.
I just did it.
Oh well.
All right. What else? Jesus. Man, there's so much to cover here. So much to cover.
Okay, let's go.
We're rapid fire. What are the topics that we've missed in the last 2 weeks? Anything Russia that we want to go over in general, you think? Any thoughts?
I've spent more time reading about it, researching this topic than probably any other topic, I think. I'm finally like starting to embrace the history a little bit. I'm learning a little bit of it, so.
Yeah, it's interesting, the whole stuff. I mean, because obviously I have like a, I guess, not me personally, because I'm fair and biased, but not biased, fair and unbiased. But however, I do come from a biased household. Sure. And the take that I get is not only is still Putin amazingly popular in Russia right now.
Pretty popular, yeah.
Like fucking Biden would cream himself to be half as popular. Well, maybe not half. I don't know, 2/3. Like, this guy is fucking killing it. there's a real belief that, like, you know, and I guess to a certain extent it's propaganda that, like, Ukraine's a bad place, that these are, like, bad dudes and everything like that. But you know, the thing that I read that makes the most sense to me is, you know, I kind of believe this, and this is so fucked to say. I believe the reason that the war is going so bad for Putin is because he actually is trying probably not to have a fuck ton of civilian deaths.
Initially, but he gave that up. They have shifted strategies. That is not the case anymore.
I don't know. I feel like
it's starting to. Not hardcore, but it's absolutely starting to. They are choking off. There's like 3 or 4 different cities now, Mariupol being the one that's talked about the most, that are being like choked off, shelled, and just destroyed.
Well, it's not like a traditional war, right? It's like an occupy versus like a, you know, if this was a war, obviously it would be a little bit different, but they had very stated goals. They want to come in there, remove the government, and install a new government.
Yes,
they don't
but
want to
I think the initial goal was, we want to roll an army as quickly as possible into Kyiv. We want to depose the leadership, install a new government, and leave. But now it's become way more protracted. It's getting a little bit more traditional. And now we're starting to see some classic, like, Putin war strategy, like what was utilized in Syria and in Grozny, are coming out now to where, okay, well, time to terrorize the fuck out of the civilians because it didn't seem like we could accomplish our objectives the other way. That's what we're starting to see. And there's a lot of reporting on it and everything too. Like, you've got these cities that are cut off from like all water, food, no humanitarian aid can get in or out. The roads are torn up, coming in and out. You've got videos of hospitals, a theater that just got destroyed with like a ton of children in it. Like, it's getting pretty fucked. Yeah.
You know one thing I don't understand, and maybe, I don't know, obviously a lot of people are smarter than me when it comes to this stuff. I would think if you're there's two outcomes here. I think for someone like the United States, what do you want? When you say the United States, hey, what do you want to happen in Ukraine? I think there's actually 2 answers to this. I know it's as simple as one. I think option 1 is we want Russia to leave and for the Ukrainians to have peace. That is our priority. That's number 1. I don't believe that's the case for the United States. I think the actual answer, if you're in the United States, the answer is, who gives a fuck about Ukraine? We're using this as the perfect excuse to fucking destroy Russia and turn them into the next North Korea. I think that's actually the real goal at this point. And the reason that I'm saying that is because they're giving absolutely 0 ways for Russia to walk back from this. There is no path.
No,
like,
but
hey,
that's
listen,
no, hold on.
Russia
It's exactly the opposite. The problem is Russia gave itself no ways to walk back from this. I wish I would have been more well-read on this.
Then we have to.
No. The thing is that Russia was continually aggravating Ukraine, continually mobilizing troops, threatening to pull like gas, threatening to do all these things. They were doing it over and over and over and over again, and it basically built up to where Russia, they had to invade. There was actually no other choice. There's a guy that wrote a really long piece on this. Interesting. But because of everything that Russia had done, and because everything Ukraine had done, there was no choice but Russia to invade at this point, or else Russia would lose all credibility on the world stage, because they'd postured over it so fucking hard. So Russia backed itself into a corner. In terms of the United States and Europe, I don't think we want, like, this might sound kind of naive.
Yo, Des, sorry, brother.
Hold on.
I'm down bad. I took a $5,000 bribe from Dan to tell Bing I'd beat his ass if he doesn't stop playing League with you. That's a 3-bet feral.
Okay. It might sound a little bit naive, but it's just because of how everything is oriented itself. I think that right now what America wants is for Ukraine to be free and peaceful and prosperous, because it aligns really well with the general state of security across Europe and with the general state of the economy across the world. I think that's. Okay. I think that generally is what the United States. We don't want to fight with Russia because all of our allies in Europe don't want to fight with Russia. It was like pulling teeth to get them to agree to the SWIFT ban, and we couldn't even get them to fully agree to like. Wait, have we gotten to the point where we're saying we're not going to import? I'm going to say we, like Germany, France, all these countries are not going to buy Russian oil anymore, because that's painful as fuck for Europe as well. Yeah, we don't want that. We don't want that type of conflict. Yeah.
I understand all that stuff, but I felt like if this was more of a priority.
Hold on, I have to mute all my donates because people want to donate like 12 fucking sentences now for some reason. Okay, then they don't donate. It's only when somebody is talking that they want to come in and donate. Okay, go.
I felt like if there was tremendous desire to actually have this happen, like, listen, we have to stabilize Ukraine and get Putin out. I feel like we would be hearing a lot about, okay, listen, Russia did this. They fucked up. They fucked up hard. But listen, here's how we can walk it back, okay? Like, listen, Putin, all that you can rejoin SWIFT, you can have all these sanctions leave, all these types of things. This is what you have to do. I don't feel like, at least I've heard anyone discussing what is the way out for Putin. And if that's the case, if you feel like there is no way out,
but I mean, like, he put himself here. What is supposed to be the way out?
That is not a good answer here. Okay.
No,
If you
that's
want-
it. Dan, he already annexed part of Ukraine. He already stole Crimea illegally and has been occupying it for like 8 years. Like, what do you? How? What's the way out?
Hold on. You're not listening to me right here. Okay. If you're telling him, hey, guess what, Putin? Nothing you fucking do. If you leave Ukraine, we don't give a shit. If you stay in Ukraine, I mean, we care. But guess what? If you leave Ukraine right now and give them peace, yeah, nothing's going to change. We're still going to keep the sanctions.
Well, no,
We're
the
still gonna
sanctions
leave
will obviously roll back.
No, that is not a case that's
I
like
don't.
that.
No. If he would leave completely, we would more than be willing to go to the negotiating table with him. But that's not what he wants. He probably wants to recognize the two Donbass areas, Donetsk and Luhansk. I fucked the pronunciations. He wants those to be breakaway states. Okay. Just like in Georgia, just like in Moldova, he wants those to be separate territories for Ukraine to lose it, and he wants to keep Crimea. And then he's going to want a future negotiation where Ukraine will never join NATO, and then he's going to want all NATO troops that have been put in any part of Eastern Europe to be rolled back as well. Those are Putin's demands. But the problem is, But the problem is that, Dan, imagine if I go into your house and I murder one of your kids, and then I rape your wife, and then I hold a gun to your head. I'm like, Dan, will you please negotiate with me? And you're like, yeah, okay, well, this is a really good idea. Like, I'm going to negotiate with you now because, like, that's obviously what we need to do next. Like, that's fucked up. Like, what the fuck? Like, Russia has been unbelievably antagonistic and aggressive. You can't just, like, let them be like, okay, well, yeah, now we're going to make a bunch of concessions because that's what Russia's goal is. That's insane.
No, I agree that it's fucked, but I think that if you offer nothing to Russia to leave at this point, why would they leave? Like, who gives a shit?
Well, now because it's about breaking them down. They've already made this an all or nothing ordeal. Like, there is nothing we can offer them that is going to be acceptable to us. We're not going to roll back all of our forces from NATO when these countries are now worried because Russia has annexed part of fucking Ukraine. We're not going to say to some country that, okay, yeah, we're going to let you decide, not NATO members who are supposed to decide, and not other sovereign states. We're going to let Russia decide who's allowed to join.
Yes, listen, hold on a second. I have to address people in fucking chat that, listen, there is no guarantee that if Russia left today, that sanctions would be rolled back. And you're naive if you think that's the fucking case.
I think they would be. I think they would be.
You have nothing to base that on. There's people saying they want to bring Putin in front of the fucking tribunal court, like, for war crimes and things like that.
They would have done it during the Chechen conflicts if that was the case. But Putin will never answer for any war crime shit like that. That'll never happen. And you know what? Honest to God, the rest of the world wouldn't want it to happen. There's a reason why countries like China and Russia sit on the Security Council. We don't want to be involved in shit like that because we know that it would destabilize the fuck out of, like, all of Europe. It's never going to happen.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't know why people are saying I'm a fucking tanky. I'm just arguing for the fact that I think if you want someone to do something, there has to be, like, right now, it seems to me like there's very little incentive. And you guys are like, oh no, the sanctions will go. I'm not sure that's the case. They fucking invaded a country. Maybe it's like, listen, maybe, now you got to give Crimea back. And actually, we want this, that, and the other thing as well on top of it. I don't think that's the case.
He's going to want to recognize the two breakaway states as independent territories that Russian peacekeepers can stay in indefinitely. He's already done this in Transnistria, in Moldova. He's done this in South Ossetia and Ashgabat. I don't know how to fucking pronounce these places. And Georgia. Like, this is like the Russian strategy 101. He's going to want the exact same thing for Ukraine. He's going to want to hold on to Crimea, and he's going to want NATO to be rolled back significantly. But why would you make all of those concessions to somebody that is being a fucking terrorist? Why would you do that?
No, I'm not disagreeing. I think the whole situation is fucked. I just, it's quite the doozy, as they say in the biz right now,
Abkhazia is what it's called. Sorry, Abkhazia. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, it is a doozy. There is a way for him out, but, like, it's all his misery is self-imposed right now. Like, it's all, like, what he's done to himself. So
yeah, it's but hey, listen, they got Uncle Vanya's out of it, so it's not that bad.
Wait, they got what? What do you mean? You
don't know about Uncle Vanya?
No.
Where are my Ruskies at in chat?
I don't think you're allowed to say that anyway.
They're renaming McDonald's to Uncle Vanya's and keeping, like, turning the M into a B. So it's
Dan. Have you had any fuck ups in your business stuff because of Russian shit getting canceled, or?
No.
No? Nice.
Nothing like that. I've just been,
How were those Gal Gadot nudes? Were they good?
It was... what was promised was a lie, so to speak.
Uh-huh.
So, but I can't. You gotta click. You know what I mean? Just in
Oh, maybe
case.
we can play. Guess what? I found out. Apparently, Lauren plays Call of Duty, Dan. Maybe we can all play games together soon again.
Listen, you. Okay.
Stop. No. What else do you want to talk about?
Yeah, that's a smart. I prefer not to speak. If I speak,
What else do you want to talk about, Dan? What's the next game coming out that we're gonna play, Dan? Are there any good? Wait, the next Call of Duty should be good. What else? There's got to be something else coming out.
Copium. Oh man, I don't know. There was some game that I signed up for today, to be on the waiting list. It's Cycle something or other. Fuck, I don't know. It's supposed to be Tarkov plus Rust or something.
Gotcha. Oh my god. Sure. Oh, you got an Apple, don't you? Or an iPhone?
Yep.
Sorry.
Yeah.
On my Google phone, sometimes when I swipe left, it just gives me random news articles that it thinks I'll be interested in. And you know what? One came up. And it looks like a new autism game, Dan. Has anybody here heard of Core Keeper?
Honestly, I don't know if you think everyone's going to be upset. None of us mind the autism games. Those are fine, because you can pay attention to chat and react
Depends
and watch
on if
videos.
it's a new autism game or not. Oh my god, this game.
I'll take a fucking Factorio or a fucking any of those games over a League every day of the week. Something that doesn't require concentration.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have Triangle Strategy and Elden Ring to play through first, so I got a Switch and all the shit to hook it up and everything, and I got a controller now. Wow.
That's cool. Switch, huh? How's the apartment? What's up with Moot? I haven't heard from him lately.
I think he had said he's been depressed. I don't know what you guys did to him, but he's on a cruise now with Peach and friends, so. Or Peach and
Probably
family.
why. Probably haven't heard from him. Makes sense.
It's because we didn't hit Diamond 4 in League. It was too much. It broke him. He hasn't been there and back like I have, It's hard for a first timer to fail to climb.
Did he quit?
Playing League? I'm not sure right now.
I hope so. But I don't forgive him. He's the reason you're back playing this fucking shit in the first place.
Stop!
What an asshole. It's true. Fuck him. Never forget it, chat. Buddy of the year 2022 coming up. Never forget. Who did this to you? Wasn't me.
Oh, I'm going to I think I'm going to the highest chance I'll ever be killed event. In early April, the kill stream. Yeah, that'll be fun.
Yep. Do you have any crypto or anything else you want to leave me with a 2-factor for?
Well, those Mt. Gox coins whenever they're coming back.
Okay. All right. What else? Got rid of my. So what I did, I don't remember if I told you about this. I may have. I don't know. So I had a 2014 Model S P85D.
Okay.
And what I did is I was able. I 6 months ago I realized that you can put in a deposit for a Tesla Model 3. But used cars were crazy. So 6 months ago, used car, I mean, they still are, but they're fucking nuts, right? Stupid nuts. And I was like, holy shit, my car right now is worth more than a brand new Model 3. So I was like, fuck it. But, you can't get a Model 3 for 6 months. So I was like, fuck it, I'll put in the deposit. It's $250, and in 6 months, if it's still worth the same, I'll just sell my car and get a brand new one for the same price. And that's literally what happened. I just waited 6 months, my Model 3 came, and I just sold my Model S and got a brand new fucking Tesla.
I thought about it because it looked like for my car, I was able to sell it almost for what I bought it for. I can't believe I died! I wasn't watching my life! It looked like I could sell it for almost what I bought it for. And it's like, if I could get all my money back on it, why not just do that?
Unironically, why not do that? Especially right now, that's stupid not to do. Because right now, it is the seller's market for cars. True.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hold on 1 second.
Holding, babe. Fuck, I wasn't watching at all. How stupid.
Sorry, I'm back. Any news on DSP, speaking of which?
Nope, I think he just does his thing.
Is he a successful streamer? How many viewers is he?
Didn't he get banned from... I don't know why he got banned from Twitch, but he got banned from Twitch.
Oh, speaking of people who gotten banned from Twitch, so Mr. Girl, is he gone for good?
I don't know. I asked him. He said he got denied partnership, but they still haven't emailed him back on why he got banned, so... It's probably just like the ban shit on Twitch goes very fucking slowly, but yeah, what?
Oh god, it just feels good to be right so many times. So fill me in with the Booksmart stuff. Yeah, just what's the cliff notes there?
He just had some problems with social interaction times. Okay, but hold on. Firstly, calling that Mr. Girl was going to get banned is not anything you get credit for. Literally everybody.
I never. First off, I never said that, and that's not even what I'm talking about.
Oh, you were talking about Booksmarts. Okay. Also,
yeah, exactly.
You were wrong. Anna
I was right.
Anna is fixed. She's good. She looped one time.
Please don't. Hey,
okay.
Please don't talk to me about this, because if you do, I'm gonna go all out and end everything right now. It's keeping me at my Never bring her up to me again, because it takes every fucking fiber of my body not to just completely tear down everything you've built in a way that you will never be able to repair it, just to see the world burn. Because that is where I'm at right now.
Gotcha,
I'm happy that your charade is working for you. Okay?
What else? Booksmarts. Oh, Booksmarts. Oh yeah, he just has problems with interactions, I guess, socially.
So what happened specifically?
I don't remember how much.
I just saw a lot of Dan is always right. Dan called it 6 months ago, etc., etc. So I'm just curious what happened.
Apparently, Cherry was in the kitchen singing along to like some song or whatever, and Booksmarts went up to her and was like, "I don't think you're black enough to rap the N-word." I don't know why he thought that was a good idea, but she's Dominican. Like, I don't know. And they got it. Yeah. And then eventually it devolved into him saying that, like, I think that if we were in a room full of black people, I don't think they would be okay with you rapping it. And that was, yeah. And I think after that, Cherry got a little bit triggered and eventually asked him to move out.
Wow. Interesting. Interesting. That's quite the maneuver, if I don't say so myself. Huh. Curious.
I don't know what... I read somebody's thing on my subreddit. I don't know how much is true or not, so I say this hesitantly. But apparently, like, the current analysis is that, like, I guess Booksmarts hates everything having to do with, like, streaming, YouTube, he hates all of it. But he does it enough to get enough money, and then he'll get, like, a big donation and then disappear for, like, 2 weeks. That's what I heard people on my subreddit say. I don't know if that's true or not, but...
Strategy. Huh. Okay, I gotta think. There's probably so many things. My fucking G502 wireless mouse, I was using it the other day in the middle of a big fucking raid, and the thing just died. I'm not talking like, oh, it's disconnected. No, just completely, it fucked me, the mouse. I had to order another one. You know how much those things are? $120
yeah.
For a fucking mouse, bro.
These are nice mice. Damn, okay.
Yeah, it is a nice mouse, but it fucking pissed me off. You know, just right in the middle of everything right there.
Remember way back in the day when you'd have to open the bottom of the mouse with the balls and you had to take the any dust out because sometimes I would get the rubber thing stuck.
You gotta kind of clear out the gunk on the little spinner wheels there.
It would stop the thing from spinning. Damn. The boomer
those
days.
are the olden days.
Oh god, I saw a post on PC Master Race recently where some guy has like found this awesome feeling keyboard in my dad's garage, but I don't know what connector this is, and it was a PS2 connector.
Yeah, that's really.
I was like, oh no.
Bad. We're old. Like, you know, the thing that's fucked is I feel like if I was 28 right now, like I would just believe that if I woke up and I was 28 and like everything that was the same was like, oh yeah, you're 28. Like I would be like, yeah, that sounds right. It feels the same, everything. But it's not. I'm like almost 40 years old.
Yeah.
And
can we? Do you know what is the lowest? Hold on. I don't know if I can get you to agree on this or not. I don't think you should be allowed to say that like, oh, like one of the crises I lived through was like 2007, 2008. I don't think you should be allowed to say that unless one, you were old enough to work in 2007, or two, like your parents lost their house in 2007. I'm tired of all these kids that are like, oh yeah, like I lived through 2007, and they were born in like fucking like 1998. They were like 9 years old. I was like, oh well, it was tough for my parents. Like, what do you mean tough for your parents? That doesn't mean you live. Fuck you. I think that's bullshit.
What the other thing wasn't it only people that like were. Oh, I gotta really watch myself what I say here. People that got into 30-year fixed mortgages weren't really affected by this at all.
No, that's not true. Well, okay, well, hold on. In some ways, it was really positive because holy shit, was it Obama back then that rolled out the first-time homebuyer credit? Do you remember that?
First-time homebuyer credit.
It was awesome. If you bought a house, you got fucking $8,000 from the government. It was crazy. You just bought a house, you filled out your taxes, you got an $8,000 tax credit for a first-time home. It was insane. I took advantage of that shit. That was cool. Secondly, you could have been somebody that got like a 30-year fixed mortgage, but you still ended up being underwater in your house because it was dramatically overvalued, right?
Oh, so you're saying that could certainly happen. I guess the housing market was definitely crazy, right? Like if you bought in like Cape Coral or Bonita Springs or something like that, or Las Vegas. Man, I remember some fucking sick places in Las Vegas going for nothing. Yeah, that is true. I completely forgot about that fact, just a crash in the market. But I more so meant like you weren't being. It's not like The Big Short. Like you were surprised that your 5/1 arm was adjusting to a new crazy rate.
Yeah, technically, what you got fucked on was a lack of equity in your house. But like technically, you still should have been able to afford.
Yeah,
it. That shouldn't really affect you. They're like, oh no, I'm negative equity in my house. Like, okay, well you can still make the payments. Like you're.
Yeah, exactly. That shouldn't be like you're homeless. That's like, oh man, this fucking sucks, dude.
Yeah.
I'm paying on a house and it's like literally not even worth what I'm paying.
Yeah.
I think that I guess that's kind of what I mean by that. But yeah. So GameStop just had their earnings call, and I think they reported some of the hopeful people were expecting them to have like 90 cents positive earnings, and I think they're like negative $2 earnings. And
when you say, hold on, just so I know, when you say earnings, you're talking about EPS, like the earnings per share is what we're talking about?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, earnings per share. Sorry, yeah.
Yep.
And I'm starting to. It's interesting
watching
this.
To think the value of that stock is overinflated. No, go ahead.
Yeah, but at what point do people realize no one's going to GameStop? Like,
yeah, it's really GameStop and that stock. I think that's got to be taught in like future textbooks or whatever, like to reinforce the idea that like a stock, you buy a stock for what you think you could sell it for. Markets can be irrational for long times. Like there's not necessarily it's not necessarily following fundamental values. Like yeah, it's insane that because even if that stock were to lose 80% of its value, it would still be dramatically overvalued.
I think what's even worse is how they're milking all sorts of retail investors, especially on AMC. So they said that they were buying gold and silver mines. One, they're like a moving company, but two, they put a $20 million investment into a gold mine.
Yeah. Well, because there's meme shit where, I don't know if that would apply in this case, but there's meme shit where you can do an investment as a company where just the announcement of that investment is worth more than the actual money that you put. Like I might have a company worth like $50 billion, and I'm like, I'm gonna buy this mine, and I spend like $1 million, but because of the hype around my stock or whatever, it increases the valuation of my company enough that like it completely makes up for the amount that I spend or whatever. And then if I own a lot of stock or if I buy back or whatever, there's like shit you can do.
Yeah, it's quite the interesting situation, as they say in the biz. But hey, it is what it is. Okay, let me think. What else is there in fucking Kitty Catville that's happened in the last 2 weeks? What else?
Those subreddits still exist where they're still waiting for the mother of all short squeezes.
Oh, it's not even subreddit. It's just like conspiracy theorist style site because they don't even like Reddit anymore.
Yeah. And then they're getting, unfortunately, a little bit of mainstream. There are still some mainstream financial losers that, like, even Jon Stewart is, like, appealing to these guys now. And there are a couple of financial people on Twitter and shit that, like, tweet, like, oh, yeah, these guys are right. And I don't know, man.
So, what the fuck is this? Okay, I found...
Yeah?
I found where to go. I found the new Wall Street bets.
Okay.
How much are you willing to pay for this information? It's basically Wall Street bets, but like GME and AMC is banned, kind of.
Why would I pay you information for a meme subreddit?
Yeah, Wall Street Bet OGs.
Wow.
Wall Street Bets OGs.
Correct. Yeah. That's so well hidden, Dan. Thank you so much for that. Oh my goodness.
Like Fight Club.
Yeah.
I'm only telling you guys because we're all
bros. Yeah.
We're all bros that hate that shit also. What became of our beautiful subreddit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Dan, what do you think about Facebook?
I think fuck. Do you think it's...
Dead company.
They took a huge risk, I guess, with this metaverse shit, and it's actually, like, destroying the value of that company. Do you think it's going to rebound?
I believe in augmented reality. I don't know how soon it is, but I think that is going to be an whoever can own that space, it's like creating the next iPhone. And I know that sounds silly, you know, and people are like, oh, Dan, you know, that's crazy. But the fact of the matter is, like,
no, I 100% agree. Yeah,
that is like that next level Minority Report experience that you're going to be able to get from wearing a pair of glasses or some contacts or whatever. And when you get there, whoever owns that hardware and that software, that gets, you don't need an iPhone anymore. Do people understand that? Like, you don't need iOS, you don't need Apple, you don't need your, like, depending on how good this shit is, like, that is absolutely massive. But in the same part, like, fuck Facebook. Well, why would I ever do this? Like, of all companies, why would I do it with Facebook? Like, Facebook is a dead fucking platform. Who even goes there anymore? It's literally just, I don't know.
I mean, they have the, if they were to be the first ones to do it, they'd be really well positioned to take advantage of it, right? They've got a huge user base they can roll it out to. They probably got a lot of other products and services they can integrate with, right?
I mean, what, like Snap goggles or whatever the fuck, Snaps, whatever those things were called?
Well, I mean, they could feed the user base back into their main product, right? Imagine if you, like, the AR thing became really huge, they got working goggles, and now it, like, works with your Facebook account. Like, maybe it brings people back to the platform or something, you know? Who knows?
I mean, listen, Steve, we're old. But God, I hope in our lifetime that we get, like, the fucking Ready Player One lifestyle. Please, we deserve it. We've worked hard enough, and we've suffered with, like, 4 channels when we were kids on the TV. We deserve that when, we're 70 years old to be able to, like, put on fucking VR glasses and, you know, live.
I don't know, man. I think it's really bad. I think we need to get less. I think people need to be less online. I did have I didn't bring this up on stream, but I did have a dream a while ago. I think it was a couple weeks ago, with, like, where AR shit was really big, where you could, like, have conversations with people and, like, have them in your room. And I thought about, like, how different, like, long distance dating and shit would be if you had stuff like this. I do think it would be, like, a really cool concept. But I think it would also be, like, really unhealthy, because you're getting people more and more into areas. Like, imagine those kids that spend all day in VR chat. Like, do you think that these are, like, well-adjusted people? Like, these are good, it's doing good things to their mind? Like, I don't think it's, I think, yeah, go ahead.
I mean, but yeah, that's not our problem. It's about where the dollars are at.
I know, but, like, damn, dude. Feels like society's, like, falling apart.
Well, like, Facebook's not good for you. Like, who gives a shit, right? Like, you know, none of this stuff is good for you, but, like, we fucking love it, you know? Yeah. I don't know. I'm excited for, like, good augmented reality, or at least, like, really nice, like, glasses that have that shit. I mean, to me, when we can get to a point, this is the most exciting thing. I want you to imagine this. Imagine that, like, your watch, or, just your watch. Imagine your watch is your home PC. You know, and at home, all you have is your keyboard, your mouse, and your monitors. And that's it. You know what I mean? And your watch, you take it with you all the time. Like, and that's it. And, like, maybe you have contacts that, like, become a monitor when you're out. That is so fucking cool that you can have, like, your environment with you wherever you go, whatever you do. You know, and you come home and you dock into your main PC, and then you go out and you're in this, like, AR type of experience. It's the future. I just don't know how far away we are from being able to get to that point. But it's major. It's so super cool.
Yeah.
Super, super cool.
Think about all the advertising you could do too.
Yeah, I mean, that's like Minority Report. Those guys did a fantastic job thinking about that. As you walk into the Gap, it's like, oh, hello, Mr. Pope. Here again for another, you know, tidy whities. You know, like, that's the type of shit. Like, that's what's gonna happen, and it's gonna be fucking cool and creepy and weird. But, like, I'm ready for it. You know? Yeah. I've been decking out my my pellet gun. I have an EOTech sight on it, a 3x magnifier, but the iguanas, they just keep coming, man. I can't.
Dan, you have a problem.
Blend in. They have a problem. Well, I mean, I guess I have the problem, but yeah, still. What's the latest? What do we think's happening with Trump? Is he gonna be running, or is DeSantis gonna find a way to...
Did you see that he's doing, like, random, like, YouTuber podcasts now?
Well, he's completely deplatformed. That's all he can do.
Yeah, I guess, but geez.
Unless you care about, like, Truth Social or whatever the fuck it is. Yeah. What else? feel like there's other things that
It is
happen.
pretty shitty that YouTube took that podcast down. That's a little weird. I don't know.
Oh, this one
How do
is.
you actually? How do you feel about like the tech companies basically having the autonomy to like deplatform countries now? Where you've seen like Russia Today's media getting removed and shit.
I'm thinking. So, let me give it a think right now. I think it's probably getting to the point soon where something like Twitter is probably going to have to be nationalized or socialized.
Or there has to be some public infrastructure or some public...
Yeah, or some competitor that's public. I think you're going to have to do that. It seems so fucking stupid, but I think it's going to have to happen. Because, like, you know, we kind of nationalized the phone lines and or what is it that we did some of that, right? With, like certain these things don't get, like, you can't get deplatformed from your fucking AT&T.
They've been turned into utilities, yeah.
You know, so I think that's gonna. It's just very weird, like
yeah,
because
like I just like Trump was
come and go.
Trump was the president of the United States, and he's been shut down by like Zuckerberg and Jack. Well, Jack is not CEO anymore, but like I don't know. That's just really unsettling to me. I guess it's.
I don't
really
know
weird.
though. Yeah, but I also don't know. Like I say it so cautiously. They should become like, as you're saying, utilities, but like it's different. You know, utility like brings you service, I guess, and this is like kind of receiving from you.
Like it seems like utility should be things that you should have like some fundamental human right to access, right? Like energy and water and shit. Like should you have a fundamental human right to access Twitter? Right? It's a harder one, you know.
No, I don't. Yeah, it is hard. The problem is that they're so powerful, right? These are, you know what they should be? This is probably the best answer. You know what? I take back. They shouldn't be nationalized. They shouldn't be utilities. You know what they should be? They should be labeled as monopolies much more aggressively than they are. So
yeah, but the problem is they don't.
Facebook,
even if they're not monopolies, they can still like socially collude, and that like in a non.
Well, then you have to make sure that that's not the case. But I think that's probably the best solution. You make it so that Facebook can't own Facebook and Instagram.
Yeah, but like let's say that
can't
like
be
so like
bought by
here's
these-
we've got 3 big independent companies, right? We've got Facebook, we've got Twitter, and we've got YouTube. If like all 3 of these platforms deplatform you, which seems to happen, right? Like, what do you do? Those are 3 separate companies. They're not technically monopolies. Like, how do you?
So, what would be the difference, for instance, if a newspaper was deplatformed? Let's say hypothetically, the Baltimore Sun said we're not writing about Trump anymore. Would you be freaking out about that?
I think it's a difference between not writing about somebody versus not being able to engage with the platform, right? Because it's not like I don't want like Twitter writing articles about Trump, but the idea that they can remove Trump, I think, is kind of scary. Here's what's scary to me. A while ago, I could see everything that Trump was saying front and center, like all over the media everywhere, because people covered him and because he had like a presence on social media. And now that's been almost completely eliminated, not through any democratic process, not through any action of the government, but because like the tech companies decided to deplatform. Isn't that a little bit weird?
Well, it's not. That's not true. You can go to his website and you can see what he says.
Yeah, but again, I have to go specific. Like, what do you think the loss is? You know, this is an internet guy, right? Like,
yeah,
that's probably like a 98%
so,
audience loss or some shit. You know?
Yeah, but I think like access to audience is probably not something you're entitled to. It would be my guess. You know what might be interesting is, so do you remember when Donald Trump got banned from Twitter? He created his own site. It was like donaldtrump.com/desk.
I think he tried to make it was like a Twitter knockoff almost, right?
Yeah, it was on his website, and it was basically like a blog, and he posted shit there, and that was it. It was like a scuffed fucking Twitter on his website where he would post tweets, and you could go read his shit. You know, you could subscribe in an RSS feed, whatever. But would you be more upset? So Twitter banned Trump. How would you feel if instead of banning Trump, instead of that, they removed all of his followers? So if you were following Trump, you're no longer following him.
And then he could like rebuild his followers?
After 1 year, he could rebuild them. Until then, the only way to view it is you'd have to go to twitter.com/Trump. He would not, it wasn't a ban, but it was a following ban.
I guess
Like,
it'd be
the
a
old-
little better, sure. And people would probably still interact with them a lot and everything, right?
Sure. So you think that would be better? I feel that technically that's very similar kind of to what happened a little bit.
I don't think so, but because he'd
Why?
still be getting tons of people retweeting him and shit, and other people. Because the thing is, the
Okay. Let's take it. I'm going to modify my thing then.
Okay.
Would you have been okay if Twitter made it so that he's still on the platform, but he lost all his followers, he can't get any new ones, and you can't retweet any of his stuff? Now, you could certainly write about what he said, manually, but there is no retweet button, there is no quote button, there's nothing like that. I mean, you could screenshot.
I mean, at some point, it's going to get to a point where I'd probably be like, "This is the same thing effectively." So no, I don't think it'd be okay.
Yeah. So would you be okay with it? Then?
Probably not.
You wouldn't.
It just
be okay
feels
with
weird that somebody can get removed from like the national conversation by a platform that doesn't answer.
He's not being removed. In that case, he wouldn't be removed.
Okay, he's not being
just
removed
not
in
being
quotes,
amplified.
but effectively, that's what's happening, right? That's what's effectively happened.
Well, he's being amplified.
Yeah, if everybody's being amplified and you're not, though, it's kind of like you're being silenced. That's effectively what's happening.
Well, not everyone is not being amplified.
But
if I go create an account on Twitter right now and say, "Hey, what's up?" no one will see it. I'll get no responses. So not everyone is getting amplified. People of worth typically do get amplified.
Presidents
for sure.
of the United States typically get amplified, right?
Yeah, sure. The question is, does a private service, for instance, does the newspaper, even though all of your audience in the newspaper would love to read about this story, does the newspaper have a responsibility to put it on the homepage, or can they put it on the back page?
Yeah, they can put it anywhere they want. Like, I'm just saying that, like, I agree with you that you don't necessarily have an entitlement to these platforms, but the problem is these platforms never should have been the centers for all of public discourse. That's the issue, I think.
I think they should be, but I think that we need more competition.
Well, sure, that would be okay too if there were like 8 different social media platforms. But the problem is, like, because of the corporate culture, because of like the overall culture in the US, they all kind of follow each other anyway, right? Like when you get permabanned off of one platform, you're probably getting permabanned off everything. It happened to conservatives a while ago, right? Where Stefan Molyneux got banned from like YouTube and Twitter and everything else. Like I think even Twitch did it, right? Like.
Do you think that that's because like they all follow each other like lemmings, or do you think it's more along the lines of?
I don't think that the TOS was just being broken at the same time.
No, I think it was because of advertiser pressure.
Yeah, probably, yeah, because of the culture, yeah. Are you okay?
How are you?
I'm okay.
Yeah, but I think the best way to handle that is definitely more competition, and maybe even you have some sort of, I don't know, some sort of grant program or some sort of incentives for more people to build more competitors there. I think, in general, I am a huge believer that monopoly law in the United States is garbage, and it needs to be fucking cranked up. Like, right now it's at a 2. It needs to be at a fucking 18.
Yeah, it seems a little silly sometimes when you see like who's allowed to like do mergers and shit. Like I don't understand what the fuck is happening, but
it needs to be like, I'm talking about, if you did this, I would say you would have to break up most of the big companies. I think that's how it fucking should be. 100%. I don't think there's any reason Johnson & Johnson gets to own as much as they do.
Yeah, it seems so weird that you can have so many peripheral brands and everything, yeah.
Yeah, because there's just too much control in that, and I think that it's fucked, and I don't think there's enough competition, and I think the way that you create the most healthy economy is not letting that happen. And I would even do it based off of a market cap type of thing, like when a company becomes worth more than $100 billion, you get 1,000% fucking monopoly challenged at that point, and maybe you can fight it off, but I think if you go over like 150 billion, it's just guaranteed monopoly. Like that's it, you're over. And even if it's just one business, like listen, what do you want me to do? Like I produce meat. That's it. I have a fucking cattle farm, and that's it. No tough shit. I guess you're gonna have fucking 2 cattle farms now. Sorry about that, bro. Like I think that just needs to happen. It's just too fucked in the United States right now. Otherwise,
maybe yeah. I don't know.
Well, people like love to say Amazon, and I think this is a good example. Amazon's fucking awesome if you're a consumer. But, and this is a huge fucking but, that can change. And when it does, they're going to have no competition. Amazon, like, once they fucking crush Best Buy, and they crush Walmart and they crush all these other people, you know, who's going to be left? You know, no one will be left when they go and they say, hey, guess what? Amazon Prime is now $8,000 a year, and if you don't like it, you know, fuck yourself. They did it to. It's an interesting story. So back in the day, there was a startup called Diapers.com, and Diapers.com was actually fucking dominating Amazon on the sale of diapers. You know, and they did it in the same way that a lot of, ironically, like Chewy, the dog food company that is now, the CEO is now in charge of GameStop, the same way. They got a huge, like, hedge fund to get a bunch of money, and they just bought up a fuck ton of product, and they're able to, like, offer better prices than Amazon. You know how Amazon reacted to that?
They buy them?
No, they eventually did buy them, but you know, like, but Diapers.com refused to be bought initially because they were growing so much.
Mhm.
So what Amazon did is they said, "Fuck it, we're just gonna lose money on every fucking diaper
I was
we
gonna
sold."
say that's like the standard response is you
And
undercut.
they fucking crushed them because this company wasn't able to make money, and Amazon's able to keep going perpetually like that. They're like, "Fuck it, we'll never make money on diapers again. Fuck you." And they did it, and that was the end. And Diapers.com had to sell for less than they were initially offered by Amazon, and that's the end. And no one fucking cared that they did that. No one cared.
Isn't that
That's
against
the type of
antitrust law if you can prove that there's like malicious pricing going on, or?
I think only if there's like no competition, right? Like if I'm the only basket maker in the country and you start, you know, making baskets and I fuck you, then maybe. But there was obviously a lot of other people that were selling diapers. Yeah. It's just, you know, it's crazy. It's crazy. What are you gonna do? There's nothing you can do. What else? What else? Yeah, I don't know. That's it. I'm gonna go have dinner. It was good catching up with you. What do you have on the agenda for this evening?
Big debate with Nick Fuentes over Ukraine and Russia.
All right. Well, good luck. Maybe I got you primed a little bit with some of the thoughts to have there.
Thanks.
Yeah. All right. Have a good evening. Good to see you, chat. Take care.
Be careful, Danny Dan. Dan is not dead, guys.
Hello?
Hi, what's up, buddy?
Hey, man, hold up. Give me a sec. I need to get my headphones.
Oh
I
my
didn't think you'd
fucking
respond
God.
so quickly.
Why? I always respond to you instantaneously. What do you mean?
That's cap. No, more normally you either ignore it or you instantly respond.
Oh, well, I instantly respond this time, so.
Yeah, no, I wasn't ready. I had my pants down. Give me a second. I'm done masturbating.
Okay, you're good.
How you doing, man? You good?
Yeah, I'm doing great.
Yeah. I feel like with you especially, well, obviously it's on stream, but I feel like even if you're doing shitty, you wouldn't tell me. So I like asking that question for no reason.
I have, like, my content and my mood kind of, like, ebb and flow. Like, the past couple months have been pretty slow, but now we're starting to pick up again, so, yeah.
I feel you. All right. Yes. All right. So I wanted to ask you, obviously, I don't know how much you follow real estate markets and stuff like that, but you've been in the game a lot longer than I have, and I feel like you probably owned property in the past before. So
Okay.
I wanted to chit chat to you about that. Can I ask you, have you ever owned a spot?
Yeah, I bought my first house in 2008, maybe, or 9, and then I own one house right now that my son and girlfriend live in, or son and ex-girlfriend.
Oh, is this in Omaha?
Yeah.
Right. So like that place, like you could buy a house for like $10, right? Like nobody really.
It's not Detroit, okay, but yeah.
it's relatively it's a good housing market in comparison to when you were living in.
Sure. Yeah.
In Los Angeles. When you bought the house, like what are some of the things that you learned in regards to like owning property and managing all that stuff? What are like some of like the hard lessons you learned in regards to money in that regards?
Are you talking about owning property to rent to other people or for you to have on your own?
Both. Honestly, I'm really learning. Obviously, with the YouTube stuff taking off, I had to make sure I become a little bit more intelligent about money, and so savings not enough. So yeah, I'd be really interested
Gotcha.
Just wanted to
Okay.
hear about it.
Number one, ignore everything everybody says on the internet. All of them are kids. They're rentoids that are dipshits. They think that like owning houses is cheap and based and awesome compared to renting an apartment for a whole bunch of reasons they don't understand because they've never owned property or had to work for anything in their entire lives. So that's the first thing. Ignore everybody online, okay? So rule number one is it's a lot of work and it's a lot more money than you think. Also, some things will make you suicidal. There's nothing quite like being a homeowner and then going into your basement and seeing a crack in the floor and not knowing if like the weather got too cold and there's just like something like expanding or freezing, or if you have foundation issues and you're looking at like $20,000 to $30,000 minimum to get your house back to something that can even be sold. There's like, so there are, and also like when things start to go wrong in houses, it's usually really expensive. Like a new furnace, a new air conditioning system, new windows. All of these repairs or replacements are like in the thousands, if not tens of thousands of dollars, new roof. So always like make sure that you're budgeting for that. Sometimes people will just look at like the mortgage and they'll be like, oh, like, look, oh, it's a little bit cheaper than renting. And they'll think that like, oh, that's cool, we're good. But yeah, there's a lot of hidden costs that go into homeownership. That's number one. Number two is apartments, you can sit in and do whatever, and who cares? You know, you can move apartments, you know, who cares, whatever. Houses require maintenance. You have to upkeep these. You can't just like run the house into the ground into shit, because there's a whole bunch of like random shit that your landlord might do or take care of that you don't know about that now you have to do, right?
Right.
Like bathrooms, like sinks are going to need to be replaced every now and then. Toilets will need to be fixed. Plumbing might go bad that you have to come in and have people look at things. Gas lines might leak or break. Furnace, make sure you remember to change like the filters in your furnace. Like there's like a bunch of shit like that, a bunch of maintenance stuff that you have to be on top of as a house owner. You have to do things. I'm guessing it's the same in Canada as there is in the United States. You're legally obligated to maintain a certain appearance in your yard, to shovel your sidewalks. Like these are all things you have to do.
Yeah, I don't do any of that shit in my apartment, so I definitely see what you're talking about. And actually, my landlord did renovate the bathroom 3 years into my stay in this spot, so he did like a really good job with it, which I was actually pretty impressed with. And those are costs that I probably didn't think about too much.
Yeah.
People keep telling me, and I haven't listened to this advice at all, but people keep telling me buy a house and then just rent it out. But I also know I don't have the energy or the time to waste being a landlord. Nor do I know how deeply I want to be involved with like a renter's company taking care of that stuff and like taking a huge cut. Like, I don't know how much I want to be involved with all that shit.
It's going to cut into your costs or your revenue a little bit, but you can get like a property manager. There are like companies that will do things like that for you. But it just depends on how much you want to spend on that and everything. Yeah.
Right, but like, do they also take care of the whole process of finding you tenants and all that stuff?
I think some will, yeah. I wouldn't know as much about that because I haven't explored that before. But I think, yeah, you'll find ones that'll basically do everything for you.
Yeah. I think for me, the main thing is like, as far as money goes, is I don't know how involved I want to be in the process of like creating more of that wealth. And so oftentimes when people tell me about like these like attention-inducing activities I can engage in, whether it be like following stocks super heavy, like I don't got time to be reading reports and staying up to date on the latest stock market stuff. So maybe then you get somebody to trade on your behalf. Same thing with like renting. It's like I don't know if I want to be really, really that involved in all that. So for me, the things that I think about when I think about investing my money is more so businesses that I want to be hands-on and have some say in and be like understanding the market itself rather than renting per se. And so that's, I guess, just some of my reservations about it. What are some other reservations you think I should have when it comes to buying a home and then renting it out?
If you want to make money doing that, it's going to be an active process. This is going to be like another mini job, or you're going to get a property manager and it's going to cost more to do it. So just keep that in mind. Honest to God, I think like really good things you can do with your money is just throw it in like pretty safe investments and just let it grow. That's what I do with all of my money. If there's like fun business ideas you want to invest in, whatever, that's good. I wouldn't put like all of your investments into like one company and hope that it grows huge. But yeah, I think just like boring investments, like VT, VOO, like I guess SPY or whatever, like shit like this, stuff that tracks broad markets, just do that.
How much do you actually keep up with stocks and stuff like that, or is this you go for the same stuff?
I don't keep up with stocks. You are never going to beat the market unless you're willing to start putting in. If you're willing to start putting in several hours a day of research, you might hit a point where you might have a chance in some periods of time of maybe beating some other people, but it's not reliable. Like there are arguments, and I don't even know these are set up. There are arguments for whether professional traders ever beat the market ever. Like Warren Buffett, I think, made a huge bet with. Was it 10 Was it over 5 years or whatever with like 10 other hedge fund managers over whether or not any of them could beat like the average market, and not a single one won the bet. He lost. Every other one lost. Like nobody could just beat the average market return. It was over 8 years. So yeah, I don't know. Whenever people tell you shit like, oh yeah, like I buy stocks, I follow the market, I trade crypto, 99% of the time these guys don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
I want to ask you, so sometimes like I'll go to the bank and the bank starts talking to you funny once you make a bit of money, right? And they're like, all right, listen,
they want to sell you all sorts of products, yeah.
Yeah, they start talking to me about, listen, there's like a 12% return on investment. You're gonna increase whatever funds you put in because we beat it by last year about 12%, and then last year before that was 15, but the year before that was -4. And how much of these numbers are even real?
They're probably true. There are a lot of funds that can beat the market for a couple years, but what you want is you want to find long, stable funds that are performing well, consistently well for long periods of time. There is no such thing as a fund that consistently beats the market over a long period of time. It's all about the volume part. It's all about the time. Yeah.
So when you say beats the market, is that they don't lose any of the money, or is that like whatever the market is doing in terms of increase, they gain a larger percentage?
Exactly, yeah. Like what is the entire market? If the entire market is up 7% and your portfolio is up 2%, well, then whoever's investing your money is just fucking up, yeah.
Okay, all right. Yeah, because I just became super suspicious of everybody who started approaching me once there's just a bit of money in the picture, and I didn't know whether folks were coming in with honest intentions or just trying to sell me on pipe dreams. But I will say, having a bit of money, well, actually not having money made me realize how useless my savings account is, because I just looked at the interest rate and I was like, well, what's the point of this? This is like 0.3, and there's like a fee for even having this thing, but it gets negated after a certain amount of income. Like, what's the point of a savings account? Because I remember my dad and my mom used to talk to me about their savings account and how important it was to have one, how good it was, and they used to have like 4% interest rates. I'm like, that doesn't even exist. Yeah.
Oh, they might have had, although that's really high. There are special savings accounts where, Jesus Christ, one was called a money market deposit account, an MMDA. But I could be wrong. Somebody tell me if I'm wrong on this. Savings accounts might track the is it the federal funds rate will influence, like the CD rates and everything might influence what you get on a savings account. So maybe at one point in time they were higher, but interest rates have been really low in the US for a long time, so they're kind of shit. So yeah.
Or up here,
because way back then, do you have things called CDs, certificates of deposit in Canada?
Sorry, repeat that again.
Do you have certificates of deposit in Canada, CDs?
What are those?
It's just like a safe investment. You basically give the government like $100, and then like in 4 years they'll give you back like $120 or something.
Not that I know of.
Okay. Yeah, we used to have those in the US, and people recommend like, oh, this is like part of a good investment strategy, because way back in like the year like 2004, you could find CDs that would give you like outrageous returns that were like competitive almost with the market for how safe they were. But these days, I think CDs give you like 0.5% or like some garbage shit or whatever.
Yeah, it doesn't even seem like a good investment anymore. So I think we used to, what was it called? I think right now we don't have anything like CDs that I know of. Pretty much nowadays, most people, what they talk about when it comes to like government involvement in their savings is normally retirement funds, and so that's pretty much the only thing.
Gotcha. People are saying it's guaranteed investment certificates in Canada, GICs. So. Okay, sorry.
Oh, I actually have heard of GICs, but that's how like so. I don't know if you were like me, but my parents taught me like nothing about money other than how to save it.
My parents taught me everything about how not to spend your money, so I had very good teachers growing up.
Right, so not spending my money was like something I knew to do from a young age. I've always had money in my savings, even when I was struggling. I always knew how to like start working before the savings ever went down. So that was never an issue. But in terms of like investing, I had no idea. In terms of like property, in terms of all these things, just zero clue. So when I would hear stuff like GICs, I'm like, I don't know what that shit is. I remember when I left the military, they asked me, do you want to leave your pension fund, or do you want to take it out? And I was like, what you talking about? And so I didn't know I was even making contributions to a pension fund. And if I take it out, there's a penalty.
Get hugely fucked for it. Yeah, careful.
There's a penalty. But listen, the pension fund at the time was like $50K that they'd accumulated for me. And I'll never forget it. She said, actually, last year it was 75, but the market went down. So your pension fund got fucked. And I was like, what are you talking about? It's like, yeah, if you would have taken out the money. I got so mad at her because I felt like they just robbed me of this thing I didn't even know existed. But I ended up taking out my pension fund, and instead of getting 50K, I think I got like 35K. But there's like a huge penalty on the amount. But the reason why is in my head, I couldn't even imagine myself getting to 60. I'm like, I'm going to die before that. Like, I need this money now, you know? So I ended up taking out the money and then using it for my business. But the reason why I'm mentioning this is because I didn't even understand the importance of having a pension fund or these things like that. These are things my parents never talked to me about, or a retirement fund. So I didn't know if you had the same struggle when you came into money.
Yeah, my parents didn't really tell me any of that. But I've always been like a decently smart kid, and I went to a really good school, so I was able to pick up a lot of this on my own.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Like when at what age do you think like you started getting good with money in regards to like how to utilize it, not just save it, but actually use it?
I mean, there were a couple things that I learned early on to never carry a balance on credit cards. Interest will fucking destroy your lives. Don't spend above your means. Like these were things that I learned pretty early on in life, just watching how my parents would spend money. So,
damn, that's the same thing with me. I've never had a balance that carried over from month to month on my credit card.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I feel like I'm very similar. But I guess what made you kind of decide to go out there and learn about property housing and stuff like that? Was it just the fact that you had a child?
Oh, I wanted a house because I just liked the idea of having a house. It just seemed like really cool to me at the time. So I was like, oh, cool, I want a house. So I don't have to worry about like noise from neighbors or like me making too much noise or anything like that. And,
right.
Yeah.
And then you ended up buying a house, and now I guess your girlfriend or your ex and your child.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and your child lived there. Do you feel like your investment in the house was a good idea?
No, not like financially, but in terms of like, I liked having a house and everything. Yeah, that was for sure good.
Do you think about how you're going to leave that to your child when you pass away someday or whatever it might be?
No, fuck, I don't care about that shit. I'll leave them a fuck ton of money.
You don't think most people, when they think about buying a house, they want to leave something for their children. They want to have a home that they can like raise their kids in that feels like.
I like the idea of that. Like that's why I liked, because his mom, the living situation is kind of weird, but like his mom was living in an apartment at the time, and I didn't like the idea. I don't like income disparity between parents. That makes me really uncomfortable because I don't want to be like the rich parent and my kid's mom's like the poor. That sounded really bad. So the idea was that like, and then also like living in a house is nice, right? Like I want my kid to be able to go in the backyard and play with friends and run around and do all that. So that was the reason why I like the idea of the house. But like being attached to like a particular house, I don't really care as much about. I don't know if he does or not, but you know.
That's actually pretty dope. The fact that you actually got her a house and got them a house so they can live in there and be comfortable and be well.
Yeah.
That's dope.
Thanks.
Yeah. Do you want more kids?
Melina might. We'll see how she feels.
I only ask because, like, at that point, would you probably have to consider buying another house, or you going to just like?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would, right? I already have like, I'm paying for like 5 fucking houses because the cost of my Miami apartment is like 3 fucking Nebraska houses. So I mean, like, my rent here, I'm in a 2-bedroom Miami apartment that's like $3,500 a month. So it's not like getting a house would be inexpensive, or would be expensive compared to this shit.
That's actually the reason why I moved to Montreal originally 7 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I found out like apartments here were like $800 for 2 bedrooms, $700 for like 1-bedroom apartments. I couldn't believe the prices because I lived in Los Angeles before. I lived in other Canadian cities that were expensive. Even other like I lived in New Orleans, that was even more expensive.
Yeah,
so
you're in Montreal now though.
Yeah, I've been in Montreal for 7 years now.
So it's not that cheap anymore, right?
3-bedroom. It's not that cheap for people trying to move there now, but it's still substantially cheaper than being in Miami, for example.
Maybe.
But I have my apartment that I got 7 years ago, and like it's $1,100 for a 3-bedroom with a backyard. So I'm like, today that's unheard of. You won't find that even in the city or anywhere else. But at the time, everything was kind of normal.
Mm-hmm.
And so, when I think about living in a place like Miami, that's one of the reasons why I don't want to move. It's like I can't, even though I can't afford it. In my head, I just can't justify having to pay that much to live in a place. Does that make sense?
I kind of know what you mean. I was like that initially, yeah.
Okay, so what changed for you other than like, is it just like, oh, this is a much better place to be in than Los Angeles? For you, it wasn't really that big of a move. It seems like a lateral move to go from LA to.
I think that we typically we have very bad ways of looking at money. I just tried to have a more holistic way of looking at money, at like the money that I was spending.
Mm-hmm.
Because like you'll oftentimes hear people say things like, oh, well, when you buy an apartment, you're putting money into a black hole. That's like the most common argument against like renting. But like I try to think more now, like, okay, well, when I spend money, like what am I actually spending money on? What am I getting, you know? So like I could get, you know, my 3-bedroom, 2 full bathroom house in Nebraska, which is, I think I pay like $1,400 a month for the mortgage. Or I could have my fucking Miami apartment that's like over twice as expensive. But like, what am I getting, you know? I could pay a certain amount of money to live in Nebraska, but how much money would I pay extra to have like more relevant friends around me, more things to do, you know, these types of things, happy place for Melina. Like how much money would I pay to get access to those things? That's really what you're paying for when you're renting, right? You're paying to be in a particular area for a particular period of time. Mm-hmm.
That's definitely true. I think one of the reasons I also have moved from here is like the connections I've made, the friends I've made.
Yeah, exactly.
those it's hard to put a price on that, because I could take my money and go to like some poor European country, live like a king, you know, get myself like a white maid and have a good life. It's very feasibly possible, but I'd be away from everybody I've ever known, my family, my friends, my community, all the connections I've made from a business standpoint. So it's just, that's what makes it not feasible for me. And I think that's also what makes it hard to move, because honestly, during this pandemic, with everything going down, I thought about moving to a different state. I thought about moving to Florida. But all the stuff that you mentioned is basically the main reason why I didn't move. So I guess I would ask you then, what was the stuff that made you want to move, other than like being closer to European time and the sunny weather?
From LA or from Nebraska?
Both.
Nebraska, I hate that place. It's just, I have a lot of like bad memories associated with it. I don't enjoy it. Like, there's nothing for me at all in that city except for my son. The only reason I stayed there for as long as I did is because I wanted him to be old enough when I like moved, for him to be able to like communicate long distance. Like, I didn't want to have to talk to like my 2-year-old son through, you know, iPhone would be kind of weird. So yeah, getting out of that place I think was important for my mental health, and then kind of being in areas that are more likely to have like other human beings in them. Even though I don't go out too much, it's nice to be able to go out and socialize and talk to people that are in like relevant areas of interest, right? Like, there are no like streamers in Omaha, Nebraska. That whole industry doesn't exist out there as much as it does either on like the East or West Coast, or even in Austin, you know?
Right. And so moving to Miami was also to be closer to streamers?
The Miami move was because Melina really wanted to be in a better time zone. She wanted beach stuff. And then I have friends that live here in my apartment building, actually, yeah. So.
You didn't want to be closer to your Cuban roots?
No, fuck no. We don't go to those parts of Miami, okay?
Hey man, considering how much I heard about Gusano, I thought maybe you would like be out here eating Cubanos and some shit, or I don't know, just
identifying with my people.
No, at least it would have made it more valid. But yeah, I guess with the transition that I'm making with the cash stuff, I just wanted to think more about what to do with the money and how to be smart about it. And so yeah, if there's any advice that you had, I'd definitely be keen to listen.
Yeah, one is like, so make sure that you are maxing the fuck out of whatever your guaranteed return safe shit is in Canada. In the United States, we've got things called 401ks and IRAs. These are investments that everybody should be, because they're usually incredibly tax advantaged. So you always want to do those firstly. People are saying TFSA for Canada and RRSP. I don't know what the fuck that is, but that.
Yeah. I know exactly what they're talking about. Just the Canadian equivalent.
There's that. Secondly is don't ever carry a balance on any credit card ever. Don't ever do that. 3, the only things you should ever really take out loans for are houses and maybe cars. But other than that, you're never like taking loans out to buy shit. If you can't afford it now, then you can't afford it. Just wait a few months till you can get it. 1, 2, 3. For budgeting, make sure that you don't like every time you make more money, you're like buying a new bill. People do that a lot, where they make new money and then they start buying new things that they've got to make payments on, or like they upgrade their shit like immediately. Don't do that. Like, it's always good to have a lot of money in the bank, just because you've got a lot of freedom attached to that. Use credit cards. No, never mind. You're Canadian. Just don't use credit cards. RBC sucks. Trying to think. I don't know if there's any other like.
So this is going to be a weird question. This is good advice for saving money. My question is going to be the opposite. As somebody who's ultra conservative with their money, what would you think be a sensible thing to spend money on? I think I have the opposite problem. My problem is not losing money. I keep money very, very well. My problem is, I guess, getting out of the mindset of even being comfortable spending money.
Just, I mean, spend money on things you like. It depends on what you like. It's easy for me because I don't like to do much, right? I just buy computer shit or whatever. But I like to travel, so I'll spend money on traveling. But yeah, just do that. But be smart, I guess, on what you spend money on. Make sure that you're always using like the rewards programs and all that shit, you know?
Yeah. Okay. I think these are pretty good advices. Do you have any experiences with money that kind of scarred you, whether it's like not having it or having too much?
I mean, I wasted the first year I got into streaming like full time. I think I made $100,000 and I wasted it all immediately. I couldn't believe how quickly like I could waste money like that.
So what? Like, how'd you waste it?
I don't know, dude. I don't know. You can 100,000 can evaporate. Like, but the thing is that like the year before I did carpet cleaning and I made like it would have been like $20,000. So I figured that like $100,000 is an infinite amount of money. Like, you're getting $8,000 paychecks a month from Twitch. Like, there's no way that this money disappears, but it can disappear on random shit so quickly. I don't even know what the fuck I spent it on. I don't have anything to show for it. I didn't like travel that much. I think I went to like Utah once to see Mia Rose and then maybe one other place. But like, yeah, I have no idea. Just on stupid shit everywhere, it just disappeared.
Come on, I mean, did you not pay for some expensive prostitutes? Like, what'd you spend that money?
I don't buy anything. I don't have anything, right? I still have my GTI, like my old car. I don't buy like clothes or any shit like that. I don't like. I guess I upgraded my computer one time, but like no, I didn't. Yeah, I don't know. The money just disappeared in it. It's just like dumb shit, like going out to eat a ton, like spending money on just dumb shit. It just must have been stupid shit. Yeah.
Hey man, if you were under criminal investigation, they'd definitely be looking into you for sure. That sounded super sus. 100K is not an easy amount to spend. I don't care how much eating out you do.
Have you? I don't want to. I can't say the word. There's a word that I can't say. Have you? Fuck. I'm not bringing this up because it's you. I swear to God. Okay. Have you ever heard the expression "N-word rich"?
No.
Oh
I'm
shit.
like Jigga rich?
Yes. Yeah. You've never heard that expression before?
Nah.
Yeah, you can get a lot of money as a poor person and just it's gone. And it happens enough that there's an expression for it, and that is the expression for it. Where like you can like lose money like just so fast. It happens to people that make millions sometimes, right? Like people will waste money on dumb shit on new cars or whatever, but
I didn't realize the word ended with ER, but okay, cool.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
I was like, I've never heard my homie say this. I'm like, oh, okay, it's not my homie saying that. Cool. All right. I was like, am I living under a rock? How did I not know this? But yes, you can spend money recklessly. I don't disagree. You're
just curious.
I can see people, because I could see people buying jewelry. I could see people like buying like stupid stuff like that or popping bottles in the club. I just couldn't see you. So when you say you spent $100 grand, I'm confused. That's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah, it must have just been like on going out to eat or dumb shit. Yeah, because I didn't have any jewelry. I didn't have any cool cars. I wasn't even doing drugs at the time, so I wasn't even having fun with it. Yeah, I don't know.
Damn.
Yeah, just
that's
dumb
crazy.
shit.
That's a crazy amount. I spent, I think last year's the most I ever spent in my life, and it was just like 50 grand. But like a lot of that also went back into the business to some degree, so it wasn't even like fully on me. Just took a few trips here and there. But even that, like I looked at my tax at the end. I'm like, damn, this is so much. So I'm just trying to get out of that whole power mindset. But you know what also is like made me realize is just I spoke to you about it a little bit earlier in regards to like my parents and what they didn't teach me. But Preach is completely the opposite. His parents, like one of them is an accountant, the other one's like worked in finances for a long time. So he was, even though we both made like around the same amount, he was much better with his money going straight into it. And like he would talk to me about it a year later, and he's like, yeah, my parents told me to put in this and this, and I ended up buying a property at this point in the market because it was good. And it just made me realize just how much those lessons from the people before you are important in regards to like how you associate your life with money going forward.
Yeah, for sure.
So I think about even like maybe this is strange. Do you feel like this kind of information is like easily accessible, or is it just that people, it's out of sight, out of mind kind of thing?
Every piece of information is incredibly easily accessible, but that doesn't really matter. The accessibility of information is important, right? This is like the concept of like, we can talk about generational wealth or generational privilege. Like generational wealth isn't just the money you get, right? It's all the things that you learn from people that are wealthy and everything too, that are like invaluable lessons for people to carry over. Yeah.
That's why I always get annoyed when people say stuff like, well, most of the millionaires today are
self-made.
Not. Like, but I'm like, do you understand that connections matter, that who your parents introduce you to and like the lessons they give you are just as pivotal?
Or more so, right?
Yeah.
Like Bill Gates, I think, said that like, I'm not leaving my children a cent. And it's like, that's great, dude. But like, they're Bill Gates' children. Like these guys are going to be fine, man. Like you're not like setting them out to the wolves. Like Jesus.
I definitely agree. And you heard like Kim Kardashian's comments, right?
Which ones?
The most recent one where everyone lost their minds because she says women business.
Need to work harder or some shit. Yeah, I need to hustle.
Yeah. And look, I feel like some people are just dumping on her because it's Kim Kardashian. Obviously, it's like anytime this girl opens her mouth, everyone's like, "You suck dick on camera. Shut up, whore!" Like, and that's just going to be the general consensus. But I think maybe this is more so my pet peeve with general guru advice and like financial people. But oftentimes it seems like it's always axed on like grinding and hard work. But there's very little discussions about the importance of making good connections, the importance of fostering those relationships and how they're going to help you professionally, the importance of understanding how to manage your money, saving it, all these little things that really propel you forward. Because people look at me sometimes like, wow, but you worked hard. But I also saved all my money before I transitioned from the military to the art scene. So I had money in the bank because I was operating in the negative for many years. I didn't have to work a part-time job or do all this other stuff. I kept my money. And then when I need to do the art stuff, I had 5 years of a buffer period where I could just take side gigs here and there and have time. People don't have discussions about that portion of it. It's just work hard. Work hard. Don't sleep. Don't sleep.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like it's irresponsible because there's so much more that goes into it. I don't even think like working hard is the most important thing.
Yeah, wait, your internet's kind of cutting in and out a little bit. You said I don't think working hard is the most important thing. Oh, well, looks like he wasn't working hard enough.
Essentially, it's far more important.
Oh, shit. Sorry. Oh, hello? Your internet's kind of like buzzing in and out. I got the heart thing right.
My buzzing.
Oh, hello? He said, sorry, dude. Oh, I didn't get the Holy Bible. Oh, I can't get the Holy Bible. We just need to upgrade our birds. Oh, I can upgrade my wand. Seems my internet dropped. Oh, well. No Bible or garlic? I think the garlic is new bait. I stopped getting that shit. I looked at some of the damage at the end of my rounds. Oh shit, hello? Oh, nope. I don't think the garlic is any good.
Obama.
I want to get these birds upgraded. I've never gotten them upgraded in a game before. Seems like some hedge funds do actually beat the market long term. By the year 2000, the computer-driven medallion fund had made an average of 34% a year after fees since 1988. I just don't believe it. I'd have to look more into it. Average of 34% per year over, maybe over 12 years. Actually, no, over 12 years, maybe. I don't know. It's possible, but like, like it would be like a freak. It would be like a freak of nature thing, and like I don't know if it would be reliable, right? Because everybody would be copying those investment strategies. It would be. It's because it's a small fund. Yeah, also, if there's like really small funds that are making hyper-specific investments, they might be able to as well, maybe, but...
Obama.
True. If hedge funds never beat the market, then why are they even a thing? I don't know. That's a good question. But then again, why does any retailer trade stocks? I mean, they are losing almost every time. Every person that you meet in real life, not to be mean, but every single person that you meet in real life that says like, oh yeah, like I invest in crypto, all of these people lose money constantly on crypto. None of these people are winning traders. Like, but I don't know why there's so many people in real life that will, so many guys are like, oh yeah, I trade crypto. Like there are so many of these people and none of them are winning investors. So. Jesus. 3 more level ups on the birds and then I'll pick up that box. One.
Obama.
People misunderstand hedge funds. They're there to hedge against other risk. Oh, maybe. Who knows? No, bird. I need the bird. Ooh, cross. Bird, yes. Oh, God. It's gonna let me upgrade my boomerang instead of the bird. Fuck. I want to upgrade the birds. Please upgrade the birds. I don't think that's it. Oh, there she is. Okay. This one right here. It's coming. Both birds have to be max level up. They are both max level up. Motherfucker. Okay, that's the upgrade right there. The super bird. We got it. We finally made it. Oh my god, it's on a cooldown? It's not even constant? Okay. What do I want as my last weapon? What did I get a synergy with? Oh, I need the Holy Bible. Our technical analysis of stock market is a huge meme. Yeah, I don't believe in any of that shit. I don't know if anybody truly believes in that, like an educated person or an actual trader, or if it's like, I'm sure you can use a little bit of TA, but the TA you see on the internet is like all meme shit, like the patterns of like, and people trying to trade off of that exclusively and shit. Like, okay, bracer. Lucky is good, right? No, we don't care about luck right now, I don't think. I can level up my bird too? Oh, holy shit.
Obama.
Thank you. Nope. If your luck chance is high, is there a chance that when you level up you can get multiple things? Or is it only when opening treasure boxes? Yes? No? More options? Oh, more options. Mel? What item am I trying to get? I don't even remember what weapon I'm going for. I'm leaving so much experience behind. Oh yeah, the Bible. Fuck. Bible. Nice. How much of your portfolio is in total market funds? I think 100% of it is right now. Every now and then when I go to put a bunch in my investment portfolio, I might like, we're going to buy meme stock today, but... The attractor orb is a must-have? Oh, I don't know about that. Which meme stocks have you bought? It's always like some tech stock, like Amazon, Facebook, Twitter, some shit like that, depending on how I'm feeling. Do I have any crypto? Nope. How far away do I have to walk for this shit? Jesus. Am I still holding AMD? No, I sold that shit a long time ago. I made a decent amount of money on it, right? I don't remember what I sold it at. On this map, you can get 8 support items with the mask and the spell tome. It's world item pickups. Yeah, I noticed, but I'd already taken the tome.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Based. Oh my god, I thought I just died. Been hearing that famine is coming because of the war, but the rest of the world should export more wheat. Oh, I think I heard that too. Something that, or not that famine is coming, but apparently because a lot of Ukraine's... Fuck, what did I read this in about? Like Ukraine was like 50% of some countries import or something, and people are worried about, is it Middle Eastern countries? Yo, maybe Yemen? Character earns 10% more coins. Interesting. Okay. Iran. Need one more whip upgrade. Nice. Did you see Lauren bring on a PhD candidate in Russia relations, to be fair, as an expert on why Russia was invading? Yes, she was supposed to hook me up with that dude for a conversation, but it hasn't happened. It's Clover on the ground you should pick up. Also, you should stay in one place. She's back and forth. Wait, Clover on the ground I should pick up? What are you talking about? I can't stay back and forth because I had to go wander them out to get the items. Is that a noob posting in chat with less hours than me? Is that what I just read? Am I getting triggered? Oh, wait, this Clover on the ground. I don't know what the fuck the Clovers do. Luck. Wait, was that like an actual like Clover? Like in my inventory Clover or? It's to pick up like the stopwatch for it. Oh, gotcha.
Obama.
Sorry. I sent that I sent that George Floyd meme to Lauren, and I was like, this is a really good meme, but I think it's too edgy for me to post. Good luck. Apparently now she's getting retweeted by the like right-wing hate watch group or some shit now for putting it on her fucking Twitter. Rip. It's evil right-wingers, man. Fuck them. Jesus. There's like 3 posts on my subreddit about it calling Lauren Hitler. Nice. I think Lauren has maybe produced the most like jerk counter jerk content. I think on my subreddit. Like you guys, she sustains you guys the longest. I don't know why. Like a few people will post about how she's an evil Nazi, then maybe one person will post about how like oh she's not that bad. Then a bunch of people post about like oh because she's pretty you guys like her, that's it. And then other people and you guys will sustain yourselves on that anger for like. I think the last time was for weeks. It was you guys were very committed. Oh my god. Wait, why am I getting so many level ups right now? What just happened? Did I pick up an accumulator maybe? No? I don't think so. Picked up just a lot. Oh, Giga Red Gem? Oh, was it better than a normal red gem? There's a max gem count. If you hit the max gems, it'll find the farthest dropped gem. Convert it to red, and all XP will fall under that gem until you pick it up. It will find the furthest dropped gem. Wait, is that true? Wait, why does Right Wing Cope have me blocked on Twitter? What the fuck? As a young DGJer, I have no idea about Lauren's past. What did she do? Go visit my subreddit, okay? You can see a lot of... You can get all the Lauren updates there, okay? There's heated debates about her lore on a daily basis. Is that a Giga Red Gem or just a normal red gem? That is a normal red gem. Donos know me.
Didn't say Simon says.
No one cares, Dan.
It's been 2 weeks, no? I want to ask a question, okay? If in
Yeah.
2 weeks, Moscow doesn't have people on the ground in Kiev,
Smiley
hasn't taken
face.
the city, what are you going to say? What's the reason for that? If it
I would say things did not go as planned then.
in what sense?
That they failed to execute their goals probably.
I want to ask a question, okay?
Do you think
if in
because
2
they
weeks...
like lemons? LLL. When is the Fuentes thing?
Probably like 45 minutes, I think.
Love you, D-Man. Longtime fan. My B-Day today. Drunk as fuck. Decided to show some appreciation for the years of content.
Thanks, bud.
Mel W. I've lost a few thousand on retail investment. It was fun memes, but all non-professionals should use index funds.
All about now.
True. Oh my god, 5 gold bags. How fucking worthless.
Oban.
The Reaper kill strat uses a gem mechanic. The Reaper's HP is 650k multiplied by your level when he spawns. There's a way to hit 30 minutes at level 2, then you pick up the gem after he spawns. Oh my god. Molina.
Saw a friend today.
Your wife needs cuddles.
Told them I haven't seen them in about 3 Destiny controversies. I saw them just last week.
I'm done with this level in 3 minutes.
Ask Fuentes if he feels he has to go further right than far righters cause. He's a quarter Mexican, like Clarence Thomas and Ted Cruz.
Jeez. You're interested in talking with a former U.S. Army intel guy about Ukraine before the Fuentes debate? If so, I'd be happy to hop on. The conversation is like 30 minutes. Maybe afterwards. We'll see where my energy levels are at. Jesus, so many red crystals.
Can you please give us your opinions on eating ass?
Your mom likes it a lot, so, you know, I gotta keep her happy. Jesus Christ. Nice. Cross ended up doing 92,000 damage. Fire One doesn't do much. 53,000? That kind of sucks. Oh, wait, but the cross gets replaced with the Heaven Sword. It's a totally different item, I think, so it does do a lot, actually. The whip was meh, I think. Or was it? Oh, no, wait, time. I see DPS. Okay, it measures it. Gotcha. Interesting. Okay. I'll be right back. 1 sec.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Obama.
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 N-A-L.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Duke Nukem. Oh, oh,
Obama.
oh, 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 whoops.
Obama. Get me, and you cocksucker.
I'm pausing donos, don't donate.
Oh, Destiny.
Is Destiny here?
The one and only. What's up?
All right, shit. Let me pin you to the screen here, and we're getting close. Go ahead, Super Chat.
Rabbi Menahem Mendel Schneerson sent $3.
Here, I'll be back 1 sec while you do this.
The Jews need your shekels.
Alright.
So
Didn't say Simon Says.
Obama.
problem in Africa. With just $1, you could prevent the needless death of 1,000 mosquitoes.
All right, now, oh boy. Now, Nick said he was going to be about 10 minutes late, is what I got word about a few minutes ago, I guess 13 minutes ago. So, now, so that should be about 8, 10.
Boomhauer sent $3. Destiny, you need to be smacked in your bitch mouth.
Seymour sent $3. Bring the war home so we can offload some of our Jews.
No,
Jesus
come on.
Christ.
Wow.
I didn't.
Jacuzzi sent $10. Loser has to sleep with Destiny's wife.
Oh, no.
Nice, we're on full meme mode today.
All right, okay.
Destiny, what's your bowling average? Do you have one?
You guys are crazy if you think I'm gonna bowl with you. I don't think I've bowled since fucking high school.
All right, now, Jesus. You can see they're excited. Okay, now we have to figure out the screens. There's double Destinies here. That's not appropriate. Okay, so the left was... Okay, here we go. We'll pin you there. There you go. Okay, now let's see. Oh, I have to change the... How you doing, by the way, Destiny? What's going on?
You know, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not proud of myself. I've been playing a lot of League of Legends, you know.
You know what? I heard somebody, and it was a shit talker, and they're like, I could see the light in his eyes. He was back on League of Legends. Hold on, I'll play this. I swear to God, I'll play it in a second. But they said I could see him. So you have been back on it.
A little bit, okay. I'm trying to wean my way off it again, okay. That's a rough addiction. You know?
I heard that, and I was like, "What are they talking about?" I was like, "Okay." All right, now let's see. So on the right, it is the Brave browser. So we should be able to. All right, now, Dick, why don't you say something?
Check.
Okay.
Save the Jews.
Oh boy. All right, now. I'm trying to get the screens pinned right. I'll eventually figure that out. Nick's going to be here shortly. We're live on Cozy. Many people watching us now. Dick, you're live as well. Well, you're live here with me. Let's see. I'm trying to see, why is this not right? Okay, so that should be the Brave browser. Live here with me. There we go. There we go. Okay. So now all we need is Mr. Fuentes here. Now when was the last time you were on the show, Destiny? It's been a minute.
I have no idea. What was the last debate I did on here?
I'm thinking it was you versus Mark Collett. Now, I can't remember when that was though. Honestly.
Oh, that was kind of recent, within the past few months, wasn't it?
It wasn't as far away as I thought. Yeah, when I first sat down to do this.
How have you been doing, Ralph? I'm always hearing crazy things about you online. I'm never sure.
Well, it's going, man. I'm doing pretty good, honestly. In all reality, I'm welcoming my baby daughter into the world very shortly. As soon as I get done with the stream, I'm driving up to Rochester, New York, for that purpose, because my fiance's water broke while she was out of town visiting her family. So that's actually what my real life is like. Yeah.
Jeez. Okay.
Yeah, pretty crazy. Now Nick's gonna be on here in a minute. Dick, you were here with Destiny in California. Now, is that the last time you talked to Nick, Destiny, on the kill stream? I don't know if you guys. It seems like maybe you talked since then, but I'm not sure.
I don't think we have. I think it was probably on.
I think
probably
so.
on your show. I think, yeah.
That's what I thought too, but I just in case that was a wrinkle there. What do you think, Dick?
You guys don't have a secret rapport, Destiny? You and Nick Fuentes?
I'm very public with everything I do. Like, if I have a rapport with somebody, we're usually doing stuff on stream or whatever. I don't have very many secret friendships.
That's the secret bromance that I want to see.
Yeah, apparently a lot of people do.
Nick, I saw some of his stream last night. And of course, we haven't started the festivities here, but he mentioned doing an IRL stream with you, like Odd Couple style. Kind of going around to different places. What did you think about that?
I'm not. Listen, it's a crazy world today. I'm not going to rule anything out. We'll see what happens. All right.
I'm just asking. I don't know. That was the idea put out there. It wasn't my idea. I'm just wondering what you thought about that. Now, April 2nd, Dallas, Texas. Now, have you been to Dallas before?
Yeah, several times. Yeah.
Really? So I've only been there once. Now they have really good strip clubs there in Dallas. I don't know if you know that they have bring your own beer. Now I won't be examining that, of course, but I just
bring your own beer and steaks, right? That's something they have in there.
Bring your own alcohol, yeah.
Oh, you're gonna resist that? What if you get tricked? Like, what if we have?
No, I can't fall victim to that. Now, but what were your favorite things about going to Dallas?
Geez, what did I do? I always do these, like, there are some in real life debate things. Dallas is right next to Fort Worth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so technically whenever I fly in, there've been a couple, I think, debates down in Fort Worth that I've flown in through Dallas for. I don't do anything. I play fucking video games. I go debate people. Like, you're asking me about, like, the city life. I'll be able to tell you, like, if they have fiber internet or not. Like, you think I'm going out, like, fucking, yeah, no.
What do you get from me? What the fuck? I have to kill time.
I don't go out and do. I went to Fogo de Chao, okay? It's a good chain restaurant, and you know what? In Fort Worth, it was good as well. There you go. That's what I did in Dallas, okay?
Destiny, you got to soak in the culture of churches and freeways.
Listen, I lived in Nebraska, Omaha for 30 fucking years. I've got plenty of churches and freeways out the fucking ass. Okay, I'm good on that shit now.
Now, is it true that you can just drive whatever speed you want down those roads, or like what's the limit?
That you can drive in Sweden when you want? Wait, what?
No. It's like, is it really like 80, 90 mile per hour speed limit there, or like?
No, most of the speed limits in Europe are slow as fuck.
Not Europe. I'm talking about fucking Nebraska, dude.
Oh, why did I hear Sweden? Oh, in Nebraska? No, those. I'm pretty sure the highest speed limit in the U.S. is like 85 miles an hour on like some fucking Montana road or some shit. In Nebraska, it's probably all 70, 75 is the fastest on the interstate, and then your normal freeways.
A little higher usually. I don't know. I've heard that some of these I shouldn't say drive-through states, but whatever.
I heard that you could. It's not a drive-through. It's a flyover state. Okay, fuck you.
No, I don't like that word.
Wait. Are you scared of airplanes? What do you mean by that?
No, I'm not scared of airplanes. I've actually traveled more than I ever have the last 2 or 3 years, including to Portugal, across the world recently. But no, I'm not scared.
Wait, are you allowed to fly an airplane?
Yes. Believe it or not, yes, I am. Yeah. Are you?
Yeah, I just came back from flying somewhere.
Where did you fly from?
I don't even remember. Oh, I went to hang out with my son for his birthday. I was in Nebraska on the 11th. My son turned 11 years old.
Wow.
Oh shit!
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Now, has COVID impacted your travel at all?
I guess kind of. Over the past 2 years, shit's been kind of weird. Yeah, I guess because I lived in Sweden for a month and a half. Yeah, I think.
How was the internet?
It was not very good. That's why I was only there for a month and a half. You know.
Now, what about like you don't want to stay in Europe or?
No, fuck no. I'm an American. I like America. All right.
Well, okay, how about this? What are the positives of Europe versus the negative? Like,
Look, I'm going to be totally honest, and I hate to say this, but I guess I'm the lib cuck on this program, so I'll take the anti-American position. America sucks in almost every way compared to Europe. The only fucking reason why I still stay over here is because if I was in Europe, it would be a lot harder to fly and visit my son. But other than that, if I didn't have a kid, I think I would just move to Europe. I'd say fuck it. Because this place, our cities are fucked, dude. If you spend any amount of time in European cities where you can take a bus anywhere, where everything's not fucking falling apart, where you actually have cell phone reception that doesn't exist in 95% of US metropolitan areas, I don't know why. You'll get very spoiled very quickly. And then you come back to the US where everything's expensive, stuff is super far apart, housing is unaffordable, like it's just fucked.
I will say that cellular data actually is cheaper in Europe by a wide margin, which is...
Yeah, and it works. Like in the United States, and I can have 5 bars in fucking Miami and New York and Austin and LA and San Francisco. I have 5 bars and I can't watch a fucking YouTube video. It's unbelievable, dude.
Now, so is that literally the only thing keeping you here in America?
But yeah, if I didn't have a son, I would move. I'd just say, fuck it, why not? There might be some paperwork shit that would be annoying, but...
Like renounce, you know.
Do you have to renounce your citizen? Can I just be like a dual citizen?
You don't have to. No, you don't have to, but you might be liable for like certain tax burdens and stuff like that.
Maybe I'm
I don't know. Look, I don't know the whole details, honestly, but I know that you can't just get out of paying taxes as a U.S. citizen, unless you completely renounce your citizenship. But there are. It's actually more. It's a little more restrictive than other countries as far as moving away. So I don't know. It's bullshit. I think it's bullshit, honestly. But
I think the U.S. is the only country in the world that does that foreign taxation shit.
Yeah, so. It is. It literally basically is. Yeah. So I think we probably all agree here on the pre-panel with that. Now we're waiting on Nick Fuentes here. The kill stream extravaganza. I've already been live since noon today here on the East Coast. Now I'm looking at the chat here.
How did John McAfee do it? He seemed like he had it all figured out.
Whatever that guy does with his life, I don't think I'd want to walk in his footsteps. That seems like a pretty treacherous path. I don't know how much of his sanity he had to trade to get to where he is today, but that dude is unhinged.
He looked happy.
Yeah, he might. Yeah, I mean, heroin addicts look happy. I don't know if that's the metric that I would go to evaluate how much I want to emulate somebody's lifestyle, but... Oh, and he's dead today, too. I didn't even fucking know. I don't keep up with any of this shit. I just play League of Legends, dude. Fuck me.
You didn't know that? But he was like what 60-something. He had a good run, right?
Yeah. 60-something when the average lifespan is like fucking 80 or whatever in today's world.
Who wants to be 80? Come on, you're in and out.
Come on, do you?
I don't know. I mean, we'll see. I guess we'll see how I feel at 70. Okay, maybe they'll have another version of League of Legends for people with arthritis. Who knows?
You're counting on like the brain transplant shit. That shit. Well, you'll have to be way richer. You'll have to be Bezos level to get access to that.
Mm-hmm.
You think? Or wait, do you already have connections? I don't know. You sound like you already know. Like,
I don't know, man. I'm not giving away my secret bromance. Fucking tomorrow, me and Nick might try that brain swap technology. There might be a lot of shit going on behind the scenes you don't know about.
As I say, it seems like I'm being left out here. What the fuck? Where's my brain stem?
They asked me for people to suggest, and I gave them your name, and then they started looking into your life, and they said you were way too fucking unstable for anything. So I'm sorry, man. I tried.
Fuck! Damn it! Well, I appreciate you putting in a good word at least.
Yeah, I tried.
Maybe on the second go around, though, look it to me. All right, no, probably not.
You can get the knockoff version.
Yeah, when Walmart starts selling
these Russian versions,
the Amazon Basic.
Yeah. All right, now I'm looking through here. There are a few super chats. At least we could play those. Why not? And now, Destiny, you're also live on your YouTube, right?
Yeah. So
okay, not Twitch, though, right?
I am live on Twitch. Why is that bad?
Okay, no, not necessarily.
Just
I'm
be
just
chill.
wondering.
Just be a little chill. They can behave themselves for a little bit.
I'm hoping.
Wait, hold on. Dick,
Zooga Booga.
Yo,
you got
guy. Have you ever taken fentanyl?
All right, go ahead.
You got injured at a protest. How are you doing? You like recovered from all of that? Are you past
Oh,
all that?
the head injury.
Yeah.
I've been blaming all of my mood swings and alcoholism on that since it happened.
Are these the same mood swings and alcoholism you had prior to the injury? But
no, I don't remember.
Okay, that works.
No, I don't know. Like, I'm so paranoid about it that I think it has had. Well, like doing the show in front of so many people, guys will write in and say like, "Oh yeah, there's totally a difference in how you talk and how you act now." And I'm like, "Oh fuck!" Now
something that's really fucked up. I bet this has happened to you. I bet it's happening to you now. After one of my parents was diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease, and as soon as I heard that diagnosis, every single fucking time I forgot anything in a conversation, I just feel like, fuck, I have Alzheimer's. Oh, fuck, I have Alzheimer's. So now I bet you're probably in that mode where anytime something happens, you're like, oh my God, like my brain is deteriorating. I don't know what the fuck is happening. Like I can imagine the stress. Yeah, because I've been there.
It's fucking annoying. So now every time I'm hungover, I'm like, is it that part of my head that's hungover? Like, does that hurt more than the rest? I don't know. Some guys told me to get a hyperbaric chamber to sleep in, but I don't know if I'm quite ready to turn into Howard Hughes.
Jeez.
Over this head wound. I don't know. I figure maybe I'll get hit on the other side and it'll even it out.
Okay. Yeah.
The worst thing is the cops never did anything. They didn't give a shit. We figured out who the guy was. Some fucking gym owner. Eric Boyd.
Can you do like civil charges against him or anything, or?
Yeah, but I got to sue for like every lawyer wants to be your friend during the accident, but then they're like, well, wait till your hands fall off and then give me a call. Then that's when the real damages hit.
Yeah,
so
I gotcha.
They're not like they're not, the better they are, the less they're motivated to go after smaller amounts. So I don't know. I got shit to do.
Yeah, sure, of course.
St. Patrick's Day, for God's sake.
Do you are you going to this bowling shit?
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Are you? So what are you guys providing there for your guests as far as security goes? Actually, let me skip the bullshit. What are the chances
we're all going to be packing?
What are the chances I'm going to be killed at this event, Ralph?
I would say 0. Maybe
really 0?
3% for me.
Now, I'm actually more nervous that you said 0 than if you would have said like maybe 15 or 16%. The fact that you said 0 so quickly now makes me wonder if it's like closer to 30 or 40%. I'm not entirely sure now. Jesus.
You pack heat. We've seen you pull your gun out on air.
Yeah, let me just throw my fucking Glock on an airplane and fly over to you guys and fucking load up.
You can buy a gun in Texas, Destiny. Come on.
Yeah, fucking watching John Wick on the plane, like trying to plan my escape routes. Yeah.
No, we're good. We're good. No, you won't be. You won't be harmed. They would kill me first. I'm much more hated, I think.
Okay. Just remember, if you guys kill me, okay? Because I know every time I travel, people are always cheering for me to die somewhere. Like when I go to Sweden, like a bunch of conservatives want me to get raped and killed by some Muslim terrorist, and they're like, "See, we told you, right?" And anytime I go to these conservative events, everyone on the left is like, "Oh yeah, fucking conservatives gonna kill him, so we can prove that they're the violent ones." So just letting you guys know, if you do kill me, it's gonna make you all look really bad, okay? So
it's gonna be a bad look.
It'll be a bad luck, exactly.
Hey.
Oh, Nick.
Hey, what's going on?
What's up, sir? All right, now we got you pinned. I mean, it's ready to go right now, actually. How you doing, sir?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. It's been an all-day festival here on the Kill Stream. It's me, you, Destiny, Dick Masterson is here. It feels like old times, I have to say. Now, Destiny's already here. You know how we do on the Kill Stream. We have a little intro. It's kind of informal. You know, I like those of discussions. But we do have intros. And so since you just joined, I'll let Destiny go if he wants to go or if he wants to cede to you. It's up to him. But Destiny, if you're ready, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, are these like opening statements or whatever?
Yeah.
Oh, gee. How long do we have on these?
I would say 10-minute upper limit. Unless you go like way over that, that'd be the only way I'd stop you.
Guys, I'm going to bounce before you start, but best of luck. I'll be watching.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate
Thank you.
Well, best of luck to who? Which one?
Russia. To Russia.
Yeah, fuck you. Okay. Have a good one, Nick.
The banks.
Thank you, sir. But yeah, 10-minute upper limit. You know, I'm not going to cut anybody off unless it just goes wild with time. But yeah, go ahead, Destiny.
All right, sounds good. Well, my name is Destiny. I'm joined by my good friend, Nicholas Fuentes, here today. We are debating about the justification of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. the February invasion of Ukraine cannot be justified by any means that are not overt Russian propaganda or statements that entirely dismiss the sovereignty and right to self-determination of the Ukrainian people. This invasion into Ukraine must be opposed by any means necessary, short of direct military conflict, by anyone in the West who values any of the basic tenets of liberalism or the rights of any nation to determine their own path forward in the world. Tonight, Nick might try and convince you that NATO promised it would not expand 1 inch further to the east, ignoring that these comments were originally made by Secretary of State James Baker in 1990 with regards to NATO expanding its military presence into eastern Germany, which remains demilitarized to this day. In an interview with Russia Beyond the Headlines, Gorbachev himself, the Soviet leader in 1990, during these negotiations, responded to a question asking why NATO promises hadn't been legally encoded, with Gorbachev responding, and I quote, "The topic of NATO expansion was not discussed at all, and it wasn't brought up in those years. Another issue we brought up was discussed, making sure that NATO's military structures would not advance and that additional armed forces would not be deployed on the territory of the then GDR after German reunification. Baker's statement was made in that context. Everything that could have been and needed to be done to solidify the political obligation was done and fulfilled," end quote. Nick may try to say that some verbal assurances were made between leaders, but why would anyone ever expect the geopolitical landscape of an entire continent be dictated by verbal agreements made in 1990 between only 2 nations, one that no longer even exists? This is even less reliable when you consider that the entire security situation would have radically changed with the rapid dissolution of the Soviet Union and, along with it, the Warsaw Pact. Perhaps Nick will try to tell you that NATO represents a real security threat against Russia. To that, I have to ask, a security threat preventing what exactly? Is it the invasion of Russia, which there is absolutely zero precedent for any NATO country doing? Is it the destruction of Russian forces in Russian territory, which there is also no precedent for any NATO country doing? Is it the annihilation of Russian forces in Russian allied territory by NATO countries, which has only happened when Russia has lied about its deployed paramilitary forces, as they did in 2018 in Syria during the Battle of Kasham? Perhaps, if I may suggest, instead what NATO represents is a threat to Russia's ability to undermine and interfere with the politics of its neighboring countries. Imagine a situation where Russia recognizes 2 independent, self-proclaimed republics that no one else in the world recognizes. They then send in their military to secure peace, not only in the contested region, but to march far beyond that to the rest of the country, simply out of fear of the election of a democratic leader who favors dealing with the West more than Russia. I'm not even talking about the modern-day conflict in Ukraine, but instead, this is the story of the 2008 Russo-Georgian War, where, instead of the self-proclaimed republics of Luhansk and Donetsk, it was the self-proclaimed republics of South Ossetia and Abkhazia. Instead of securing the important geographical funnel of Ukraine, it was establishing loyalist states in the South Caucasus region. How many of these strategically vital wars are we forced to allow Russia to engage in? I wonder if Nick will bring up broken promises and agreements of the Soviet Union and Russia that were actually put to paper. It could be the 1990 Paris Charter signed by the USSR, which, and I quote, fully recognized the freedom of states to choose their own security arrangements. Will Nick mention the NATO-Russia Founding Act of 1997, product of 4 months of intense negotiations between the Secretary General of NATO, Javier Solana, and the Russian Foreign Minister Primakov, which established the PJC, or Russian-NATO Permanent Joint Council, that committed both NATO and Russia to, and I quote, build together a lasting and inclusive peace in the Euro-Atlantic area on the principles of democracy and cooperative security? I wonder if he'll mention any of the Budapest memorandums, 3 separate agreements signed in 1994 between the world's nuclear powers to eliminate the existence of nuclear weapons in Belarus, Kazakhstan, and Ukraine. An agreement, I should say, that required these 3 countries to give up the most reliable means they had of securing their sovereignty in exchange for promises of, and again I quote, independence and sovereignty in the existing borders, and a refrain from the threat or the use of force against Belarus, Kazakhstan, and Ukraine, signed by the United States, the UK, and Russia. Maybe Nick will attack the idea of NATO being a defensive alliance and point to times where NATO has indeed acted aggressively in the past. We're supposed to ignore that none of these aggressions happened towards Russia itself, of course, but I'm curious which interventions particularly threaten Putin. Does NATO's intervention in 1995 in the Bosnian War threaten Putin's plans for neighboring countries? An intervention that ended with a precision bombing campaign that brought about an end to the indiscriminate shelling of civilian cities and towns, ethnic cleansing, and systematic mass rapes being committed during said conflict? Is Putin worried that his attacks today on Mariupol, Kharkiv, Kherson, and against countless civilians in Ukraine resemble too closely the absolute destruction he wrought in 2015 in the city of Aleppo during the Syrian civil war, or the 27,000 civilians killed when Grozny was decimated during the First Chechen War in 1994 within his own borders? Does NATO intervention in Kosovo stop the ethnic cleansing of Albanians by Yugoslavia scare Putin? Does he see himself as Milosevic, the first sitting head of state to be charged with war crimes, a man who was complacent with genocide occurring under his own military? Is he worried that he may want a repeat of what he did in Georgia, where the Russian-backed and recognized South Ossetia forces were responsible for an ethnic cleansing of Georgians, with almost 20,000 of them being displaced from their homes? Does the 2011 NATO intervention in Libya scare Putin? Does he imagine himself to be Gaddafi, a man who imprisoned, tortured, and gassed his own citizens? The man who had the incredulity to accuse Al-Qaeda of using LSD and Nest cafes to poison the minds of his political adversaries? Maybe Nick will repeat the Kremlin's talking points about the fear of Nazis in Ukraine. Where are they? Where are all these Nazis? Every time I hear someone complain about Nazis, the only two things they seem to bring up are the Azov Battalion, small force numbering less than 1,000 soldiers, and Stepan Bandera, a man who died in 1959 that remains incredibly divisive in Ukraine to this day. I'll be tickled if Nick wants to take up the position that we should be canceling people based on problematic histories and their associations with far-right movements, but I suppose we'll see what he does. Far-right Party of Svoboda today has only 15,000 members across the entirety of some 44 million people who live in Ukraine, and they only hold a single seat in that parliament. Polling data has shown that Ukrainians are some of the most welcoming people towards Jewish people in all of Eastern Europe. Between May and August of 2019, Ukraine was the only country in the world, other than Israel, Nick's favorite country, to have both a Jewish head of government, Volodymyr Groysman, and Jewish head of state, Volodymyr Zelensky. The only time in Ukraine's recent history when the Svoboda Party even had any real political influence at all was when they were being propped up by Yanukovych, the pro-Russian president. If Russia was so concerned about fascists, why would she not turn her eyes to the Russian imperial movement that operates so freely out of St. Petersburg? This is a movement that coordinates with several neo-Nazi movements all throughout Europe, even training 3 Swedish neo-Nazis before sending them back to Sweden, where they bombed a center for asylum seekers, among other attacks in Europe they've been involved in. Nothing operates within Russian borders so freely without Putin's implicit approval, so why does he not remove this organization from existence? Clearly, because Putin explicitly supports and is supported by Nazis. Dmitry Utkin is the founder of Russia's Wagner Group, and he bears Waffen-SS tattoos on his collarbone and chest. Commanding officers have been seen sporting Wehrmacht hats, giving Nazi salutes, spraying swastikas on desecrated houses and places of worship while conducting operations in Syria, the Central African Republic, and Libya on behalf of the Russian state. Lastly, maybe Nick will just appeal to the illegal coup known in Ukraine as the Revolution of Dignity, staged in 2014 by America in order to overthrow Yanukovych. There's not a shred of verifiable evidence for this. The Euromaidan protests erupted across Ukraine from late 2013 to early 2014 for a whole host of reasons. It wasn't solely due to Yanukovych, who, against the will of the parliament, exited a non-exclusive free trade agreement with the EU and entered the exclusive Eurasian Economic Union with Russia. Ukraine was widely considered in the 2010s to be one of the most corrupt countries in the world. The actual ousting of Yanukovych would only happen after he ordered his police to open fire on protesters, killing over 100 in the span of a few days, with Yanukovych ultimately fleeing the country in fear of repercussions. Who knows, maybe the shooters were secret CIA agents as well. Russia's right to security does not supersede Ukraine's right to sovereignty. If Russia has a problem with all of its neighboring members choosing to look west for their future instead of to Russia, perhaps it's an issue for Russia to sort through. Nations should be able to dictate their own security without being threatened by a neighboring power hell-bent on rebuilding a dying empire.
Mr. Fuentes, go ahead, sir.
All right. Wow. Very interesting opening statement, but I think the rebuttal, the counter argument is supposed to come after my argument. I didn't hear a whole lot of justification for the NATO position, only just sort of these preemptive counter arguments against some of the so-called Kremlin arguments, so-called pro-Russian arguments. I didn't pre-write my statement, so I'm just going off the cuff here. I'll say this. You know, a lot of what I just heard is really wholly irrelevant to the core argument in favor of the Russian intervention, or the argument that the Russian special military operation in Ukraine is appropriate and reasonable and limited in terms of its objectives. My position has little to do with the Azov Battalion or the Galician far right. It has little to do even with the claims that the U.S. had involvement in the Maidan Revolution in 2014. It has nothing to do with the assurances made to Gorbachev that Putin claims were there and others deny. It has nothing to do with any of that. It has to do principally with the expansion of NATO into Eastern Europe and specifically into Ukraine. And if you go through a timeline of events, it's really quite simple. In 1991, of course, you have the dissolution of the Soviet Union, and this is You know, Putin famously describes this as a geopolitical catastrophe, and what he's referring to is the fact that overnight Russia loses half of its population and parts of its territory that it had controlled for hundreds of years, formerly under the Russian Empire and then under the Soviet Union. Ukraine in particular was controlled by Russia for hundreds of years. It was only an accident of how Lenin organized the Soviet Union administratively that Ukraine had any kind of autonomy or any kind of nationhood at all. But what liberals and what the NATO faction likes to do is say that after the dissolution of the Soviet Union, after the former Soviet Union countries declared independence, that there's no takesies, backsies. That's just set in stone. These accidents, administrative accidents of world history, are now locked in. Ethnic Russians abroad and former Russian lands, whether they be Russian Empire or Soviet Union, are forever lost now. And the so-called sovereignty of nations that never really existed, states that never existed, must be respected ad infinitum until the end of time. And there's nothing that Russia can do about it. I find that problematic as far as the sovereignty argument goes. But let's take it a step further. NATO was formed explicitly to counter Russian power on the European continent. Of course, NATO was formed in response to Stalin's control over Eastern Europe, and it was formed to shore up Western Europe against the threat of the Soviet Union, which emerged from World War II as the second world superpower. Why then did, after the fall of the Soviet Union, the halving of Russia's population, the decimation of the Russian military, decimation of the Russian Empire, did NATO, a defensive alliance formed explicitly as a counterbalance to Russia, not only not disband with the Soviet Union and the Warsaw Pact, remain in place, but actually then expand further? And in 1997, that's exactly what they did. They announced their intention to expand. And there was, of course, the first tranche of NATO expansion in 1999 to Poland, Czech Republic, and Hungary. The second tranche of expansion in 2004, which included the Baltic states, as well as Slovenia and other nations. And then the third tranche in 2009 with Albania and with Croatia. What's more, in 2008, NATO declared that they would respect the aspirations of Ukraine and Georgia to join NATO. It's at this point that Russia draws a firm red line. And Russia says at the outset, at the Bucharest conference in 2008, that Ukraine and Georgia would not be permitted to join NATO. They say that that's unacceptable to their security posture. That's unacceptable to their national interests. And of course, Russia then intervenes in the Georgian civil war in Abkhazia and South Ossetia to that end, destabilize Georgia, prevent them from joining Ukraine. Of course, then in 2014, you've got the Maidan Revolution. A pro-Western leader is installed. Russia intervenes in Crimea and Donbass, again, to secure their port at Sevastopol, secure their Black Sea fleet and their power projection capability in the region, and then has fueled the civil war in Donbass ever since for the past 8 years, again, to prevent Ukraine from joining NATO. It is at this point in 2014 that we saw really the fundamental root causes of the crisis. For the 22 years between the fall of the Soviet Union and the Maidan Revolution, there's no crisis in Ukraine. There is no war. There is no invasion. There are not hundreds of thousands of troops on the border. The status quo, which was to have Ukraine as a neutral buffer state, means that there is peace. It is not until the 2014 coup, when the prospect of Ukraine joining NATO becomes a real and distinct possibility, again, 6 years of NATO ignoring Russia's security concerns, that the crisis begins, and Russia invades Crimea and begins fueling the separatists in Donbass. It is at this point that NATO and the West begin a full-scale demonization campaign of Russia. And they say that Russia is doing this because, and we've heard the usual line, Russia is evil. Putin is evil. He is a revanchist, meaning that his principal goal, as Destiny said, is to rebuild the Soviet Union or the Russian Empire at any cost. And it's sort of an interesting prospect that for 14 years, the most that Russia had ever done was quell separatists in Chechnya, as well as provide material support to separatists in Abkhazia and South Ossetia. You know, that's some empire-building project that for 14 years, there's no real expansion of the Russian state, again, outside of arguably 2 small breakaway regions in Georgia. It's in 2014, in response to a pro-Western coup in Kiev, that Russia begins its attack on Ukraine. But where was the provocation? Of course, the provocation was the continued so-called aspirations of Ukraine to join NATO, and then the ouster of democratically elected and most trusted politician in Ukraine, Yanukovych, and the installment of a rabidly anti-Russian leader. So what precipitated the crisis truly? Well, it was the Western forces. Since then, the West engages in this demonization campaign and says all along, even though and honestly, when Russia invaded Crimea, this caught the West off guard. The feeling of the separatists in Donbass caught the West off guard. But overnight, whereas Obama said in 2012, the 80s called, they want their foreign policy back, and Hillary Clinton hit the reset button with Sergei Lavrov. Overnight, we determined that Putin was always no good, evil, dictator, and so on, with these revanchist claims after his response to the Maidan Revolution. Does the United States abandon its ambitions for Ukraine to join NATO? Of course not. And these are some of the precipitating factors for the current crisis. In September of 2020, the United States flies B-52 bombers across the edge of the Crimean Peninsula and near Donbass, a very provocative action. These are nuclear-capable bombers. In June 2021, 6 months later, the United Kingdom sails a British destroyer, the HMS Defender, into disputed Black Sea waters, where it's chased out by Russia. November 10th, 2021, Ukraine and the United States sign the Charter on Strategic Partnership. And this is an updated document from 2008. Washington says it supports Ukraine's, quote, aspirations to join NATO. October 26, 2021, Ukraine begins using Turkish Bayraktar drones in Donbass, which decisively, of course, turned the tide of the 2020 Nagorno-Karabakh war. And, of course, they purchased these Turkish drones from Turkey, a NATO country. And this is the rearmament of Ukraine. And then finally, the last straw comes in February 19, 2022, when Vladimir Zelensky at the Munich Security Conference suggests that Ukraine may rearm itself with nuclear weapons. And so you see in 2014, the installment of the pro-Western government and the prospect that Ukraine will join NATO, something that's unacceptable to Russia, which they had made clear since 2008. And then you see with the precipitating factors throughout 2020, 2021, and finally in 2022, once again, a security situation that is increasingly unacceptable for the Russian state. A nuclear Ukraine, antagonism by the British Navy in the Black Sea, by the American Air Force over Crimea and Donbass. Once again, unfazed NATO expansion into Ukraine. And I would point out, for anybody that says that Russia is some revanchist state or something like this, what does Russia have to fear from a defensive alliance? I'll reiterate. NATO was formed explicitly, this was its express purpose, to counter Russian power on the European continent. The founding purpose of NATO is to contain Russia. After the Soviet Union collapses and Russia is weak and vulnerable and amputated, NATO expands in 3 major tranches, 13 countries over the past 20 years. The combined military spending of NATO exceeds $1 trillion in just 2021 alone, compared to Russia, which has only spent $67 billion on its military. They say that Russia is revanchist because it expanded allegedly into Crimea, Donbass, Abkhazia, and South Ossetia. NATO has expanded to 13 additional countries. They talk about Russian aggression when NATO has done far more military interventions in this century in Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, and elsewhere across Africa and the Middle East, whereas Russia had a minor engagement in the Syrian civil war. And fundamentally, what it comes down to is the ignorance of the Americans and the refusal to acknowledge that America is not a benign hegemon. We are the most powerful country in the world. The purpose of the military alliance is to contain Russia. And Russia, just like Ukraine, has a legitimate security interest that it is seeking to protect. And so therefore, the special operation in Ukraine is something that is reasonable and pursuant to those valid strategic goals. The United States should listen to Russia, negotiate with Russia on some items that they can find common ground on. And if they had done that back in January, there would be no conflict. So that concludes my opening statement.
Go ahead, Destiny. We'll do some questions back and forth, and we'll maybe take questions from the audience as well. But as you guys know, the main part will be you guys questioning each other. So I'll begin with you, Destiny.
So before we dive in, because we agree on maybe half of this, and then some of this we have pretty big disagreements on, I'm curious if I grant almost everything you've said. Let's say that I grant that Russia has a legitimate security interest in having Ukraine be a vassal state or part of their big union. Let's say that I do grant that. Why would Russia's security interests there supersede Ukraine's sovereignty to make decisions for themselves? Why, like, under what, how would you tell an entire country, like, listen, we know you guys want to look more west, we know you want into these free trade agreements, but we can't do that because Daddy Russia's scared, so you kind of just have to cuck yourselves eternally to that country. Good luck.
Yeah, see, I've heard that argument before, and it's this question of security versus sovereignty. And, unfortunately, I think the consequence of, this NATO expansion and everything is that Zelensky was emboldened. The question is, to me, whether there's sovereignty or security, I think is sort of an abstract question. The question is, why is Russia currently in Ukraine? Well, I guess you would say that, Russia having some kind of control over Ukraine at all or influence over Ukraine at all compromises their sovereignty in favor of Russia's security. I would say this is just how great powers behave. This is unfortunately, fortunately or unfortunately, this is just how the world is. The question is, how do we prevent conflict in Ukraine? Why are there currently people dying? Why is there a war going on? And that is because NATO has expanded and emboldened Zelensky, and they have not negotiated with Russia. Now Russia has had to undertake something which, that they've had to demonstrate what a sphere of influence is really about, which is there's an underlying threat of the use of force. I agree with you in some sense that, Ukraine must be a vassal state for Russia to have its security, but this is how great powers operate. This is how the entire Western Hemisphere is organized. This is how Western Europe is organized.
If that's the response, then why can't I just... So I'm looking for some normativity from you, not just descriptions. But if we are just going to go on descriptions, you can't really then attack NATO for continuing to expand, because I would just utter the same back to you. Well, this is just what the United States would do. Of course, we'd want to expand our sphere of influence and include Ukraine into NATO. But at that point, you're not really left with being able to defend Russia's actions any more than I would defend NATO's actions, including Ukraine.
Well, here's what I would say the difference is that for Russia, Ukraine is a vital security interest. For NATO, Ukraine is not a vital security interest. And that really is where the difference lies, is that, once again, when you consider that, and you could say that, well, Ukraine has a right to join the NATO alliance, they may prefer.
Which I would say,
there's a plurality of people in Ukraine who want Ukraine to be a NATO member state. But what exactly does this do for the United Kingdom? What exactly, and really more fundamentally, what does this have anything, how does this benefit the United States of America? Because ultimately the NATO defensive alliance and security guarantee is built on the American military more than anything else, more than, the paltry contributions of Germany, France, and the United Kingdom. It's about the American defense guarantee. And so the question is, as far as Russia intervening, this is a defensive act shoring up a vital security interest. NATO expansion into Slovenia, Croatia, Ukraine. How is this? And I guess I would throw it back to you. Why is this a vital security interest for the NATO countries, and more specifically the United States, which underlies the whole security guarantee?
Well, so firstly, it doesn't have to be a vital security interest. The membership into NATO is contingent upon a country wanting to join, and then contingent upon NATO membership countries wanting countries to join. It doesn't necessarily have to represent a security interest for everybody to allow countries into the fold, right? We would argue, like, did the Baltic states represent like an actual security interest for the rest of Europe? Did any of Southern, like, did these countries need to join NATO to shore up the security of Europe? Other people might argue that the broader peace enjoyed by Europe might be because of the expansion of NATO, that it's hard to attack a country that is under this umbrella, this guarantee of safety and peace. Other people might say, if we start seeing massive excursion or massive fleeings of refugees and everything from Ukraine, they might point to that and go, oh, well, look, there's the security interest. Similar to when we had the massive fleeing of Syrians from Syria and we had a refugee crisis across all Europe. Well, now we have refugees fleeing from Ukraine because of actions that Russia is taking into Ukraine. I noticed that when you frame this conversation a lot, I'm not blaming you for this, but it's often framed as like an issue between Russia and the United States security interest. What is the Russian security interest? What is the United States security interest? What about Ukraine's security interest, right? If we talk to any of the other Eastern European NATO member states, like, oh, well, how are the Baltics feeling right now? How are Poland, how are Romania, how are you guys feeling right now, NATO? They're probably feeling pretty good. They're probably feeling a lot more secure. If you were to ask Ukraine, I imagine they would probably feel pretty secure as well. They probably wouldn't have to worry about their ports being taken over by Russians, breakaway states being recognized as independent. I think it's worth addressing. So to answer your question, like, in one, the security interest isn't necessarily relevant. That's not a requirement to join NATO. But two, if we are going to talk about security interests, I think we should be able to talk about the Ukrainian security interests, which is keeping their country free of Russian meddling.
Well, and I think that's actually, I mean, to ask the question is to answer it. What is Ukraine's security interest? You know, Ukraine's not very secure right now, right? I mean, Russia is invading Ukraine. Russia is currently bombing Ukraine and involved in a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. And so, you know, what was Zelensky daring Russia to intervene? You know, when Zelensky goes to the Munich Security Conference and says, and he didn't say, you know, because I know you're very technical about the details. He didn't say explicitly, we're going to get nukes, but he says, look, he says, Ukraine disarmed because of the Budapest Memorandum. He said, we've asked the signatories 3 times since 2014 to shore up their promise from the Budapest Memorandum, which is to protect the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. And this, we're going to ask them 1/4 and final time. But if they don't do it, then we're going to rescind all the material promises of the Budapest Memorandum, which is like an implication, which is very startling. And I think you would admit, a very provocative thing.
But it's fair.
It's almost suggesting, and you may say it's fair, but it's suggesting nuclear rearmament on Russia's border. And so, you know, the question about security, it's like, well, this Ukrainian policy of poking the bear and saying, we're not giving up Donbass, we're not giving up Crimea, you know, and we are considering nuclear rearmament. And then they get invaded by Russia. I mean, obviously, this is, and the point I'm trying to make is this: the expansion of NATO, it's not enhancing the security of Ukraine. It's not enhancing the security of the United States or Russia. It's a reckless action. And the proof of the pudding is in the eating, because the outcome has been catastrophic for the whole world. We've now got, you know, potentially a shooting war, which could break out between Russia and the United States. This is what Zelensky is inviting. Zelensky is saying, let's have a no-fly zone over Ukraine. You understand what that entails. And the United States won't even send their fighter jets to Poland to compensate Poland, right? Because, and so the point is this: is this expansion? It's not good for Ukraine's security, clearly, or Russia's, or the United States. What should have been done is that Russia and the United States and Ukraine could have had a constructive dialogue about surface-to-surface missiles, about the Russian base in Crimea. You know, and there's just, and I don't want to ramble too much. This is my last point. I'll let you respond to this. You know, you talk about we can't enhance one country's security at the expense of another. Well, let's say, for the sake of argument, that NATO expansion enhances the security of Ukraine. Because you're right. I mean, would this prevent Russia from intervening if it was a done deal? Probably, yes. But what does this entail? This entails that NATO now has the right to put military bases, surface-to-surface missiles, potentially ABM platforms and other things in Ukraine. It means that there's a NATO naval base in Crimea if that becomes part of Ukraine again. This is a detriment to Russian security. So by bringing NATO forces, and again, and what is the purpose of NATO? The purpose of NATO is to contain Russia. So you've got NATO now, again, its purpose is to contain Russia in Ukraine right on their border. And you know how strategically important the Black Sea is. You brought those bases to Russia's doorstep. Is this a detriment to Russia's security interest? Yes. So if you talk about, you know, enhancing one nation's security at the expense of another, that's what NATO enlargement does. The status quo ensured the security of all the countries involved. And, you know, and I think the record of history is clear on this.
I don't like that it's equivalently talked about that, like, well, like, Ukraine's security interest is to not be fucked with, and Russia's security interest is to continue to fuck with. So I'm going to be a little bit more lenient on the side of Ukraine that doesn't want to be invaded, that doesn't want its territorial integrity constantly threatened, that doesn't want, which I am glad at least you acknowledge, that, like, all of those Eastern separatist groups are fully funded and backed by Russian militaries, right? Lithuania doesn't have these problems. Estonia doesn't have these problems, right? You don't have these problems in countries that have joined NATO. And when you're Ukrainian and you look to the north and you look to the west and you look and you see these countries are in NATO, don't have to worry about Russia coming over to threaten your territorial integrity. I don't understand how we can say that there isn't a vital security interest there for Ukraine unless you're literally saying, well, there's not because, look, Russia made it not, right? I don't know if that's necessarily a fair thing to say, that they don't have a security interest because now Russia is afraid of them dealing with their security interests. We talk about, like, it's so ironic, and this is another thing that's ultra ironic too, is we talk about, like, well, NATO is an organization without purpose. It was created to only contain the Soviet Union and the Warsaw Pact, and in 91 it should have been disbanded. You know, people say that. Other people say, well, maybe the expansion of NATO can ensure greater periods of peace and prosperity for Europe, which arguably it has. But now you have countries like Sweden and in Finland talking about potentially joining NATO just because of how aggressive Russia's been acting. So while you might say on one hand, like, well, look, it's not in the security interest of Ukraine because now Russia's attacking them. I could say on the other hand, well, look, this isn't in the interest of Russia because now everybody else wants to join NATO. It feels like, and even if you are pro-Russian, you have to acknowledge that today the NATO alliance is probably stronger than it ever has been. There has been like a revitalization across even NATO skeptic countries like France, even Germany that was unwilling to go as far with some of these sanctions and military equipment, even Poland that initially didn't want to contribute as much. These countries have been revitalized in purpose, united against Russia, to where if Russia doesn't succeed in Ukraine, or even if they do succeed in Ukraine, it feels like now all they've done is create a stronger NATO. I feel like something that the United States has done a decent job of, say for Iraq, at least in the past 30 years, feels like exerting soft power instead of this hard power, this idea that you need to invade and take over everything, maybe would have been a better route to go for Russia, rather than, I'm going to Sevastopol, I'm going to Crimea, I'm stealing your base, I'm funding these separatists, and I'm going to invade the fuck out of your country if you don't do exactly what I say. I feel like the era for that politics is past, and all Russia has done with their current actions is undermine the security of all of Europe, revitalize NATO, and threaten Ukraine's sovereignty for no real justification of its own other than they want control of that piece of land.
Well, and you even conceded, though, it's, you know, there is a vital security interest in Ukraine. It's not just because they're greedy and everything. And I would flip it on its head and say, we talk about the security of Ukraine. We're not talking about a bilateral security guarantee. We're talking about NATO, which is an empire in a sense that, you know, the NATO states are beholden to the United States. I mean, we know this, that Georgia and Ukraine, their aspirations to NATO were recognized over the objections of France and Germany in 2008. We know that the United States run NATO. We know that the United States has always run NATO. So when we talk about Ukraine, it's fine and well to say, oh, well, Ukraine might be concerned or something. But we are talking then, you know, you sort of lose your ability to talk about, oh, well, my right, my self-determination, when you're talking about inviting another empire and becoming an outpost of another empire next to Russia and putting NATO bases and listening to NATO decisions and NATO military and becoming a vassal state of NATO in a certain sense, becoming, and with the European Union too, with the currency and economic union, are we going to pretend that there's no pressure exerted on Ukraine from Brussels and the EU? There's no pressure exerted on Ukraine in NATO from Washington, D.C. as a result of their being joined up with these supranational unions? Of course there is. And I also want to frame the conversation this way. You know, everybody talks about big bad Russia and Russia's this revanchist and Russian aggression and so on. But let's flip the script and let's put ourselves in Russia's shoes. The combined military budget of NATO, you've got more than $800 billion in military spending for the United States, $800 billion, and $350 billion for the rest of the NATO countries. So you have $1.2 trillion in military spending from NATO, which is now expanding. And again, and you can say NATO doesn't have a purpose. I think that's a little disingenuous. The purpose of NATO is to contain the Soviet Union. The purpose of NATO is to contain Russia. They're not expanding into Africa. They're not expanding into Latin America. They're expanding into Eastern Europe. They're expanding into former Warsaw Pact countries, former buffer states, former Soviet satellites. So you've got $1.2 trillion in spending on NATO. You've got 13 countries are taken over in the span of 20 years. And you're Russia, and Russia spends $67 billion, which is a less than a tenth of what NATO is spending. And the West paints Russia as the aggressor. NATO is coming to their doorstep. They've got the Baltics. They've got all these countries. Russia says a red line is Ukraine, and they say, that's not good enough. We're taking Ukraine too. And of course, understand what that entails is, and you won't, I haven't heard you acknowledge this. What about Russia's legitimate security concerns about not Ukraine's safety, but NATO missiles in Ukraine? And you could say that's defensive, but everybody knows there's no such thing as a so-called defensive capability. The platforms that are used for an ABM can be used for an ICBM. The missiles, we're talking about theater support missiles, which are conventional, they could be easily equipped with nuclear warheads. They're talking about a alliance which express purpose is to contain Russia, deploying ABM, surface-to-surface missiles, forward deploying a base in Ukraine, in the Black Sea, in order to project power explicitly against Moscow and against the Caucasus region and through the Black Sea. And NATO is vastly more powerful than Russia. So the idea, and then this undermines the whole idea, you know, if Russia is this revanchist state, nobody in their right mind on the West or the East thinks that Russia is even going to be able to occupy Ukraine, let alone rebuild their empire. You know, you talk about all of Central Asia, the Baltic states, the Warsaw Pact countries. Forget about it. They won't even be able to occupy all of Ukraine in the foreseeable future. They're having difficulty even winning Ukraine in a short amount of time. So the idea that, you know, Russia poses this threat, oh, they're going to roll into Poland or something, that the aggression must be contained, it's laughable. 67 billion against 1.2 trillion, and everybody's pointing the finger and saying, oh, Russia must be contained at any cost. I think it says that America's rule is innocuous and benign, and that's not the case. It says that NATO's expansion is innocuous and not threatening. That's clearly not the case, and the numbers itself speak to this.
I mean, we can talk about the numbers, but I mean, like, you can keep saying 1 trillion to 60 billion all you want. How many times has NATO invaded Russia? How many times has NATO threatened aggression towards Russia? Like, it hasn't happened. And, you know, we can talk about security interests. You know, it's funny you mentioned the ABM missile platforms and everything. An ABM missile platform cannot fire an ICBM. The anti-ballistic missile platforms that we installed in Poland, you can look at me all you want, but Biden himself literally invited Russian inspectors to come in and inspect these things. Just because it's a tube in the ground doesn't mean that you can just as easily throw a different type of missile, an ICBM, in there. There's a whole different apparatus. There's a whole different hardware requirement for firing these missiles. There's a whole different software requirement for firing these missiles. Tubes in the ground are not just things you can stick whatever missile you want in and happen to fire nuclear warheads out of. It just doesn't work that way. And again, Biden's invitation of Russia to inspect these platforms, I think, proves just as much as that. When we talk about how there's pressure from Washington or pressure from the West on what could be Ukraine's economy, we talk about threatening their sovereignty. Just the comparison is just totally unfair. If Ukraine chooses to be pressured by joining those types of free trade agreements, by joining those types of NATO alliances, I feel like that mounts the pressure onto you then to answer. If there is so much pressure from Washington militarily, if there's so much pressure from Brussels economically, if there's so much pressure from all these Western institutions, why is Ukraine so eager to join them? Clearly, there must be mounting pressure in the opposite direction as well, right? And we're comparing on the Western hand, like the ability to join these free trade agreements, and then on the Eastern hand, the forcible entry into customs unions that would heavily restrict your trade because now you've got shared external tariffs and everything. The idea that there is some like massive pressure from the West that threatens your sovereignty in a way that there isn't from the East, when Ukraine seems to be like eagerly trying to join the West, just doesn't make sense. Why? Like, their actions and the desire of their population just doesn't seem to speak to that idea that there's so much horrible pressure from the West. Something else that I also disagree with, and then you're going to answer this, because all of this keeps getting framed. Now, I said initially, I'll agree with all of that, and then I'll ask you a question about Ukraine. But now I want to challenge the framing of one of these things. We talk about vital security interests. I don't buy it. I don't agree with it. I've seen you talk about the funnel. I've seen other people talk about geography. Historically, Russia's been invaded a number of times through Ukraine. But, like, I have to ask you honestly, if Ukraine was to join NATO, do we really think that there are going to be troops invading Russia? Does Putin really think that Ukraine's ascension into NATO means there's going to be some sort of ground invasion or some sort of like threat of force from NATO into Russia? Like, if so, it hasn't happened in the Baltics yet. We haven't seen it anywhere else. Like, what? Like, is there? I disagree that there is an actual security interest in Ukraine. I think that the interest lies more in the rebuilding of the empire and more of Putin establishing his order farther out from Moscow.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say that this is just, it's sort of almost a willfully ignorant position. And I understand if you like guzzle State Department propaganda, I understand why you might say like, well, how could NATO possibly pose a threat to Russia? It says it right here. It's a defensive alliance. You know, once again, the purpose of NATO, and I don't understand why you refuse to acknowledge this. The purpose of NATO is to contain Russia, and contain means we want to stop Russia. We want to prevent the influence of Russia. You know, that's a hostile action. Okay, and we're aimed at creating a sort of circle around Russia. We want to contain, that's what NATO is for. And NATO is more than 10 to 1 more powerful than Russia. And so NATO then moving into the Black Sea, moving into Crimea, moving into Ukraine, 100 kilometers from Moscow, just by its very existence, this presents a security threat to Russia. You could say all you want, well, I can't imagine a scenario. Well, American leaders talk about this stuff all the time. I mean, ever since the Russian incursion into Crimea and their support for the Donbass, we hear from American leaders, they say, Putin's a killer, Putin's a thug, Putin's a dictator. We know that it is the wet dream of the neocons and of the Council on Foreign Relations and the State Department to depose Putin. This is why Western agencies back Putin's opponents like Navalny and some of the opposition parties. We know that this is what America does. They spy on Russia. We know that we back the anti-Putin resistance. It's the wet dream of the United States to have a color revolution in Russia, just like they had in Ukraine, just like they had in Georgia, just like they had in Kazakhstan. And so the idea that we can't possibly fathom a scenario where Russia would be threatened again, more than 10 to 1. That'd be like if I went outside your house with a tank and a nuclear bomb and a light machine gun, and I came there and said, I fucking hate Destiny. I was like, but don't worry, I'm just here to protect like your neighbors or something. And you're like, oh, well, he said it's defensive. That's okay. You know, again, you have to look at the history here of the Cold War. The antagonism between the West and the East doesn't evaporate overnight. And certainly, you know, once again, NATO's founding purpose contained Russia, and then it expands to Russia's borders, and to say like, oh, it's, you know, Russia has nothing to worry about here. It's just a refusal to acknowledge the Russian perspective. And this is where America's got its blinders on. It cannot see its own culpability. It has no ability for introspection and to say, you know, what is our role in the crisis? Are we enhancing again, the question, are we enhancing Ukraine's security at the expense of Russia? I mean, the answer is undoubtedly yes. And again, the thing about the ABMs is just not true. The ABM platforms can be converted into platforms that can launch offensive missiles in a matter of weeks. I mean, this is just, and you can look into this. I'm not a military expert, but this is what the experts say. The ABM shield, we all know defensive capabilities can become offensive capabilities in a matter of weeks. They do have to be converted, but the hardware is there. And I would even get to some of the treaties, and this is something I didn't get into in my opening statement, and I really want to talk about the missiles. I want to hear your take on this. In 2001, the United States pulls out of the Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty, which was signed under Nixon. And for people that don't know, you know, the United States and the Soviet Union agree we're not going to build anti-ballistic missile systems because it undermines mutually assured destruction. If a country is creating a shield where ICBMs may not be effective, this is going to only cause an arms race where countries will want to stockpile massive amounts of missiles and nuclear warheads, because if they got to go through a shield, then they're going to need twice as many missiles. So the Soviet Union and the United States agree, okay, no ballistic missile shield. You know, shooting down missiles is not part of our doctrine because this would incentivize an arms race. Well, in 2001, the United States pulls out of the treaty and says, you know what, we're going to build an anti-ballistic missile shield. And they say, well, oh, don't worry, Russia, that's because of Iran. And so they start implementing this ABM shield, again, which undermines mutually assured destruction. Russia can't invest in this. ABM is very expensive and very complex. Russia does not have the capability. So what we're talking about here is the United States pursuing technology that would, and it's very difficult, and they're nowhere close to this, but it's the threat of it, create a system where they could potentially do a first strike against Russia and Russia could not retaliate. Undermines mutually assured destruction. Again, in 2019, under Trump, the U.S. suspends its treaty obligations to the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty. They change American military doctrine and say that now surface-to-surface short and medium-range ballistic missiles are part of their military doctrine in Eastern Europe. So we're talking about potentially, theoretically, in a military engagement with Russia, launching surface-to-surface missiles from Eastern Europe into Russia. And Russia says, hey, you know, what's going on? You're suspending the ABM shield. Now we need to invest in hypersonic gliders and hypersonic missiles. You're undermining mutually assured destruction. In 2019, Russia says you're hang on, this last point, and then because I'm going a little long, then I'll let you respond. You know, Russia says, hey, you're redeploying missiles to Europe. He says, you know, why don't we just ban? He says, let's put a moratorium on all the missiles, because you know what's going to happen is if you shoot a missile against us, we don't know if it's nuclear or conventional, and until it lands. So, I mean, that's something called warhead ambiguity. We would have to respond with a nuclear strike if we see a missile coming our way. The United States refuses to negotiate, and the United States pulled out of the treaty first. So, you know, you say, how could they possibly be threatened? It's like, okay, well, NATO's expanding. Its purpose is to contain. The missiles are coming with it. The bases are coming with it. They're pulling out of the EBM treaty. They're pulling out of the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty. It's like, you know, again, does the United States have no ability to look and see, gee, Am I the problem here?
So,
but I'll let you respond.
The ABM treaty is garbage. Why would you want to be part of a treaty where only Russia and the United States are signed onto it? What about China? What about the Democratic People's Republic of North Korea? What about Iran? What about any other rogue state in the world that might obtain nuclear weapons? So this might come down to a disagreement on the matter of facts, and I maybe we just disagree on this, but my understanding is that nuclear weapons, ICBMs, are relatively sophisticated in terms of how they launch and the deployment systems for the nuclear warheads. You can put MIRVs on these things. A single missile can fire off like 100 different warheads, some which might be nuclear, some which might be dummy, that there are thousands of these things on both sides. I don't believe that anybody believes that anybody on the Russian or US side has anywhere near the capability right now to stop a legitimate second strike threat from any country. That if either side launches a nuke, everything's going into the air, and there is no shot that across the entire geography of the United States, we have the capability to stop not only whatever weapons are shot from Russia, but whatever pops out of the ocean, whatever pops out of the Pacific and Atlantic, whatever comes by plane. There's no reliable way right now to stop. Like, Russia's second strike capabilities have not been threatened. And my understanding is that the ABM treaty is seen as kind of bullshit for the same reasons why some of the climate accords are seen as kind of bullshit. The United States doesn't want to necessarily play climate games when people like India or China have so many exemptions from these same things. Same thing with the ABM treaties. Like, that's great that the United States and Russia might come to some agreement, but I don't know what North Korea is doing. I don't know what Iran is doing. I don't know if I want to hamper my own abilities to deter a nuclear threat from one of these smaller states. I don't believe that Russia's nuclear capabilities have been compromised. And I'm pretty confident in saying that, because if they were, I feel like Putin would be screaming that from the rooftops every single day. I think that would be the first thing out of his mouth every time he talks. Because for however much I might hate Russia and however much I might hate nuclear weapons, some level of mutually assured destruction is probably good in maintaining some level of peace between countries. You nod your head, but I mean, Ukraine probably felt that way too before they deposed of their nuclear arms, and then Russia invaded them when they no longer had the ability to defend themselves from another nuclear power from invasion. In terms of like being afraid of a color revolution, I mean, now we've gone from we're worried that the United States might lead a NATO invasion from Ukraine into Russia into what are usually the liberal arguments of, well, if Russia sees a thriving, happy democracy on its border that's more west-facing, maybe the people in Russia are going to be really upset and they're going to revolt and there's going to be issues there. That doesn't seem to be a good argument for Russia invading Ukraine, because they're so scared that some successful country on their border might, instigate some revolution on their own borders, unless I guess we want to take this step further and say it's all like CIA coup, CIA operatives on the ground, fomenting distrust in the government. I don't think that's a good argument for them being able to invade Ukraine. Backing up, I have to ask, because you keep mentioning and you keep repeating these points about NATO is an aggressive alliance, NATO is encircling Russia. When has NATO taken aggressive action against Russia? And if these ABM platforms are so threatening, why is it that I think just last in February, Biden is literally he's welcoming Putin to come and inspect these platforms. Of course, he wants to be able to inspect platforms in Russia as well. Why would we allow them to do that if the tech is so easy to swap out? You say that it can happen in a matter of weeks. I mean, Russia surveillance will catch that. It's not like you're going to be moving this stuff around and changing up these platforms entirely without anybody seeing that happening. Surveillance is where it is right now in 2022. What is the threat that NATO represents to Russia? What is the threat? What is the perceived security risk aside from Russia not being able to invade partnering countries?
Yeah, so I've never said that NATO, it's a NATO invasion in Russia that's going to happen, or NATO. I didn't say it's an aggressive alliance. I said that the founding purpose of NATO is to contain Russia. So it's not like this is just an alliance like la-di-da, we all want to have safety and security. It's like, no, we are shoring up these countries against Russia. Russia cannot join NATO. NATO would not permit Russia to join. Wouldn't that be great for world security if the United States and Russia were in an alliance? That would probably be the best thing for world peace. But Russia is precluded from joining because NATO is an anti-Russian alliance. And you could just as easily say Russia's never invaded a NATO country. Russia's never invaded a NATO country. Russia's never invaded a Western country, never invaded the United States or anything like that. And yet there's this fear that they're going to invade. And the point is, Russia's borders are not on the border of Germany, but NATO's borders are now on the border of Russia. And I've said this before, the mere numbers itself speak to the threat. This is a counter-Russian alliance which outspends Russia 10-1, which is now on their border in the Black Sea, in Crimea. And what's the security threat posed? How about an ABM shield? How about surface-to-surface ballistic missiles stationed all over Ukraine? Surface-to-surface missiles which can reach Russia in 5 minutes and are unstoppable and indistinguishable from a nuclear warhead. What's the potential risk? And, again, a lot of this has to do with something called the security dilemma. It's not to say that, because I'll grant you, it may seem outlandish. Oh, is NATO going to invade Russia? Probably not anytime soon. But it's like the job of Moscow and the job of the Russian government is to secure Russia against all threats. If there is this capability that NATO, with this, again, 10-1, massive military, far more sophisticated and more stuff and far outspends and bigger population, if it's on their border, that in itself is a threat. That existence of all that concentrated power and that tripwire right on the border, it's a huge threat. And even, going back to the ABM shield, I'll grant you, is there a legitimate reason for the United States to pull out of the ABM shield? Yeah, absolutely. You're right. China's not a part of it, and there are rogue states that are nuclearizing. So I understand what you're saying. But this does nothing for Russia because, now, and you're right, the ABM shield is far from working, right? It's we don't know how to shoot down ICBMs reliably yet. But the United States pulls out of the ABM treaty with no regard for how this affects Russian doctrine. Russia cannot spend on ABM. ABM is very expensive. It's very complex. They just don't have the means for that. And so when the United States says, we're going to create an ABM shield, oh, but don't worry, we're going to put it throughout Europe, and we're going to put it in Poland, and we're going to put it over here, which could theoretically, in a theoretical context, prevent Russia from doing a retaliatory strike. This is a very provocative thing towards Russia. You may say, oh, Russia's got nothing to worry about, but that's the American perspective. What about the Russian perspective where it's like, gee, are they going to build an ABM shield and they will have the ability? Even if the United States just had the perceived ability to strike Russia with impunity, that would be enough to present a security threat to Russia, which is the point. And so there's almost no consideration. It's like, oh, well, come on, they're not going to invade. Oh, come on, that's not a big deal. What about the Russian perspective? What about if you're Russia and you see missiles coming to Ukraine and you see the ABM shield pulled up and they're pulling out of the treaties and theater support missiles are now back on the table in Europe? And you say, well, why wouldn't Putin talk about this? He did. He did in 2021 in November. Putin in 2020, when the United States formally pulled out of the intermediate range nuclear treaty, Russia said, listen, I've got a proposal. Let's put a moratorium on all the missiles in Europe. The United States didn't respond. In November 2020, Putin reiterates, he said, I've even got a more detailed proposal, and we're going to inspect the sites, and you can inspect our sites, and it's a robust mechanism. No response. In December 2021, in a press conference, Putin comes and says, I don't know why the West isn't talking about my missile proposal. In January 11th, 12th, and 13th, the Geneva talks, they say, agree with us on missiles. Even the American security experts say that there's room for common ground, but they don't accede to the demands because, we don't negotiate with dictators. We will not be, held hostage by dictators. So it's like, what more can you do when they're deploying missiles that can strike Russia in 5 minutes on their border? And the purpose of the alliance is to contain Russia. Yeah, NATO never invaded Russia. Russia also never invaded NATO. But who's expanding on whose border with their missiles and military base? Who's got the defensive alliance, which is designed to fight Russia? It's not Russia.
Yeah, so I keep hearing this over and over again, and maybe what this is, we've hit rock bottom. We keep saying the purpose of the alliance is to contain Russia. Contain Russia from doing what? Invading their neighboring countries? Like, if Russia didn't engage in these actions, it shouldn't really matter. It's not like this is containing or trying to contain Russia in an economic sense, like we're cutting them off from trade deals, or like we're trying to blockade their cruisers, or we're trying to compromise their ability to move anything throughout the world. Like, this isn't the case. We talk about like containing Russia, and it sounds like we're saying we don't want to contain Russia from invading countries on their border. That's just that explanation just defies logic to me. We talk about this idea that, again, we're always framing this in the case of U.S. security interests versus Russian security interests. Is Ukrainian security interest just not at play here? Do we just not care about this? And Ukraine has a genuine security interest in that they want themselves to be a sovereign country with the right to decide which alliances they will or will not join. And the idea that there might be NATO bases here in the future, that Biden is open to inspection, the idea that down the road, maybe second strike capabilities are lost in Russia and now they just get nuked by the US because we can do so with impunity. Maybe that'll happen 30 years from now. So now today we need to take over Ukraine. I don't know. I totally don't buy that as a reason. I feel like you could use that same justification then for Russia to essentially invade anybody they want that's near their borders and isn't claimed up by NATO yet. Which, if is the case, then that's an even stronger argument for NATO expansion. Every NATO country feels like, well, holy shit, literally these 4 letters are the only thing that keep my country from being invaded by Putin. Damn, NATO membership sounds like a pretty good thing right now. I don't feel like you've established a credible threat to Russia. You keep mentioning like the surface-to-surface missiles that can reach Moscow in 5 minutes. I mean, like if we were in like the 50s, maybe this would matter that we've lost second strike capability because, oh no, the whole government is wiped out. Nobody even saw the missiles coming. But this isn't the case anymore. Continuity of government exists. There are submarines all over the world from every nuclear power that's capable of emerging in the Pacific or in the Atlantic and nuking, shooting God knows how many nuclear missiles at God knows how many targets if second strike is something that needs to happen. You're not losing second strike unless you have, from Metal Gear Solid, some crazy anti-ballistic shield where you yourself say the technology doesn't exist yet. We're nowhere near that yet. And yeah, the idea that surface-to-surface missiles might exist in some part of these NATO countries that are, again, open to inspection from Russian leaders, that this somehow justifies Russia invading these countries for hypothetical security interests in the future, I just don't think that argument is strong enough.
Well, and here's the thing. Even if you think all my arguments are Russian propaganda, like the reason why, because I know the NATO side says, oh, the security thing is just a pretext for Russian revanchism, and that's all propaganda. What would even give Russian propaganda credibility, if that's what this was, is the fact that nobody on the NATO side they won't even begin to acknowledge how Russia might have a legitimate security concern. Like, again, you just sort of hand wave away. Oh, so what? Maybe in 30 years, Russia can't retaliate. So what? Maybe they develop an ABM shield. So what? You have surface-to-surface missiles forward deployed in Ukraine. Like, big deal. That is a really big deal. That is a really big threat to Russia. And that NATO was formed to contain Russia. When we say contain, we mean we want to suffocate Russia. That's the goal of the NATO alliance. That's a goal now of NATO expansion, is to prevent Russia from influencing its neighbors, and by the way, that's just what great power politics is, as countries seek to influence their neighbors. It just so happens that the entire Western Hemisphere and Western Europe is the sphere of influence of the United States of America. And everybody knows full well that if Russia deployed the same capabilities to Cuba, if Cuba was in a defensive alliance, if Cuba joined the Warsaw Pact, if Russia deployed surface-to-surface missiles in Cuba, if they had a base in Cuba, everybody knows the United States would not tolerate it. Everybody knows the United States. And you could say, oh, well, Cuba's right and so on. But the foreign policy establishment in the United States would not tolerate it. Nobody would even dream of tolerating that. Anywhere in the Western Hemisphere. Not in Cuba, not in Venezuela, not in Bolivia, not in Nicaragua, nowhere. But we're able to shore up in Crimea. Crimea is historically Russian clay. Okay, I mean, this is a 70-year fluke that Crimea belongs to the autonomous part of Ukraine. It's just nonsense. The idea that we'd have a NATO base in Crimea, it's just like unfathomable. This Russian security apparatus cannot allow that. I mean, they just can't in good conscience allow that kind of a security threat. And I mean, you won't even interact with that argument. It's like, well, I mean, it probably won't happen. Well, it's probably like not a big deal. Well, for the Russians, it clearly is. And the point is to say this, in this stuff about like, oh, thriving democracy and, well, Ukraine chose, this stuff is really semantics. What we're talking about here is two great powers, two empires, and they're duking it out over formerly neutral ground. That's what it is. Ukraine is, neutral, ostensibly somewhat under Russian influence. And I would say it truly is neutral because in 2004, right, you get Yushchenko. And Yanukovych wasn't this pro-Russian stooge that people make him out to be. He tried to balance the West against Russia. He definitely leaned closer to Russia. Ukraine was truly a buffer neutral state, if not leaning slightly towards Russia, right? And the point is, and maybe to get more fundamentally to the heart of the issue, why is there a conflict here in Ukraine? What caused this? We cannot acknowledge the fact that we have catalyzed this by trying to wrest control of Ukraine from Moscow. It's about two empires competing over a neutral state. And, to say, oh, well, it's about democracy or this one or that one chose. It's got to do with missile placement. It's got to do with mutually assured destruction. It's got to do with all these things. And people will, again, acknowledge the Ukrainian security interest, the American security interest, but not the Russian. And, I just don't I'm not getting from you that you really understand what that means for the Russians. Like, I'm fully willing to concede, like, yeah, like I get why Ukraine wants to be part of NATO. I get why NATO wants Ukraine to be part of NATO. It's part of their policy of containment. But there's no willingness on the other side to say, you know, let's give Russia the benefit of the doubt. Maybe it is legitimate security concern to erode mutually assured destruction, which has been in place for 40 years. Maybe this is antagonistic towards Russia to put surface-to-surface missiles, reintroduce where they were not in 19, reintroduce theater support missiles as the backbone of American military doctrine. Like, there's no willingness to say, like, you know, gee, Russia maybe has legitimate opposition to that. It's like, oh, no. That's just all an excuse because Russia's evil and Russia wants to invade everybody. And it's like, that's belied by the fact that Russia has outspent more than 10 to 1 by the anti-Russian alliance.
We can keep bringing up the 10 to 1 spending. I don't think it's doing anything to building your argument. I can acknowledge that Russia, that Putin might perceive there to be a security interest. I can acknowledge that. Yeah, I can acknowledge that perception exists. And I say might because we both agree here that NATO has never made an aggressive move towards Russia. If there are
Russia's
conflicts,
never made an aggressive move towards NATO.
which is a good reason for Ukraine to join NATO so that they stop being fucked with by Russia. That's an argument for Ukraine joining NATO. But the fact that NATO can expand to include Ukraine, when we both agree that NATO doesn't attack Russia, I mean, like, we have special phone lines installed so when there's conflict in the Middle East, the U.S. will literally call Russia and say, hey, you have any guys there? We don't want to blow your own people up accidentally. Like, we go out of our way right now to ensure that there isn't conflict between NATO and Russia. And even if I can acknowledge that there might be a perception on the Russian side that there might be a security interest here, that perception doesn't supersede Ukraine's right to self-determination. And if you want to take the boring realist analysis of this, that's fine, but you're not getting any normativity from that. You're not telling me whether Russia's, decision is right or wrong, or whether it's morally or whatever justified. You're just telling me that Russia will seek to basically annex whatever neighbor it can if it perceives there to be a security threat, which again is just a stronger argument for a more aggressive expansion of NATO. When you use a realist perspective on Russia's dealings with its neighbor, all you're doing is revitalizing the arguments for a NATO alliance. And that's really all that's happened. Returning to the beginning of my argument, you've got countries like Sweden and Finland that are looking to join NATO. Since 2014 and Russia's invasions of Crimea, you started to see active NATO military forces being deployed to places like Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. I feel like all the realist perspective does here is give us an even stronger argument for why NATO needs to expand to include these Central Asian and Eastern European countries, because if they don't, then Russia's just going to seek to invade them.
Okay, but again, this belies the fact that NATO expanded first. I mean, so NATO expands to 13 countries over 20 years, to former Warsaw Pact countries, to former Russian states, to former Russian sphere of influence. Russia draws a red line and says you can't take Ukraine. Ukraine is so vitally strategically important, you can't take it. NATO says, well, yeah, we're expanding there anyway. Boo-hoo, that's too bad. And then Russia responds, and then you go, see, that justifies why we've been expanding for 20 years.
There's two huge.
That just proves.
Yeah,
hang on, I'll let you.
You're right. Go ahead.
That just proves. It's like. But NATO expanded first. The United States pulled out of the ABM Treaty in 2001. They pulled out of the Intermediate Nuclear Forces Treaty in 19. They expanded to 13 countries before 2009. And then when Russia finally responds in 2014, a red line was crossed. And then NATO goes, see, that's why we're expanding. See, that just goes to show why you need NATO. It's like, and the point is, on the realist perspective, what is our foreign policy? What are we trying to do? Because, I mean, and to the point, getting back to the conflict which is ongoing in Ukraine, I don't like conflict. I don't like when people die in Ukraine. I don't like when Ukraine's destroyed. This is not in anybody's interest. This is not good for Ukraine, obviously. This is not good for America. This is not good for Russia. But what led us to this point? I fail to see why, because there was no imminent threat of a Russian invasion in Ukraine. The problem was that Zelensky was unwilling, or Poroshenko too, unwilling to give up Donbass, unwilling to give up Crimea, unwilling to give up their aspirations to NATO. And the reason that Ukraine was so emboldened is because NATO said, we got your back. Ukraine would never dare to stand up to Russia and poke them like they do, but they think that they've got NATO. They get to go to Congress and demand a no-fly zone. And it's like, so what is in realist terms, in terms of how states actually behave, not normatively, not how they ought to behave, but in terms of how we know states act and in terms of how we can expect states to act, expanding NATO to Ukraine or even talking about that is a provocative action. But we have done that ever since 2008. And that is what has led to the current crisis. And you could argue in a hypothetical timeline, does Russia invade Ukraine without the NATO aspirations? We can't know that. But we also can't, arrive at the situation without analyzing our own behavior and saying, how have our actions provoked Russia? Because, at the end of the day, we have to talk in terms of the tangible and the real. This is the real outcome, and it's really bad. And this is a failure, ultimately, of American policy. And you could point the blame at Russia and, fold your arms and say, well, Russia's just evil, and, they're just doing evil things, and you have to blame Russia because they're evil, and so on. And, we have no culpability. But of course, in great power politics, yes, we have culpability. We're a global and a regional hegemon. So we do have to have some introspection and analyze how did our collective policy, how did our policy of collective security, Russian containment, did that play a role in provoking Russia to engage in a conflict where nobody wins? We have to look at it like that. And I think you'll find that these policies we're undertaking, it's naive to say that they're just so goody two shoes in nature. Oh, Ukraine joining NATO, it's totally innocuous. It's totally above board. Don't criticize it. Like, a country wants sovereignty and security. Who can blame them for that? It's like, well, look at the other side. It's a negotiation. Everybody's security interest is being paid attention to except for Russia. But Russia has guns too. And in a realist world order, you have to pay attention to these things. Otherwise, you get a crisis. And then I want to say one thing. And then here's the other thing. Let's entertain a scenario where Ukraine joins NATO, because they're still pushing for it, even after the crisis in 2014. Let's say today, what's that?
Of course, yeah.
Yes. Let's say Ukraine becomes a NATO member state. Okay, what do you do? Well, guess what? Crimea is still formally occupied by Russia. Donbass and the civil war between Kiev and Donbass is still ongoing. So what happens then when the government in Kiev is at war with Russian-backed proxies in Donbass? As a consequence of Ukraine joining NATO, you now have a proxy war in Ukraine, a proxy civil war between Russian-backed separatists and a NATO member state. What's more, Kiev does not acknowledge the Russian annexation of Crimea. I mean, they do not accept this fact. So, now we're in a really bad security spot where, and you could say, oh, well, this would never happen because people would never do this. But I mean, of course, these things can happen. What happens if there's a war between Russia and Ukraine over Crimea? What happens when there's there's this ongoing proxy war between Russian-backed separatists in Donbass and Ukraine? And I've heard the argument, people say, Zelensky says, well, NATO's defensive, so Article 5 obligations aren't invoked if we attack Russia or something. But as we know, the fog of war is thick. And as to who started which conflict, of course, it would benefit the Ukrainians to say, oh, well, Russia attacked us. Now we need to full NATO response in Crimea. The point is, you don't need to be pro-Russian or pro-American. You don't need to be an expert to say that's a really fucked up situation. It is a bad situation to have a NATO member state with disputed territory in Crimea and a proxy civil war in Donbass. Like that is probably the biggest threat to World War III in the entire world. That's probably so that American policymakers would seriously consider this in spite of what's going on. The moment that Russia invaded Crimea, the United States should have said, you know what? It's too complicated. We can't get involved. But even in 2021, they're saying we're going to enhance our strategic partnership. Ukraine will become a part of NATO. It's like, we know that Russia's not giving up Crimea. We know that the thing in Donbass isn't going to be resolved anytime soon. So even if we achieved our aspirations, all this would do is create a situation, a powder keg, that could absolutely lead to World War III, maybe the #1 cause of World War III if that were to happen.
Sure. So just to shoot down the last point very quickly, nations with contested territory can't join NATO. It would never be the case that we would admit Ukraine to join while there is contested territory, unless Ukraine was willing to cede that immediately to Russia. So that's completely off the table right there. In terms of Ukraine, oh man, there's so many arguments to go through. One of the very first thing, you talk about how NATO expanded first. NATO was the aggressor first. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. When I was searching through, in post-Cold War era conflict, right? What's happening in Europe? One of the first conflicts that happened was Russia supporting the breakaway state in Moldova during the Transnistria War. So Russia had already established a pattern of you find separatists, you fund them, you export a fuck ton of Russian passports, you get these people set up and established, and they're on breakaway state. You send Russian peacekeeper troops there, and that's literally right on the Ukrainian border. So we've already got a map for what would happen in the future in South Ossetia, in Georgia, and then in what's happening now in Donbass and Ukraine. The idea that NATO is forcing Russia's hands here, when I think Russia has already had the blueprint for this exact type of action, I don't agree with that. I think that Russia has already established that pattern of behavior. In terms of, I feel like everything else is repeating over and over again. I don't even like using the realist analysis. I think it's garbage. I don't think anybody even agrees with using realism to analyze foreign policies anymore. I know that you like to talk about, I think I called him Mearsheimer. Mearsheimer's analysis of like the state of security in 1990 and onwards from Europe. He's written a lot of essays about it. He wrote a huge one, like a 50-page paper in 1990 predicting the future state of security in Europe. It was garbage. It was horrible. His prediction that Europe would descend into constant anarchy, that countries like Japan and the United States would be looking to vie for interest here, that every country would be rearming because that's what realist countries do. It just totally and completely missed the mark. I don't think anybody takes those predictions seriously in terms of this is how countries will act. So I don't know if it's appropriate to go forward into the future when he's already failed to make successful predictions of what has really been a relatively peaceful period for 30 years in Europe, and then try to say that this frame of analysis is what we're going to use going forward when it comes to dealing with Ukraine and Russia. And then again, what's more, to reiterate for the 50 millionth time, all of these realist arguments, if we are to accept them, justifies NATO including Ukraine and being aggressive towards Russia just as much as it does Russia taking over Ukraine and I guess establishing security around its own borders. But again, I mean, I can ask you again, and I know that we'll kind of dance around again, like NATO has not shown itself to be aggressive towards Russia. The most and best you can possibly say is that there are surface-to-surface missile bases in some of these NATO countries, but I mean, what? Like honestly, do you really believe that NATO countries are going to start launching missiles into Moscow? Like, do you really believe that, or is this something you're worried 20 or 30 years from now? Or do you think that the investment into ABM technology is going to become so good that, at some point we did it, guys, we beat second strike capability, time to just nuke the hell out of Russia? That sounds fantastical to me. Now, maybe we can imagine a world where that happens, but I can't use that imaginary world to justify the invasion, destruction of civilian cities, and the takeover of a sovereign nation that exists today in the real world. That would be insane to me. That sort of justification can be used for Russia to invade literally any neighbor that they could perceive in 30 years to be a threat because of technology that doesn't exist yet. I just think that's absolutely insane.
Yeah, so to address the first part, I mean, to say that backing the Moldovan separatists is a precursor to NATO expanding to 13 countries is just ridiculous. And as far as realism goes, what realism does is it's a frame for how we explain how states behave. That's what international relations theory seeks to do, is let's analyze and explain how states behave. Why do they do the things that they do? And what realism says is that the decisions of states and the way that states behave is based on something called the security dilemma. That fundamentally states seek security. They want to secure their border. They want to secure, they want to create offensive and defensive capabilities that protect them from their adversaries. Certainly, this explains the Russian policy. This realist framework of security and explaining Moscow's behavior in Ukraine absolutely explains it. It has nothing to do with ideology, nothing to do with ideas, nothing to do with interconnected institutions. It's about the raw military capabilities of the NATO defensive alliance. And you say, oh, well, Mearsheimer's predictive analysis didn't work in the 90s. Well, it absolutely worked in 2014. In 2014, he'd had it down to a T. He predicted the next 8 years of conflict based on the realist interpretation of how states behave. He said, and he said this in 14. He said, Moscow will never accept Ukraine joining NATO. He said, Moscow would sooner destroy Ukraine than have Ukraine join NATO. He said, it's unacceptable. And this is true. This has been reiterated by Russia, by Putin, and this has been their policy for the past 8 years. As far as Ukraine becoming a NATO member state, well, that's just off the table because of disputed territory. It's like, yeah, that's kind of the problem, isn't it? That's kind of the problem, that Russia came in there and said, look, I'm taking this off the table. I'm going to create disputed territory to take NATO membership off the table. And NATO persists. And NATO says, no, we don't even care. It's like, okay, so what's the end game then? If there's disputed territory, that's not being resolved anytime soon. Russia's not going to be dislodged from Crimea, and the war in Donbass goes on. So why is NATO membership being discussed? Why is the United States strengthening its security guarantee to Ukraine in November 2021 if that's the case? I agree with you. Yes, exactly. NATO membership cannot be expanded to countries with disputed territory. And yet the conversation goes on 8 years into the civil war in Donbass, 8 years after the annexation of Crimea. So exactly, why is that conversation going on? It's a horrible nightmare scenario to imagine that Ukraine would become a NATO member state with these ongoing crises that have no sign of abating, yet it does. This is a horrifying thing. And then to the point of, well, oh, come on, NATO's never going to invade Russia. You know, and this is the problem, I think, with this is where your analysis fails. It's this naive worldview where it says like, oh, well, that'll never happen. Russia has nothing to worry about. It's like, okay. And yeah, Russia would never nuke the United States, right? Russia would never nuke the United States because that would be silly. I mean, that'd be crazy. So we should just not have a nuclear arsenal. And, you know, China would never invade the United, you know, no countries will ever attack the United States because the United States, you know, we have 300 million guns among the population. We've got a big enough military. So let's just close down all our military bases. Let's totally destroy our nuclear arsenal. Let's get rid of all that. It's like that flies in the face of, again, how states pursue security. It's about risk. It's about capability. It's about potential. If the United States has the capability to do a first strike on Russia and prevent a second strike with an ABM shield, that alone is an unacceptable security posture for Russia. I mean, how would you feel if you're a Russian citizen and it's like, well, I think the United States won't nuke me today. Like, that's just not good enough.
Can I ask a question? And then you can explain.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
sure.
Let's say that I actually grant all of that. Let's say that an ABM shield exists and we have first strike capabilities and we've totally nullified a second strike capability. Why does it matter if we have Ukraine then? Why can't all those missiles just come out of the Baltics? What changes there? How far is the border from Latvia to Moscow?
You should ask the NATO then. I mean, I'm not the one that wants.
Well, no, I'm asking you because you're telling me that we need to keep Ukraine out of NATO because I'm Russia and I need to shore my security interests. Okay, well, let's say we've eliminated.
We should do neither of these things.
Well, no. You're describing how Russia asks. I'm just asking. Let's say this technology exists. Let's say the ABM, all our anti-ballistic missile platforms exist. We've eliminated second strike. Fuck, we could launch those missiles from fucking DC. Why would it matter at that point whether Ukraine is in NATO or not? How does that security interest square up at all with Russia's invasion into Ukraine?
Because both pose a security risk to Russia. I mean, I don't understand. It's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. But both of these things are provocations because both upset the balance. And that's fundamentally what realism is about balance. So I'll answer your question. You know, creating an ABM shield, even though, and you don't even need to grant me that. It's that we're even working on it. You're right, because it's nowhere near completion. It's not effective, but it's that 20 years ago, we said, forget it. You know, we're going to start to build this thing that Russia cannot build. It's a provocation. It upsets the balance. It upsets the confidence that Russia has, because that's really what it's about. Is if you have two adversaries, which are both powerful and distrustful of one another, it's about confidence in each other. And when the United States pulls out of this treaty, it disrupts the confidence that Russia can have in mutually assured destruction. Their confidence that the United States will never do a first strike because it would get annihilated.
Because of North Korea and Iran, right?
Pursuing this tech. Okay, but that does nothing for Russia. They could say that. I mean, they could say that, but the ABM shield works equally against Russian missiles as it does against Iranian North Korea. So, I mean, they could say that all day long. But the effective capability works equally against Russia.
It doesn't work equally, though, because you can only intercept so many missiles. That's why both countries have, like, people...
But they still shoot down missiles.
No, but this is the question that, like, every high schooler asks, right? They're like, why are so many nukes in existence, Mom? We could nuke the whole world 50 million times over. Well, it's because you want to get through any of those hypothetical shields, right? A single ICBM can have a MIRV that has, like, what, like fucking 20, 30, 40 dummy warheads on it now? There's no possible way that you're intercepting thousands of these missiles, right? It's not like shooting down Palestinian bombs being lobbed into fucking Israel, right? These are pretty sophisticated weapons launching from all over the world. Some from the Pacific, some from the Atlantic, in places we don't even know they exist.
Yeah, oceans. But this is fundamentally misdirection because, and again, you know, that is what the United States said. They said, well, we're building this ABM shield for Iran and North Korea. Okay, but ABM agreement was signed between Russia and the United States. And that was the foundation of mutually assured destruction between Russia and the United States for 30 years.
Signed before North Korea and Iran had ICBMs.
Hang on. Let's not interrupt each other. We had a good back and forth here. That it still disrupts Russia's confidence in the mutually assured destruction framework. Because I will grant you all of that. I agree with you. ABM is inadequate because it doesn't include China. ABM is inadequate because you do have rogue states seeking a nuclear arsenal. All of that being said, this does nothing to reassure Russia. I mean, like, because just as Russia says that, you know, NATO promised Gorbachev that NATO wouldn't expand, it doesn't mean shit if it's not on paper. So the United States could say we're doing this for Iran and China and North Korea, but effectively they're still building an ABM shield, and it still does disrupt the confidence that Russia has. And so it upsets the confidence and the balance as far as the nuclear question is concerned. And the same is true of Ukraine. You know, you're right. Do I think that NATO is going to invade Russia anytime soon? I mean, probably not. I don't think that would make much sense, but it disrupts the balance and it destroys Russia's confidence that something like that could not happen. Again, it relies on NATO's good faith, and good faith is not enough because regimes change, circumstances change, crises flare up, you know, things happen in the world. And so what underlies a nation's security is its capability, its confidence. And those things come from offensive and defensive capability. They come from buffer states. They come from treaties and agreements. And so it's not enough to say, well, NATO's never invaded us before. They probably won't, you know, launch those missiles at us from Ukraine forever into the future. It's not an adequate guarantee. And that's the argument from the Russian side is, if you know, it's just not good enough for Russian security. No one's listening to them.
If we go through the realist perspective, I'm curious. If NATO membership was never floated directly on the table to Ukraine, would not Ukraine fall victim to Russia's sphere of influence anyway? Isn't that what realism would tell us? That irrespective of NATO expansion, we would expect a country to exercise authority, if it can, onto weaker powers surrounding their borders, meaning that none of this NATO shit even really matters anyway to Russia?
Well, that's really the crux of it, isn't it? Yes.
It kind of is, right? Yeah.
Yes. Well, but here. Yes, Russia would exert influence over Ukraine, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Well, okay. So then why talk about all the NATO bullshit, right? Obviously, they're going to do it anyway. And even security in the Black Sea. Does it really matter if they have access to the Black Sea? They're not getting to the Mediterranean through fucking Turkey anyway, right? Where there are also, like, nuclear missiles as well. Like, it seems like all of the NATO shit is just like a smokescreen anyway, right?
No, but it's not then. It's not. That's exactly the point is, you know, you're saying like, oh, well, Ukraine would just be a buffer state. It's like, yeah, exactly. Ukraine should. NATO membership makes it a pro-Western country. Yes, it should. Because the worst case scenario of Ukraine being a buffer state is that Russia will influence it. You know, who cares? Yes.
People of Ukraine care, obviously.
Okay, powerful states influence weaker states. This is how states behave. And that is,
this is not how all states behave. That's not true.
That is how great powers behave.
Why don't we invade Mexico?
You think the United States doesn't do this?
No, the United States doesn't. But we absolutely could.
Are you seriously arguing that the United States doesn't influence Western Hemisphere countries?
Influence is way different than right now. We have drug issues. We've got cartel issues that exist on our southern border. If we wanted to, dude, we could bomb the fuck out of it. Hold on, no. If we're taking the realist perspective, if a country like Mexico existed on Russian borders, do you think that Russian would say, yeah, we understand a lot of illegal immigrants coming here. Yeah, we know a lot of it is ran by cartels, but, you know, we're going to respect your sovereignty. We're going to let you guys forget it. Do you think that Russia would take the same position towards Mexico as the United States would? Absolutely not.
Let me just get this clear. Your position is that in an analogous way, you know, in the sense that Russia influences Belarus and Ukraine, you're saying that the United States in that same way does not influence
Canada and Mexico?
In the Western Hemisphere.
Absolutely
Countries in the Western Hemisphere.
Well, I mean, like in South America, especially through the Cold War, yeah, you could probably make arguments for that.
I'm talking about today.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Will we recognize and support? Well, here, I'm curious. Like, educate me. I don't know much about South American history. What are like breakaway states that the United States has recognized and sent paramilitary groups to in order to defend these states? Where we shipped off tons of U.S. passports, where we've shipped off U.S. citizens in order to Americanize these places? Like, where has this happened in South America since the year, 1991 that's comparable to what Russia has done in Georgia, in Transnistria, in Ukraine? Like, where are these things happening?
I mean, listen, if you're arguing that there's no Western influence in the Western Hemisphere...
I didn't argue that there's no Western influence.
Hang on. Don't interrupt me. I know... See, this is what you do.
Well, you're not answering my questions, but go ahead. I'll let you talk.
See, this is what you do. What you do. We're talking about a fundamental assertion here, which is how great powers act. And the fundamental assertion is, the United States influences weaker states. And then you get into, educate me about the history. You're not answering the question. I'm interrupting you. It's like, if your assertion, I don't need to back that up. I refuse to do it. I refuse to back it up because it's preposterous to suggest that the United States does not influence weaker states in the Western Hemisphere or elsewhere in the world. Absolutely, they do.
Of course they do. Yeah.
How about in Colombia, where they backed a coup there? How about in countries? I mean, we have Guantanamo Bay in Cuba against the interests of the Cubans. the idea that the United States has not influenced states, that we bully them into the TPP, we bully them into all kinds
We abandoned the
of things.
TPP because of our own
Of
citizens.
course.
Like,
Of
what do you
course.
mean?
Of course, we influence.
Do you think the
weaker
existence
states.
of Guantanamo
we prevent,
Bay?
Wait. We
Yeah,
prevent
go ahead.
Japan from having a military. We station our troops in South Korea. We influence Saudi Arabia all the time. We influence all, Western Europe all day long. And so that's where you're sort of living in unreality, is where you say Russia is the only country that behaves in this way. Russia cannot have a and I think maybe this is the crux of the disagreement, is you think that, for Russia to have a sphere of influence over Ukraine, you literally say, well, we must do anything short of war to stop this Russian incursion. NATO membership must be on the table, all to prevent what? Russia having a reasonable sphere
All to
of
prevent what
influence
we're talking about today. Do you think that
over a
Japan,
country.
do you think that Japanese and South Korean citizens want the United States to leave in the same way that Ukrainian citizens want Russia to leave today? Do you think that's at all comparable?
Yeah, the Japanese, yeah, absolutely. But even in Ukraine, half the population is
You think the
pro-Russia.
Japanese, who are begging for greater military presence when North Korea is doing crazy shit, when China is sailing ships through
The
different
Japanese
seas,
want to
you
rebuild their
think
military.
you
And
really
certainly it is just as contentious in Japan as it is in Ukraine. Are you going to, the people in 14 that wanted to join NATO wasn't even a majority. It was a plurality, not a majority, a plurality of people. So it wasn't even more than 50% in Ukraine. You act like, oh, it's this hostile thing. It wasn't hostile. And by the way, when Yanukovych accepted the Russian deal as opposed to the EU deal, you could say, oh, well, they were going to be embargoed. No, they could not replace Russian trade. They're dependent on Russian trade.
Yeah, but
These are
look
the
at what you're
kinds of
talking
soft power
there.
ways that Russia influences a state.
But look,
and by the way, half the Ukrainian population supports Russia. Yanukovych was the most trusted politician in 2010, and he was democratically elected. And international monitors said, this was a model for a democratic
in
election.
one election,
So,
not earlier,
in
but
2010,
yeah.
in 2010,
2010 he was, yes.
And so, well, you laugh at that, but the point is to say you're creating this false, you're creating this completely distorted reality where, oh, well, Ukraine doesn't want Russian influence and Japan wants American influence. It's like, well, the picture's more complicated than this. It's about how states behave. And, Ukraine, some people in Ukraine want Russia. Some people in Ukraine want the West. Russia influences Ukraine, as is how states behave. You could disagree, well, that's not normative, that's not right. But Ukraine was a part of Russia for hundreds of years. Ukraine was governed by Russia for the past 100 years, even when it was administratively autonomous. And, for Russia to have a sphere of influence, this is what the United States must tolerate for peace and détente with Russia. In the same way that nobody challenges America's influence in the Western Hemisphere or in Western Europe or elsewhere in the world, and in these other countries. That's just, if you're going to disagree with that, you're just living in Candyland.
To try to compare Russia's activities in Ukraine with the soft power that America exerts over the world, right? There's a reason why you're trying to say, like, well, South Korea and Japan, they feel the same way, right? I asked you to show me that in Japan, and you could show me a few protests in Osaka because of dumb Marines on base or whatever. But the reality is that we know that military presence of the United States there is welcome far more than Ukrainians are welcoming military presence from Russia into Ukraine. I hate to use this word, but it's self-evident, right? And to pretend that realism versus, say, constructivism is a better way to analyze how powers in the world work, when we look at how the United States treats members on its border, and we contrast that to how Russia treats members on its border, it obviously just, it's not a good way to analyze how countries behave, right? Russia has, as a constructivist would say, an iterative pattern of behavior with countries on its border. It's continued to act in such a way. And to say that Russia's hypothetical security concerns 30 years into the future justify the shelling of Ukrainian cities today, the destruction of Ukrainian cities, the murdering and the killing of Ukrainian civilians, that all of that is okay because Russia must have a sphere of influence. And when I ask why, it's because, well, so that NATO doesn't invade. And when I ask why, it's, well, because then Russia wouldn't be able to invade. I guess if we want to use a descriptive form of analysis, we can, but morally, normatively, what's right, I absolutely don't think that we should accept that a country like Ukraine has to cuck itself to Russia and become a vassal state just because of some hypothetical security concerns that Russia has because it can't play nice with the rest of the world. I think we're kind of looping back and forth now. You can have the final if you want.
I think this is the crux of it. I really believe this is the crux of it because what underlies your whole worldview is this benign hegemon narrative. You can call it constructivism, you can call it whatever you want, but it's this idea that, when America exercises soft power, well, that's okay. and they want it.
Mm-hmm.
And when America exercises hard power, well, you know, it's justified or something. When Russia does it, well, you know, it's evil and they can't do it, and this is, you know, Ukraine's cucking themselves. It's like, this is how great powers behave. And let's take a look at NATO. You know, you say NATO's never been aggressive towards Russia. NATO's been aggressive towards other states. You know this. I don't even have to say it. It's as you say, self-evident. The United States invaded Afghanistan. The United States invaded Iraq. They said there were weapons of mass destruction. There weren't. Why did the United States invade Iraq? Well, some would say, well, they invaded a foreign state. They genocided their population. They sought a weapon of mass destruction, et cetera, et cetera. You could say that they invaded Iraq because Saddam Hussein was a rogue actor. You know, they found the anthrax was BS. They were not harboring al-Qaeda. They didn't have the WMDs. We invaded Iraq. In 2011, NATO did regime change in Libya because they said the elections weren't free and fair enough.
Among other reasons, but...
What were the other reasons?
Among torturing and imprisoning political prisoners, among using chemical weapons against
national sovereignty.
Yeah,
national sovereignty.
Well, there's some levels of national sovereignty that I guess we just don't accept. When you say that, like,
hey, wait
America exercises soft power, and it's okay.
Wait. Is national sovereignty absolute or is it conditional?
It's obviously conditional on things like the Geneva Convention or international agreements, but also notice everything you said. Where has NATO exerted its power against? None of the countries that you mentioned were nuclear powers.
Doesn't matter.
In your world,
we're talking about how great states act.
Sure.
We're talking about normativity.
That's the opposite of normativity. It's descriptivity. But regardless, if we were to say that NATO should no longer expand, okay, that we're not going to do that anymore, what is the next stage? The next stage is every single non-aligned state in the world getting nuclear weapons. Is that the future that we want? The whole point of things like the Budapest Memorandum was we need less states to have nuclear weapons because the more people that have them, the more fucky things kind of get. So do we just say now that, like, okay, well, every non-aligned state in, in Southeastern Europe or in the Middle East or in Africa or in South America, everybody just start getting nukes because, hey, if you got them, even if we tell you to get rid of them and we won't hurt you like we did with the Budapest Memorandum, we're still going to hurt you, right? Yeah, I don't think that's a stable future. I think that security situation is bad for everybody, Russia included.
Well, I'll address that in a sec, but I think that's a bit of a pivot, if you'll forgive me, because I want to explore this little, because the crux of your argument is, well, Russia violated Ukraine's sovereignty, which is an unforgivable sin, but you just said that NATO's intervention in Libya was justified because national sovereignty is conditional. So which is it? Is sovereignty conditional or is it absolute?
I don't think that sovereignty is necessarily absolute. If it was the case that, like, Ukraine was gassing its own citizens or committing horrible war crimes, I mean, there are forums that you can go through to exercise power against people that do that. You've got the United Nations, you've got NATO. There are organizations that can do that.
But who decides? Who decides?
I just said the United Nations or NATO, and the United
NATO decides. Well, that's very interesting, isn't it? So the NATO alliance, which is formed counter to Russia, they can decide when sovereignty is suspended or not. Russia, when Russia says we're going to invade Ukraine for our vital strategic interests, that's not a good enough reason. Sovereignty is airtight. Oh, Libya tortured some people? Fuck sovereignty. We can intervene. We can do whatever. Oh, Saddam Hussein is doing some wonky stuff. We can invade.
Libya is your worst example, okay? Because sometimes NATO goes in at least without. Sometimes NATO will go in without UN resolution. Libya was so fucked that Russia and China abstained from the vote. They're part of the Security Council. They got a UN resolution to go into Libya. That's how fucked Gaddafi was. If you want to use an example, no, that is exactly the point. It was so fucked that even they wouldn't defend you there. The point is to say that there might be reasons.
Sovereignty is conditional. If it's conditional,
of course it's conditional. But what is the condition?
Then it's about the terms.
But sure, it is about the terms. But the terms can't be that Russia is worried about a future hypothetical war. That's why I'm not just screaming at you over and over again. I'll get to that. I'm not screaming at you over and over and over again that Ukraine has sovereignty, and that's the only reason why they shouldn't be invaded, right? Russia doesn't have justification for invading Ukraine. The future hypothetical threats to Russian sovereignty can't be used as an invasion to another sovereign country that's not in violation of any UN resolution.
Why not?
That's not because it just doesn't, because that could be used to justify the invasion of almost any state in the world by any great power.
No,
why not?
Because Russia wouldn't say Mexico is going to deploy surface-to-surface missiles that could hit us in 5 minutes, and a NATO base in the Black Sea displaces our Russian base. So no.
Sure, the United States could invade places in Venezuela or Brazil or Colombia.
Countries.
No, it could apply to.
The argument that Russia's making applies to exactly 2 countries.
The United States could invade Cuba right now if they wanted to, using that argument.
Yeah. Yes, and they would.
But we don't. But we don't. So your realist perspective fails.
Did. The Bay of Pigs. The Bay of Pigs.
They legitimately didn't. That's why the Bay of Pigs failed. Right? The United States did not successfully invade.
It
Do you
failed
think
because they were incompetent, but they tried.
Oh, because they were incompetent? The United States failed an invasion in Cuba
if
because
Russia
they were incompetent?
Fails,
it's because
are
they
you
lacked...
going to say, oh, they didn't invade? If Russia fails in this Ukraine war, are you going to say, oh, well, that just didn't happen because it
If
didn't
the
work?
United States played by Russia's rules, we would invade Cuba right now. We already have, I think, Guantanamo Bay is in
No,
Southeast
because
Asia.
there's no Russian defensive alliance in Cuba, and there's no surface-to-surface
Wait, hold on.
missiles
That
in
doesn't
Cuba.
matter from your
Cuba's
realist...
not talking about
No.
nuclear rearmament.
That doesn't-
And if they were, we would invade.
That
because we
doesn't-
did
that-
in Bay of Pigs,
no.
and we
No.
almost went to nuclear war over the Cuban Missile Crisis.
That doesn't fit your realist
So
perspective,
over.
Nick. Whether or not Cuba has
So
those
over
arms,
for
I
you
would just
now.
repeat back to you that strong nations seek to exert their influence over weak nations. Cuba
Yes.
is a weak nation next to the United States. Why don't we just invade them and take them over? That's what Russia would do.
Because they're not putting surface-to-surface missiles there. There's not a defensive
Who
alliance
cares?
there. Cuba is pacified because Cuba
You
is
already-
completely pacified.
Now, you already admitted
Cuba
to me...
poses no.
You already admitted to me that
Cuba
even if
poses
NATO
no
was
threat.
off the table... Russia would still seek to exert influence over Ukraine. It might
They
even
would
still take over
influence. They would
Sevastopol. It might
influence.
still... Which
They
might
would
be
influence.
taking Crimea, right?
In the same way that we influence Cuba. And
That's
we
not the same way. We don't
countries.
send militaries down there to take over ports in Cuba. We don't
Okay,
send.
but now you're just trying to confuse here. Which is it? I mean, we're talking about Russia influencing Ukraine absent the military alliance. And now I'm saying, well, they influenced Cuba. And you're saying, well, they're not invading. It's like, okay, well, Russia didn't invade until the defensive alliance was on the table. And
the
Crimea
defensive alliance
and
was on the
Donbass
table
were
until
invaded.
Crimea was taken over.
Because NATO membership was on the table after the Maidan. Hello? And 13 countries joined NATO in 10 years. So, once again, this argument falls apart because it rests on all these, just convoluted assumptions, like a security guarantee. Like, Russia can count on our good faith. The United States doesn't influence weaker states. The Western Hemisphere isn't secured by the Monroe Doctrine. Like, if Cuba became part of a Russian defense alliance, we wouldn't do anything. I mean, these are all just a series of self-evidently ridiculous conclusions, and it's like you will not acknowledge that you have the moral standard that Russia is judged by is up here, and the moral standard that the United States is judged on is down here. We can invade, we can influence, we can do whatever. It's no big deal. We decide what sovereignty is. Russia invaded a sovereign nation. Hitler, he's a revanchist.
I've never said that. I'm not saying that at all. Wait, we were having such a good conversation. Why are you strawmanning?
I'm being hyperbolic, of
little
course,
bit.
for the
Okay.
rhetorical device. But
Damn.
Come on,
Who would have
Steve.
bet that
Come on,
you would have been the one
Steven.
calling
Come
me Hitler
on,
in this
Steven.
argument?
You
huh?
gotta work with me here. You gotta work with me. Your native Cuba. America would crush your native Cuba. What would the Cuban people think if the Americans crushed your native Cuba for trying to join a defensive alliance with Russia? They would do it. The Council on Foreign Relations would crush your native country, Cuba.
First of all,
If
my
Cuba tried to
native
develop
country is the
missiles.
United States. I was born in Omaha, Nebraska. Okay, cute. So regardless, I guess just to
pal.
center closing. So your position is that the current Russian invasion of Ukraine is justified, and Russia has carte blanche to do whatever they need to bring that nation to heel because of hypothetical security threats in the future that may exist if Ukraine joins NATO.
Well, no, we're not talking about carte blanche. We're talking
So
about,
would you
let's get
condemn them
specific.
for what's going on in Mariupol today or in
No.
any of the...
That's
Okay.
nonsense.
You don't believe any of it's real? There's reporting, there's photo. You think all of it is
There
fake?
was reporting, hey, what happened to that nuclear power plant that was, do you remember when you said that 2 weeks ago? You said, they're attacking a nuclear power plant. It turned out that was total bullshit. Yeah,
I don't think it was
it's
total
called
bullshit. They were
lies. Western media lies.
So just to be clear, what's on the table right now? So Mariupol is not cut off from electricity, water, food, not cut off from humanitarian aid with hundreds of
Jesse,
thousands.
it's a
You don't think
war.
any of that is?
It's a war. This is the conduct of war.
Sure. So they have carte blanche to shell the city, to bomb theaters, to bomb hospitals, whatever. That's what they did in
engage in
Aleppo,
war?
right? That's what they did in Aleppo. Every single hospital and every single FSA occupied area was
please.
bombed. So those people had nowhere to go except back to Assad. This is
What's
Russian
the-
strategy
you're
101.
saying blank check. You're saying it's not a blank check.
It's what they did in Grozny. That city is more destroyed than any other city in the world because they were frustrated that their military wasn't advancing fast enough. We're seeing the same thing happen today in
This is
Ukraine.
such a sad pivot. See, I mean, you lose
I'm
on
not
the
pivoting.
fundamental
I'm
point.
talking on the actual. I'm just asking you if they have the right to go in and conduct war and destroy as much of Ukraine as they need to bring them to heel because of potential hypothetical security threats.
If they wanted to destroy as much of Ukraine as they needed to, the war would look very different than it does right now. and you know that.
But it's
They're
taken a different
conducting-
term, a darker
Hang on,
turn over the
okay,
past
see,
week.
but
Yeah?
not, it's
Okay,
a
go ahead, go
limited it's a limited military engagement, and as far as
Limited to
it
one-fifth
is,
their
it is
military,
limited. They're not attacking Poland. They're not attacking the Baltics. They're not.
Wait,
and
limited
they're
military
not,
engagement means they're not
hang on.
attacking
See, why,
every country
you
on
need to
their
interrupt.
border?
You need to interrupt because I tell the
Okay,
truth here.
okay.
They're conducting a war. It's a war.
Uh-huh.
Destiny, you know this. And yes, I support the war. Absolutely. I support the president, the new czar, Vladimir Putin. I support Russia. Absolutely. I support what's going on. And I think that it's defensible. I think that this is the most reasonable European war that has happened in the past 100 years. I think this is the most reasonable war in the 21st century. Absolutely. I think, and to give you a comparison, I think this is more justifiable than the American war in Iraq. I think this is more justifiable than the NATO intervention in Libya. I think it's more justifiable than the American war in Afghanistan, frankly. I think this is a completely reasonable conflict. And, you know, the argument seems to be like, well, war is always wrong, and like national sovereignty is the sacred thing, except for when it isn't, except for when war is justified, and except for when sovereignty is conditional. It's just that you arbitrarily decide the terms based on
They're not arbitrary. They're international
of world
courts, the
okay,
UN.
The Western world system, right? I mean, when you talk about, they're international norms or something, invading Iraq wasn't based on international norms. The world opposed that. France didn't even support that, okay? France didn't even support the war in Iraq. But the United States pursued it and more people died in Iraq than have died in Ukraine.
So far.
And we occupied Iraq for 20 years. And, there wasn't this boycott. There wasn't I stand with fucking Iraq, and nobody talked about Saddam Hussein's sovereignty. So, I mean, just give it a rest. I mean, America's a global hegemon. We project power globally, soft and hard power. Russia is a second-rate, regional power, and they're exerting influence in their region. Ukraine's not a part of NATO. There's no defensive alliance yet. I think it's reasonable. I think it's totally reasonable based on the things I laid out between the missiles, between NATO being a counter-Russian alliance, NATO outspending Russia like 12-1, more than, I don't know the math right off the top of my head, but more than 10-1, 1.2 trillion to 65 billion. Like, yeah, Russia has a right to be concerned about all these things: the confidence in mutually assured destruction, the theater support missiles becoming part of the U.S. military doctrine, NATO base in Crimea has a right to be concerned. It's a limited engagement, and I'm glad that this argument wasn't about Russia rebuilding the empire, because it's not happening. Notice how quickly it started out with like, Russia's rebuilding a collapsed empire, to like, Russia does nothing to worry about if the ABM shield's being built. Russia has not, invading Iraq's totally legit, invading Libya, it's international conventions, because it would be preposterous to suggest anything like what the NATO Western media suggests, which is that Russia's rebuilding an empire. We know they can't do that. We know they don't have the capability. He's been in power for 22 years, and what does he have? Abkhazia, South Ossetia, Donbass, Crimea, it's peanuts. He lost Kazakhstan. He lost Ukraine. He lost all these countries. And people go, Abkhazia, South Ossetia, Donbass. He lost all of Central Asia. And they've got and they spent 67 billion. We spent 820. And we go, they're the empire. They're the empire. They're the aggressors. They're the military hawks. There's just, it's insane. I don't understand it, Destiny. Steven, help me understand this.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who half your points are even addressing at this point. You haven't really demonstrated that there is a legitimate security concern by Russia with Ukraine. You've admitted yourself that even if Ukraine didn't join NATO, they still might have from the realist perspective, good enough reason to invade Ukraine, take over Crimea, take over as much of Ukraine as they want, because that's just what big nations do. And if that is going to be the argument that you use, then by God, just like we've done with every other former Warsaw Pact state, or a lot of them, and just like we've done with other Eastern European countries, you know what? We should just draft Ukraine into NATO then, just for, if no other reason, to ensure Ukraine's sovereignty. This idea that NATO is an empire just like Russia, that the United States is hegemonic just like Russia, I mean, the difference is, and we've seen this clearly, is that at least people want to join the United States hegemony, as opposed to Russia, that has to force itself with shelling civilian cities and invading places and cutting off oil if you don't agree with them, and trying to poison your elected officials with uranium and whatever other crazy shit Russia has to do to countries around it. I don't think that the pressure that NATO exerts on other countries to join them, when that pressure is, we'll protect you from Russia that will actually invade you and destroy you, I don't think that's legitimately at all comparable to the type of pressure that Russia exerts on other nations around it. And I certainly don't think that the realist analysis of Russia just wants to control countries is a good enough reason to allow Russia to invade any country they want. But
well, yeah, I mean, I think that's really the debate. Is like they want freedom. The Iraqis want freedom. America, the world wants.
no one is saying that. No
America's
one has
dominance.
used that argument.
The world wants
the Iraqi
American
people didn't
hegemony.
vote
They
for the
want
United
it.
States to come to that country.
They
Why would you
want
wait?
it.
Do you think? Hold on, wait. I'm curious. Do you think I
They
would defend the
want
war?
our
Do you think
power.
I would defend the war in Iraq? Or are you arguing against a straw man now because you know that
Well,
you kind of
no,
run out of steam?
no, I wanna
You
wait,
said
hold
the
on.
difference is that the world wants American hegemony.
I'm saying that Ukraine and states that joined NATO were begging to get into NATO. Initially,
They
we
weren't
didn't even know.
begging.
Absolutely, they were. And look at what's happening
In Ukraine?
now. Which,
in Ukraine?
In Ukraine, not until they took over Crimea. That's when public opinion shifted, when it was on the table for them to seriously consider joining. And you know what? When you've got a superpower that decides to take over a huge peninsula in your country and then decides to start funding separatist civil wars in the eastern part of your country, would you agree both these things have happened? Yes, that's not only did opinion shift, but also you have to keep in mind, Nick, logically, right? Most of the opposition to NATO came from Crimea. So of course, when you capture that part and then you recognize breakaway states in the east that are all like majority,
It didn't
like
come from
Russians,
eastern Ukraine?
Russians,
It came
yeah,
from all
yeah.
from
So
Crimea?
yeah, no shit, they're going to be massively pro NATO when Russia starts invading the places that are the most opposed to it, and then
now
starts
you just
like.
have to distort the facts. I mean,
I'm not
there's
distorting
like
any
10
fact. Wait,
Yeah,
hold on.
you
Are you saying that Eastern Ukraine was more
Hold on,
pro NATO than Western
Are
Ukraine?
you saying? But you say. Well, the difference is that the world beckons for because you said America's not a hegemon like Russia.
I never.
The difference
I said that
you did- you
joining
literally-
NATO. I
roll
said
tape,
literally joining NATO is
roll
not the
tape.
same as Russia
Earlier,
invading you.
hang on, let me explain. Earlier,
Uh-huh.
you said, "Well, America's not a hegemon like Russia, and the difference is that this is like an exact quote. You said they're not a hegemon like Russia because the difference is that these states want America. You said that they're begging for NATO, but they weren't begging for NATO." Since 2008. In 2008, that's when the conversation starts. And Germany and France oppose it.
That's why they were only given the membership as path to membership.
Yes,
They weren't actually
yes.
given. Yeah, of course.
Yes, but Germany and France, they agree with me. Germany and France in 2008 say this is too aggressive. For the same reason, they said this is going to provoke Russia. This is going to cause a crisis on the continent. And so all they can say, as you say, at Bucharest is, well, we recognize your aspirations. In 2008, Ukraine's not begging to join NATO, but they're acknowledging their aspirations.
Sure.
In 2010, Yanukovych is elected. It moved forward in spite of this. In 2014, it's not an election, it's a coup. It's a coup, which is not supported by the majority of the population.
Absolutely. The opposition leader was the one that rose to power afterwards.
No, it was not.
Yanukovych ran from the country
No, it was
because
not.
he ordered his
majority-
police to shoot at his
Hang
citizens.
on. See, now you're interrupting because the majority of Ukrainian people did not support NATO membership.
No,
the
correct.
majority in 24. No, you're wrong.
That's
on
correct.
that.
No, I'm agreeing with you. Not until Crimea was removed,
Okay.
which was where your most anti-NATO population
Well,
was.
hang on.
Uh-huh.
So in 14, they're not begging for it. Not even a majority supports it. And not even a majority supports Maidan. Not even a majority of Ukrainians support Maidan. Nevertheless, a pro-Western leader is installed. And they begin moving
Wait, what do you
towards
mean
the West.
installed? He was the
Because
opposition
it was
leader.
a
He was the
coup.
next guy that was coming up. What do you mean? He didn't just
When
come
a
from
coup
nowhere.
happens, yeah, okay. It's a coup, Destiny. It's not like somebody ran on a platform of let's join NATO. They overthrew the government.
Overthrew. He fled the country after he did because he was worried that he was going to be tried for fucking war crimes when his cops started.
Is it democratic to have a coup, to have a violent revolution?
Why are you saying democratic when part of the reasons why he was protested so heavily is because he literally tried to pass like 10 anti-protest laws? That's not democratic either.
Destiny. When
Nick.
you overthrow the government,
when the government makes it illegal to protest and starts killing protesters, that's not very democratic either.
So what are our standards now? So what are our standards? If some people don't like something the government does, then elections. Now democracy is when the people overthrow the government because the government passed an anti-protest law. So which is it? Is it about what the people want?
I don't know
is
what
it about sovereignty
like,
or all these things conditional? It's apparently it's conditional.
Of course, everything is conditional, Nick. Why are you acting like Destiny? Are you saying that committing crimes against humanity will forfeit your sovereignty? Of course, Nick.
This
what
is
do you mean?
unraveling.
Like
It's unraveling.
nothing is
The argument
unraveling
is
at all
coming
right
apart.
now.
Here it is.
Like
here's why.
Okay, tell me why. Tell me why.
Because you're the crux of your argument is you say like, well, when the U.S. exerts influence on Ukraine, that's okay.
There was no Euromaidan was not
a
a U.S.-driven protest.
Okay, but the point we're not talking about Maidan right now. We're talking about NATO membership. Okay?
No, we were just talking about Maidan and the coup.
No, we're going back.
Okay,
we're
let's go back to NATO membership.
You said the difference between American and Russian power is that The Ukrainian people want American power, and the Russian people do not. You said America hegemony. They don't have hegemony because the Ukrainian people consent to it. They want it. They don't want Russia. But the conversation about NATO membership begins in 2008 when that is not the majority position.
And they don't join because they don't want to.
Okay, hang on. Hang on.
Yeah.
And in 2014, it's still not the majority position.
And they still don't join because they don't
want to. Hang on. Why are you jumping the gun here? It's because you know what's coming. You know what's coming.
What's coming?
You know what's coming.
Will their minds change when Russia invades them? They're like, okay, we changed our mind. Now we want to join NATO? Is that supposed to be surprising?
This is so sad for you. It's so over for you.
I'm losing so high right now. Yeah, tell me.
Yeah, you are. You are. Because you said they're begging for it. They're begging for it. They're not begging for it. NATO is moving across Eastern Europe, and they're not begging for it. The majority doesn't support it. They're talking about it in 2008. In 2008, they're saying they're going to make Ukraine a NATO member state, and the majority don't support it. In 2014, they're talking about, hang on, why do you keep interrupting me?
Wait, can you acknowledge, you can't just make somebody.
I can't even complete it.
You can't just make them a NATO state, right? They have to consent to join, right?
Guys have been good the whole time.
When they say they acknowledge the aspirations of Ukraine, I mean, they're saying they have designs on Ukraine.
What does that mean? Ukraine has to consent to join, right?
Okay, so in 2008, if the majority don't support, why is the United States, against the wishes of Germany and France, talking about Ukraine being a NATO member?
I'm saying in Ukraine.
No, in 2008. In 2008, why is the United States saying we recognize their aspirations if the majority don't support it?
Because they can recognize their aspirations. Ultimately, it still has to be approved by every NATO member. Come on,
obviously.
No, I'm asking you.
But why would they say that? They're not begging for it in 2008, so why is the United States saying
how is that relevant?
It
doesn't change the fact, Nick, will Ukraine join NATO against Ukraine's will?
No.
Okay, will Ukraine be taken over by Russia against Ukraine's will?
No.
That's the difference. Yes, of course, Nick. What do you mean no? Then why is there a war right now? What are we fighting over?
What you're arguing is that there's a principal moral difference, a normative difference in how the United States exercises influence as compared to Russia. But this is not the case. Because in 2000, and by the way, and you yourself said, the United States was pushing more strongly about Ukrainian NATO membership. They watered down what they said at Bucharest in 2008 at the behest of the Germans and the French. They watered it down for NATO to say, we recognize their aspirations. They weren't begging for it in 2008, but yet this was the conversation. That was a diluted proposition, was we recognize the aspirations. And then in 2014, the government is overthrown by a coup that is not. And in 2014, the majority does not support NATO membership. And in 2014, the majority does not support the Maidan. So your argument rests on this idea on two things, that Russia violated sovereignty and Ukraine has a right to self-determination. But both of these things are in doubt now, because now you're saying, well, the coup, it doesn't matter that the coup wasn't a democratic election because, well, Yanukovych did an anti-democratic thing. And even though the coup that wasn't popularly supported by half the population, it wasn't an election, overthrew him and installed the pro-Western leader. Oh, well, it doesn't matter at all. It's like, okay, so which is it then?
All of the elections,
self-determination and national sovereignty both appear to be completely conditional.
I don't know
because it's a coup-backed government that creates the crisis in Crimea. And it is, national sovereignty, which you say is conditional and apparently determined by NATO. So, that's where the argument falls apart here.
Okay, so
to put it simply,
you keep saying that it's a coup-backed government. The government had popular support post-revolution, or do you?
Was it elected? Was this a?
They held elections afterwards, and who kept winning? Pro-Western leaders.
But that's not the constitutional process, is it?
So now the constitutional process. I mean, wasn't it voted on by every member of parliament afterwards? Didn't they take a vote in parliament after Yanukovych left? Did they not? Was that not the constitutional process?
No, there's no constitutional provision for a revolution, obviously. I mean, would you say that if on January 6th, if the Republicans overthrew the government and then the Congress voted for Trump, would you say, oh, yeah, that checks out? Yeah, that's legitimate. Of course not.
If it seemed like the majority of the United States supported it, if Trump held an election afterwards and he won the election, then yeah, I mean, probably it seems like, it's still a form of coup or revolution, but to pretend that it would be like a more apt comparison is you're trying to make it sound like Trump at the very least, like him or hate him, had massive popularity in the United States, right? It's not like Trump was like an installed leader. Let's say that Trump did win that after a quote-unquote coup. Would you call Trump an installed leader after a coup? Probably not. You would probably be here making the argument, well, Trump enjoys wide support from the majority of the United States. Yeah, but your realist analysis sucks. Nobody uses realism. Nobody cares about realism. Nobody uses these arguments. It doesn't matter. Okay?
Oh no, it does matter.
It absolutely doesn't.
I would say advantage is good. Whatever is good for America is good. You would say, as the liberal, well, it wasn't.
Hold on, wait. I haven't even finished responding. You cannot call it a coup, okay? When they formed a temporary government, when they had elections later that year, and they allowed all the elections to play out. That's exactly what happened, and they had it with the support of the parliament and the support of the people the entire time. You can try to cry and say it was installed or CIA led or whatever, but the reality is that Ukraine had like democratic processes working throughout the entire time. Does it suck that Yanukovych left after like having police assassinate people in the street? Yeah, I guess that does suck. So maybe there was some.
It was a coup. So your argument goes something. Let me just paraphrase your argument so far. America does not influence weaker states. Maidan was not a coup.
Oh man, dude,
and there was no security threat to Russia posed by surface-to-surface missiles in Ukraine. Oh, okay, yeah, it sounds legit to me. Yeah, that checks out.
All right, Ralph, do we go to the? Because now we're in the like make up what other people say phase. So I think we've hit rock bottom on this argument now.
People can discern for themselves.
Sure.
People can discern. I mean, that seems to be the argument. You know, Russia has no legitimate security threat by shield and the surface.
You even admitted that even sans NATO, they would still invade Ukraine. So it seems like you agree with that as well. Yeah.
Okay, sure.
All right, now
it's just ridiculous.
We could. I'm gonna look through here and see if we have some questions from Super Chat and stuff like that. I guess if you guys want to put like a capstone on each of your presentations here first before maybe I go to that might work too. I don't know. It's up to you guys. Or do you want me to just look for questions?
I think a closing statement would be in order.
Yeah, and then I'll do questions after, right? So you guys can have your presentation down pat. Yeah. Okay. So go ahead. I think. I don't recall fully, but I think it was Destiny that led off, right? So, okay, so that would be you leading off here then, and then
no, let Nick lead off here. I led off with the opening.
No, you
lead off.
No,
I'm not going to give you the final word on the opening statement and the last word. Are you serious?
Well,
it usually rotates.
Hey,
or we could do how we've been doing it and talk at the same time, maybe.
Says the normative law. You're invading this debate.
Yeah, okay.
Suspending normative
Ralph,
laws
you have the sovereignty in this conversation, so you have to decide which hegemonic influence is going to prevail here. And not the last word.
Sovereign Ralph.
Stack the deck either way.
Ralph.
I just thought that was the normative rules, kind of. That you should have the first on the closing.
Okay.
First debate. I mean, if you really want to close, I mean, it's fine.
I really want to close, but he does too. So now we have a conflict here that you have to resolve, Ralph.
In debate, being first is a privilege and being last is a privilege. Usually the person that goes first in the opening goes first in the end.
I'm looking for. I don't actually.
He's looking for a UN Security Council resolution on.
Full of Robert's rules. Robert's rules of order. Let's go. Let's check them. Let's check them.
I have a coin around here somewhere. Surely.
Let's post E to support Ethan Ralph's war.
You would think I could go downstairs and flip a coin. You know what? I'll go downstairs and get a quarter.
Ethan's campaign to Richmond. E.
That's so fucking. I don't have any coin here. Like you would think. Okay, can you guys argue for a couple more seconds while I go get a coin?
I'll just go first. I mean, it's not even appropriate, but I'll go first. I mean,
I hope the Ukrainian citizens have the same resiliency that I had to withstand Nick.
You repelled the attack. You repelled.
Yeah, okay. If you're willing to see
my generals have been killed. I'm encountering the ghost of Cuba, the ghost of Havana.
Thank God, he flies over the sky, shooting down cozy TV streams one at a time.
Damn it! This ghost of Omaha is destroying my capabilities. Ugh.
All right, go ahead then.
I'm so mad. Okay, all right. So in closing, I think that was basically a nice summary enough. Just at the end there. And I don't want to go too long, but the crux of the argument is this. America is not a benign hegemon. America is the world superpower. And with NATO is a hyperpower still. $1.2 trillion in military spending, more sophisticated capability than anybody can recognize. And all it takes is to put yourselves in the shoes of the Russians and in Moscow to understand where Russia is coming from. The suspension of the ABM Treaty in 2001, the suspension of the Intermediate Nuclear Forces Treaty in 2019, these in themselves are dramatic provocations. The reintroduction of theater support missiles into Europe destabilizes the balance of power. And that is, of course, notwithstanding the largest concern, which is the continued expansion of NATO since 1999. NATO is an explicitly anti-Russian alliance. It's formed to contain Russia and principally to contain Russian influence and power. After the Soviet Union dissolved and Russia became weaker, NATO remained and expanded. And now it's expanding on Russia's borders, compromising its vital strategic interests, its naval base in Crimea, its Black Sea Fleet, and the territory of Ukraine. You know, what NATO membership for Ukraine entails is surface-to-surface missiles, which can strike Russia in 5 minutes. It entails a tripwire in Ukraine that is right on Russia's border. It entails NATO domination of the Black Sea. And ultimately, this is about NATO and American domination of its adversaries and no concession given to its adversaries that they might have legitimate security interests. They might have legitimate interests as powerful states and all, and recognizing that and negotiating with them and working with them towards an equitable security arrangement. That's what we're talking about here, is an equitable and fair security arrangement. Destiny has talked about sovereignty, which, of course, we know the United States considers conditional. When Russia invades Ukraine, it's a gross violation of sovereignty. But when we invade Libya, Iraq, and bomb other countries, of course, these exceptions are valid. It's called right to protect. We can fabricate this out of thin air. We say that Ukraine has a right to self-determination, but it is true that the United States backed the Maidan Revolution. That could be disputed, but nevertheless, we support that government. We've given billions of dollars in assistance to that coup government, and we've supported that coup government's aspirations to join NATO. So once again, self-determination appears to be somewhat conditional. And then what's more fundamentally about all of this, this is a bad outcome. This is a bad outcome that nobody wanted. How did we arrive here? What were the root causes and the precipitating causes? Let's even just be fair and say, at the minimum, we have to recognize that the United States has played a role in this. To say that it is all Russian revanchism belies the military imbalance, which is very real. It belies Russia's capabilities and the fact that in 22 years of rule, Vladimir Putin has not taken over any countries, invaded any sovereign countries. It was in response to the 2014 crisis and in response to the suggestion that Ukraine might go nuclear and join NATO that Russia invaded Ukraine. How did we arrive here? We have to look at our own role. We have to look at our own role in disrupting the mutually assured destruction confidence with the ABM and the Intermediate Nuclear Forces Treaty withdrawal. We have to recognize our role destabilizing other countries around the world with NATO aggression. We have to recognize our role in expanding NATO in a way that Russia's repeatedly said makes them uncomfortable, and even where they've drawn red lines. And so, if my victory condition in the debate is merely for people to say NATO played a part and Russia has some valid interest here, I think we cover that. I think I won on those grounds. The other side has to say that America is a benign hegemon. The world wants American power. The world invites American power. American power is innocuous. Russia has nothing to fear. Russia has no valid concerns. It's just run by a corrupt despot who's only using security concerns as a pretext for territorial ambitions. I think throughout the debate that was made, I think from the outset, that was conceded not to be true. So that's my closing statement. America is not a benign hegemon. There's a limited, reasonable military engagement, certainly more reasonable than the things NATO has done in this century. And I support Russia. Go Russia! We salute the brave soldiers, the Moscow's finest, the Tsar's finest, as they liberate Ukraine from the Western dogs. So that's my closing statement. Z.
I will concede the entire debate to Nick of whether or not America is a benign hegemon. Unfortunately, that is not at all what we came here to talk about today. I understand that when Russia is in the process of invading another country, they very much want to center the conversation about Russian-American relationships or about the sovereignty of the United States or the sovereignty of Russia or the way that these two superpowers act, but that is not what the discussion is about today. It's whether or not Russia's invasion into Ukraine can be justified. We can bring up as many defeated talking points as we want. I'm used to people doing it over and over and over again. We can talk about how the suspension of some ABM ABM treaty magically destroys second strike capabilities, even though when Nick was pushed, he admitted that an ABM silo cannot become an ICBM silo. He admitted that Putin was allowed access to these silos by Biden if he wanted to investigate. He admitted that this technology that Putin is so worried about doesn't even exist yet. It might not be here for 10, 20, or 30 years. And he admitted that if this technology was so threatening, who cares? We could install it just as easily in Poland, Romania, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, down in Turkey. If we wanted to nuke Russia from anywhere, if we wanted to encircle Russia from anywhere, if we wanted to have ABM silos around the world that could intercept an infinite amount of MIRVs, an infinite amount of ICBMs, we could already do it. We don't need Ukraine to do that. Just like Nick already admitted that even if Ukraine never even had an accession plan to NATO, Russia, in the realist perspective, would just invade them anyway. They have a right to it. Why? Because of strategic interest in the Black Sea that Turkey is constantly threatening anyway. Controlling Sevastopol doesn't get them through Istanbul, doesn't get them into the Mediterranean. There isn't even a good strategic reason around the world why Russia would have access to these ports, how it would help them. And the idea that capturing Ukraine, the idea that Russia invading Ukraine is representing the same threat to their sovereignty as Ukraine democratically choosing to join the NATO alliance, the idea that America is this benign hegemony and they've never done anything and blah, 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 that's absolutely not true. I've never said it. But there is the fact that there is an old Eastern European saying that if you call for America, America will come. If you call for Russia, Russia will come. And if you call for no one, Russia will come. There is something to be said for the fact that these countries, whether we're talking the Baltics, whether we're talking Poland, Romania, any Southeastern Europe, there is the fact that these countries are looking towards NATO and they want to join NATO. Their citizens are voting to join NATO. We can't even accept just one or two at a time. It always have to be in batches of 3, 4, or 5 because we don't want to accept only one because it'll cause conflict in the countries because people are so desperate to get into our military alliance. And the only thing that Russia has done with their continued aggression into Ukraine has proven today more than ever a good reason why that alliance still exists. And that's to ensure the security of your country if you are not willing to pursue a nuclear arms program of your own. So I would prefer a world where NATO expands to include more countries than the world that Nick advocates for, where Russia has justification to invade anybody they want, and the only successful path forward if you are a smaller country is to acquire nuclear weapons of your own.
All right, now there are several questions here. Thank you both, gentlemen, here for participating. I didn't have to do much. I just kind of let two old fellows go at it, right? And that's how I prefer it, honestly. I feel like too many times the moderator kind of gets too involved here. It's best to just let the two participants go at it. But I saw this last question just popped up actually, and I don't know how many more I'll ask. Since both of you have been generous with your time, but do either of you think we are actually in danger of a World War III type situation? I'll start with Nick since Destiny was just talking. But I definitely want to hear what Destiny has to say about that too. But what do you think, Nick?
Yeah, we certainly are. And, you know, is it imminent? I mean, who's to say? The problem is that, you know, whenever you've got these disputes between great powers and nuclear powers, it's always a risk. And the biggest concern is people don't take it seriously. You know, honestly, when people say there's no threat of World War III, that's actually when World War III is you know, the most likely, because it's people's assumption, it's people's confidence, like, oh, that'll never happen. That's really what brings it about. So I don't think it's likely. You know, the United States won't impose a no-fly zone. Russia's not going to attack NATO. So, you know, I don't think it's likely. But you don't like to see this kind of conflict. You don't like to see Russia or the United States being invited to impose a no-fly zone over a country that Russia's invading. So certainly we're closer to it now than we were 4 weeks ago.
All right, go ahead, Destiny.
I think that Biden has done a really good job at being responsible about dictating the exact terms to how the United States would participate in this war. It doesn't surprise me that that Ukraine would be crying for a no-fly zone, that they want U.S. troops on the ground. Obviously, I would expect him to ask for it. He should, as the leader of that country. But I mean, it's pretty clear that the United States has been pretty responsible in its terms of engagement. We'll do what we can, you know, from afar, but we're not going to have troops on the ground there. We're not obviously going to be imposing a no-fly zone over Ukraine. Hopefully, we're never going to have a situation where U.S. troops and Russian troops are crossing swords with each other, or, you know, U.S. Planes are shooting at Russian planes or anything like that. And I mean, as long as it continues to be managed like that, and as long as Putin's scope of engagement is limited, as Nick would say, to just Ukraine, ideally that is something that never comes to pass. I don't think that anybody, even Putin, wants like that type of conflict.
What do you think about Zelensky in general?
What an
I
awesome
hate
base
Zelensky.
guy. What an amazing leader. Oh my God. Stays in Kyiv, is with his soldiers, posting on TikTok, dances to
Kyiv.
save Ukraine. What a great Kyiv. That's right. That great Ukrainian capital.
Yeah.
I think he's a great guy. Did a TV show about how he'd be a great president, and now he's fucking president today. You'd think that you, a Trump supporter, would fucking love the guy.
He's
But
a puppet.
yeah,
He's a
I think
puppet.
Zelensky has done an amazing job. He's doing a really good job. I wish the best for him.
wondering-
Damn, if he survives his conflict, Putin has made the dude a fucking national hero, which is good. Maybe they can worship somebody that's not a fucking ex-Nazi now for once in Ukraine, and then the people don't have that argument to use against the people
I want to
there.
answer the question. Zelensky is a Western puppet and a dog. He's a puppet of the Eastern Ukrainian mafia. And, he's caused this whole thing. Like, this is an unwinnable war, okay? Russia's going to steamroll Ukraine. He's just getting people killed. Very serious. He conscripts the entire adult male population. You can't leave. He's dooming them to die for a cause that is lost. So I think Zelensky sucks, and I think if you like him, you're gay. And I hate the whole situation. I support Russia. I hope he gets put in jail forever or worse. I hope that Russia puts him in jail forever or worse, because that's what he deserves.
I see a chat here. Destiny, let's talk about Western aggression. Russian forces found 30 biolabs on their border in Ukraine with weaponized diseases. The NWO was preparing, not Hollywood Hogan, by the way, or Scott Hall, but the other NWO. The NWO was preparing to exterminate Russia with Russians, I guess, with a bioweapon. And he ends it with an insult.
I mean, this is all bullshit, and I think Nick knows it, and that's why he was smart enough not to bring any of this up. I mean, the United States the United States funds research labs all over the world. I mean, especially in the wake of the coronavirus, like we have research labs all over the place that are doing research on deadly pathogens. I mean, it's part of what we want happening around the world. You don't want countries managing this stuff with no foreign oversight. We want to be able to share our intelligence. We want to be able to share our biological understanding with these labs to make sure they're conducting research in safe and effective ways. The idea that there exists some top secret bioweapons labs in Ukraine to target fucking Russian DNA, like that's even possible. I know the Russian State Department has tweeted out some wild shit, but I'll hold my breath until some actual evidence of these insane fucking fox-dye bioweapons come out of any Ukrainian labs. And I think it's a little bit sad if you're a person, you do think it's good that all biological research around the world should be like contained with its own country without sharing any intelligence, any resource or anything with anybody else. It's just not how bio research works today in the world.
I just think that's so funny. I mean, like, I hope that people see the kind of like Western hubris on display. It's like, so, I mean, there's this concession that these biolabs studying deadly pathogens like are there in Ukraine, but it's once again, it's sort of hand waved away. We do research all over the world. This is just like what we do, folks. It's like unconscionable to imagine Russia or China.
We have these labs in China.
The shoe on the other foot stuff. It's like, if China, hang on, I didn't interrupt you. If China had a biolab in Canada studying deadly pathogens, would we be like,
China funds grants and has students that go back and forth between U.S. biolabs and Canadian ones as well? Of course. What do you mean?
Why do you have to interrupt me? Is it because
you're just lying?
Go ahead. Because your argument is so weak that even just by me talking obviously disputes it. It's just like this total, you're just so naive to say like, the West doesn't have designs on other countries. It's totally innocuous. That's no big deal. That's just Russian propaganda. It's like, it's intolerable that would be occurring in Ukraine, right on Russia's border, our number one chief adversary. It just makes no sense. I mean, no state would tolerate this.
Do you think so? Do you think that China doesn't fund or send students or intelligence to any other labs in Canada or the United States?
We're not talking about the same thing here.
Okay. Gotcha.
Well, what Chinese biolab studying deadly pathogens are you talking about?
We don't know any of them because we don't talk about them. China funds labs all over the world, just like we fund labs all over the world. We do. We'll look at the Wuhan Institute.
You're fabricating that out
okay? Well, people can go
in Wuhan?
People can go.
Wuhan Institute in Wuhan, in China.
That we have had grants and funding go towards. Yeah, of course we do. This all over the world.
China knows about, and it's in their territory. It's not a secret facility on their border.
Wait, none of these were secret in Ukraine. These are well known about. What are you talking about?
Oh, please. As far as
some of these labs have pathogens that have existed since the Soviet era. Yeah, what do you mean?
Yeah, and we lied about their intention. So, we were decommissioning them. Oh, really? We were decommissioning them?
We didn't know. We recommended they be decommissioned, but apparently Ukraine didn't follow through. But we had to respect their sovereignty.
Well, China does in the U.S.
No, you can go. Hey, you Google it if you want. Chinese funding biolabs overseas. People can go look it up if they want. Yeah.
Right.
All right, now let's see here. I have a final question too, but I see a couple super chats came in. Let's see. How does Destiny reconcile his undying love of sovereignty with other? No, I'm not gonna read that one. I just now saw the end
Felt
of
a cuck joke coming on there.
it took a turn there that I did not see.
What was it?
Sure, it had something to do with the sovereignty of my fucking wife's pussy or some shit. Is that?
That's literally what happened. Like
Yeah, there you go. I don't know how I saw that one coming. I just have a way to see at the end. I used the realist perspective, and I knew what influence he was trying to
There's
exert
some
there.
aggression on your
Yeah.
wife.
Yeah, that got out of hand. Is Russia Voldemort or Dumbledore? That's another one that came in. Sorry, forgot my name in the question for Destiny. What was the question that you had? When will Russia get Netflix back? Russia are missing their LGBTQ content. Is that the one? Is that the question that you had, or was it the Voldemort or Dumbledore? I don't know if you want to answer that. I had a final question though, and I'll start with you, Destiny. Where do you see this thing headed? Like, where's this gonna? I mean, there will be some kind of resolution eventually there in Ukraine. So
I mean, initially, all the military analysts said that the prediction was that this war would be over pretty soon. I think people were saying like within 2 weeks, Kyiv would probably fall to Russia. But apparently I don't know, I'm seeing like a ton of different reasons why Russia's military aggression has failed so far up to this point, whether it's due to lack of maintenance, lack of training, lack of planning, more resistance in Ukraine than they thought. I've heard that NATO intelligence sharing in Ukraine is assisting them more than they thought. Weapons from Turkey maybe is assisting them more than was previously thought. But I don't know at this point. I still imagine Ukraine probably falls soon, but I think that the more protracted the conflict gets, the worse it probably looks for Russia, both at home domestically and probably internationally. But who knows? We'll see.
Mr. Fuentes, what do you think? Where's it going to go?
I think it's already over. I think Ukraine has been flattened. They're decimated. Russia will win the war. And I think the outcome, I don't think that Russia will try to annex Ukraine. I don't think that Russia will even try to occupy all of Ukraine. I think that Russia will simply ensure that Ukraine does not join NATO. I think they'll probably install a pro-Russian government. Maybe they'll annex, Novorossiya. They'll annex its area of Russia. They'll annex the whole Black Sea coast and connect with Transnistria, and maybe the Donbass, everything east of the Dnieper River. I think that's probably as much as they do, and even that I think would be that would probably be more. But I was surprised by the invasion, to be honest. So maybe they'll go that far. But yeah, so I think that's where it's headed. I think that Russia will remain ostracized from the international community. I don't think that's a good thing. I think that it's in America's strategic interest to pursue a détente with Russia and then ultimately work with Russia on things. Instead, we've kicked them out of the system, kicked them out of the dollar system. This will have consequences for decades. It's not, the US dollar is not going to be replaced overnight, but it will have a ripple effect throughout time as China rises as a peer competitor to America. So, all in all, even if you're pro-America, this is bad for America. The whole situation's a big blunder for America, and it's our fault.
Destiny, tell people where to find you, sir.
Twitch.tv/Destiny, YouTube.com/Destiny.
Mr. Fuentes, tell people where to find you as well.
Cozy.tv/Nick. Well, hey, wait, before we go, just want to say, thanks, Ethan, for hosting the debate. Thanks, Destiny. Destiny, you're all right. Compared to Hassan and Vosh and these other guys.
We're setting the bar pretty low there, but okay.
Yeah, no, but you're real. I watch these other debates, and I'm like, this Destiny guy doesn't seem too bad compared to these guys. So I give you my official endorsement, official Nick Fuentes, thumbs up, white nationalist, sarcasm, seal of approval, endorsed by a far right guy.
Thanks. Wow.
We like that you're coming around. We pursue a détente. One day you and I will be fighting side by side. You'll come around one of these days, Destiny. You'll
okay. I want to ask.
You're already halfway there.
Gotcha. Can I ask you a real question? I'm actually super curious. Okay. I think I might know the answer, but I'm curious. Okay. So if you, and I am going to admit, I don't follow as much of all the politics. I watch some of your conference thing or whatever, right? But if you're like an America first guy, that's a big thing for you. Let's say that all the arguments you were making about like American hegemony and everything is like true, that NATO is expanding American power and influence over the world, et cetera, et cetera. Why wouldn't you be advocating for that in kind of like a neoconservative kind of way, that NATO should be expanding and bombing countries and exerting U.S. influence everywhere? Why would you advocate more on the Russian side of this conflict?
Well, so there's two ways. It works in two ways. Number one, even if I was the State Department, I would still say it was bad,
because you can get too greedy. And this is what Russia says about, you should watch the Oliver Stone, I don't know if you've seen this, but the Putin interviews, you might think it's propaganda, but it's actually interesting. And he says, what the problem is that America emerges from the Cold War thinking they could do anything. They defeat the Soviet Union, they emerge as the undisputed power, and they say, we can do anything that we want. We have unlimited power, and we can do whatever we want. And he says, then we're no longer forced to be strategic. It's you understand, this is moral hazard. We think we could do anything, and then we're given to making mistakes, and we're given to hubris and greed. And so I think the balance is in our interest as well. I think that, because look at what we've done. I'm not the first person to say this, but we've pushed Russia into the arms of China. China's our peer competitor in this century. What we should be doing is forming as many alliances. If I'm the neocon, I want to form as many alliances against China as possible. Russia and China are natural adversaries, not allies, because they're in competition in Central Asia. And they're border each other in Eurasia. So and Russia's a second-rate power. It's called triple diplomacy, like Nixon did. Nixon played China, then a second-rate power against Russia, the USSR, the peer competitor. We should do the same in this century with Russia's a second-rate power.
So here's a question, okay? So my understanding is there were kind of talks with Yeltsin, but there were definitely talks with Putin, and especially during the War on Terror, the United States started to take a bit of a more cooperative relationship with Russia. And I didn't study as much for this part, but I feel like at one point, I think there was an open offer for Russia to consider joining NATO. But I think Putin didn't like the idea of it because he wasn't going to apply and go through the normal channels. He thought that Russia should be given special treatment. So it seems like, and I understand there's a stark difference between Cold War era U.S. foreign policy and post-Cold War era, where, not to say that it's perfect, obviously situations like Iraq and arguably Afghanistan pop up, but it's been largely, I think, a bit more responsible than prior to that. It seemed like there was space for Russia to consider some sort of ascension into like this Western hegemonic sphere. Like, do you not think that was possible, or do you think that they shouldn't consider it, or that's just completely impossible now, or what?
I think it was impossible because I think America, well, and this is what Putin says, you have to go to the source, because we can assume his intentions, and of course what he says is rhetoric, but we can parse out what his analysis based on what he says.
Sure.
And what he says is that the United States doesn't want partners, it wants vassals. It does not want Russia to have sovereignty in the true sense and independence in the true sense and have its own independent policy. It wants Russia to be like Germany, France, or the UK in the sense that they just sort of follow what the US says. That's what Russia says. Now, Putin also says that he said to Bill Clinton in 2000, he said, maybe Russia could be a part of NATO. And Bill Clinton said, oh, yeah, maybe. But what Putin also alleges is that in the Chechen War, the United States was talking to Chechen separatists and even Chechen terrorists. That's the Putin claim. And Putin says that he brought that up with George Bush, and George Bush said, I'll kick their ass when I found out who did that. And it went on. And then also, you do have the ABM thing, you do have the other things. And by the way, like Putin was cooperative with the West. Like Putin allowed the West to use Tajikistan as a base to send troops into Afghanistan in 2001. Russia was the first country to call George Bush after 9/11. So there was this cooperation, but I think that soured. And, your side would say, well, that's because Putin's like this evil dictator. And,
that's not my argument, but go ahead, yeah.
Well, that's the NATO rhetoric. But the Putin side says, well, America wanted to subordinate Russia, and Russia didn't want that. And when Russia didn't want that and chafed at that, America didn't really care. And America just, it's unfortunate that it's out, because I think that would have been the ideal arrangement. But I think that America wants to control everything. They're too greedy. They're too prideful. They want to control everything. And this actually backfires on America, ultimately, even if you're the State Department.
Do you not think there might be an argument that Russia doesn't want to join NATO? Because, like, I don't buy the arguments of, like, you're somehow forfeiting your sovereignty to NATO, when, I mean, like, you've had countries within NATO that abstain from joining, like, NATO-led invasions because of disagreements. You've got France, who's famously and historically been, like, pretty NATO skeptic, where they've even, like, driven down their support, I think it was like 2010, they finally like fully recommitted to NATO operations. So, I mean, I don't feel like Russia's sovereignty would be threatened as much. It feels more like they want to be like that multipolar world. They want to be the other world order. Not like, I don't mean that in like a dictatorial, evil, bad guy sense, but just that it feels like Russia is one of the only countries in the world that can rival the United States in terms of like recent military history, nationalism, like that sense of pride and honor, and, you know, being the enemy and Rocky and all of it, having like the big country. It feels like it's that kind of sense, that there is like some like unique cultural aspect of Russia that doesn't need to just be partnered with the rest of the world, but deserves its place on a pedestal next to the US, is what it feels like.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that is what Putin wants. Putin wants Russia to be a world power again. But I guess where I disagree is I think there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, that's what it means. I mean, Russia is a great power. Putin wants Russia to be a great power. And what that entails is a great power has its own agenda. It has its own interests. It has its own engagements. And a great power can cooperate with another great power, but it's not going to be subordinated to the American-led world. And this is like how the continent of Europe was throughout the 19th century. It was settled through diplomacy. It was settled through negotiations. There was ironically a Crimean War was the only major continental war in that time. But you know that's what I think, and that's I think where the world is going. Like it or not, it's a multipolar world order. And you know, Putin has the leverage, and the country's paid the price to exert its independence. But that's what they want, and the United States is unwilling to accept competitors. And the thing is, I don't think it's up to us. I think that Russia is a competitor. Putin wants to be a competitor, and so they are. And this is a practical reality that, like it or not, we have to deal with. Instead, we want to pretend that reality isn't real, or try to contain that, and we can't contain Russia. It's just as evidence in Ukraine, we cannot contain them without a tremendous cost to both of us. So
do you think that if we perceive, and I'll if this, because I understand maybe you won't agree on some of these descriptive grounds, but if we perceive Russia to be authoritarian, dictatorial, a little war crimey, you know, will level cities if they don't agree, even within their own borders, et cetera, et cetera. If we agree to that, do you think that it's possible that the United States might perceive itself as having some moral right to be like the leader of the world, that the United States might perceive itself as saying like our ruling is more righteous than what Russia's ruling would be, that the alternative that we provide and the fact that other countries seek to join, and I'm not trying to get you, I'm asking you to say if those things are true, because I'm sure you might understand, or you might say the United States committed some of those crimes, but do you think there's any world where the United States has that perception that they do have that kind of like right to push itself in to the Western world more than Russia does?
No, and I think that's what sovereignty means. You know, sovereignty means that you get to govern your country how you want, and the sovereign gets to decide. And in Russia, the sovereign is Putin. And so and you talk about the worst things like the war crimes and so on. Well, that's just it. Sovereignty means you get to make those determinations. Like, you know, the United States tortures people in Guantanamo. The United States does torture. Does Russia say, you know, I think it's against decorum for a nation to even discuss the domestic affairs of another nation. It's very, I mean, that is just not appropriate in international affairs. It's not respectful of sovereignty. But the United States, and that's why people resent the United States, because the United States goes finger wagging in every country's business. Oh, the Uyghurs. Oh, you know, what you did in Chechnya. Oh, what you did here. And America's going to be the arbiter. And it's like, okay, but that's just really not appropriate, because Russia has a very different history than the United States. And, you know, the Chechnya thing was a brutal war. Look at what the Chechen terrorists did. You know, the theater hostage situation and some of the bombings they conducted. That was a brutal conflict. War is brutal. And Russia, as a sovereign, should be able to conduct that in the way that they see fit. And for the United States to throw their dick around and say, well, we get to say what's right and what's wrong. But if people do that to America, well, that's whataboutism and whatever. So I think that, you know, realism is what keeps the world safe. I think that diplomacy is what keeps the world safe. And respecting sovereignty begins and ends with those tricky issues like torture, like so-called war crimes or whatever. And we're obviously not talking about war crimes like, you know, like exterminating a population, like gassing people, like using banned chemical weapons, like rules of war. But like what they did in Chechnya, you know, it's very easy for Americans to come in and judge, but it's like Russia's got the biggest Muslim population in Europe. They have a lot of terrorists and radicals there. There were a lot of problems there. Like, it's easy to judge, but it's an insurgency. That's how these things are fought. And so anyway, so that's my answer.
Okay, gotcha. Just curious. Final question that's 90 degrees off of all of this in a completely different direction. And you don't have to answer this if this is vital to your business. I'm just so curious. So obviously you do some of these conferences and you're able to get some pretty mainstream Republicans that will invariably disavow you afterwards. Is this? It almost feels sometimes like I'm watching Borat, where people get drafted into the Fuentes convention, and then afterwards they're like, "Oh, I don't know who the fuck that is. I didn't do." Like, how do you feel about that? Do you view these people as allies and then backstabbers, or do you feel that you kind of got one over them? And you've like tricked them by bringing them onto your thing, and then now you've gotten their implicit endorsement, whether they want it or not. Like, what is your? Yeah, I guess how do you view them orbiting around you and your relationship with them? What does that feel like?
That's a tricky question. Well, I know you had a similar situation with your candidate for mayor. And you understand this. It's a difficult situation because politicians have different pressures, and so I you know, and here's the thing. Like when I bring people to my conference, they're speaking to my audience. It's the America First Political Action Conference is meant to be a substitute for CPAC. We're trying to take over the conservative movement, and you know, I'm a very controversial guy. So I don't take it as a backstab when these people go out and say, "Oh, I don't support what he said. I don't know who he is." It doesn't matter. I'm the master of ceremonies. I'm the sort of circus leader. I bring the acts. You know, I bring the dancing bear. I bring the whatever. Not to be degrading towards these people, but you know what I'm saying. It's like I'm the host, and you know. So in the same way, like Matt Schlapp. Matt Schlapp is a liberal. Matt and Mercedes Schlapp, they run CPAC. These people are liberals. Nobody holds it against the conservatives that go to CPAC that they go to a conference hosted by Matt Schlapp. I'm more controversial, but we're trying to build a big tent, America First Alliance. It creates problems when these people come to my conference politically because of like Kevin McCarthy and others. But I don't take it as a backstab because, you know, we're trying to build a big tent thing. We understand what we're up against. It's difficult to move the needle on these issues, but ultimately, I think what will win out is that the base is closer to us than they are to CPAC. Say whatever you will about us. The worst things you could say about us are not as bad as the worst things you could say about CPAC. And maybe, I know liberals have a hard time with this, but it's like, you know, me being called the white nationalist, like conservatives don't care about that because when we hear that, we just hear like, oh, you're the boogeyman. But when liberals at CPAC support abortion, we view that as like, that's something that's against our moral values. That's like a huge red line for us. And so ultimately that will win out. It's like, okay, do we go to CPAC where they support abortion and they support, you know, all this horrible stuff that we're against, or do we support AFPAC where, you know, liberals are going to complain, but that's not, I mean, that's where we are, you know, so that's
because liberals are complaining about conservatives no matter what, right?
Right.
Do you, so I'm curious, and this might be a hard one. Do you ever consider that for the success of the America First movement, would you ever consider like stepping away from that to let a less controversial figure kind of like move it forward? Or what if it came, not saying that this is happening, but what if it came to a point to where America First was on the cusp of maybe breaking a little bit more in, but it seemed like you were hitting this, I'll say glass ceiling a few times where past things that you said have kind of like kept that from moving forward? Do you ever take a step back from everything and work behind the scenes like a shady person, or what, or is that just maybe, who knows, you'll just see when it happens?
Maybe, but a big part of what we're doing is like, I sort of have to be a part of it only because, you know, there's this concept of the revolution. Like we're trying to revolutionize the party. And to an extent, if I'm not a part of it, it's almost like we're giving ground to the establishment. And it's like, if they could kick me out and say, oh, we don't want his baggage. It's like the establishment is conquering the revolution. And we want the revolution to conquer the establishment. So I always make, and this is an old Stalin argument, but Stalin used to say, who is conquering who? Is the revolution conquering or is the revolution being conquered? And I say, you know, insofar as I'm the face of it, we're not canceled, we're not controlled, we're not bought, we're not conceding. You know, so I think it's actually important that someone like me is leading it, because if they're not, it's the same thing that happened to the Tea Party. You know, let's sweep aside the controversial, even like Trumpism without Trump. They say we want Trumpism without Trump. It's like, well, we need Trump because Trump is the essence of Trumpism. If we have Trumpism led by DeSantis, that's not Trumpism.
You've watered it down to something that becomes indistinguishable of what you've almost like the prior movement has assimilated the revolution and become,
The revolution's been conquered, yes. What about you, Destiny? Do you have any political ambitions?
I really, the next 2 weeks want to get to Diamond 4 in League of Legends. That's what I'm driving for. We'll see what happens.
Do you play Valorant?
Nope, not unfortunately. Don't worry. We'll figure something out. Final question, just randomly because I don't talk to you often. Do you think that Trump is coming back to run again? Do you think that's going to happen?
Yeah, I don't think he's decided yet, but I think he will. And
do you think there's going to be a huge schism in the Republican Party when it happens, or do you think enough people? Because I feel like I would be worried as a Republican. Like, let's say most people like him, but is that enough? Like, if it ends up being like an 80% of the Republicans, like, do you just lose such a huge base that was against him for whatever they feel about January 6th or coronavirus or whatever? Does that represent more of a threat to the Republican Party, or is it necessary? Is it without Trump, there isn't somebody strong enough to oppose what are, like, right now in a pretty unpopular administration by the Democrats, to be fair? Like, do they win without Trump? Is Trump coming back for sure? Yeah, I'm just curious what you think about it.
I think they have a really strong chance no matter what, because you're right. There's no presumptive frontrunner. Biden, I don't think will run. Kamala's not popular enough. And then who's left? Buttigieg, Warren, Newsom. They just don't have a lot of good options. But yeah, I think Trump, if he ran, I think it would just be over. And on the primary side, I think Trump would easily sail to get the nomination, like he did in 2016. And I think it would be a good thing because it would create a foil. Because it's like if he has to run against the establishment, he'll have to differentiate. And I think that'll push him further to the right. Because he ran as an independent in 2016. He ran as a Republican in 2020. And running in 2024 against DeSantis or Pence would push him toward that like middle thing again, where he's, because if you look back at 2016, he's very different. And, you can understand the appeal. And 2020 becomes like a Sean Hannity, which sucks. So
you think if he ran against establishment candidates, you think he would move further to the center or further to the right? It seems hard because it felt like Trump was more of like a character and like a cult of personality rather than like a consistent set of I'm sure even you would admit this. Trump is not like a man of conservative principles and values, right? But he definitely had like a character to resist the establishment that was relatively unique in him, that wasn't like maybe the beacon of values like somebody might say like Pence or somebody is, whatever, right? So do you think he moves further to the right or more moderate if he has to run against like a bunch of like Ted Cruz, Mike Pence-esque DeSantis figures or whatever?
Well, it depends on how you view the spectrum, because Pence and Cruz are more so-called like traditional conservatives than Trump is. Mm-hmm. But I view Trump where he is as more right-wing, because I view Pence and Cruz as like they concede a lot of ground to liberals, and like this free market stuff and limited government. I view that as actually middle, as opposed to Trump, who is more like big government. I don't think big government is left-wing. Like Trump said, we're going to take care of everybody, with healthcare. Like that's not the free market position on healthcare. So I agree. Trump isn't but that's a good thing. He's not a mainstream, conventional conservative. He's a different flavor, and he is a character. And, he understands that we're in a war here. He's like, I just want to win. And conservatives are like, yeah, we want to be on the winning team. We want to run shit. We want our side to win. So I think that he'll be forced to think more like that, as opposed to, because DC changed him and DC made him into another Republican. And I hate that. Okay. Real. It's true. Take it from me. I would know. I mean, I regret this. The dissolution of the Trump administration was the greatest geopolitical disaster of the 21st century.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I think that's all I got. Okay, cool. Well,
but we're best friends now. But you and I'm so glad we're best friends now, and I welcome you as a griper. You should come to when are you going to stream on Cozy? Everyone's wondering, when are you going to get your Cozy channel?
Yeah, as soon as I get banned on Twitch, I guess. We'll see how much further left the kind of corporate media and everything goes. Who knows? I'm in favor of like owning guns or whatever. Maybe that'll be the thing that gets me banned. Who knows these days?
And you hate trannies. So
I love trans people. I absolutely love trans. I have nothing but love for my LGBTQ people.
I support your war against transsexuals.
Absolutely not. What amazing people. I'm glad you remind. There is some good trans porn I need to go jerk off to right now, actually. So thank you for reminding me of that. I really appreciate it. Some chicks with dicks, some good Fuda shit. Oh my god, I need some femboys in my fucking porn feed. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the reminder.
You poison pilled it.
All right, have fun. Thanks a lot, Ethan. You are a juggernaut of content. I don't know how you do it with seemingly your life falling apart around you. You still manage to do these streams, so congratulations.
Hey. 07. Ethan's a tank, dude.
Gentlemen, have a good one. Be safe this weekend.
Yeah. All right, thanks. Bye. Good night.
Jeez. All right, let me shoot up my Twitch stream again. Recommend the Taft Girl to Nick? Yeah. Oh man, dude, this is the most I think I've read on any particular topic in my life. But I think it paid off. I feel really comfortable for whatever the next debate is, because I don't even think I got halfway through a lot of the stuff I wrote for or did on even this debate. So I feel really confident in this topic, though. I think that the opposition arguments start to get more and more ridiculous. Whenever I start to hear people repeat like the same thing, like 1.2 trillion or 10-to-1 spending or blah blah blah, then I feel like okay, I think you kind of understand. Who is the 2v2 with? Is it Adam something? I think. How disappointed are you on a scale from 1 to 10? I thought it was an okay debate. Got a little bit off the rails in the end, but. Your opening statement was too damn long. I'm going to start abusing the fuck out of opening statements because I get very irritated when other people use opening statements against me. I feel like I've lost the ability to set the pace in a discussion. It feels like they have, it feels like they've gotten to lay out their entire argument. So I think from now on, what I'm going to do is, and I think opening statements are really good because they kind of let me like amass everything into one coherent like storyline so I can explain everything that I feel. And then I have the opening statement, and then I can use that as a framework for my discussions. Because generally what I want in like a debate, I'll have like the opponent gives an opening statement, and then I'll just fight with the opening statement. But I don't like that when I let people do that, I let them create the framework for the discussion, and then I kind of have to fight on all of their territory while they've already established the general narrative. So I think I'd rather just like I'll belt out like a 5 to 10 minute opening statement and establish my framework and then work through that. Was your strategy for your opening statement try to deflate his argument? Oh no, I just wanted to get everything out there. It took me a long time to start because I didn't know like how I wanted to build, like I didn't know if I wanted to just lay out a timeline or whatever. So then I just started thinking in the context of like, what is he probably going to say? And then I can kind of work through it like that, I guess. And then another thing the opening statement does is it lets me get out more if we don't address it in an argument. At least I've got my position out there anyway, so yeah. How much do you read chat during the debate? Do you get good ideas from the DGG Hive Mind? Not generally for chat. Now, when I've researched heavily on a topic, I have Rage Pope and Urk in a room in case I miss something, and I see them type stuff. But I trust those two more than just like chat in general. Those are my CIA Zionist operatives. Why are lefties somehow not able to be as civilized as Nick during those debates? I think Nick, even if I don't, does he know as much? Nick knows quite a bit. I think he can navigate the conversations better because he has a little bit of a better understanding of the facts. I think Nick cares about this conversation a lot. I don't think lefties really give a fuck about like Ukrainians getting killed or LGBT people. I don't think lefties really care much about anything at all online. I think it's kind of like a big social club. I would describe it how one of the biggest disappointments for me in music school was when I went to music school, I felt like a loser because I was super into music and I super cared about music and I loved music. And it felt like everybody there was just in kind of like a club. And I felt like kind of like a nerd. It was pretty hard to find other people that were like super passionate about music. It was really weird. I was like, wait, what the fuck? Like, you guys don't listen to anybody. You guys don't have like cool, weird music that you're showing around or whatever. Because back then it was a little bit harder to find music. Torrent sites existed, but not many people used them. YouTube wasn't as popular. So like finding a new band and stuff was really cool. But yeah, I felt like a loser. And I feel the same way with politics online too. Like people like Nick and Lauren seem to care about the arguments. They like read articles and they do all this shit. If you apply to Berkeley, could you get in? Absolutely not. That school is amazing. But yeah, these people seem to like really be invested and care about these arguments. Whereas like when I talk to lefties or progressives, it seems like they're just telling me whatever would get like every time they're talking, it sounds like another tweet that they want to get like 5,000 likes on like fucking Twitter for. So it's like I don't know, like do I care about I just don't enjoy it as much. They just suck, dude. Fuck, I hate lefties. I hate progressives. I hate talking to these people. They don't seem like they care about any of these conversations. Yeah. That's it. Repeating his arguments back to him to help him understand how ridiculous sound was pretty funny. Maybe. Do you think there were some arguments that Nick talked about that caught you off guard? No, I think I considered almost every angle for this conversation. I don't think anything came up that I wasn't like hadn't already considered. Adam something is the exception. That guy seems really smart. I think I'm doing a duo debate with him. He seems like he knows everything, so.
Didn't say Simon says.
Exactly.
Didn't say Simon says.
I think this is a relatively unique conversation because you got pretty into the weeds.
Welsh just did a charity for Ukraine support and medical aid and raked in 300K plus. What did this lady do for anyone or anything? Just sit and criticize.
I think that when people do like dono drives, I think that's cool, but it doesn't tell me they care about things. I think that dono drives are like a way to put a number to your clout. I think people will do donation drives because you can actually have like, how cool am I? I raised 200,000 for charity. I raised it. Now, to be clear, I think that's still good. If you raise money for charity, that's great. It's like if you film like homeless people and you give them money and you like post on YouTube, fuck it, that's great. You're giving money to homeless people. That's cool. I don't care if you do it for clout, but I'm not gonna like say that somebody is truly invested in a topic or really cares about it just because they do a fucking donation drive for it. Although they are good. I know it's hard that some people might think of saying Vosh bad for doing it. I think it's really great that they do donation drives. I think that's cool, but. You should do a deconstruction of the arguments lefties use for bringing up the Second Iraq War. It's the go-to for being anti any action undertaken by the USA. I mean, like the Second Iraq War was pretty bad. I don't think I would defend that. I don't know if anybody would defend that. I think Rage Pope might, because it's possible that you could argue that Saddam Hussein was still theoretically in violation of some of the mandates set forth after the first Gulf War. But I don't know. I wouldn't defend that invasion. The only defense I could possibly say is that like. That was the biggest terrorist attack in the world. And I know that people don't remember it because you guys are like 19 years old. But like, dude, America's mind was fucked after 9/11. And a lot of people don't remember either that arguably, does anybody remember what one of the scariest parts of 9/11 was? Can anybody say it? Oh, shit. I wonder if anybody remembers. Where are my boomers at? Yes, Flashman got it. It was anthrax afterwards, because after 9/11 happened, some people started getting anthrax in the mail. Dude, I remember for months afterwards that people would like touch something or see a powdery substance, and people thought that like anthrax was everywhere. People thought we were getting bio fucking terrorism everywhere. Like it was a like the American mind was fucked. We were fucked mentally in terms of that. So like, you know, should we have invaded Afghanistan? I think Afghanistan was probably justifiable. The limited engagement. We were really bad. We were really bad at mission scope for Iraq and Afghanistan. But Iraq was almost certainly not a good idea. Don't forget the DC sniper. Yeah. I don't even remember. Honest to God, I don't even remember. I need to go back and read. Why the fuck did we even go into Iraq? Because he was providing medical support to Al Qaeda, maybe? I don't even remember. Afghanistan and the Taliban, I think, was an okay. And then I think that was okay. But Iraq was just WMDs. Yeah, but really, though? I don't know. It was just, yeah, I don't know.
Obama.
Because of Kuwait? Yeah, but we lost that, right, after the first Gulf War. We left Saddam there. You can't really go back and say, change my mind. Like
Obama.
Oh, yeah, and the DC sniper, too. Do you think the NATO invasion of Libya was justified? I think it was. There were a lot of reports of Gaddafi doing some fucking atrocious shit in Libya. And like I said, like that Libya had, because not every NATO operation gets approval from the United Nations because Russia and China sit on the UN Security Council. So there will be times, especially I think related to some of the Yugoslavian conflicts, where Russia and China are like, hey, fuck you. I don't want you to go in. And then NATO, we're like, okay, well, you know, fuck the UN. We'll do the NATO shit. But I think Libya was so bad that I don't even think China and Russia had a strong say in us, even though I'm pretty sure Putin was friends with Gaddafi. But like there were like people being like tortured, people being murdered, like political opponents being imprisoned. I think chemical weapons were used. Like, okay, so then they just left the Libyan people to eat shit after destroying their government. Yeah, I mean, so like it's a hard one, right? Arguably, there should have been a stronger presence in the country after Gaddafi was killed and that government was fucked. But then I would imagine people probably look to Iraq and they're like, okay, well, how did rebuilding the Iraqi government go, right? How did your extended stay in Afghanistan go? I don't know if America had the appetite or NATO had the appetite for an extended military presence in Libya post NATO destruction of the government, right? I'm not sure.
Obama.
It seemed you were hesitant to answer about what America would do if Cuba joined some alliance with Russia. I'm a little hesitant to answer these questions because the situation is so different. If the United States was constantly threatening the security of Cuba, we were invading, we were sending forces there to like cause destruction and shit, I think that Cuba would have legitimate security concerns, but they're not. The situation would have to change significantly for Cuba to be like, I don't feel safe against the United States, right? Libya's just kind of controlled by militia groups now. It's utterly fucked, but stable for the time being. Yeah, I think Libya is pretty fucked right now, for sure. Only permitted for the NFC and the protection of civilians. No on the ground deployment was authorized. So even though we probably exceeded the UNSC mandate given to some extent, we stayed roughly in bounds such that we didn't put boots on the ground. So that was a place where we were contained by the UNSCR, maybe in a bad way. Oh, Irk says that. Another reason why that was probably true is it seems to be that China is okay with NATO doing things as long as we are very precise with our mission scope and we're exactly doing what we're saying that we're doing. And I think that having those very specific scopes for missions is very important to getting support from China to be okay with some of the military excursions that that NATO does. So had we expanded the scope of that mission a lot, or had we initially set forth a much wider scope, maybe it's less likely that China would have abstained from the vote in the UN Security Council. Maybe it's more likely that China would have voted it down, and then we would have had to go without UN approval, which isn't really optimal, you know? Do you have an opinion on how far Ukraine should fight for independence? At what point becomes the human cost too high for sovereignty? I mean, I guess that's for Ukraine to decide, right? I don't know.
Oh, we're live, 5,000 viewers. You guys want to say hi?
Oh, hi. What's up?
We're live, 5,000 viewers.
We're based. Oh, yeah, say hi. Hi.
Yo, what up? What up? You guys know something? There's a streamer named Destiny, and I beat him 3 times.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Like pretty much a Fortnite god, you know what I'm saying?
Oh my god.
Yo, we're live, 5,000.
Why? Right, so this is what we considered for Kuwait 1991. We went ostensibly to push Iraq out, not to then go to Baghdad and depose Saddam. What does it look like normatively if we expand that mission to regime change just as the USSR collapses? Seems like a pretty bad announcement about the tenor of the new world, and I think HW knew just as much. For Bush, Herbert, what is his middle name? I don't remember. Herbert Walker, okay. Remember the Beltway sniper period where everyone was afraid, yeah. It's random when people try to cite Kosovo as precedent for Russia establishing breakaway puppet states when Kosovo Albanians were at threat of genocide, oppression, or ethnic not at threat of. They were being actively genocided. Albanians were being genocided by the Serbs. Like, it was happening. And then again, Russia had already established that breakaway state, Transnistria, in Moldova. Like, they had already had the blueprint for how they backed a separatist movement, sent in funds there, sent in peacekeeping troops, recognized it as an independent state. Like, Moldova. I don't know how to pronounce this shit, okay? I just read shit, okay? Moldove? Is it Moldove? Moldova. Moldova? Molding. I don't know how to pronounce this shit. I don't care. Okay. Am I good? Are we good? I'm kind of tired.
Didn't say Simon Says.
Oh shit. We can play some donuts, I guess.
Groper. Is that a faction in Elden Ring?
True.
Humor 7.
Wait, what is this? Lawrence Southern and Destiny had a drunken convo that we need to watch. Some other loser lefty fuck.
Obama.
N-A-T. Obama. Beautiful.
Beautiful. Okay, yeah, I need to gym and I need to do
Happy to be here, smiley face.
emails and shit. I love you all. It's been fun. Stay safe. Be careful. Host Gojo? What does Gojo stream?
Play League. WTF is this? The Rift is waiting.
She has a gift to you. Why? You guys are so creepy.
He keeps talking about NATO expansion. The difference is that Russia annexes by conquest. NATO sends an invitation.
What a fucking loser, dude. This guy looks so fucking weak. Look at him.
Igor Gherkin, active FSB and Cuban ally, was conducting military
What is this
tribunals
exercise
and
even?
firing squads.
Is this a fake? Is this a fake exercise?
In Ukraine as of 2014. Source: Radio Free Europe. I think you've outpaced Knack intellectually at this point.
Oh, you can't see anything. Sorry. His back is hurt.
Obama.
True. Look at that. He doesn't even have his belt on right. That's not even doing anything. What is he doing?
The USA have been engaging in non-proliferation activities despite NATO.
All right, be careful, guys. I love you all very much. Ribberino, cappuccino, pappuccino, hoppuccino, moppuccino, cappuccino, cappuccino, cappuccino,
He spells in internal and cross-state relations when one faction initiates violence to get their way. If war is lamented, Ukraine is to blame. In 2014, pro-West unelected citizens ousted democratically elected pro-Russian Gov.
Oh, that's like the one huge like Russian loyalist in my chat that donates.
Why are we pretending this is about sec interests when Putin said that he believed there is no such thing as the country of UA and that UA people are same as Russians?
Nice. Rip on, duders. Oh, make sure to like and subscribe to my YouTube. Hey, subscribe, you fucking losers. I know there's a few new ones in here tonight. You better be subscribing and hitting the notifications thing.
With no rhetorical
okay?
points.
Bye.
Someone should tie Knack